Welcome to King Manhwa Recap, your go-to spot for diving deep into the vibrant world of manhwa. Whether you're a seasoned fan or just curious about this thrilling form of comics, you found the right place to get your fix. Join us as we explore inspiring manhwa stories where characters rise from humble beginnings to extraordinary success. From tales of overcoming poverty to achieving wealth and power, our videos highlight the most captivating journeys of personal growth and determination. If you love stories of triumph, resilience, and the path from rags to riches, this is the perfect channel for you. Subscribe now for engaging recaps and stay motivated on your own journey to success. So let's get ready, subscribe, sit back and enjoy.
A millionaire suddenly appeared in a reservoir that had been abandoned for 10 years. A young man with many years of experience in the Air Force caught 100 kilograms of grass carp with his first rod. Even the beautiful lady who had never touched a fishing rod caught a carp with scales as big as a manhole cover. All this is because I got the fishing ground upgrade system. As long as I bind the fish pond, I can increase the growth rate of fish. At this moment, I was bringing my first client to the reservoir. Luxian looked at the muddy pond with a confused look on her face. "This is where you said there was a giant. Still 200 a day. Are you blackmailing me, bro?" I shook my head. "Brother, don't say such harsh words. Even if the deal fails, the righteousness remains. If you think it's too expensive, you don't have to fish. But you have to go back by yourself on these dozens of miles of mountain roads." After saying that, I walked towards the small wooden house next to the reservoir. Luxian was shocked when he heard this. This deep mountain forest, it takes an hour and a half to drive. Xing must not break his arm while walking. So he hurriedly caught up and said, "Boss, I'm fishing." "Definitely fishing. Will you take me back after fishing?" I spread my hands and said, "Of course. Who do you think I, Shen Lang, am? The customer is God." Luxian gritted his teeth, took out his phone and scanned 100. "I've been fishing for a long time." After saying that, he turned around and left with his fishing equipment. Looking at his back, I smiled with relief. At the same time, I silently said in my mind, "Open the system panel." The next moment, a holographic screen appeared in front of me. Name Shen Lang. Bound waters, Shikwin Reservoir. Water area, 2201 square meters. Water depth, 10 meters. Current fish growth rate, 2 to 10 times. Current sessions, 200 per day. Current number of fishermen, 1. It turns out that I am a villager of Shikwin Village. When I came to Shikwin Reservoir to relax, I accidentally linked to the fishing ground system. The function of the system is also very simple. You can upgrade the bound fishing grounds. At the same time, as long as there are people fishing in the fishing ground. If you catch one, you can get a proportional cashback. But there were no customers in the wild mountains. I had no choice but to go to the county town and trick a fisherman. But half an hour passed. Luxian was still swinging the club. Not a single fish was caught. I am speechless. No, is this guy's skills so poor? I still hope to make money from him. I finally managed to trick someone into coming. This can't go on like this. Thinking of this, I gritted my teeth and opened the system mall. In an instant, 3 products appeared in front of me. Small fish bait 200, 500 G per pack, limited to 1 pack per day. Medium-sized fish bait 500, 500 G per bag, limited to 1 bag per day. Large fish bait 1,000, 500 G per bag, limited to 1 bag per day. There are only 3 items in the mall at the moment. Not only is the price ridiculously high, but you can only buy 1 pack. I made up my mind to use the little remaining balance. I bought a bag of small fish bait. I walked towards Luxian. "Brother, you can't do this. I haven't caught a single fish in half an hour." Luxian glanced at me. "It's unknown whether there are fish in your wild pond. And I am making a nest, do you understand? That's what masters usually do." After saying that, he pulled up the fishing rod again and prepared to continue putting in bait. "Use this one of mine. I guarantee you will be protected." I handed over the bait in my hand. Luxian's face was full of disbelief. "Brother, this is Master Wu's special bait. How can yours compare?" I smiled faintly. "You will know if it can be better after you use it. You will come to thank me later." After saying that, I put down the bait and left. Luxian hesitated and opened the bait package. Suddenly a strange fragrance came out. "This scent seems to whet your appetite." He felt the urge to eat it in 1 bite. Without any hesitation, he immediately changed the bait and started fishing. This time, not long after he cast the rod, he felt a heaviness in his hand. "Here it comes." After making sure the fish had taken the bait, Luxian pulled hard. Instead, a huge force came from the water. For a moment, he himself was nearly carried into the water. Fortunately, he is also an experienced fisherman. Immediately stabilize your body and hold the fishing rod tightly. The fish swam away with the fishing line. The friction between the fishing line and the water surface makes a buzzing sound. Luxian instantly became excited. From this perspective, this fish must weigh at least 20 kilograms. This boss really didn't lie to me. There really is a giant creature here. After half an hour of pulling, Luxian finally pulled the fish to the shore. Dad, come and help me take down the net. I was indifferent to this title. The system has regulations. I can't help customers fish. The net is also included in this list. So I pretended not to hear. Continue to use your phone to browse the beautiful lady. Luxian shouted a few times. Seeing that I never went over, he gave up. I saw his chi sinking into Danshan, holding a fishing rod in one hand and a landing net in the other. Slowly put the fish head into the net. But the fish was too big. He could only get his scoop net halfway in. Luxian was a little anxious. This kind of thing weighing more than 20 kilograms. If I miss him, I will regret it for the rest of my life. So he threw down his fishing rod and net. With one step, he jumped into the water. After a while, he picked up the fish and came up, with a silly smile on his face. At the same time, I also received a system prompt. Luxian caught a grass carp of 3 jin 7 times equals 21 jin. Congratulations to the host for winning 1470 yuan. Congratulations on catching your first fish and getting a novice gift pack. I looked at the balance in my card and felt happy. In the past, working like a slave only earned about 3,000 yuan a month. Now I can earn half a month's salary by catching a fish. But this is also because Luxian is lucky. I caught a fish with a high odds ratio. The system's algorithm is 3-10-7 equals 1,470. 3 is the original weight of the fish. 10 is the average market price. The following 7 is a multiple. And since then, more people have been fishing. That's an astronomical amount of money. I smiled when I thought of this. At the same time, the novice gift pack was opened. Congratulations to the host for opening the novice gift package and receiving 100,000 yuan. I was instantly overjoyed. At this moment, Luxian has already started to take selfies holding the fish and post them on WeChat Moments. After posting, he admired the fish for a while with satisfaction. Then I put it in the fish tank. Then he went fishing while reading the comments on his moments. Zion Renhenman, brother Xian, I was abducted when I was a child and I was in your position. Can you tell me where I am? I will be grateful to you for the rest of my life. Liu Jian, godfather, I am your long-lost son. Where are you? Send me your location. I want to meet you right away. Luxian felt relieved when reading the comments in the circle of friends. Just then the phone rang. The name of the note is Bitch. As soon as Luxian got through, she heard a voice from the other end. Where is brother Xian? Come out for a drink tonight. I'll treat you. Luxian smiled. What did you say? I didn't hear you. Where is my godfather? This time, Luxian couldn't suppress the smile at all. But joking aside, if you have a good place, you should share it with your good brothers. So he sent the other party a location. He continued fishing. With the bait bonus I sent, Luxian seemed to be possessed by Master Wu. In just over an hour, more than a dozen fish were caught. I just lost the initial luck. These fish are only 4 or 5 pounds in size. But this was enough to amaze him. But now the bait Shen Lang gave him was used up. He didn't care. I thought the fish conditions here were really good. So he directly changed back to his own bait. But in the next hour or so, he only caught one small fish. The huge gap made him suddenly realize something. Just when he wanted to ask Shen Lang for some bait, a voice sounded above the dam. Brother Xian, you are really here. Luxian looked up. There was a man standing on the dam waving at him. It was his good brother Liu Jian. As soon as Liu Jian arrived, he went straight to Luxian's fish guard. Put down your equipment and prepare to go down the pole. Luxian hurriedly reminded him. This reservoir has an owner. I'll take you to pay the money. Liu Jian was stunned for a moment. What? There is a boss in this deep forest. It's not expensive, only 200 yuan a day, and he said you can get some fish back. Luxian suddenly realized something when she said this. The boss initially said that he could return the fish. And it's the market price of the fish. Luxian immediately counted the fish in the fish basket. Suddenly, I felt like I had defeated the boss. The fish he caught weighed more than 80 kilograms. According to the market price of 10 yuan per catty, this is equivalent to him earning more than 800 yuan from his boss. Thinking of this, He felt deeply guilty for misunderstanding his boss at the beginning. This boss is such a nice person. At this moment, I rubbed my sore eyes and looked at the time. It was almost 5 o'clock. I had to go back to eat. So he stood up and walked out the door. As soon as I reached the door, I saw Hu Luxian walking towards me with someone. "Boss, my friend wants to fish for a while too." Liu Jian also greeted Shen Lang. I heard from Hu Luxian that he sold 700 yuan in just 2 hours. How could he sit still? He immediately pulled Hu Luxian over. But I stretched and said, "It's already late, I have to go back to eat. I'll help you get the fish back first, and the other person should get up early tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Hu Luxian became anxious. "No, boss, it's only 5 o'clock, it's still early." Liu Jian also agreed. "Yes, boss, it's okay for us to fish at night. Look, I brought all the equipment." However, I still refused. "There are wild animals here at night. You'd better get up early tomorrow. If something happens to you here, I will be responsible." Seeing that I have said so much, the two of them didn't say anything more. So I bought Hu Luxian's fish at the market price, released the fish and left. Hu Luxian continued to fish, and Liu Jian was right beside him. After all, he would be embarrassed to play without my consent. I saw the float in front of me suddenly sink. "Here it comes," Liu Jian hurriedly reminded. Hu Luxian took advantage of the situation and pulled. The fishing rod was immediately pulled into a bow shape. "It's a big one," Hu Luxian shouted excitedly. At the same time, I sighed in my heart. This is the right place. But the next second, he felt a huge force pulling the fishing rod downward. He was also pulled towards the water by this force. Fortunately, Liu Jian reacted quickly and hugged him. With the help of 2 people, he finally stabilized his body. Just as the 2 of them breathed a sigh of relief, there was a snap. The fishing rod couldn't bear the force and broke into 2 pieces. The front half sank into the water and disappeared without a trace. The 2 of them also sat down on the ground due to inertia. After coming to their senses, the 2 looked at each other. This fish must weigh at least 40 to 50 kilograms. Hu Luxian's pole is no ordinary product. It was the fishing rod he bought at great expense. In extreme conditions, it can catch fish weighing more than 40 catties. But it took only 10 seconds from the time the fish was hooked to the time the pole broke. And if Liu Jian hadn't hugged him, he must have been pulled into the library. It's hard to say, but it's more than twice as big as the one you caught at the beginning. After all, the 2 have been in the fishing circle for many years. Although the technology is not very advanced, but there is definitely a lot of knowledge. This place doesn't look that big. I didn't expect there to be something like this hidden here. Hu Luxian's face was full of sighs. Liu Jian glanced at the surroundings. This must have been a large reservoir before, but for some reason it dried up and all the big goods gathered here. Maybe there are even bigger ones. After saying that, he suddenly turned his head and looked at Hu Luxian. "How about it? Do you want to do it?" Hu Luxian thought for a moment and gritted her teeth. "Damn it, I have to finish it even if I have to stay up all night." If they walked back to get the equipment, the poles Liu Jian brought wouldn't be able to bear such weight, so they decided to go back to the city to get the equipment. At this moment, I am lying on a rocking chair in the yard, leisurely looking at the numbers in my bank card. More than 110,000. A fisherman made more than 10,000 yuan in half a day. This is not fishing. It's like fishing for gold. But I don't plan to use these in my life, but prepare to upgrade the system. Only in this way can you earn more. Thinking of this, I opened the system upgrade panel. Currently, the fish growth multiplier can be upgraded. There is also a bound water area. The fish growth multiplier is divided into 2 upgrade options. They are the upper and lower limits of upgrade respectively. After a brief thought, I clicked the upgrade limit. The data has changed from 2 to 10 times to 2 to 10.1 times. The balance on the card was immediately deducted by 1,000 yuan. I couldn't help but feel a little pain. 1,000 yuan is only 0.1 times. That double is not more than 10,000 yuan. Suddenly, I felt that I didn't earn that much money, but I still ruthlessly raised the multiplier limit to 15. This cost me 50,000 yuan. Next is the issue of underground rivers in reservoirs. I know there is an underground river in this reservoir. If not resolved, from now on, all the fish I put in there will disappear. Thinking of this, I immediately called the system. System, is there any way to solve the problem of underground rivers in reservoirs? The system's voice then sounded, planning a plan for the host. Ding, the exit to the underground river has been blocked. Solved the problem of reservoir leakage. The next step is to upgrade the water area. After all, the current water area is really small, so I spent another 50,000 to upgrade the water area. The remaining 10,000 is for emergencies. The water area also increased directly from 2,201 square meters to 7,210 square meters. The system's voice also sounded. The water area will be adjusted starting at 12:00 midnight. There is a lack of entertainment in rural areas at night. I could only lie down in bed early. What I didn't know was, at about 9 o'clock in the evening, a car appeared on the dam. There were 3 people coming down this time. Is this the place you're talking about? The young man felt the loneliness of this desolate wilderness. There is an inexplicable feeling of fear spreading. Hey Uzi, don't worry, it's definitely a big deal. You saw the post on my WeChat moments. Damn, you weren't there. Brother Xian and I couldn't hold on. The fishing rod didn't even last 2 seconds before it broke. The 2 of them also began to talk excitedly. But didn't you say there's a boss here? It's not good for us to come here to fish without paying. The mouse still had some concerns. It's not like I won't give him the money. I'll just make it up to him when he comes tomorrow. That's right. At most, I won't ask him for the return fee if I catch the fish. The 2 of them were obviously getting more and more excited as they talked. There was nothing the mouse could do. I could only follow them. Because the moonlight is so bright today, the 3 of them easily got down to the water's edge. Mouse looked at the not very big pond and fell into deep thought. He wondered if these 2 guys were playing a joke on him. Are you 2 mistaken? How could such a huge creature exist in such a small pond? Hu Luxian and Liu Jian smiled at each other. We don't tell ordinary people that if Heiazi wasn't a good brother, I wouldn't have brought you here, Hu Luxian said as she started to organize her equipment. Just relax, Mouse. I'm sure you'll be surprised and delighted tonight. Liu Jian also patted Heiazi's shoulder. The mouse is helpless. Just play with them. So the 3 of them started fishing by the reservoir. It just seems that the 3 of them have particularly bad luck. I fished for nearly 3 hours. None of the 3 caught a single fish. Don't even mention catching one. Not even one took the bait. Brother Jian, is this the surprise you mentioned? Heiazi teased Liu Jian next to him. Liu Jian was also somewhat discouraged. The plot shouldn't be like this. Just wait a little longer, the surprise is coming soon. Liu Jian took out his cell phone. It is 11:59 now. It's almost 12 o'clock. A new day. It will definitely be transferred. Liu Jian thought in his heart. And at this moment, the time on the phone jumped to 12 o'clock. At this moment, the sky seemed to be closed. In a few seconds, dark clouds gathered. At the beginning, the moon was still shining brightly. Suddenly, it became pitch dark. What's going on? Is it going to rain? The 3 of them looked up at the sky, but I couldn't see anything in the middle of the night. Crash! A flash of lightning streaked across the sky. It illuminated the frightened faces of the 3 people. Suddenly, a strong wind blew up. The wind blew through the trees in the forest, making a loud whistling sound. The 3 of them were also chilled by the wind. Damn, didn't the weather forecast say it would be sunny for the next few weeks? Stop talking, let's go up first. But before they could act, raindrops as big as beans hit them. Then there was a downpour that soaked the 3 of them completely. The 3 of them hurriedly ran to the wooden house next to them with flashlights. Brother Jian, is this the surprise you mentioned? Inside the wooden house, Mouse said jokingly. How about it, is this surprise big enough? Liu Jian also has a good attitude, while wringing out the water from his clothes. While saying, however, Hu Luxian looked at the heavy rain thoughtfully. Let's go up to Shangba. Suddenly Hu Luxian said anxiously. What's wrong, Brother Xian? Liu Jian was a little confused. If it rains this hard, this place will definitely be flooded. Hu Luxian said. Liu Jian also walked to the door and looked. The cabin was not much higher than the water, but the distance is more than 10 meters. If it rains like this, even if it is not submerged, it's dangerous to be at such a low point. So the 3 of them discussed it. I decided to walk to my car on the mountain in the rain. It's raining too hard. The 3 of them fell many times before they finally climbed onto the dam. The 3 of them hurriedly got into the car. Even though it's summer, the 3 of them were also drenched in cold. The next morning, Shen Lang arrived at the reservoir early. He was also shocked by the heavy rain in the middle of the night yesterday. It rained for several hours, and when I woke up in the morning, the cracked paddy fields outside were all flooded. But when he arrived at the dam, he was stunned. Are these fishermen here so early? There was a car parked on the dam. Shen Lang naturally recognized it. It was driven by the man who came behind yesterday. But he ignored it and looked directly at the reservoir. The area of the reservoir has more than tripled, and it looks a bit small. However, what made Shen Lang feel sad was that half of the cabin was flooded. After admiring the scenery of the reservoir for a while, Shen Lang did not see anyone coming down again, so he walked towards the parked car. Walking to the car, Shen Lang looked inside. An unbearable scene came into his sight. I saw 3 big men lying naked and sleeping in the car. Shen Lang took a step back. He wanted to wash his eyes. I didn't expect that young people nowadays are so extravagant. It's better not to disturb them. Shen Lang still had some self-awareness, so he took out a lifting rod and ordinary bait from his car and walked down. After all, he is actually a fisherman himself, and now that the water area has expanded, he wants to try out the fish conditions. Not long after, the sun shone over the mountain. Hu Luxian narrowed her eyes and woke up. It rained so heavily last night that they didn't dare drive back and had to spend the night in the car. All 3 of them were soaked and had no change of clothes, so they had to take them off. After all, there's not much to be said for 3 grown men. Wake up, the sun is shining on your butt. Hu Luxian woke up the 2 of them, put on her still wet clothes and went out. He looked towards the reservoir and found that the wooden house was flooded yesterday. He was still very smart. The area of the reservoir has increased at least 3 times. At this moment, a figure beside the reservoir caught his attention. "Boss, so early." He yelled, went back to the car, grabbed his equipment and rushed down. Now that you have had a good sleep, it is natural to get up and continue working. Heiazi and Liu Jian were also encouraged by his words, so they put on their clothes and rushed down. "Boss, have you delivered the goods?" Hu Luxian came to Shen Lang and said. Shen Lang looked at the 3 people who came over, and his eyes looked a little strange. But he still answered, "No, I just arrived too." Shen Lang looked at their wet clothes and said, "Did you go swimming this morning? Your clothes aren't even dry yet." Liu Jian came over and said, "Don't mention it, boss. We went fishing last night, but we didn't expect that heavy rain in the middle of the night almost drowned us." Shen Lang was stunned. Only then did I realize that I had misunderstood them. But this also sounded a wake-up call for Shen Lang. He also didn't expect that the system would cause the water area to expand rapidly by causing rain. If you want to upgrade the water area next time, either upgrade it little by little, or clear the area first and then upgrade. "Boss, the 3 of us will fish for a day, and we'll give you 600 yuan. Hu Luxian took out his mobile phone and prepared to scan the code to start working. Shen Lang was delighted. Business was coming. But when he opened the system to collect the money, he was stunned. The original price of 200 yuan a day was directly reduced to 80 yuan. What's going on? 200 yuan is already a very low price, and now it has dropped to 80. However, he seemed to understand something when he looked at the expanding water area. "Boss, scan the code." Hu Luxian began to urge. "Oh, the water level is high today and it's hard to fish. I'll charge you 80 per person. The fish will still be the same." "It's okay, boss. 200 a day is a bargain for us guys." "Boss, Zioner made over 700 from you yesterday. You're making 80 a day, so you're going to lose a lot of money. However, Shen Lang must charge according to the system. Otherwise, there will be no rewards for fishing. 80 per person if you want to fish, then fish. If you don't want to fish, forget it." The 3 of them looked at each other. It was the first time they had encountered such a boss who didn't even want more money. "Since the boss wants to do charity, we will accept it." After Hu Luxian scanned the code, the 3 of them found a spot and started fishing. But it seemed that their luck had run out today. In the whole morning, only Liu Jian caught a crucian carp weighing more than 5 kilograms. Even so, they were very excited. It was a crucian carp weighing more than 5 kilograms. It was a crucian carp, and it looked like a wild crucian carp. Generally, it is quite rare to catch 1 or 2 kilograms. But now I actually caught one that weighs more than 5 kilograms. This is enough to prove that there is something bigger here. Liu Jian also took a photo and posted it on his moments. Brother Xian edited this picture for me. I can't even tell there's any trace of editing. How can a crucian carp that's half the size of my palm be real? Then add a few comparison pictures of crucian carp. Within a few minutes, there were several messages below. Interior decoration. "Damn, Jianer, are you really going to your father?" Shen, where did Brother Xian learn his photo editing skills? I want to learn it too. The idler is very busy. Dads, the child finally found you. Can I report a seat to reunite with you? Interior decoration. Deeply. But Shen Lang couldn't get excited anymore, because he didn't catch any fish either. Shen Lang thought for a long time and came to a conclusion. There are too few fish in this reservoir. This place used to be wild and led to an underground river. Even though there were fish swimming in from the underground river, there couldn't be too many. So it started at 200 a day. And after the water area became wider, it directly became 80 a day. The water area is wider, but there are still the same number of fish, so it is more difficult to catch them, and the price is naturally cheaper. It seems that we need to buy some fish. We can't expect the fish in the underground river to come in on their own. Besides, the fish in the underground river are generally not big enough. He was hungry after fishing all morning. He packed up his things and prepared to go back to find something to eat. When I walked up to the three people, I suddenly thought, these three people must have been here last night. Aren't they hungry? Are you hungry? Do you want to come to my house and have something to eat together? No need, boss. The longest time we've fought was 2 days without food. There's no way we'll leave the battle line. When Hu Luxian heard that she had to leave here before she could eat, she immediately refused. But Brother Xian, I'm hungry. But the mouse started crying beside him. Boss, can you bring some food? We'll pay double the price. Liu Jian also licked his lips and said, obviously he couldn't hold on any longer. Shen Lang thought about it and agreed. He asked Second Ant to cook a pot for the three of them. After all, Second Ant had nothing to do today, and he could also make some extra money. Shen Lang negotiated the price with them and prepared to go back. Hu Luxian suddenly called Shen Lang. Boss, do you still have the bait you gave me yesterday? Shen Lang stopped and turned back. Yes, 200 per pack. Shen Lang was not going to raise the price. He would just sell it at whatever the system offered. After all, compared to the value of the fish they caught, this little money was just a drop in the bucket. Fuck, boss, what kind of bait is this? It's rimmed with gold and costs 200 a bag. Mao said in surprise. Rat, a bag might weigh more than 10 or 20 kilograms. Don't be alarmed. Shen Lang replied. 1 pound per bag, no cheating. Fuck, boss, are you blackmailing me? When Liu Jian heard that a bag only weighed 1 kilogram, he became upset. He had never seen such expensive bait. Boss, scan the code, I want a pack. Hu Luxian took out her mobile phone and prepared to scan the code. Liu Jian turned around and looked at his sworn brother. No, Zioner, you bought it even though it's so expensive. I have several bags of bait in my car. They are all Master Wu's secret weapons. Hu Luxian ignored him, scanned the code, paid, and opened the package directly. Wow, it smells so good. Liu Jian couldn't help but sigh when he smelled the scent. As soon as I opened the package, a strange fragrance came out. When Shen Lang smelled the fragrance, he felt even hungrier, so he quickened his pace and left. Brother Xian, this bait has something special. It smells so good. The mouse also walked over and started drooling at the bait. When Hu Luxian saw Heyazi like that, she chased him back. He wanted to verify whether this bait was the reason why he caught so many fish yesterday. But he soon told the answer. 10 seconds after he cast the fishing rod, the first fish of the day came. This is not the end. As long as he casts the fishing rod, he can basically catch all the fish in a row within a dozen seconds or as long as a few minutes. But these fish are quite big. The smallest ones weighed about 5 or 6 pounds, and it took a lot of time to fish them. When Heyazi and Liu Jian saw how brave Hu Luxian was, they immediately knew that it was thanks to the boss's bait. Just grab some from Hu Luxian's bait box. Hu Luxian felt distressed when she saw that she had less than 1/3 of the bait left. After the two got the bait, they were immediately possessed by the master. Fish started to be caught one after another. Moreover, each fish was of considerable size, which made them extremely excited, and they kept saying it was a feast for the eyes. Shen Lang, who was on the road, couldn't feel happy when he heard the sound of the system collecting money one after another. It's like you don't have the ability, and you have to take a pill to do that. How can you make Shen Lang happy? After returning home, Shen Lang found his second aunt who was chopping food for the pigs and explained the situation to her. Second aunt also became happy after hearing this. Zio Lang, you mean 30 yuan per person, just to deliver a meal to them? Yes, second aunt, go ahead and do it, they are waiting. Hey, I'll go right away. Second aunt happily ran to the vegetable garden to pick vegetables. Farmers have their own land, and their yards are basically full of vegetables, but they can't actually be eaten up. For example, my second aunt who raises pigs, most of the food is fed to the pigs. Second aunt's family had no meat to eat, so they killed a big fat pig, and then the villagers nearby bought some, and the rest were frozen in the refrigerator. So the cost of a meal is very low, 90 yuan for 3 people. The cost is negligible for second aunt. Shen Lang helped to burn firewood and suddenly said, Second aunt, if my fish pond catches fire, you can help me cook there. Shen Lang felt that since there would be more people in the future, he would definitely have to cook a lunch. After all, it's an hour and a half's drive from here to the county town, and they can't possibly go back to eat. That's great, but my cooking skills may not be up to par. It's okay. Those people in the city still like to eat our farm food. Shen Lang and second aunt were talking to each other in a disjointed manner. Shen Lang was also a little puzzled. The system had not prompted him to collect money for a while. They've already used up all the bait after just catching a few fish. Isn't this supposed to happen? And 20 minutes ago, at the reservoir, Brother Xian, Brother Jian, we got a big prize. The mouse suddenly screamed. His pole had been pulled into a bow shape, and he could not stop moving forward. It was obvious that he was unable to resist the power of this huge creature. When Hu Luxian and Liu Jian saw this, they dropped their poles and ran over. It took the three of them together to steady themselves. Damn it, a rat will also get bit by a giant someday. The mouse is obviously in a state of excitement. Shit, stop whining, hold on tight, it's working. Chapter 6 Shen Lang, are you there? Help me, Li Angxin, no money. Shen Lang and his second aunt packed up the food and came to the reservoir dam, where they saw a passionate scene. The three of them hugged each other, like a human pyramid, and swayed from side to side from time to time. Oh my, what are the young people of today doing? Second aunt clearly expressed her strong condemnation of the declining morals of the world. Shen Lang didn't explain anything and took Shen Lang downstairs. It's time to eat. The boss is here, wait a minute, can't you see we're fighting? Shen Lang put the food aside and walked over to take a look. He's been sneaking around for a while, right? He looks quite powerful. Boss, your bait is really powerful, it works instantly. Liu Jian praised while shaking. The mouse also praised. And the fish here are all really big. We've caught so many but haven't seen a small one. This one is even bigger than the others. Shen Lang smiled gently. Go back and help me spread the word. If more people come, I can get some bigger fish. Boss, isn't it easy for you to promote us? Hurry up and use your phone to record our heroic performance. I guarantee you'll be famous all over the country. Hu Luxian also turned around and said, Shen Lang complained in his heart, with this passionate look of yours, you can really become famous all over the country. But he immediately realized what Hu Luxian meant. Although Shen Lang likes fishing, he doesn't play short videos very often, but he has occasionally heard of those well-known masters. Those are bloggers who have millions or even tens of millions of followers. You can imagine how big the market is in the field of fishing. Even if ordinary people don't fish, they love to watch. If we post the video of them catching this giant fish online, it will probably attract some traffic. Thinking of this, Shen Lang took out his mobile phone and started recording the passionate appearance of the three people. This recording took more than an hour. During this time, second aunt left on the grounds that the pig food had not been cut yet. An hour later, with the joint efforts of the three, they finally dragged the giant creature ashore. The moment he was dragged ashore, the system's voice rang in Shen Lang's mind. Hu Luxian caught a black carp of 5.4 jin 9 times, equals 48.6 jin. Congratulations on winning 748 Chinese yuan. No wonder it's so big, it turns out to be 9 times bigger. And the original weight is not low. The bigger the fish, the higher the price. Wow, Brother Xian, please take a picture of me and my big baby. Heizi was so excited that his mouth was a little swollen. Even the first time in his life, he wasn't so excited. The three of them were busy there for a long time before they finished. Boss, can you not take this fish back? I'll take it to the county town for a spin. Liu Jian suddenly said. The two people who were busy taking pictures were stunned for a moment. Then they came to their senses and looked at Shen Lang with some expectation. Shen Lang was stunned for a moment, but immediately replied with a smile. This is just the first time, it won't happen again. As Shen Lang's voice fell, wow, the boss is generous. Boss, I love you. Boss, my 8 generations of ancestors will thank you. Shen Lang's face turned dark. My 8 generations of ancestors would thank you. Shen Lang also wanted to use them for publicity. After all, these 3 guys will definitely run around the county a few times. At that time, all the fishermen in the whole county knew about this place, and it attracted a large number of fishermen. This is all money, but there are still too few fish now. If you don't use the bait produced by the system, an ordinary angler may not be able to catch a single fish in a day. These 3 items should be the kind that have a little bit of something, but not much. But I only posted one in the first half of the day. If too many people come, and they always return empty-handed, then the popularity will slowly dissipate over time. Even with the blessing of a giant, it won't work. Looks like we need to find some fish to put in. It doesn't need to be very big. The system will grow exponentially anyway. After getting Shen Lang's consent, the three of them no longer had the heart to fish. Carrying the big fish, he climbed towards the dam. After fiddling with it for a while, he tied the fish to the back of the car. This fish is about 1.5 meters long. Perhaps because it does not have much nutrition, its body is thin, so it is longer than ordinary fish. Tied to the back of the car, its tail is about to drag on the ground. It really looks like it can attract countless people's attention. The three of them greeted Shen Lang and drove away impatiently. After the three people left, Shen Lang went down to the edge of the reservoir. Seeing the untouched food, Shen Lang felt a little emotional. The passion of a fisherman is truly endless. He didn't want to take it back, so he mixed it with the remaining bait and threw it into the reservoir to feed the fish. There won't be anyone coming today. Shen Lang is also preparing to go home and edit the filmed footage. However, as soon as Shen Lang turned his head, he heard a loud splash on the water. He looked back quickly. I saw water splashing high up from the place where the food was thrown just now. There is a huge figure faintly visible under the water. Shen Lang couldn't see it clearly, but from that little bit of outline, it was at least several meters long. This is a lot more expensive. However, the current upper limit is only 10 times, so the original volume must have been very large, and the multiple is almost reaching the upper limit. Shen Lang felt a little regretful. If he had taken some photos and uploaded them to the internet, it would have attracted countless giant animal lovers. But think about it, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. This is just the beginning. After returning home, Shen Lang gave 100 yuan to his second aunt, saying it was for food. Second aunt's eyebrows were curved with laughter. Although this money was nothing to her, it was what she earned from Shen Lang. When Shen Lang first came back, the aunties and grandmas around him said a lot of things behind his back. How can you not know how to go out and work to earn money at such a young age? How can you get married if you don't make money? Now that she sees Shen Lang can make money, and she also makes some extra money, she is naturally happy. Xiao Lang, are those people coming tomorrow? Do you still want to eat? Second aunt put the money in her trouser pocket and asked. They will come, and there will definitely be more people. Shen Lang said with certainty, because he didn't have a computer. Shen Lang could only download an editing software on his mobile phone. But he had never learned this kind of software, and he couldn't get it right after spending a long time, which made him a little annoyed. I originally wanted to just cut it casually, but I felt that it would be better not to do it at all. Suddenly he thought of someone, so he started looking for it on WeChat. After a while, Shen Lang found the target person. She is his female classmate in college, and now she is working as a small anchor in the field of appearance. In fact, Shen Lang thought she was quite pretty when he was in college, but she just didn't like to dress up. Now, with a little makeup and beauty filters, she has instantly become an internet goddess. But she doesn't take the edge route, so she's just a lukewarm type of person, with about 10,000 or 20,000 little fans. She often posts videos, so she should know something about this. Although we haven't been in touch for a long time, she shouldn't refuse if I ask her for a favor. Lang, are you there? Help me. Not long after, the other party replied to the message. And Xin was unhappy, no money. Shen Lang's face darkened. Am I the kind of person who doesn't contact me for a few years and then asks me for money the next time I contact him? Lang, if I don't lend you money, I really need you for something. And Xin was not happy. Why didn't you tell me earlier? What's the matter? Lang, can you edit videos? And Xin was not happy. Yes, what's wrong? Lang, how about helping me edit a video? And Xin was not happy. One price 50. Waves in the waves. And Xin was not happy. For the sake of our old classmates, this is the friendship price among friendships. Shen Lang didn't know why the beautiful girl who looked friendly before had become like this now, talking about money as soon as she opened her mouth. Lang, okay, 50-50, I'll send you the material. And Xin was not happy. Transfer or red envelope. Waves in the waves. Chapter 7, passerby. Why didn't he pack up the fish? Big brother, he already packed up. In the end, Shen Lang sent a red envelope of 50 yuan, and the other party went to edit the video. He felt a little uncomfortable. What a good friendship they had in the past. But thinking about it, I feel relieved. It is true that other people's quotes are not expensive, and it is impossible for her to let others work for free just because she is her former classmate. What kind of person would that make me? A freeloader. But Shen Lang couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable. Just when Shen Lang was about to take another afternoon nap, he saw another message from her, so he opened WeChat. And Xin was not happy. Were you there when those idiots were fishing online? A wave in the waves. Lee Angson sent a video link over. Shen Lang opened it and took a look. The title is, "The driver of the car in front caught a big fish and hung the fish on the back of the car for 2 hours to show off." In the video, an SUV was driving on the street with a huge fish hanging behind the car. The video was shot from another perspective. Then came the weird part. I saw 2 heads sticking out of the car window, waving and greeting the pedestrians, as if they are afraid that others don't know of their existence. Shen Lang knew what was going on the first time he saw the car. It was obvious that those 3 bastards were out patrolling the streets. The car owner behind him was also patient and followed him for an hour or 2. However, the following videos are all fast-forwarded. When Shen Lang opened the comment section, more bizarre comments appeared in front of him. Shen Lang couldn't help but sigh. Netizens are really good at making fun of things. The driver got lost on his way home. He walked around for more than 10 times but couldn't find the way home. Pedestrian, why didn't he bag the fish? Big brother, he already bagged it. It was just a fish. I remember it was the summer of the 2008 Olympics. At 4:24 p.m. on July 15, a big bluefish weighing about 16 or 17 kilograms broke through the net when it was landing. It ran away, so it ran away. I can only blame it for not being destined to be with me. 5,729 days have passed, and I have never paid any attention to it. Traffic police, you're breaking the law. Car owner, do you want to be criticized nationwide? Sexy expression. However, there were still many people asking for the address or the phone number of the car in front. And one comment went viral. Don't you know you can look up the owner's phone number based on the license plate number? I've asked for you, and the address is below. And there are more and more comments below. Big brother, be a good man and live a peaceful life. Brother, I was abducted. I remember walking along this road when I was a kid. Please tell me the detailed address. Good people will have a peaceful life. The number of likes for this video has increased from a few thousand, when Shen Lang first came in, to over 20,000 now. This is enough to prove that the video has become popular. Lang, I opened a fishing ground and they fished there. And Zin was not happy. Your hometown, do you have such resources? A wave in the wave. Not bad, there are bigger ones. And Zin was not happy. Brother Lang, where is your home? It's been a few years since we graduated. How about going to your place to play? Lang, do you like fishing too? And Zin was unhappy. No, but I can learn. Shen Lang sent the position to Lee Angson. After all, if there is one more person, there will be one more person to help him make money. Why not do it? Not long after, Lee Angson sent the video over. And Zin boo Zin. The video is done. I made 2 copies. Of course, the content is different. Can I release one? Lang, sure. Shen Lang downloaded the video and watched it. It is indeed well done. The title, dubbing, the atmosphere, and the temperament of the 3 are all well reflected. Shen Lang changed his Daoyan name. Shikwin Reservoir Giant Park. Then I posted the video. Shen Lang invested several $100s out of fear of lack of traffic, but he doesn't feel bad about this investment. After doing all this, Shen Lang felt so sleepy that he fell asleep. After all, we got up too early in the morning to see the water level of the reservoir. When I woke up again, I was woken up by my second aunt. It's dinner time. Shen Lang lives on the 2nd floor, and their building is a 3-story building. When it was built, 3 brothers contributed money to build it. My second uncle asked for the 1st floor because he was at home all the time. Shen Lang's family took the 2nd floor, and his 3rd uncle rarely came back, so he took the 3rd floor. Shen Lang went downstairs and saw that his 2nd uncle had also returned. There was also a young girl, about 13 or 14 years old. This is my 2nd uncle's daughter. Her name is Shen Wenwen, and she is in the 1st grade of junior high school this year. Shen Lang looked at the date. Today was already Friday. Brother Lang, it's time to eat. Shen Wenwen was serving rice. When she saw Shen Lang coming down, she smiled sweetly. Wenwen, how is your life in junior high school? Wenwen put the rice in Shen Lang's hands and said, It's okay, but I can't quite understand what the teacher said. It is obvious that Shen Wenwen is not good at studying. At this time, the 2nd uncle and 2nd aunt walked in. Shen Lang greeted them, and the whole family sat down to eat. Zio Lang, I heard from your aunt that someone came to fish in the fish pond you contracted. Well, 3 came today, and there may be dozens in a few days. Dozens? 2nd aunt was shocked when she heard this, but he knew that there was a fee for fishing at Shen Lang's place. If she catches dozens of fish a day, she would earn thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars. Of course, she doesn't know that she has to take the fish back. Second aunt, when more people come, you can go there and cook. I'll pay you 6,000 yuan a month. It's too much, too much. Aunt Wang from your next village works in a restaurant in the city and only makes more than 3,000 yuan a month. Just give me 1,000 or 2,000 yuan. Second aunt was obviously shocked by the salary Shen Lang offered. It's okay, you can't handle it alone if there are too many people. You need to find someone else. If Aunt Wang is willing to come, I'll give her 4,000. At this time, my second uncle interrupted. Zio Lang, your fish pond hasn't been built yet. Wait until it's built. Shen Lang didn't say anything after hearing this. However, Shen Lang is very confident. If he can't do it even with the system, then what's the point of living? He might as well just die. Sure enough, things happened just as Shen Lang thought. After dinner, Shen Lang opened Douyin. I saw a few 99+ that were extremely eye-catching. His video went viral. Now there are more than 10,000 likes. The comments are even more varied. Some people posted photos of beautiful women in hopes of fishing. Some asked for addresses, and some were sarcastic. However, there were a few comments that left him confused. From and Zin, and there are quite a few comments like this. Shen Lang directly jumped to Li Angxin's Douyin homepage. My goodness, Shen Lang was stunned. Shen Lang remembered that Li Angxin used to be full of his own live broadcast clips and life videos. Now the entire front part has become the fishing video that Shen Lang sent her. There is also a collection of videos of cars fishing, and every video has at least a few thousand likes. The one with the most likes has reached over 100,000. Her number of fans has increased from 10,000 to 20,000 to nearly 100,000. I have to say she understands traffic, but what makes Shen Lang happy is that she will pin her comments on the top of the comment area for each of her videos. And at Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. No wonder there are so many people there. It turns out that I'm not famous, but she made me famous. However, this made Shen Lang a little anxious, and he had to contact the fish resources. But when he opened the system again, he was dumbfounded. Name Shen Lang. Age 25. Bound waters, Shiquan Reservoir. Water area, 7201 square meters. Water depth, 15 meters. Current fish growth multiple. 215 times, the higher the multiple, the lower the probability. Current sessions, 280 per day. Current number of fishermen, none. Why did it become 280 a day? Chapter 8, Li Angxin arrives and changes career to live streaming. Shen Lang thought for a long time, but couldn't find the answer. We can only guess that a school of fish swam in from the underground river. The matter of throwing fish was obviously not so urgent, but Shen Lang still planned to contact the fishmonger just in case. He also knew the fisherman's obsession with big fish, so he decided to increase the multiplier in the future. The more big fish there are in it, the more attractive it is to anglers. So Shen Lang invested all his money into it. The multiple also changed from 215 to 217. However, the probability of 17 times is pitifully low, only 0.1%. Shen Lang has not upgraded the minimum multiplier. He actually has his own ideas. If you raise the lower limit of the multiplier too high, then all of them will be big fish. An average fisherman might not be able to catch any fish. In Shen Lang's understanding, this is not conducive to development. After adjusting the system multiplier, Shen Lang finally contacted the fish seller. However, he found that this truckload of fish would cost anywhere from 20,000 to 100,000 yuan. If you want large cargo, such as more than 10 kilograms, it will cost more than 100,000 yuan per truck. For Shen Lang now, he definitely doesn't have that much money to buy a car, but he was very interested in the fish worth more than 100,000. If each one weighs more than 10 kilograms, and if there are higher multiples, then it would be over 100 kilograms. Just thinking about it makes Shen Lang feel excited. I can only rely on those fishermen to make more money for me. Next morning, Shen Lang arrived at the reservoir early. He thought he had arrived early enough. Unexpectedly, there were already 3 cars parked by the reservoir at this moment. There were a few people pointing and talking about something. When several people saw Shen Lang coming, they hurried over, led by the 3 top-notch musketeers. Morning, boss. Boss, good morning. Boss, have you eaten? At this time, several people got out of the car next to them after hearing the noise. There are 8 people in this group. When they saw Shen Lang coming, they all gathered around. Shen Lang was also shocked by the situation. Said hurriedly, "Good morning, everyone." After exchanging pleasantries with them, Shen Lang said, "Today's market price is 280 a day. The fish are free and the return fish is at the market price. Shen Lang thought about it last night. Yesterday's publicity had an immediate effect. Since he has no shortage of bulk goods, just let them take them. And according to the system's calculation standards, each fish will only double once when it enters the reservoir, and that time it depends on their lives. After all, the higher the multiplier, the lower the probability. If you upgrade to a higher multiplier in the future, you will definitely have to throw new fish in to increase the multiplier. So now Shen Lang thinks it would be best to take all these fish with high yields. Wow, the boss is generous. Boss, are you doing charity? Obviously, they are very confident in their skills. Shen Lang didn't bother to talk to them. After collecting the money from them, I let them find a spot to fish by themselves. After everyone had left, the 3 musketeers came over to pay. Boss, give each of us a pack of the same bait from yesterday. Obviously, they don't want others to know that the boss has such good stuff. Only 1 pack a day, 200 per pack. I'm not the boss, I'm not short of money. Don't count it. Yes, yes, yes. After paying the money, Shen Lang took out the bait from the system and gave it to them. The 3 of them were also glad that they did not tell those people about the bait at the beginning. Otherwise, they might not have their own in the future. They also discussed it and decided not to tell anyone else and just buy it secretly from the boss every day. Not long after, another car came. The man was surprised as soon as he came down. Wow, it really is here. How could someone find it in such a remote place? Boss, where is the boss? At this time, Shen Lang was also pulling the rod and preparing to fish. To put it bluntly, he hasn't caught a single fish since he took over the contract here. It was really embarrassing to tell others about this record. He had thought that with today's entrance fee of 280, he would be able to make up for his previous shame. Unexpectedly, someone else came just as he was about to fish. Here, come down. Shen Lang waved upwards. When the man saw Shen Lang, he also picked up his equipment and walked down. After learning about this, we found out that this person was from the next county and drove over early in the morning. He originally wanted to give it a try, but he was pleasantly surprised to find that the address on the internet was actually real. Shen Lang also explained the rules to him and let him pay the money to go fishing. Shen Lang had just cast his fishing rod when a car came from above. Oh, it looks like we can't catch any fish. Shen Lang could only sit down by the dam and wait for people to come fishing. Sure enough, within a few minutes, another car arrived. This time, the one coming down is a beauty. Who else could it be but Shen Lang's old classmate Li Angxin? Shen Lang, are you surprised? Li Angxin walked towards Shen Lang as soon as she got out of the car. The current Li Angxin and Shen Lang have changed a lot from what they remembered. In the past, Li Angxin basically had no makeup on, maybe because her family conditions were not very good, and her clothes were rather simple. Now Li Angxin is dressed fashionably and has light makeup on. It looks much more beautiful and pleasing to the eyes, but it lacks the natural beauty it once had. Hey, beautiful lady, welcome, welcome. Li Angxin looked at the reservoir and said, Wow, there are so many people already. I thought I came early enough. Shen Lang also laughed. Thanks to you, my place is about to become an internet celebrity attraction. So how are you going to thank me? Li Angxin leaned her head over and said playfully. A fragrant breeze blew over, and I subconsciously shrank back. Well, how can I thank the internet celebrity, Li? Look at you. Li Angxin glanced at Shen Lang, and that look seemed to be captivating his soul. How about I help you promote it, live here, and we'll get 55 cents out of it. Shen Lang was stunned. You're dancing live here in my fish pond. What are you thinking? I rely on the tips from those big brothers to be a good-looking anchor. With this opportunity, I want to transform into a fishing anchor. Shen Lang felt that she had some ideas, but was it so easy to be a fishing anchor? Without skills, it would be difficult to survive in this industry, but Shen Lang couldn't say it out loud. By the way, what is the profit you just mentioned? Of course, it's the income from live streaming, and the income from selling goods in the future, etc. Shen Lang looked at his old classmate in front of him, thought for a while and said, I don't want your income, just live stream here. Shen Lang naturally knew what Li Angxin meant. However, he had the system, so he naturally didn't need her live broadcast rewards. Moreover, Shen Lang felt that Li Angxin valued money too much. Judging from her current style of doing things, she was decisive and ruthless. Yesterday, he was still a handsome anchor who called me brother in the front of the video. Now I want to seize this wave of traffic and become a fishing anchor. Shen Lang admired Li Angxin very much, but he also knew that he could not control such a woman. If not handled properly, disputes may arise later, which is something Shen Lang does not want to see. Li Angxin was obviously disappointed, but she seemed to have thought of something and adjusted herself immediately. Then it's a deal. You're not allowed to chase me away, okay? Of course, Miss Li is a beautiful sight here. Shen Lang chatted with her for a while. I also got to know some of her thoughts. She has been working as a beauty anchor for the past 2 years, and not only has she relied on Big Brother's rewards, but she also has to manage the Big Brother's relationship behind the scenes. And some Big Brothers will make some unreasonable demands. Li Angxin's original words are, "With just the little bit of money they gave you as a reward, you want to go offline. What are you thinking?" His words all reflected his contempt for that elder brother. Shen Lang would occasionally say a word, but most of the time he just listened to Li Angxin. Until the next car came here. Chapter 9 Shen Lang, I finally know why you don't have a girlfriend yet. This time it was a BMW. Shen Lang doesn't know much about cars, but judging from the style of this car, it should be quite expensive. BMW M8, it's for the rich. Li Angxin suddenly said in surprise, obviously recognizing the car at the first sight. Is it expensive? Shen Lang leaned over and asked in a low voice. Not expensive, around 3 million yuan. Li Angxin was obviously joking. Shen Lang immediately understood the value of this car. But aren't you afraid of getting scratched when driving such an expensive car on such a country road? Although the village roads have been hardened due to rural revitalization, the road leading to the reservoir is not hardened. It rained the day before yesterday, and the road conditions became even worse. At this time, a man got out of the car. Shen Lang's eyes immediately lit up. Tall figure, decent casual dress, long hair draped over the shoulders, elegant temperament, oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, absolutely a beauty among beauties. Wearing a pair of sunglasses on his eyes, he looks even cooler than ever. As soon as the beauty got off the car, she saw 2 people sitting on the side of the road, so she walked straight over. Where's the boss? The beauty looks pretty, but her tone is a little cold. That's me fishing. 280 a day, the fish are free, and if you return, you'll pay the market price. Just then a burst of noise interrupted their conversation. Oh no, the pole exploded. Brother, you came here without watching the video. Use that little karami pole. Shen Lang looked down and saw that a fisherman's fishing rod exploded, which naturally caused everyone to make a fuss. Shit, my rod is a corrugated dragon. What a big fish this is. Obviously, the old man was very dissatisfied and started shouting there. It must be a fake. I don't know who started to make trouble again. The old man was not discouraged. He took out the spare rod and started preparing for the battle again. 280 a day is indeed different. In fact, Shen Lang has already received several messages about money arriving in his account. They are just small fish weighing 5, 6, 7, or 8 kilograms. Of course, it is a bit difficult for him to catch smaller fish here. Boss, do you have a rod for sale? I want to go fishing. At this time, the beautiful woman suddenly said, what are you doing here without a pole? But this beauty doesn't look like she's fishing. Come here for tourism. If you have time to bring a pole, I'll give you double the price. How about that? Shen Lang was speechless. Do you think I look like someone who needs that little money? Well, you are really good at judging people. Shen Lang took out his collection and said, let's just pay the original price. I don't want to take advantage of you. Sword carp, not bad. Boss, why don't you sell the other things as well? The beauty looked at Shen Lang's other equipment and said. Shen Lang had no choice but to hand the backpack over directly. The beautiful girl scanned the code to pay, took 2 steps and came back. Anything else, beautiful lady? Where's the bait? The beautiful woman stretched out her hand and looked speechless. Shen Lang used up his bait in the morning. Thinking that he wouldn't be able to catch any fish today, he just threw it into the water to feed the fish. He really didn't have any ready-made bait. But the system still has 2 packs. 500 a pack, want it? Fuck, are you blackmailing me? The beautiful woman laughed angrily and looked at Shen Lang with unkind eyes. You can take it if you like, or you can ask other anglers to buy it. I think they will be happy to sell it to you. What Shen Lang said was the truth. With this beauty's looks, people would rush to buy her, not to mention sell her. 500 is 500. The beauty may find it troublesome and scan the code impatiently. Shen Lang bought the bait from the system, walked into the wooling car, pretended to rummage around in the car a few times, and then took it out. After getting the bait, the beauty looked at Shen Lang deeply and walked towards the reservoir. Shen Lang, I finally understand why you haven't had a girlfriend for so long. At this time, Li Angxin burst out laughing. Why, Shen Lang was a little confused. Li Angxin rolled her eyes at him, but she also found Shen Lang's confused look somewhat funny. Do your parents know that you are so straight? Shen Lang was speechless. Should he give it to that beauty himself? Why? Just because she is a beauty. Besides, the system is only sold for 500 yuan. Not raising the price is already very conscientious, okay? After saying this, Li Angxin stood up and walked to her car to get in. Where you go? Shen Lang was puzzled. Let's go back to the county town and buy some equipment. Send me a list later. I know nothing about fishing. Remember to teach me tomorrow. After saying that, he returned to the car, started the car and drove away. At this moment, there was another noise below. Shen Lang looked down. It turned out that the three musketeers caught fish one after another, which made the people around them envious. Damn, you guys are worthy of being internet celebrities. You guys are so awesome. You hit several shots in a row. Brother, do you have any tips? Share them with me. Faced with the envy of people around him, who Luxian hurriedly fooled around. Haha, we three had a brood yesterday, don't be envious. He would never tell anyone that this was the bait he got from the boss. If he told anyone, how would they feel about it? Shen Lang couldn't help but sigh that the system's products were indeed powerful. But it's not to the point of being incredible. It is probably 2 to 3 times more attractive than ordinary bait. It's already 9 o'clock in the morning, and the sun is starting to get scorching. Shen Lang was sweating a little due to the sun, but there was no place to shelter from the sun. It seems that we need to build a small house, otherwise the fish will become jerky if we dry them like this every day. Shen Lang took out his cell phone and called his second uncle. I explained the situation to him and asked her to talk to second aunt about the approximate number of people who would be there today, and asked her to prepare lunch. After hanging up the phone, Shen Lang heard the roar of the car again. This time 3 cars came directly. They were all off-road vehicles, and 7 or 8 people got out of the vehicles. There were both men and women, and the one leading them was extremely burly, over 1.9 meters tall, with muscles all over his body, giving people a very tough feeling. Boss, the big man walked towards Shen Lang and asked, his voice rough, which was in line with his fierce temperament. Shen Lang felt a sense of oppression even when standing next to him. Yes, fishing. 6th brother, don't scare the boss. At this time, a young man came over from behind with fishing equipment in his hands. My friend looks rough, but he's actually kind-hearted. Look, he's so cute when he smiles. The big man even smiled on purpose, and that smile was uglier than crying. Damn it, if you didn't say he has a kind heart, I would have treated him as a murderer. But Shen Lang said, yeah, I can tell. Boss, the giant fish in the video yesterday was caught here by you, right? Are there any other big fish out there? At this time, a beautiful woman came over. She has a pretty face, but she has many tattoos on her body, and her expression is a bit frivolous. Of course, we have fish weighing hundreds of kilograms, as long as you can catch them. Shen Lang couldn't help but think of the giant thing from yesterday. It must be over 100. How much do you charge? Today's price is 280 a day. The fish are free, and the return fish is at market price. Everyone was stunned. It's not that it's expensive, it's that it's too cheap. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted from below. Someone has been pulled into the water, hurry up and save him. Shen Lang was startled and looked down. I saw a person moving quickly in the water. That's right, it was moving quickly, as if something was dragging it in front. Shen Lang was quite far away and couldn't see clearly, but you can see that he is holding the fishing rod in his hand, and a huge figure can be vaguely seen shuttling in the water in front of him. Holy shit, what is that? And the group of people who had just arrived beside him also saw it clearly. Oh my God, this is a big fish, it must weigh 100 to 200 kilograms. I am always amazed. Damn it, please don't get into trouble. Shen Lang didn't care about anything else and rushed down immediately. If something goes wrong here, even if he has a system, it may be difficult to deal with it. Chapter 10, let me go, you pervert. But the dam is too far from the water. It usually takes several minutes to walk. When Shen Lang ran halfway, he saw the man still holding on to the pole and couldn't help but curse inwardly. Let go, you're going to die. Shen Lang ran and shouted. The onlookers near the reservoir finally woke up from their shock and started shouting, let go. It was not until Shen Lang ran to the water's edge, and the man seemed to have run out of strength that he let go. Shen Lang originally wanted to swim over to save people. Unexpectedly, the figure started to swim back in a beautiful freestyle. However, Shen Lang was anxious and did not see it, so he jumped down. He grew up here. His swimming skills aren't very good, but they're at an above-average level. Shen Lang swam over in a few steps, grabbed the man's arm, then put his hands around the man's neck, trying to drag him to the shore. "Let me go, you pervert." A clear female voice sounded in my ears. At the same time, she pulled her arms and struggled. When Shen Lang took a look, he realized that the person he saved was the beautiful lady driving the BMW M8. In my panic, I seemed to have touched her weakness, but at that time I was worried about her safety and didn't care. "Don't struggle, I will rescue you." Seeing that she was so uncooperative, Shen Lang also shouted loudly. But they were already in the water and the beauty struggled again, causing waves in the water. When Shen Lang spoke, he was choked. Shen Lang endured the discomfort and swam hard towards the shore. At this moment, Shen Lang felt a pain in his arm, subconsciously shook off his hand. When Shen Lang took a look, he saw a row of teeth marks on his hand, and it was already bleeding. He was even more shocked because the beautiful woman seemed to have sunk and disappeared. This woman really doesn't know whether to live or die. I'm saving him. Shen Lang ignored the pain in his arm, held his breath and sank down, searching in the water. But he searched for a while and didn't see the beautiful woman. He became more and more anxious. But at this moment, he had reached his limit of holding his breath, and Shen Lang could only float to the surface. He looked around anxiously, hoping to see the beautiful woman struggling. But the water's surface is calm, with only ripples around me. Just when Shen Lang was about to go down to look for it, he heard a familiar voice coming from the shore. "Hey, pervert, why don't you come up here? Are you afraid that I will beat you?" Shen Lang was stunned and looked carefully. I saw that the beautiful woman was already standing on the shore, looking at me with fierce eyes. Her whole body was soaked at this time. She was wearing thin clothes in the summer, and the curves of her body were fully displayed. Shen Lang didn't expect that she had such a good figure, and the look she gave him made Shen Lang feel a little scared. How could he not realize now that he had made a mistake? It turns out that this beauty can swim, and she seems to be very good at it. "Hey boss, you have to admit your mistakes, come up here." "Yeah, come on up." At this time, a group of people around started to make a fuss. He acted as if the matter was not big enough. Shen Lang had no choice but to swim to the shore. "Well, I said I went to save you, do you believe it? With so many people not going down to rescue, you're the only one who's going to rescue me." The beauty said angrily. "Well, it's because I'm kind-hearted." The beauty looked at Shen Lang angrily and said, "Follow me." Shen Lang felt that he was in the wrong and could only follow silently. "Boss, if you want to go on a date, collect our money first." The group of people who came later also followed and were jokingly saying. Shen Lang smiled at the beautiful woman and motioned for her to wait a moment. "Then take out the QR code. How many people are fishing?" 7. 280 people for one, 7 people are. "Wait, let me calculate it." Just as Shen Lang was about to turn on the computer, he heard the beautiful woman's voice behind him. 1960, hurry up." Obviously, she was a little impatient. Shen Lang was lucky. It was exactly 1960. He couldn't help but look at the beautiful woman. She had pretty good math skills. "What are you looking at?" Even an elementary school student can figure this out, and he still uses a calculator. "Hurry up." After saying that, he walked up without looking back. Shen Lang was a little embarrassed. I collected the money and followed him. When we got to the dam, the beauty said, "Is there a place to change clothes? Are there any clean clothes?" Shen Lang finally reacted and said hurriedly, "Our village is right below. Let's go to my house and change." After saying that, he walked towards his wuling. "Come here, where are you going? Get in the car and lead the way." Shen Lang turned around and saw the beautiful woman standing in front of her M8 car, looking at Shen Lang angrily. Shen Lang had no choice but to walk over and sit in the passenger seat. The beauty turned the car around and drove down the mountain. During the journey, the beautiful woman had a gloomy face the whole time, and Shen Lang was tactful enough not to speak. But Shen Lang figured out the reason. "It seems that I was still a little careless. The culprit must be that bag of bait." The package he gave to Hu Luxian and the others had the word "small fish" written on it. Then it should be attractive to small fish, and only slightly attractive to medium and large fish. You can tell from the fact that most of the fish they catch are under 10 jin. What Shen Lang gave this beauty was bait to attract medium-sized fish. Then the fish that come to bite the bait must be medium-sized or larger. Judging from the size of the fish in the water, it is most likely the giant creature Shen Lang saw yesterday, or a bigger fish than yesterday. After all, Shen Lang didn't know how much cargo was in the reservoir. It would be strange if this beauty could handle it with her small body. And she was also stubborn. Even when she was dragged into the water, she refused to let go and was directly dragged away by the fish. Soon under Shen Lang's guidance, The car stopped in front of Shen Lang's house. Shen Lang's second aunt heard the sound of a car and hurried out to check. I finally breathed a sigh of relief when I saw Shen Lang getting out of the car. "Zio Lang, why are you back? Didn't you say there are a lot of people fishing up there? Ouch, why are you all wet?" Shen Lang did not explain but said, "Second aunt, find a set of clean clothes for this beautiful lady to change into first. I'll go change my clothes too." Only then did the second aunt see the beautiful woman coming out from the main car. When she saw the beautiful woman, she was also distracted for a moment. They had never seen such a beautiful girl in the countryside. She looked like she came out of the TV. She hurried forward and said, "Girl, you're soaking wet, come with me into the house." After saying that, he pulled the beauty into the house. When he entered the room, he gave Shen Lang a meaningful look. Shen Lang had no choice but to go upstairs and find some clothes to change into. When he changed and went downstairs, second aunt and the beauty had not come out yet. When Shen Lang came to the kitchen, he saw Shen Wenwen taking the fire out of the stove, and the smell of rice came from the pot. This is the firewood cooked meal that can only be found in rural areas. It looks like it's almost cooked, and all we need to do next is use the remaining charcoal to grill out the rice crust. Shen Lang has loved this since he was a child. It is so delicious. "Wenwen, where is your dad?" "I just went out not long ago with the uncle next door. It seems to be going to the reservoir." Shen Lang understood. He called his second uncle and asked him to ask someone to build a small house up there. It seemed that they were taking the small road. And judging from the problems that have arisen now, I have to buy some life buoys. It is best to arrange a lifeguard who is good at swimming. Situations like today's will definitely happen again in the future, so safety work must be done properly. At this time, the voice of second aunt came from behind. "Zio Lang, you said this morning there were more than a dozen people. I wonder if the rice I cooked is enough." Shen Lang looked back and saw his second aunt walking in, and behind her stood a graceful beauty. She was now wearing second aunt's flowery dress. Because she was taller than second aunt, the dress looked a little short, but it gave her a different style. How should I put it? It's like an alternative catwalk on a fashion runway. It turns out that there are no ugly clothes, only ugly people. Chapter 11, this kind of woman is too fierce. Although she is beautiful, you must never marry her. Liu Muking felt that he had been extremely unlucky recently. First, his unreliable father said that he met a young, handsome man while fishing and asked him to go on a blind date. Of course, she disagreed. How could there be such a father? The chairman of a prestigious group goes fishing when he has nothing to do one day. Leave all matters to myself and my brother. Now he even wants to interfere in my life. She was so angry that she ran away from home. When she passed by here yesterday, she saw a car with a fish tied to the back and parading around the city. She thought this world was crazy. These damn fishermen. But her character is very strong. It may be the character I developed in the company. So she decided to catch a big fish and give her unreliable father a hard blow. Unexpectedly, instead of catching the fish, he was dragged into the water by the fish. What's even more infuriating is that I met a pervert. There are so many bad luck happening all the time. But thinking about it afterwards, it seems that the boss really didn't mean it. But this is also unforgivable. She glared at the man in front of her fiercely again, then went back to her car and closed her eyes to rest. Shen Lang looked at the beautiful woman who returned to the car, feeling a little disappointed. This kind of woman is too fierce. You must not marry her in the future, otherwise you will have a hard time for the rest of your life. It is indeed very beautiful. Because there were guests at home, Shen Lang was not in a hurry to return to the reservoir. Second aunt has already taken her clothes to wash. In this weather, if they are spun dry in the washing machine, they will be dry in no time. But things went against my wishes, and my second uncle called me after a while. Second uncle has already arrived at the reservoir and needs Shen Lang to go up and discuss how to build a house. Also, some new people have arrived and are clamoring for Shen Lang to collect the money so they can go fishing. Shen Lang greeted his second aunt and walked outside. He originally wanted to say hello to the beautiful lady in the car, but seeing that she was resting with her eyes closed, I didn't disturb her. After all, after today, they might never meet again in their entire lives. The car didn't come, so Shen Lang could only walk along the path towards the reservoir. When we reached the reservoir, we were already out of breath. We hadn't exercised for a long time, and walking uphill was really tiring. As soon as he arrived at the dam, several young men surrounded him. Shen Lang explained the rules to them, collected the money, and then rested there. He really didn't want to move. Second uncle saw Shen Lang coming over, followed by a middle-aged man who was none other than the uncle next door. My uncle's name is Shen Fuking. He's also a relative, and it seems like they were brothers from my great-grandfather's generation. Anyway, their entire village is descended from the same ancestor. Young people nowadays get so tired after just a few steps. The second uncle joked. Shen Lang felt a little embarrassed, so he stood up and greeted the two of them. Zyro Lang, you just did it 2 days ago, and there are so many people today. How did you do it? Second uncle learned carpentry when he was young, an old craft. Now he often looks for work in the county town, so he has an open mind. Naturally, he knows what Shen Lang is doing is called. Shen Lang asked his second uncle to build a cabin, naturally because of his second uncle's craftsmanship. Shen Fuking also said, Zyro Lang, with so many people, we can make a lot of money in a day. Shen Lang could only speak vaguely. Now that the internet is well developed, they all come here through the internet. As for making money, it's not bad. Today, one person received 280. Oh my goodness, Zyro has made great progress. Shen Fuking looked at the people below and was a little shocked. 280 for one person. How much does so many people make in a day? Not much, they have to give back the fish they caught. But how could they know so much about the details? They have lived here for decades, don't they know how many fish there are in it? Not to mention one day, even if you were asked to fish for a week, how much could you catch? Second uncle's eyes were full of admiration when he looked at Shen Lang. He had watched Shen Lang grow up since he was a child, and now that the child had made progress, he was naturally very pleased. Uncle Fu, just build it to the empty space on the side of the road. Shen Lang pointed to a vacant lot next to the dam and said, he also has a plan. The water level is bound to rise in the future, so he can just build a level dam and it doesn't matter how high the water level rises. Build a lounge, a small living room, a kitchen, a large dining room, and it would be best if you could build a few toilets around it. Shen Lang expressed his thoughts. After hearing this, my second uncle immediately understood. After all, he does this professionally. How much is the budget? Do you want to just build a shelter or do you want to build it as a B&B? Let me tell you, Zyro, if there are always so many people here, you can actually turn it into a B&B. This place is so far from the county town, and many people don't want to go back too late. You can charge for fishing and for accommodation. Second uncle opened up and started talking. Shen Lang hasn't thought that much, but after hearing what his second uncle said, he felt that it was really feasible. He has a systematic way of collecting payments, so he doesn't really care about making that little bit of money. However, he thought that if he opened a B&B, he could invite all the villagers from his hometown to run it. Otherwise, he would feel guilty if he became rich alone, without taking care of the land that raised him. But the budget is a bit high. If we want to do it well, the cheapest will cost at least $1 million. After saying this, my second uncle looked a little disappointed. It's millions. This is not something a family like theirs can afford. He is so close to Shen Lang, so he naturally knows whether Shen Lang has money or not. Shen Lang thought about it and said, Uncle, let's first build this wooden house for reception on the roadside, and then we can slowly plan for the rest. Maybe by then I'll be rich. The second uncle laughed. Haha, that's just my suggestion. If it's repaired but no one wants to live there, that would be a waste. After the three of them discussed some details, they drove down the mountain, because second aunt called to say the meal was ready and asked them to drive over to load it up. So the three of them drove Hongguang to the house. However, Shen Lang saw from afar that the BMW M8 had disappeared. It seems that the clothes are dry, so he changed clothes and left. Although he knew that he would not have any interaction with that beautiful woman, Shen Lang still felt a little empty in his heart. After loading the food into the car, the group came to the reservoir again. This time, Wenwen was also called up to help. Come up for lunch, Shen Lang shouted down. Countless heads looked up. It's free, it's free. Shen Lang shouted again. The boss is generous. Boss business is booming. Then people started to come up one after another, but some people still didn't move. But fortunately, some people didn't come. Otherwise, the food they cooked would not be enough. And some people have really big appetites, especially that ferocious, big guy who ate the amount of 3 or 4 people. Just then, there was a commotion from below. Everyone who was eating ran to the dam and looked down. When second aunt saw this scene, her heart skipped a beat. The dam was more than 10 meters high. Be safe, she shouted anxiously, but no one paid any attention to him. Shen Lang also looked down and saw a fisherman below who was trying hard to pull the rod, but his body was still sliding forward. Several fishermen nearby had already hugged his waist. At this point, we have entered a tug of war. Suddenly, waves splashed on the water surface, causing another burst of exclamations. Wow! This reservoir is absolutely terrifying. It's like a giant paradise. Chapter 12, Can such a big fish really be taken away? Because they had just finished their meal, no one was in a hurry to fish, so they just watched the fisherman playing with the fish. I have to say that this fisherman's skills are pretty good. After the initial period of exertion, he can slowly walk alone. Fishing is a technical job, and there are so many things to pay attention to. Some people get nothing every day, while those masters get plenty of protection every day. Of course, in the internet age, many things are fake, including fake fishing and staged photos. Shen Lang couldn't help but think, would it be interesting if those masters came here to fish? Time passed slowly, and some fishermen watched for a while and then went back to their own locations to start fishing. Some are still watching with great interest. After fighting for more than 2 hours, the fish finally lost its strength and began to float to the surface. Oh, it's a big-headed fish. Boss, we have all kinds of varieties here. Bighead carp, also known as silver carp and bighead carp, is a fish species that anglers like very much. Because this kind of fish is generally larger, it is very exciting to walk it. Theoretically, silver carp and bighead carp can grow to more than 100 kilograms. Shen Lang was a little curious whether his system could break through the limits of these fish. If you can't break through the limit, then the maximum weight will be only 200 kilograms. If you can break through the limit, it will be fun. You can imagine that when a fisherman catches a giant fish, he thinks it is a large species, but when he pulls it up and takes a look, it turned out to be a crucian carp weighing dozens of kilograms. It wasn't long before the fish was caught. When Shen Lang came ashore, he heard the system's prompt sound. Lai Kui caught a bighead carp weighing 5 jin 9.6 times, equals 48 jin. Congratulations on winning 92.16 Chinese yuan. After Shen Lang finished his meal, he started filming nearby. Such good promotional material should not be wasted. This silver carp and bighead carp weighs 48 kilograms. The length is about 1.45 meters. Because silver carp and bighead carp have big heads and look bloated, they are almost the same length as the one the Three Musketeers caught yesterday. But this fish looks much bigger than herring. Another round of taking photos and videos. Take it away or return the fish. Shen Lang saw that his materials were almost ready, so he walked over and said, "Can you really take such a big fish away?" The fisherman was a little bit unconvinced. Some fish pond owners say the fish are free, but once you catch a big fish, you won't be allowed to take it away. Because big fish are rare, if you take one away, there's one less. A fish like this, weighing nearly 50 kilograms, is already the treasure of many fishing grounds. If you don't want to take it away, put it back and I'll give you back how much. Take it away, take it away. The fisherman said hurriedly. Only a fool would not take it away. Thinking of the scenery those 3 people had in the county town yesterday, the fisherman became a little excited. Today is finally my turn. So he called his friends to pack up their fishing gear. Not fishing anymore. Shen Lang was puzzled. There was still half a day left. I'm not going to fish anymore. It takes an hour and a half to get back to the county town. If I go back too late, it will be dark and I won't be able to see anything. At this time, a big brother next to him said jokingly, "You're afraid that others won't see you." Everyone around laughed, knowing what was going on. But looking at that fish, I was filled with envy. The fisherman dragged the 48-pound fish away. Those who stayed became more motivated. No one knows whether the next one to come up will be a giant weighing dozens of kilograms. Shen Lang also opened the system and began to take stock of his morning gains. Although it looked lively in the morning, there were not many fish caught. In addition to the 3 musketeers, who used their own small fish baits to catch more than 10 fish each. The others combined don't even have 20. It seems that Shen Lang still underestimated the effect of this bait. By the way, where is the remaining bait of that beautiful lady? Not long after she went down, she was dragged into the water, and she didn't see the rest. Was it taken into the water? Shen Lang just thought about it and didn't care much about it. It was just a bag of bait, something that can be refreshed tomorrow morning. So there were about 20 people in total that morning, and we caught 58 fish. There was also a silver carp and bighead carp weighing 148 jin. The rest were small fish weighing less than 20 jin. Shen Lang's bank card balance has reached 12,878 yuan. Shen Lang really couldn't believe that he had earned so much in just half a day. But what he didn't expect was that the giant creature had such a strong attraction to the fishermen. In this way, Shen Lang came up with the idea of cultivating all big fish. And Shen Lang also noticed that everyone would only get excited when big fish were caught. Even if you don't fish, you will spend a lot of time watching them. And so many people came today because of the video of the big fish yesterday. So taking the boutique route seems to be a good way to go. There's a saying in the antique business: if you don't open for 3 years, you'll make a living for 3 years after you open. If the profit increases dozens of times, one fish may bring in more than 100,000 yuan in cash. As long as those fishermen catch one fish a day, they will have no need for bicycles. Shen Lang opened his system panel again and looked at it. Name: Shen Lang. Age: 25. Bound waters: Shikwin Reservoir. Water area: 7201 square meters. Water depth: 15 meters. Current fish growth multiple: 217 times. The higher the multiple, the lower the probability. Current session: 880 per day, effective after 12:00. Current number of fishermen: Hu Luxian 339, Liu Jian 339, Wang Hao 339, Yao Jun 348, Liu Muking 429. When he saw 880 a day, he was stunned. It has increased again. Did I adjust the multiplier myself? But the multiples were not adjusted today, right? Shen Lang guessed that the order of matches was determined based on the density, size, and type of fish. But he didn't throw any fish in there, which made Shen Lang a little confused. And isn't 880 a day too expensive? Do you want to upgrade the water area to adjust the price? Shen Lang thought about it and decided to just let it go. Let's just treat the admission fee as a threshold. Shen Lang subconsciously started looking in the fishing list again. When he saw the name Liu Muking, he stopped. It turns out that beautiful girl's name is this. It's quite nice. The next second, Shen Lang shook his head. What was he thinking? Would he be afraid of not being able to find a girlfriend after making money? The afternoon was very calm. No one was dragged into the water, and no big fish weighing more than 30 or 40 kilograms were caught. Without Shen Lang's bait, the three musketeers only caught 1 or 2 fish in an afternoon. In the afternoon, all of us caught only about 20 fish. Shen Lang earned 3,478 yuan, and the total system income today was nearly 15,000 yuan. I collected 7,000 yuan in entrance fees and returned more than 5,000 yuan in fish, making a profit of more than 1,000 yuan. Shen Lang couldn't help but sigh. This money is really easy to make. And this is just the beginning. After all, the number of people today is far from the limit of the current water area. The area of the reservoir should now be able to accommodate hundreds of people fishing at the same time. It was a little small, but Shen Lang had no choice but to make do with it. After all, he had no money in his pocket. Let's talk about it after we make more money in a couple of days. Chapter 13 is hot on the internet again. A beauty was dragged into the water to feed the fish. Many fishermen said that they could still continue fighting and hoped that Shen Lang would allow them to fish at night. How could Shen Lang dare to agree? The scene of the beauty being dragged into the water during the day was still lingering in Shen Lang's mind. There is no light here at night. What if someone gets dragged into the water? There are no safety facilities at all now. The fisherman had no choice but to drive away one by one. When leaving, he did not forget to remind Shen Lang. Boss, get up early tomorrow, don't sleep in. Of course, Shen Lang pretended not to hear. Today he arrived at the reservoir before 7 o'clock, and there were already 3 cars waiting. God knows what time these fishermen came. When I got home, the meal was ready. During the meal, Shen Lang mentioned that matter again. Second aunt, you should go upstairs and cook from now on. Like I said yesterday, I'll give you 6,000 yuan a month. Today, my second uncle didn't say anything, but encouraged me. Go ahead, I think Xiaoling's project can succeed, but Xiaoling, 6,000 yuan is still too much. Shen Lang said with a smile. Uncle, not much, this is the kitchen manager. Shen Lang suddenly thought of something and said, how about this? I'll give you 3,000 yuan a month, and you can open a small supermarket there and sell cigarettes, water, fishing gear, etc. Second aunt said, who wants that thing? But as soon as she said that, her second uncle interrupted her. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. After saying that, he looked at Shen Lang and said, Xiao Lang, I'm old and can't keep up with the times, but I have confidence in you. How about you don't want the salary and I'll just run this small shop? Shen Lang always thought that his second uncle was very smart, but he was constrained by life. Otherwise, how could he support this family in the countryside? Okay, uncle, let's build the cabin tomorrow. Don't worry, everything has been arranged. We'll ask the excavator to come over tomorrow to level the surface. The timber processing factory is already unloading materials. Uncle, is there anyone who is good at swimming and has good physical strength and can save people in the water? The second uncle also knew what happened during the day. He knew the seriousness of the matter, so he thought about it and said, "Yes, there is one. Your brother Bisheng has been drifting on the sea for the past 2 years. He is a great swimmer. He hasn't been out this year. I just don't know if he is willing to come." As soon as Shen Lang heard the name, he remembered who it was. Shen Bisheng is also his cousin. In the past few years, he went out to sea to fish in the coastal areas. During the Chinese New Year 2 years ago, I heard him bragging about how good he was at swimming. And they must also learn water first aid when going out to sea. For those who have fought in the ocean, dealing with a small pond like this should be child's play. And now is the period when fishing is prohibited, so he is still at home. After the reservoir is upgraded, it will definitely be impossible for one person to take care of all the people in the reservoir. After all, if the dam is full of water based on its current height, it will cover an area of more than 10 square kilometers. Shen Lang is not talking nonsense. The reservoir was this wide before. I'll go out and ask some questions later. After dinner, Shen Lang took a walk to digest his food while walking towards Shen Bisheng's home. The entire village is relatively concentrated, and Shen Bisheng's home is only 2 minutes away from his home. When Shen Lang arrived, he saw that his family was still having dinner. I didn't go in and just walked around the village paths. At the same time, he took out his mobile phone and started playing while walking. Li Angson sent him 2 messages on WeChat. And Zin Bu Zin, video link. And Zin Bu Zin, video link. And Zin Bu Zin, another big shipment today. Shen Lang opened the video and saw another scene of a car with a fish hanging on the back. That fish was the bighead carp caught today. The person who posted the video this time was actually the same blogger from yesterday. I don't know why he is so idle and wandering around the streets all day. Because of yesterday's video, this video is even more popular. The comments below are also varied. The blogger even pinned the address at the top of the comment. Don't ask me for the address, I'll just post it here. We are in Anyuan County, and the fish pond is in Shikwin Village. If you want to come, just use the navigation. There are thousands of comments below this comment. Wait for me, the distance is only 50 kilometers. I'll leave right away. More than 1,000 kilometers. See you in the finals, brothers. Don't come here, the information is fake. I have tested it for you. Brother up there, are you afraid that if everyone comes you won't have anything to fish for? Shen Lang then remembered that the video he shot had not been edited and sent out. So he sent the original video to Li Angson and asked her to edit it and send him a copy. Also commented on this video. Shikwin Reservoir welcomes everyone. I didn't expect that someone would comment below the next second. Capture the real boss alive. Boss, please reserve a seat for me tomorrow. I'll be there early in the morning. The second video that Li Angson sent to Shen Lang turned out to be the entire process of Liu Muking being dragged into the water. This video is even more popular. The vaguely visible outline of the big fish makes people feel incredible. This kind of video is unique on the entire internet. Maybe someone has been dragged into the water by a fish before, but there has never been anyone like her who refused to let go after being pulled into the water and continued to be dragged by the fish. Plus, the person who posted the video was also a clickbait. Shocking, beautiful woman dragged into rapids by man-eating giant catfish. Horrifying underwater dragging footage exposed. Experts urgently warn, don't go to this area of water. However, netizens are still quite rational, and the comments are very lively. This fish is definitely cheating. I suggest you check the fishing rod to see if it uses the undying slash from Sekiro. Is it okay to catch a fish and trigger a boss fight? Fish have a snack today. People lose weight today. Win-win. Dog head saves life. Fish, after fishing for so long, I finally caught someone. In the actual test video, the fishing line can withstand a tensile force of over 200 N, which means it is at least 8-gauge PE line. I advise everyone to always wear a safety rope when fishing outdoors. This is a bloody lesson. It's the 114th day of my rebirth. I was fished to death in my previous life, but I took over the body of a giant catfish. My revenge plan was successful. Wait, did I get the wrong script? Shen Lang was speechless. There was really something about this group of netizens. But some detective netizens have discovered something. Have you noticed that this place is the same water area as the one in yesterday's video? The people upstairs just realized that I was already on my way there. After scrolling through the comments for a while, Shen Lang knew that his reservoir might really become popular, explosively popular. At this time, Li Angson had already sent the edited video over, and also sent a thank you message. "Thank you, old classmate. Remember to teach me how to fish tomorrow." Shen Lang posted the video on his account. Look at the time and walked towards Shen Bisheng's home. Shen Lang explained his purpose, and Shen Bisheng readily agreed. After all, if you can make money without leaving your hometown, who would be willing to go out? Moreover, the salary Shen Lang offered him was very generous, 6,000 yuan a month, and if he develops well in the future, he can also pay social security. "It's settled. Go to the county town tomorrow to buy some life jackets for me. 20 sets first. I'll transfer the money to you later." "Okay, I'll go to the county town tomorrow." Shen Bisheng agreed readily. Shen Lang transferred 5,000 yuan to Shen Bisheng and told him to talk to him again if it was not enough. He chatted with Shen Bisheng about family matters and didn't leave until it got dark. Shen Lang discovered that he was very short of money, especially short of money. Upgrading the system is a bottomless pit. Now the infrastructure of the fish pond costs tens of thousands. However, Shen Lang was not too worried. He believed that with the help of the system, he would soon get out of this predicament. Chapter 14. It is imperative to upgrade the reservoir. After returning home, Shen Lang started playing King of Glory when he had nothing to do. This is also one of his few entertainment activities. But in the past 2 years, many friends have quit. The king rank that was once envied by others has become a commonplace today. This game has actually lost its entertainment significance, but Shen Lang really can't find anything to replace it. I logged into the game and lost several games in the peak competition. Shen Lang uninstalled the game in anger and vowed never to play it again. But an hour later, he clicked into the App Store again and clicked to download the game. While waiting, Shen Lang fell asleep in a daze. Shen Lang had a dream. In the dream, he caught a huge fish weighing tens of thousands of kilograms in his reservoir. The whole world was shocked, and all the news media came to interview him. He became a world-famous person. His fishing ground has also become a tourist destination. When he was about to say something, he heard the phone ring. "Who is calling to interrupt me while I am speaking?" Only then did Shen Lang suddenly wake up and realize that it was just a dream. "The light is still on. It seems I forgot to turn it off yesterday. It's already dawn outside." I picked up the phone, and it was an unfamiliar number. Shen Lang felt a little angry. Someone called him so early in the morning and disturbed his sweet dream. When the phone was connected, it was a male voice. "Hey boss, wake up. It's time to fish for a fee." "Damn, you're crazy." Shen Lang hung up the phone and looked at the time. It was only 6:30. Don't these fishermen need to sleep? They are here so early. But how did they get their phone number? At this time, the phone rang again. Shen Lang picked up the phone and yelled, "Brother, don't you need to go to bed? It's only what time is it now?" A familiar voice came from the phone. "Zio Lang, it's me, second uncle. Come up quickly, there are already a lot of people here." Shen Lang suddenly lost his temper. "My second uncle went upstairs to work so early. What else can I say? But we have to put up a sign to indicate the business hours. It's impossible to serve these guys 24 hours a day." Shen Lang got up, put on his clothes, and dragged his somewhat sleepy body to the reservoir. Sure enough, there were already more than a dozen people here. However, no one went down to fish. Later, we found out that a few fishermen had gone down, but were scolded by my second uncle and sent back. There are a few old acquaintances in there. Half of them were here yesterday, and the 3 musketeers were among them. "Morning, boss. I hope the boss didn't disturb your rest." Shen Lang didn't want to pay attention to him. From the sound of his voice, it was the guy who made the phone call. "Today, 880 per person. Same fish freed, back to market price." As soon as Shen Lang finished speaking, someone started shouting, "No way, boss. It was only 280 yesterday, and it's 880 today. You're not going to raise the price just because you're popular." "Yeah, 880 is a bit expensive." Shen Lang was too lazy to pay attention to them. He was already very angry after being woken up so early in the morning. Those who want a fish have paid, and those who don't want a fish can go back. 880 yuan for a free catch fish, and it's a giant like this, and you still think it's expensive. What are you thinking? Do you really think your boss is doing charity? At this time, Liu Jian stepped forward and said, "Boss, 3 people. Liu Jian picked up the phone and said. Shen Lang looked at him with appreciation. "It's worth it that I sold all the bait to you. Thumbs up." Liu Jian and the other 2 paid the money but did not leave. They just watched from the side. Shen Lang naturally knew what they were waiting for. Seeing someone pay the money, the people behind him also paid one after another. After all, those who come to fish so early are all hardcore fishermen. Those few people were just complaining. After everyone had gone down, Liu Jian and the other two came over. "Boss, today's bait." Shen Lang was not vague and directly took it out and handed it to him. Liu Jian paid the money and said, "Boss, is it really only 1 pack a day? If you can, sell us a few more packs, even at double the price." Shen Lang also wanted to buy a few more packs, but the system wouldn't let him. Moreover, after Shen Lang knew the attraction of this bait to fish, he did not dare to sell medium-sized and large fish casually. Most people could not control themselves. "If you don't want it, you can give it back to me," Shen Lang said jokingly. The three of them left like the wind, fearing that Shen Lang would take the bait back. After the three of them left, the second uncle came over and said, "The excavator will be here soon. We will level the ground today. The day after tomorrow, I will have someone come and lay a foundation. Once it is dry, we can start building the house." "Uncle, you've worked hard. I'll give you some money tonight." Shen Lang doesn't have much money now. It's definitely not enough, but judging from the situation today, there will definitely be a lot of people coming, so he should be able to catch a lot of fish. "It's okay, we'll pay together after the work is finished." Second uncle still has some face. Shen Lang didn't say anything. It would be best if he could delay it for a few days. At this time, a truck towing a large excavator slowly came over. My second uncle went to negotiate for a while, and the excavator started working. It's very simple. Just level the site and dig 2 large septic tanks. Then Shen Lang obviously thought things were simple. After 7 o'clock, cars arrived at the dam one after another. Shen Lang completely underestimated how popular it was here. By almost 8 o'clock, there were already 20 or 30 cars and more people were coming. The dam is already full of cars, and many can only park on the way they came. When Shen Lang saw this situation, he thought that if more people came, the road would be blocked. So Shen Lang discussed with his second uncle and decided to level a small hill next to the dam and use it as a parking lot. This time, the project started to get bigger. The excavator may need a day or two to dig, but it can level this side of the house first, which will not affect the construction. "Old classmate, what are you busy with?" Shen Lang was collecting the money when a female voice rang out. Shen Lang looked up and saw who it was but Li Angxin. There was a young man carrying something next to her. He seemed to be her assistant or something like that. "Maybe I can't teach you how to fish today. Look at me." Shen Lang promised to teach someone how to fish yesterday, but today he has to collect money and supervise the construction. He is really too busy. "It's okay, just be busy. I can find a place myself." After saying that, Li Angxin called on the young people to get ready to go down. But she had just taken 2 steps when she heard Shen Lang's voice. "Hey, pay the fishing fee. Today it's 880. Li Angxin turned around and looked at Shen Lang in surprise. "No way, you're going to charge me for fishing too." Shen Lang didn't want to collect the fees, but the system didn't allow it. If he didn't collect the fishing fees, he would make no money. Shen Lang had no choice. "It's open for business. I understand, I understand." Li Angxin's expression changed again and again. "Shen Lang, I don't think you'll ever find a girlfriend in your life." Seeing the looks from the people around him, Li Angxin could only leave these words, pay the fishing fee and walk down. Shen Lang thought he would be busy all morning, but after he collected the fishing fees from the 2 middle-aged men, the system's voice rang. "The number of fishermen in the current water area has reached the upper limit. Please increase the area of the water area." Shen Lang was stunned and looked down at the reservoir. I saw that the shore was crowded with people. The water area was not very large to begin with, and now it was crowded with fishing rods. Shen Lang opened the system panel and counted, and found that there were already 110 people fishing. It seems that upgrading the reservoir area is imperative. Chapter 15, brother, how about selling this fish to me? I'll pay double the price. The time now is already 10 a.m. More people are coming from behind. The vehicles are almost blocking the concrete road below. Shen Lang could only explain the situation apologetically. However, most of the fishermen did not choose to leave, but came to the bottom of the reservoir and chose to watch. The group with the most onlookers are naturally the 3 musketeers. Maybe it was because of the 880 fishing fee today. Plus they used the bait produced by the system. So today they are like the master possessed, with continuous success. The people around them cheered continuously. Since Shen Lang didn't want to receive the fishermen anymore, he also walked over. One look at their fish baskets. Wow, each person has at least 20 fish. "Boss, you're still selling it too low at 880 yuan. It's been sold for thousands of yuan." A fisherman who was watching the game nearby said, "Boss, the fish situation here is really good. I must come early tomorrow." "Sure enough, I'm the first one to catch a big fish here. It's amazing." Have you noticed that their bait smells really good? Of course, Shen Lang doesn't care. You may make a small profit, but I will never lose money. Could the system's algorithm still be wrong? These three people caught so many fish because they used systematic baits, but more than half of ordinary anglers cannot catch 880. In terms of fishing fees, Shen Lang can also earn a little bit, not to mention the rewards from the system. Good, keep it up. Shen Lang gave them encouragement. Boss, we just need to return half of the fish later. Hu Luxian felt a little guilty. It was a bit unethical to use the boss's bait to trick the boss. Liu Jian and Heiazi beside him also understood. That's right, boss. Next time you fish, give me less. How about we just return one fish from the three of us? Shen Lang said hurriedly. How can this be? The rules cannot be broken. It's your ability to catch me. It doesn't matter what you use to catch me, as long as you can catch me, it counts. Shen Lang said hurriedly, am I afraid that you will question me? If everyone could catch fish as fast as you do, I would be able to achieve financial freedom soon. The boss is so generous, he will definitely open a bigger one. Boss, you are the most trustworthy boss I have ever met. Boss, I really want to trade you. The fishermen watching nearby also praised him. Shen Lang left the three musketeers and walked along the shore. From time to time, check the fishermen's fish baskets to see how much they have caught. As expected, as the price went up, the probability of catching fish went up. But it's a bit regrettable that no big fish was caught all morning. After a while, Shen Lang walked to Li Engxin's fishing spot. I saw her kneading bait and talking to the mobile phone in front of her. She had no idea Shen Lang had walked past her. Shen Lang walked behind her and looked at the screen of his mobile phone, which was broadcasting a live broadcast. There are quite a lot of people in the live broadcast room, more than 1,000 people. There are barrages scrolling above. Girls, hold the rod with your wrist. The hit rate is highest if you lift the rod 3 seconds after the float sinks. Just enter the live broadcast room. Is this a fishing channel or a beauty section? Fish, this bait is poisonous. It's a heart-throbbing feeling. Request a drone view. I want to see the entire water terrain. Is this the reservoir where the big fish are? No, this is the reservoir where the beauty was caught by the fish. As soon as Shen Lang appeared, the direction of the barrage changed. Anchor, who is that creepy guy behind you? It can't be the anchor's boyfriend. I don't love him anymore. Wake up, how could the anchor possibly fall for someone like this? Shen Lang's eyes darkened. Is he that bad? At this moment, Li Engxin also saw the barrage, so he turned around. When he saw that it was Shen Lang, he said to the audience in the live broadcast room, this handsome guy is the boss here. Don't say anything, or he won't let you fish when you come. At this moment, the comments in the live broadcast room suddenly changed. I knew it, this guy is so handsome. It turns out he's the boss. Wow, the boss looks so handsome. Boss, are you gay? I'm gay. Shen Lang's eyes also turned dark. What kind of people are in her live broadcast room? Suddenly, a shining special effect appeared on the live broadcast mobile phone screen. A neon grid instantly appeared on the virtual stage, and the word Carnival lit up on the giant LED screen. Li Engxin immediately stood up excitedly and bowed in the direction of the phone. Thanks to Hua Zai, the #1 fishing boss. Thank you so much. On the screen, the guy at the fishing ground only posted a bullet screen. Please ask the boss for me. I'll come over there to play in a few days. Li Engxin saw the barrage and turned to Shen Lang and said, Boss, the guy in the live studio said I'll be here to play for 2 days. Do you welcome me? Welcome, of course you are welcome. Welcome all the bosses to come to the fishing ground. We are known as the paradise of giant fish here. As long as the boss dares to challenge, there will definitely be unexpected surprises. Shen Lang also started advertising at the right time. Just as Shen Lang finished speaking, he heard a commotion not far away. Wow! Shen Lang looked up and saw a young man not far away pulling the fishing rod with all his strength. A big fish has surfaced on the water. It was obvious that they had been running away for a long time, but there were too many people, and Shen Lang didn't notice them. When Li Engxin saw this scene, he hurriedly picked up his mobile phone, pointed it at that direction, and started the live commentary. Look guys, it's a really big fish, and it's already surfaced. As he spoke, he slowly moved closer to that place. Shen Lang looked at her fishing spot. The fish basket had not been opened yet, so it was obvious that no fish had been caught. However, she was a novice, so it was normal that she couldn't catch any fish. Shen Lang also walked over there. The fish just came up, turned over, struggled a few times, and then went down again. The fisherman and the fish started a tug of war again. Brother, how long have you been pulling? Shen Lang patted the people watching the show next to him. The man did not turn around and said, About half an hour. This guy is amazing, he's a master. Shen Lang didn't say much and just watched from the side. I have to say, this guy is really good, as can be seen from the way he pulls the rod. If nothing unexpected happens, it's only a matter of time before this fish comes up. Sure enough, after more than 10 minutes, the fish was pulled ashore. Wang Peng caught a grass carp of 3.2 jin, 15.2 times, equals 48.6 jin. Congratulations on winning 14,786 Chinese yuan. As expected, the higher the multiple, the more money you get. It's just that the basic 3.2 caddies is too low. Otherwise, with this multiple, it would be a huge monster again. Shen Lang walked up and said, "Yo, you're quite capable, brother. Return the fish or take it away." Wang Peng smiled shyly. Go back to the fish. I'll take it away and sell it." This surprised Shen Lang a little. Don't people usually go around the county town? Just then, someone walked over. "Brother, how about you sell me this fish? I'll pay double the price." Shen Lang looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a middle-aged man wearing a gold chain walking out of the crowd. Chapter 16, Fantastic Returns, Shen Lang's Big Promises. Wang Peng looked at Shen Lang, as if asking for Shen Lang's opinion. Shen Lang didn't care. He was free to do whatever he wanted with the fish once he caught it. You decide for yourself. If you catch something here, it's yours. Shen Lang said to Wang Peng. The boss is generous. No wonder the fishing ground is so popular. The middle-aged man showed his yellow teeth, took out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket, and handed one to Shen Lang. "No smoking, thank you." Shen Lang waved his hand and said, "It's better not to smoke. I can't quit even if I want to." After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he looked at Wang Peng again. "Brother, what do you think?" Wang Peng got Shen Lang's permission, so he naturally agreed. Wang Peng sold the fish to a middle-aged man for 2,000 yuan. Of course, this price would be very low if put on the market. After all, fish of this size are a scarce resource. Shen Lang doesn't care. He has a system and he doesn't like this kind of fish. Wang Peng is actually a pure fishing enthusiast who only enjoys the fun of fishing. So it's a bargain for middle-aged people. Amidst a burst of discussion, the middle-aged man asked people to carry the fish to the dam. Today there is another person in the county town who is showing off by hanging a fish on the back of his car. Shen Lang took another walk and returned to the dam. The excavator is still working. The ground of the cabin planned to be used for charging and resting has been leveled, and now the hill is being leveled. Second Aunt and several aunts were busy cooking. When Second Aunt came here in the morning, she was stunned by so many people. There are about 100 or 200 people here, so even if it's a banquet, we'll need more than a dozen tables. Shen Lang also felt that there were too many people, and if they continued to eat for free, he wouldn't be able to handle it. So I asked Second Aunt to call on the aunts nearby to come and help. Cook in the style of a buffet in the city. 20 yuan is enough. At first, Second Aunt and several aunts were shocked when they heard the price of 20 yuan. In the city, it only costs 10 yuan to get more than a dozen dishes. They can only prepare a few dishes in a hurry, so charging 20 is too much. However, Shen Lang told them not to worry, because those who could afford to fish were rarely paupers, and they didn't even know how much they fed the fish in a day. Second Aunt and the others could only start preparing meal in a hurry. Perhaps out of guilt, Shen Lang saw that the dishes they were cooking were all filled with meat. There are hardly any green peppers in the stir-fried pork with green peppers. My second uncle parked the Wuling Hongguang on the side of the road, and the trunk was full of mineral water. And it looks like a lot of bottles have been sold. It seems that the goods were specially imported from the county town. I don't know if the few bottles of water he sold are enough to cover the gas money for this trip. The entire reservoir is thriving. Shen Lang really didn't expect so many people to come today. He became famous so quickly here, and he was totally unprepared to receive so many people. At this time, Shen Bisheng also bought the life-saving supplies. Shen Lang thought about it and decided that the reservoir water area must be upgraded again tonight. Otherwise, it would not be able to accommodate so many people. Nearly half of the people failed to catch any fish today. People are still coming in one after another, but most of them just take a look and leave. It's popular now, and we have to catch this wave of traffic. At 12 noon, dinner is served on time. There are still many fishermen who haven't come to eat. When the people came here heard the price of 20 yuan per person, they were stunned at first, and their first feeling was that it was too expensive. But when they saw that the dish was full of meat, they felt that the boss was really kind. There are 5 dishes, and except for one vegetarian dish, the other ones are all very delicious. When several aunts looked at these people with some guilt, afraid that they would think it was too expensive. Unexpectedly, they seemed so happy while eating. He also gave them thumbs up from time to time, which made them feel embarrassed. When second aunt took inventory in the afternoon, she found that 96 lunches had been sold today. That is 1,920 yuan, but the pork they used was nearly 100 kilograms. At last count, the profit was only a few hundred yuan. Shen Lang really didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but second aunt said that they would do this again in the future. After all, they couldn't make that dirty money. In the afternoon, Shen Lang asked Shen Bisheng to make a few billboards, such as "The water is dangerously deep. Please do not swim." Also, it opens at 8 a.m. and closes at 5 p.m., etc. In the afternoon, another big fish weighing 46 kilograms was caught. The others are at most 20 kilograms. But today we caught nearly 500 fish in total. Shen Lang collected 96,800 fishing fees. The system refunded 205,380, and he received 62,510 in fish returns, with a profit of 239,670 today. Shen Lang felt like he was in a dream. More than 200,000 a day. This was something that we would never have dared to think about in the past. Think about the monthly salary of 3,000 yuan in the past. It's like heaven and earth. Shen Lang calculated that the fisherman only made 20% of his investment today, or maybe he got the upper hand. The others were all losses, and some even only caught one or two. There are several in the Air Force. For example, the anchor Li Angson. Of course, her main business is not fishing, and the gift that Big Brother gave her has paid for itself. Besides, she has been broadcasting for a whole day, so there must be a lot of gifts of all sizes. Apparently, this first day of her career change was a great start. The main thing is that her current personality is that of a fishing novice, so there is no possibility of collapse. Beauty, newbie, fishing, giant. Although the combination of these nouns seems inconsistent, it is indeed a traffic password. After everyone had left, Shen Lang assigned another task to Shen Bisheng. Because Shen Lang decided to upgrade the reservoir area today, based on the experience of that day, there will be a heavy rain after 12 o'clock. Then there must be no one in the reservoir. In order to prevent people from coming back to fish, he had to guard here for a while. There are too few staff now, so he can only work hard. During dinner, second aunt was very excited. After all, she earned more than 200 yuan by distributing the wages of several aunts today. If she does this every day, she can earn several $1,000s a month. This is indeed a considerable income for her, who has been used to poverty in the countryside. What Shen Lang didn't expect was that his second uncle actually made more than 100 yuan from selling water. The two elders praised Shen Lang highly, and their smiles never stopped coming back. Not long after the meal, all the young and old who stayed in the village gathered together. In the past, they probably only knew that Shen Lang had contracted the reservoir behind. But today, the popularity of Shen Lang Reservoir is something that everyone is talking about, especially knowing that one of those fishermen paid 880 yuan today. Anyone who knows how to do the math knows how profitable this business is. In the past, no matter what people said behind Shen Lang's back, that he was not doing his job properly after returning, or that Shen Lang had not found a girlfriend at such an age. Now everyone is happy to see Shen Lang, as if they have seen the god of wealth. You didn't see it. There were hundreds of people there today. We charged 2,000 yuan for the meal. An aunt who was helping with cooking was talking to them in a low voice. That's right. There are more than 100 people fishing, and one person can get 880 yuan. Another aunt also echoed, "Wow, that doesn't mean nearly 100,000 yuan for just one day." An uncle said in a surprised tone, "Not really. You have to pay for catching fish, but it should be tens of thousands." Everyone was shocked by this number. Shen Lang naturally knew the purpose of these people's visit. At the same time, he also hopes to get rich with these relatives. Of course, Shen Lang cannot bring it up first. He has to let them bring it up first so that the initiative is in his hands. They will be grateful later if they say to themselves, "Come and help me." Then later they might say, "Zairoling asked us to help, so I came." This is not just quibbling. Shen Lang knows the people in his village too well. I'm not saying anything bad about them. In fact, that's human nature. It just depends on how you use it. Zio Lang, we've all watched you grow up. If you can help with anything related to the reservoir, just tell your uncle. Everyone was present, and after chatting for a while, the village chief started asking Shen Lang. At this time, the voices of people chatting nearby became quieter, and everyone looked at Shen Lang. Chapter 17. System level stuck. You need to catch a fish weighing more than 100 kilograms. Shen Lang already had a plan in mind. In fact, as long as you help everyone make money, everyone will be grateful to you. And in this small piece of land, as long as everyone supports him, this force will be considerable. What's more, everyone in this village has been descended from the same ancestor for several generations. In everyone's expectant eyes, Shen Lang said, I am very grateful to this place for nurturing me. Naturally, I cannot be an ungrateful person. I plan to build a homestay next to the reservoir and run it together. The monthly salary for those working there ranges from 3,000 to 6,000 yuan. I will give 10% of my shares to the village collective, and we can all get the dividends together. At this point, people began to discuss each other. They obviously have no idea about this B&B and don't know how much dividend they can get. Hearing the following discussion, he continued, the B&B will be built in several phases, and the total investment is expected to be in the tens of millions. As soon as Shen Lang finished speaking, everyone became excited again. Wow, tens of millions. So many, aren't they just a few houses? The village chief saw the commotion below and shouted, everyone be quiet and listen to Xiaoling continue. Everyone became quiet again in an instant. After earning more than 200,000 yuan today, Shen Lang started thinking about his future plans. He wants to turn the entire hillside next to the reservoir into a group of homestays. Actually, this place is a little remote, but the scenery is amazing. If it is built in the future, with the blessing of a fishing sanctuary, profitability is a sure thing. Let me do some calculations for you. The hundreds of rooms behind us cost a few hundred to 1,000 yuan each on average, so we can make hundreds of thousands a day, tens of millions a month, and 1 or 2 small goals a year. Excluding operating expenses and various management fees, if 10% goes to you, each family can get at least hundreds of thousands a year. When everyone heard this, there was another uproar. This income is already their income for several years, and they get the money without doing anything. Shen Lang naturally painted a big pie for them first. As for whether they can achieve this income in the future, that is a matter for the future. However, Shen Lang is still quite confident. He said that it was an underestimation. There are a lot of people staying in those high-end hotels that cost thousands a night. For example, if the room is facing the water, you can fish directly on the terrace of the room. This is specially prepared for the wealthy. If they don't get special treatment, how can they show their nobility? But this requires everyone's support and joint efforts. For that goal, let's work together. The passion of those aunts, uncles, and uncles was simply burning. Xiaoling, we all support you. Xiaoling, good job. This small gathering didn't disperse until around 10 o'clock. Only after everyone left did Shen Lang have time to upgrade the system. Shen Lang knew deeply that his reliance on making money was the system and the reservoir that was bound to it. Therefore, only by making the system more powerful can you make more money. It is 200,000 today, and it may be 2 million in a while. Shen Lang opened the system. Name Shen Lang. Age 25. Bound waters, Shiquan Reservoir. Water area, 7201 square meters. Water depth, 15 meters. Current fish growth multiple. 215 times, the higher the multiple, the lower the probability. Current session, 960 per day, effective after 12:00. Current number of fishermen, none. Hey, why is it rising again? Shen Lang was very confused, as he had not made any moves today. He used to think that the daily fishing fee would increase only by the multiple of his level increase. But now it seems that is not the case. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Shen Lang's head, and he seemed to understand why the price had risen. He remembered that he originally wanted to buy fish outside, but the price went up the next day, so he gave up buying fish. And that day, Shen Lang used the system's bait on Hu Luxian. Because of yesterday's sharp rise in prices, I sold the bait for medium-sized fish to Liu Muking. Today I am also selling bait to the 3 musketeers. Therefore, it seems that the bait produced by the system is not just for fishing. It seems to attract fish from the underground river to swim into the reservoir. But now people can only enter the reservoir but not exit. So there will be more and more fish in the reservoir, and the price will go up. I just don't know how many fish are there in the underground river. Shen Lang figured out the reason and stopped worrying about it. Start adding some. He now has more than 200,000 yuan in his hands. It's time to splurge. Raise the upper limit of the fish multiplier first. I saw that the upper limit of 17 times became 18, then 19 and 20. Shen Lang originally planned to add it to 20, but he was surprised to find that the plus sign after the 20 times turned gray. Shen Lang was puzzled and continued clicking. Host, please complete the prerequisites and increase the minimum multiple to 5 times. Shen Lang understood, so he raised the minimum multiple to 5 times. So the plus sign after 5 times also turned gray, and the plus sign after 20 times is still gray. Shen Lang clicked again, and the system prompt sound came out again. Host, please complete the prerequisites and catch a fish weighing more than 100 jin in the reservoir, regardless of species. It's not as simple as I imagined. Catching a 100-pound fish is not as easy as you think. Not to mention whether the fish will eat the bait. Even if it does, you have to be able to pull it out faster than it. That was a fierce battle that lasted at least 2 hours. As for whether there is anything in the reservoir, there is no doubt about it. The fish that dragged Liu muking into the water weighed at least 100 kilograms. Things will work out when the time comes. Shen Lang believes someone will eventually catch the fish. Shen Lang looked at the system panel again. He spent another 100,000 to upgrade the water area directly to 17,201 square meters. The current system panel data is: name Shen Lang, age 25, bound waters, Shikwin Reservoir, water area, 17,201 square meters, increased after 12 o'clock. Water depth, 15 meters. Current fish growth multiple, 520 times. The higher the multiple, the lower the probability. Current session, 400 per day, effective after 12:00. Current number of fishermen, none. Shen Lang saved tens of thousands of dollars in case of emergency. After all, there are so many places to spend money now. The area being upgraded this time is so large, there will definitely be a huge rainstorm. Shen Lang felt that it would be more reassuring if he went to the reservoir in person to take a look. So he went out and opened his second uncle's Wuling Hongguang. As soon as I started the car, I saw my second uncle coming out of the house. Zio Lang, where are you going so late? Let's go check out the reservoir. According to the weather forecast, it's going to rain heavily tonight and the water level may rise again tomorrow. Let's pick up Brother Bisheng while we're at it. Wait a minute, I'll go with you. After saying that, second uncle walked into the room again and came over with a flashlight. Shen Lang did not refuse and drove his second uncle to the reservoir. When he arrived at the reservoir, Shen Lang saw a man playing with his mobile phone on the dam. I don't know who Shen Bisheng is. When Shen Bisheng saw the car, he knew it was Shen Lang coming, and he came up to greet the two of them. Brother Bisheng, how is it? Is there anyone secretly fishing here? Shen Lang said with a smile. Several waves of people came, but I chased them all back. Shen Bisheng said. Shen Lang guessed that those fishermen would definitely come back. Never underestimate the fishermen's determination to fish. It seems like I'll have to find someone to work the night shift from now on. Chapter 18. The water area grew larger, heavy rains occurred overnight, and the road collapsed. Shen Lang had a headache. Fishing was definitely not allowed at night. What if something happened? The probability of catching a big fish is still very high. We were pulled into the water twice yesterday. Don't worry, there will be new people in a few days. Many of the young people who went out are willing to come back. The second uncle said beside him. Oh, those are coming back. Shen Bisheng said doubtfully. He has been guarding the reservoir here, so he doesn't know what's going on below. So my second uncle told the story again. Shen Bisheng looked at Shen Lang with some excitement. If that was really the case, then it was natural for everyone to come back. But Ziyarling, it's a good thing that you divide the money, but how to divide it is a difficult problem. Should it be divided by household or by person? Shen Lang was stunned. He didn't think so deeply about it. It definitely won't work if we divide it by households. Some households have only a few people, while others have more than a dozen. If all of them participate in the labor, it will definitely lead to unfairness. If we divide it by population, those with smaller populations will have objections. Uncle, I don't care about this anymore. Let's discuss it with everyone. Shen Lang was too lazy to care about these things. Allocating such things was the most troublesome thing, and it would take a highly respected person to arrange it. I think so too. Let's have a meeting later and discuss it. Second uncle nodded. As the initiator, Shen Lang really couldn't make the decision directly on this matter. It would be best for everyone to discuss it. The three of them chatted while waiting for time. Maybe it's too late and no one comes here anymore. When it was almost 12 o'clock, Shen Lang said, no one will come today and it's going to rain soon, let's go back. Second uncle and Shen Bisheng looked at the big moon above their heads with some doubts. Rained? Can it rain in this weather? But they didn't say anything. After all, there were still many things to do tomorrow, and it would be best to go back and rest early. When they returned to the village, it was just past 12 o'clock. I saw the sky suddenly darken. The moon was covered by dark clouds, and raindrops as big as beans fell down amid lightning and thunder. Just like last time, we said it would rain at 12 o'clock, not a second more. Shen Lang sent Shen Bisheng home and then drove home. The few meters from the car to the eaves made Shen Lang soaked to the bone. The rain is just like pouring water down there. Second aunt waited for them at the door before she breathed a sigh of relief. Shen Lang went back upstairs, took a shower and fell asleep. He is also very tired today. He got up so early and was busy all day, but he is just going to bed now. The next morning, Shen Lang was awakened by a knock on the door. The voice of the second uncle came from outside the door. Xiaoling, hurry up. The road to the reservoir was washed away by yesterday's rain. Here it comes. Shen Lang fumbled to pick up the phone beside his head and looked at the time. It was 5:48, not even 6 o'clock yet. You old man, aren't you sleepy? Do you want me to sleep a little longer? Let it collapse, it's not a big deal, right? What road collapsed? Shen Lang woke up. Looks like I'll be busy again today. Shen Lang dragged his sleepy body out of bed. I was too lazy to wash up and just went downstairs. His second uncle was already waiting for him in the car. After getting in the car, I stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the dam. When I drove out of the village, I saw several cars parked on the roadside from a distance. Shen Lang couldn't help but sigh, don't these fishermen need to sleep? When we drove in, we saw that most of these cars had license plates from other places. He must be from out of town. Soon Shen Lang and his second uncle arrived at the site of the landslide. The water directly washed out a large groove in the road's surface, and a section of about 10 meters long fell directly from the middle of the road. When the road was being built, this place was filled with excavated earth and stones. There has never been such heavy rain before, so nothing has happened. The rain last night was really heavy. Shen Lang didn't know how long it had been raining, but from the sound of water splashing everywhere, he knew how heavy the rain was. If the area was larger, it might have been a terrible flood. The boss is here. Someone next to him recognized Shen Lang. Shen Lang looked over. Maybe there were too many people yesterday, so he didn't have any impression of this person. However, Shen Lang was still impressed by the person next to him. It was Wang Peng, who was the only one who caught a big fish yesterday. Good morning. Shen Lang also said hello. How much rain did it rain here yesterday? Not a drop of rain fell in the county town. This is really strange. The man said with some doubt. Shen Lang was stunned. Wasn't it raining in the county? It seemed that the system only made the rain cover this area of the reservoir. Maybe this is what they call localized rain. Shen Lang made a joke at the right time. Boss, are you still allowed to fish today? Wang Peng next to him asked. Obviously, he only cared about this. Shen Lang was not sure about the above situation, so he said, let's go up and take a look. So a few people walked up there. The collapsed section of the road was not far from the road leading into the village, so they still had to walk almost 2 kilometers. But fortunately, there was not much impact on the following places. At most, some soil on the road was washed away, making it look a bit bumpy. It seems that this road needs to be hardened, but it is not a small amount of effort to repair more than 2 kilometers of road. Shen Lang couldn't help but have a headache. There was money everywhere. Although he knew that he would be able to earn the money soon, he still felt a little depressed when he thought about how much he owed before he earned it. I don't know how those bosses who owe hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars get through their day. When he arrived at the reservoir, Shen Lang saw at a glance that the area had more than doubled in size. Now it looks quite large. It's more than enough to accommodate more than 200 fishermen. But Shen Lang believes that, as time goes by, it will definitely not be enough. Boss, it rained so hard yesterday that the reservoir has gotten so much bigger. Wang Peng said with some surprise. Shen Lang took a look and found that except the water level had increased, nothing else had changed. It should be business as usual today, but those fishermen need to walk up. But they can park their cars inside the village. It would be much faster to come from the small road. Yeah, the weather here is weird, with a rainstorm every now and then, and it might come again in a few days. Shen Lang said, then boss, can we go fishing today? Obviously Wang Peng doesn't care about those things. He only cares about whether he can fish. Sure, but only after 8 o'clock. After Shen Lang finished speaking, he pointed to the sign that had just been put up yesterday. It clearly stated the business hours, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. No way, boss, we're starting fishing so late. We can't fish at 5 o'clock. It's summer now, the sun rises early and the sun sets late. It's like this now, we are short-staffed and can't handle it. We'll talk about it later. Shen Lang ignored him and said to his second uncle, "Uncle, tell the excavator to come over earlier and repair the road below." Fortunately, the excavator just arrived yesterday and can be used to repair the road. But judging by the landslide there, traffic probably won't be able to pass today. So Shen Lang called Shen Bisheng again. "Brother Bisheng, are you up? Help direct traffic at the entrance of the village today. The road up has collapsed. Let them enter the village and then come up the small road." Shen Bisheng also exclaimed and then agreed. What Shen Lang first told Shen Bisheng was to let him be a lifeguard. "Now I have become a person who does everything. The main reason is that there is a shortage of manpower. Yesterday, the uncles and aunts said that their younger generations would be coming back, and he only had to wait for 2 days. If it's really not enough, then recruit more people from outside." Shen Lang is not afraid that his relatives will be difficult to manage. It is definitely difficult to manage 1 or 2 relatives, but it is different if they are all relatives and all share the profits. The elders in the village will educate the children, so Shen Lang doesn't even need to do anything. Chapter 19. Challenge of the 100 Jin Fish. The fishermen call for a plate from the boss. Shen Lang is arranging matters. After calling the excavator master, second uncle told Shen Lang that the master was on the way and would arrive in about half an hour. The cars below also stopped one after another in the village. With such a big commotion, everyone in the village woke up. Those uncles and aunts also came up to the dam and asked Shen Lang if he needed any help. It seems that yesterday's mobilization has made them want to quickly integrate into this business. Shen Lang did not act pretentiously and began to assign tasks, asking a few people to help Shen Bisheng and arranging 2 people to be signposts. A few ants came up to make breakfast, so the whole village started to get busy. In fact, there were not many things to do, but Shen Lang felt that he could not dampen everyone's enthusiasm, so he forcibly arranged some things to do. Let them feel involved, then they will have a sense of belonging. After a while, the excavator master arrived and drove the excavator to build the road. And below, more and more fishermen arrived at the dam. When I heard that we could not start fishing until 8 o'clock, I complained a few times and started chatting with others nearby. Because of the popularity online, many people came here from other places today. Some people are asking about what's going on here, and the local fishermen also started bragging. It is said that yesterday a master fished out a giant fish weighing nearly 50 kilograms, but he sold it to someone else. Those outsiders were regretting that they were not there. Otherwise, they would have competed to buy it. What they didn't know was that Wang Peng, who caught the big catch yesterday, was sitting behind them. However, Wang Peng seems to be a little unsociable. If he were one of the 3 musketeers, he would definitely be bragging now. Time is passing. By 8 o'clock, the dam was already crowded with people. Compared to yesterday, the number of people today should have reached a new level. "It's 8 o'clock, where is the boss?" Just as it was 8 o'clock, someone started shouting. This sentence was like lighting a powder keg, and everyone started to get excited. "The boss was just here, let's go look for him." The fishermen who were guarding beside him had already surrounded him. "Take out your cell phone and let Shen Lang charge you. The boss is there." As one person pointed at Shen Lang, everyone began to rush over here. Shen Lang realized that his decision to start fishing at 8 o'clock was a bit too rigid, because in just a few seconds, he was surrounded by people. "Come one by one, today's fishing fee is 400. The rules are the same, the fish are free." Shen Lang had no choice but to shout loudly, "I have to find a paid one tomorrow, otherwise what's the point of being so busy?" Shen Lang took out the QR code and asked them to start scanning it one by one. "Boss, is your fishing fee updated in real time? It's so cheap, does the boss look down on us? Everyone work hard and make the boss cry." Although many people waited for more than an hour, but it seems that no one is in any mood because of the waiting. Shen Lang also said with a smile, "If you have the guts, go ahead and catch them. There are big fish weighing more than 100 kilograms in there. If you can catch them, I'll pay you." Speaking of this, Shen Lang had a flash of inspiration. Why don't you organize an activity to motivate them to catch 100-pound fish? Not only can you complete your previous tasks, but you can also attract more people to come fishing. So Shen Lang stood on the stone next to him and said, "Everyone be quiet." The fishermen all looked at Shen Lang. "I decided to organize an event called the 100 Jin Big Fish Challenge. No matter what method you use, as long as you catch a fish weighing more than 100 jin, You will be rewarded with 50,000 yuan, and we will also issue a certificate of honor. Of course, I know that the bosses look down on that little reward, but you must really want this honor, right? The whole dam was boiling again. Is there any large cargo weighing more than 100 kilograms in here? Brother, didn't you see the video of that beautiful girl being dragged into the water and then dragged away? Is this where the video is? Boss, I'll take the 50,000 yuan, but you should take the certificate back and burn it. Why are you still talking so much? Take your money and start fishing. The atmosphere was directly livened up by Shen Lang's news. Fishermen are all very passionate. After paying the money, they went down to find a location and started to make a nest. When most people had left, the three musketeers stayed behind. Shen Lang didn't waste any words and took out the bait directly. The three musketeers scanned the code directly. It seemed that this had become a tacit agreement. Shen Lang already knew that the increase in fishing fees was closely related to the use of system bait. It is likely that the bait attracted the fish in the underground river, but this also saves money on buying fish. I don't know how many fish are left in the underground river, but in this early stage when I'm short of money, I can save myself a lot of money on buying fish. After the three musketeers left, Li Angxin finally came over. Shen Lang, it seems that I underestimated you. You can even organize activities. In Li Angxin's eyes, the resurgence of Shen Lang's fishing ground is just like those internet celebrities who become famous overnight. They don't have much talent, but they have the traffic that others dream of. Shen Lang smiled and said, I just came up with this idea. By the way, please help me promote it in your live broadcast room. Sure, I'll waive the fishing fee today. How about that be used as a promotion fee? Li Angxin winked at Shen Lang. That won't work. The fishing fee cannot be waived. Unexpectedly, Shen Lang refused without even thinking about it. Li Angxin was extremely angry. This was the first time she had seen such a stingy person. Shen Lang, I think you're going to be single for the rest of your life. After scanning the code, Li Angxin said something to Shen Lang and turned and left. Shen Lang was somewhat confused. So, do you agree to help me with the publicity or not? Shen Lang looked at Li Angxin's back and shouted. Unexpectedly, after hearing his words, Li Angxin quickened her pace, and even her assistant could hardly keep up. She's an old classmate. She cursed me for not being able to find a girlfriend. She wouldn't even tell me if she agreed to promote the show. Shen Lang shook his head. Women are really troublesome. At this moment, the voice of the second aunt came. Zyro Lang, come and eat noodles. Here it comes. In the morning, everyone just has to deal with it. Cooking rice takes too much time, so I just cook noodles. These noodles are made from scratch family by family. Of course, there are people specifically responsible for the following things. Shen Lang finally understood why they say, everything is difficult at the beginning. He has his own system, and all the other tedious things give him a headache. He was just an employee before, and he would only start to find ways to solve many problems when he encountered them. But Shen Lang had no other options, as no one here had any experience. Hit more walls, step into more pits, push the walls away and fill the pits, then the road will be flat, right? Shen Lang has the system, which is his biggest trump card and the ace to overcome all obstacles. Chapter 20, Not Enough Manpower, Cousin Ryulan. After breakfast, Shen Lang started charging again. He originally wanted to hand over this task, and he also wanted to go and see how the road below was being dug. At first, the ants didn't know much about mobile payment, so Shen Lang began to wonder if there was anyone around him who could handle this task. When he thought of this, he immediately thought of someone. My aunt's daughter, who is also my cousin, seems to have graduated from college, and it seems that he is studying accounting. The majors are also relevant, as they both deal with money. Although it's not a famous university, it's more than enough for this. To put it bluntly, it's a waste of talent. Shen Lang thought about it, found his cousin's WeChat and sent a message. Ryulan, are you there? Where do you work now? My cousin is Yang Ryulan, and she used to be quite cheerful. Every time they meet, she happily calls him Brother Lang. When I was a kid, I followed him everywhere. In just a few seconds, the message came back. Stop talking, poor workers. Interns have no human rights. Then come and help me. I'll make sure you have good food and drinks. Brother Lang, you got rich. Did you win the lottery? Shen Lang was speechless, but still returned. That's about right. Are you coming or not? Forget it. I still want to accumulate more experience. After all, the income in this line of work is still considerable. 10,000 a month, and I'll pay more depending on the situation. If you don't come, I'll find someone else. Brother Lang, have you been dragged into a pyramid scheme? Obviously, Yang Ruolan refused to believe it. Shen Lang had no choice but to make a video call. The video was connected after a while, and a delicate little beauty appeared in the video. But the video seems to be in a small space. It looks exactly like a public toilet cubicle. Brother Lang, it's not too late to turn back now. Shen Lang walked around everywhere. See where this is. Yang Ruolan was stunned. The reservoir behind you. Why has it changed so much, and why are there so many people? You contracted this reservoir to build a fishing ground. Now there's a fire. Do you want to come back and help me? Yang Ruolan was obviously still a little bit in disbelief. Brother Lang, are you serious? I'll give you 10,000 a month first, and then I'll increase it depending on the situation, and I can even give you dividends later. In the video, Yang Ruolan seemed to rush out. Then he said hurriedly, Brother Lang, wait for me. I'll buy a ticket now and arrive in the evening. Remember to pick me up at the train station. After saying that, he hung up the phone. I don't know from whom he inherited this impetuous personality. It's not easy for Shen Lang to give this salary of 10,000. From now on, Shen Lang plans to hand over the management and distribution of finances other than the system to this cousin. Of course, currently including collecting money here. Shen Lang thought about the positions he still needed. A few more people are needed to manage the fishing grounds, responsible for safety, fish recovery, and other matters. Yesterday, he was exhausted just by collecting fish. If the system hadn't recorded how much each person weighed, he would have no idea how long he would have been busy yesterday. In the future, as the water area becomes larger and more people fisher, one person will be responsible for one area. Cleaning staff are also needed. Not all of these fishermen are so clean. After a long time, garbage will pile up and someone must be hired to clean it at all times. Shen Lang was thinking about the position he might need. Just then, there was a commotion below the reservoir, and Shen Lang stood up to look. A fisherman's fishing rod exploded. Generally, everyone will make a fuss in this situation, which is also one of the pleasures of fishing. It's almost 9 o'clock, and there are already more than 100 people. And more people are coming. It looks like it will be easy to exceed the number of yesterday. Boss, how do you catch fish? Shen Lang answered subconsciously. 400 a day, the fish is free. Catch a 100 jin fish and get a reward of 50,000. Oh, there is such a good thing. Boss, are you doing charity? Shen Lang raised his head and saw a short-haired young man in front of him, who looked very energetic. What puzzled him was that there was someone next to him, filming with a mobile phone. What are you filming? Shen Lang pointed at the person filming next to him. Oh, let's record our lives, it won't have any impact. Shen Lang looked at the young man in front of him carefully again, and he seemed somewhat familiar. Judging from the posture, he should be a fishing blogger. Otherwise, who would have an assistant to follow and film for no reason? Shen Lang was not afraid. As a fishing blogger, he must post a video, which would bring another wave of traffic. That doesn't matter. Hey boss, is it true that you're offering a 50,000 yuan reward for catching a 100 jin fish? Shen Lang rolled his eyes at him. Of course it's true. As long as you catch it, I'll transfer the money to you on the spot. Then I got a great bargain today. The young man looked very confident. It's good to be confident. I'm just afraid you'll be pulled into the water. There are life buoys and life jackets next to you. Remember to put them on. Shen Lang said. The young man took a step back and said excitedly, Boss, who are you looking down on? Shen Lang didn't say anything, just took out the QR code. Okay, I must take care of you today. After saying that, he took out his mobile phone and scanned the money. Not far away, I saw him talking to his phone. Today's boss is too arrogant. We must get the 50,000 yuan. Shen Lang shook his head. It seemed that this was undoubtedly a fishing blogger, but he rarely watched him, so he didn't know whether he was a big or small internet celebrity. Shen Lang didn't ask. He didn't care about the big or small internet celebrity as long as he could bring him traffic. It was almost 11 o'clock in the morning, and the road was finally open to traffic. The excavator dug up a lot of large rocks and piled them underneath, hoping to prevent landslides later. This is only temporary. If we want to harden this road in the future, it will definitely need to be reinforced. But the road was still open, and the cars coming from behind stopped directly on the dam. The excavator master continued to dig his parking lot. Cement and sand were also brought to the site, ready to be used as the foundation and hardened on the ground first, and then the wooden house could be built directly like building blocks. The place is not big, so it should be done today. We can start construction after it dries for 2 days. And I actually caught 2 big fish this morning. One weighs 59 pounds, The other weighs 51 pounds, both weigh over 50 pounds. Still a long way from the goal of 100 kilograms. What surprised Shen Lang was that the blogger who came in the morning was actually a big internet celebrity. Also from City C, his name is Master Wu. That's the one mentioned. One of them, weighing 51 kilograms, was caught by Master Wu. These two fish directly allowed the system to cash back more than 40,000 yuan. As the multiplier increases, the money becomes more and more. That's right, keep up the good work. The more you catch, the more I earn. Because there wasn't enough food yesterday, I made a lot more today. Because the food yesterday had a good reputation, there were obviously a lot more people eating here today. But the conditions are indeed limited. There are relatively few dishes, and the tableware is all disposable. These can only come slowly. In the afternoon, Shen Lang came to the place where Master Wu was fishing. He also wanted to see how good Master Wu's skills were. Because his only target is giant fish, I heard that his bait is specially designed for catching giant fish. Now there are quite a lot of people gathered around Master Wu. It's similar to the Three Musketeers. In fact, the Three Musketeers are also minor celebrities here. After all, the speed at which they catch fish is quite terrifying. Sometimes they catch more than 10 fish in a row. But recently I have to be more restrained. It seems that there are not as many connecting rods as before. But it has become much more stable. I used to catch fish in the morning hour or two, but after that I was just like an ordinary person. Although the frequency of catching fish is not as high as before, we still catch fish all day long. Shen Lang knew the reason. That bag of bait is not enough for the three of them to spend. So now they have come up with a solution, mixing the bait produced by the system with ordinary bait. Although the effect is a little worse, at least it can be stable within a day. 3 seconds of extreme pleasure, or an hour of normal pleasure. I think many people have a clear answer in their hearts. Chapter 21, Attracting Internet Celebrities. Masters also want to challenge. Shen Lang was a little confused. Don't these three have to go to work now? They come here every day. After watching Master Wu catch 2 fish, Shen Lang had to admit that this guy was really good at fishing. He could catch fish cleanly and neatly without any delay. Master Wu smiled and said when he saw Shen Lang coming, "Boss, you can buy fish here. Look, I caught so many." Shen Lang also smiled and said, "I was starting to misjudge it. It turned out to be Master Wu." Master Wu said quickly, "Hey, I'm not really a master. The boss won't come and chase me away, will he?" After all, Master Wu has been blacklisted by many fishing grounds. The owners are losing a lot of money because of too many fish. You haven't even caught a 100 jin catch yet. How can you leave? If you leave, you will be unworthy of the name of this master. Boss, you are joking. It is not so easy to catch a 100 jin fish. But since you said so, I will continue to fish for you. Shen Lang chatted for a few words and left. I come here because I'm afraid you can't get me. The more you get me, the more I earn. Shen Lang turned around again. The entrance fee is a little lower today, so the overall fish catch is still a little lower than yesterday. But those who need to explode will still explode, and those who need to use their air force will still use their air force. Shen Lang was puzzled. You said you spent 400 yuan to go fishing, so how come you came back empty-handed? No, next time I have to find 2 people with good fishing skills to teach everyone how to fish. I won't allow any empty-handed people here. Li Angson surprisingly caught 2 fish today. It may be that the big brothers in the live broadcast room have good teaching, or it may be that there are benefits for newbies. Shen Lang smiled when he saw the title of her live broadcast room. Come and help me catch the boss. I'll give you 50,000 yuan for a 100 jin fish. And the number of people in her live broadcast room has always been maintained at more than 2,000. For a new fishing anchor, this is considered a great start. But I don't know how many people come here to watch fishing. 3 big fish weighing more than 50 kilograms were caught throughout the afternoon. Master Wu posted another one. Wang Peng also posted one. And the other one was from the ferocious-looking guy who came last time. This made Shen Lang look at Wang Peng with new respect. I didn't expect this somewhat shy boy to be so brave. You know, if the fish is big and you don't control the skills well, the rod will either explode or become unhooked. If the chassis is unstable, it will sink into the water. Several rods have burst today, and 2 of them are in the water. Fortunately, there were a lot of swimming rings nearby, and the people nearby pulled it up in time. However, the fisherman's enthusiasm was not dampened at all. He didn't care about his wet body and continued fishing. It was as if he wanted to avenge himself for being dragged into this situation. When I finished work in the evening, I had caught more than 400 fish. and the system returned nearly 300,000 yuan. After deducting the fish caught, I made more than 20,000 yuan from the entrance fees for fishing. Another fruitful day. Shen Lang discovered that the multiples of fish today seemed to be generally much higher. According to Shen Lang's previous guess that the multiples would be adjusted once for each fish to enter, this was obviously not consistent. Shen Lang couldn't help but come up with another guess. Could it be that the fish in this reservoir adjust their multipliers once every morning? Or if you put the caught fish back in, the multiplier will be refreshed again. Both of these are possible, but Shen Lang was not sure which one it was, or there might be other possibilities. After dinner, Shen Lang drove to the county train station to pick up his cousin. The freight train arrives at around 9 p.m., so there is still plenty of time. Shen Lang had only been away from the small village for a few days, and yet it felt like a long time had passed. The shock brought to him by activating the system, and the busy days really made him feel that time had slowed down. And earning 300,000 yuan a day made him feel like he was in a dream. The train arrived on time at 9 p.m. Shen Lang also received a call from his cousin, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Shen Lang's family genes are pretty good. Shen Lang is actually quite handsome, but a little thin. His cousin is naturally pretty too. Brother Lang here. Shen Lang looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a tall beauty calling him from across the train station square. Shen Lang smiled and waved at him. Are you hungry? I'll take you to a feast. Okay, what to eat? Barbecue. Ah, what a feast barbecue is. Then go back and eat. There are some leftovers at home. At a roadside barbecue stall, Shen Lang was talking to Yang Ruolan about his fish pond. There are things arranged for her. From now on, you will be my chief financial officer. All money must pass through your hands, including mine. I think that giving you enough power is enough. Yang Ruolan's eyes were full of stars. She didn't expect her cousin to trust her so much. Don't worry, brother. I will manage your small treasury in an orderly manner. Shen Lang showed a meaningful smile. Brother Lang, why did you only post 2 videos on your Douyin account and then stop? Didn't you become famous online? Why don't you manage it well? After chatting for a while, Yang Ruolan looked at Shen Lang's TikTok account and said. Shen Lang smiled awkwardly. Did I tell you because I don't know how to edit? But he immediately rolled his eyes. Can you edit videos? Do video promotion? Yang Ruolan had no idea that her burden was about to be increased. Yes, my roommate and I also post some videos of ourselves playing around, but they're not very popular. I can teach you how to do it. It would be a shame if you don't promote it since you have so many fans. Although Shen Lang's Douyin account doesn't post many videos, it has already gained 50,000 to 60,000 fans due to its popularity. Shen Lang didn't expect his cousin to be so. I'm old now, I don't understand the things you young people have to say. This video was made for me by someone else. Brother Lang, you are only 2 years older than me, how can you be old? Either you help me manage the account and post 2 videos when you have nothing to do, and I'll give you a share of the money earned from the account. Yang Ruolan's eyes lit up, and when she heard about money, she naturally became very motivated. Then they started to make suggestions. When they knew that Shen Lang was holding an event where a reward of 50,000 yuan would be given for catching fish that weighed 100 kilograms, they even said that they would help him shoot a video tomorrow to promote it. Tang Yue naturally agreed. After the two of them finished their midnight snack, it was already 10:30 in the evening. Because I have to go to the reservoir to start work tomorrow morning, I have to rush back home overnight. Shen Lang had no choice but to drive that broken second-hand Wuling out of the county and head towards the mountain road. To be honest, the smell inside the van was very bad, which made Shen Lang want to buy a car for the first time. When this is all over, I will definitely buy myself a luxury car. Shen Lang and Yang Ruolan chatted a lot along the way. More interesting things from the past. When I got home, it was almost 12 o'clock. Uncle and aunt were still awake and came to greet Shen Lang when they saw him coming back. My Ruolan has become more beautiful again. Are you hungry? Your aunt will cook for you. Second aunt simply ignored Shen Lang, took Yang Ruolan's hand and walked into the house. Aunt, I've already eaten. Eat less if you've already eaten. I'll cook you a bowl of noodles. No need, aunt. Start the barbecue with brother Lang. Sometimes the care from elders is always overwhelming. Fortunately, my second uncle stopped him quickly. Okay, it's already this late. What else are you going to eat? Go to bed early. So second aunt took Yang Ruolan to the room that had just been tidied up. Shen Lang also returned to his room and went to sleep. Chapter 22, Look everyone, the boss has been dragged into this. Zyro Lang, get up. The construction is about to begin upstairs. Early in the morning, Shen Lang was woken up by his second uncle. Because we are going to start building the wooden house today. Although the foundation leveling has not dried yet, we can still walk and work on it in this hot summer. As the host, Shen Lang naturally has to participate in setting the line. Shen Lang hasn't had a good night's sleep during this period. I always get up at 6 in the morning and go to bed at 11 or 12 at night. He really wants to sleep soundly until he wakes up naturally. Shen Lang got up and rushed to the reservoir with his second uncle. When he reached the reservoir dam, the sight made Shen Lang stand there in a daze. I saw many cars parked on the dam of the reservoir, and more than a dozen tents densely packed next to it. Second uncle saw Shen Lang looking over there and said, "These people came from far away, and it's too far to go back to the county town, so they camped here. We can't chase them away, but you have to patrol at night, so no one will fish secretly." Shen Lang couldn't help but sigh at the fishermen's adaptability. I heard that some fishermen settled down by the river in order to catch a big fish. It seems that big fish have endless appeal to anglers. It seems that our B&B has to start early. This is all money. Everyone has been waiting for this, but where are you going to get this much money? Second uncle didn't know where Shen Lang got his confidence from. Last time he said he wanted to invest tens of millions, he almost fooled him. "Don't worry, I have my own way." Shen Lang didn't say much. Does that mean the system will give me that money? Shen Lang and the other person did not disturb those people who were sleeping outdoors. I started laying out the lines and planning the room with the workers who had arrived earlier. After all, it's just a small reception place. It's impossible to have a design drawing or construction drawing or anything like that. Once the B&B is completed, this place may be demolished. Because we were in a hurry, we called more than 20 craftsmen to work on such a small wooden house. It could probably be built in a day. After 7 o'clock, the sun slowly rose. Some of the fishermen who were camping also woke up, and a few of them went to the construction site to watch. Cars continued to arrive at the dam. Shen Lang called Yang Ruolan, who was still sleeping, to wake her up. When Yang Ruolan arrived, she still looked sleepy. "Ruolan, haven't you gotten enough sleep? Your brother Lang get up at 6 o'clock every day." Yang Ruolan glared at Shen Lang. "I was helping you with something you wanted to shoot a video for last night, and I couldn't sleep." Yang Ruolan felt like crying but had no tears. She went to bed at 2 or 3 in the middle of the night, got up at 7 in the morning, and only slept for 3 or 4 hours at night. However, Yang Ruolan quickly adjusted her state. After all, it is normal for young people to stay up late. "Have you figured out how to shoot a video?" Shen Lang was also a little curious. After all, he really didn't understand anything about it. "Certainly." After saying that, Yang Ruolan fiddled with her cell phone. "I'll send you the script I came up with yesterday. Take a look." Shen Lang picked up his phone, and sure enough, an unread message popped up. Shen Lang opened it and felt his scalp tingling. It took him several seconds to read the densely packed words. "Is this what you wrote about yourself? How is it not bad, right?" Yang Ruolan said with some pride. "Yeah, not bad. I'm optimistic about you." Shen Lang patted Yang Ruolan on the shoulder with an expression of appreciation. Of course, he wouldn't tell her that he didn't understand it at all. "However, there are already a lot of people here, so you should charge first." Shen Lang looked at the time. It took Yang Ruolan a full 40 to 50 minutes to get up and crawl up. It was almost 8 o'clock now. "Oh, okay, how much do you charge?" Yang Ruolan instantly became energetic when she heard about collecting money. Shen Lang looked at today's admission fee in the system. 480 yuan. It's gone up a little, but not much. 480 each. The fish are free, just tell them that, or you can write a sign. "No problem, leave it to me." After saying that, Yang Ruolan started shouting at the crowd. "Those who want a fish, come and pay." In an instant, the dam became lively. Shen Lang took advantage of this time to slip away, found a spot, and started fishing. After all, he hasn't caught a single fish since the system appeared until now. This is simply incredible. He decided to avenge his previous humiliation. As soon as he threw the pole out, he saw 3 people running towards him. If not the 3 musketeers, then who else could it be? "Boss fishing," Liu Jian said somewhat shyly. They were a little disappointed when they saw that the person collecting the money today was not the boss but a beautiful woman. It seems that there is no bait to buy today. However, when they just got down from the reservoir, they saw a familiar figure fishing not far away. This made them overjoyed, but they feel a little embarrassed because they use the boss's bait to trick the boss every day. Originally, when they bring the fish back every day, they say there is no need to do so, they just fish for fun. But the boss insisted on returning the fish, and there was nothing they could do. But they feel a little guilty about teasing the boss like this every day, and using the boss's things to tease the boss. It's just that the feeling of being possessed by the master every day makes them very fascinated. So he couldn't resist the temptation and walked towards Shen Lang. Shen Lang naturally knew why they came. No nonsense, take out the bait and say, 200. Liu Jian paid the money immediately, and the three of them left with a smile. After a while, another acquaintance came to Shen Lang's side. It's the Master Wu from yesterday. There was also a filming team following him. Boss, you can fish too. Master Wu put down his equipment and said jokingly, of course, fishing is also my hobby. The boss is awesome. Master Wu complimented him and immediately came to Shen Lang and said, Boss, who is that beautiful lady who collected the money to you? Shen Lang glanced at Master Wu with a vigilant look and said, my cousin, what do you want to do? Master Wu's eyes lit up. Does my cousin have a boyfriend? I think I'm a good match. No, but you have no chance. Shen Lang didn't look back and continued fishing. Cousin, you are being too polite. I'm not bad looking, and my cousin and I must be a perfect match. Shen Lang said disdainfully, you claim to be a master, but you fished all day yesterday and didn't catch that 100-pound fish. How can I trust you? Hey, boss, what you said means I have to show my strength. After that, Master Wu said to the phone that was filming him, brothers, let's fight here. I won't leave until I catch that 100-pound fish and win my cousin's heart. At first, their conversation was naturally recorded. Shen Lang also said this on purpose. This is also a promotion, isn't it? As Shen Lang was thinking this, he suddenly felt a heaviness in his hand, and he hurriedly grabbed the fishing rod. But this one seemed much bigger than he had imagined. Shen Lang was pulled forward directly. Master Wu on the side also saw Shen Lang's situation. He hurried over and hugged Shen Lang. Shen Lang has had a problem since he was a child, which is that he is extremely ticklish. It is especially uncomfortable when someone touches his waist. Although Master Wu's joining helped Shen Lang stabilize his body, but it made him feel so uncomfortable. Quick, let me go. Shen Lang twisted his body and shouted to Master Wu, can you do this on your own? Master Wu also shouted. He thought Shen Lang didn't need help from others. Just let me go. Shen Lang couldn't bear it anymore. Seeing this, Master Wu also let go of Shen Lang. Shen Lang only felt his waist loosen, and the discomfort immediately subsided. But another strong force came from the fishing rod. Shen Lang was unable to react and was pulled forward. Plop! A splash of water was heard. Shen Lang was pulled into the water. Someone was dragged into the water. At this time, the fishermen nearby all looked over, and some curious ones even came over to watch the fun. It's the boss who went into the water. As soon as Shen Lang emerged from the water, he heard someone shouting, hey, boss, you come to feed the fish so early. No wonder the fish are so big. Boss, catch the swimming ring. Boss, you don't want us to take 50,000 yuan and risk our lives to fish. The people on the shore suddenly became lively. Chapter 23, the boss will come to you again tomorrow. If other people went into the water, they would just look at them twice. But if the boss went into the water, it would be a different story. Shen Lang climbed up. His body was wet and he looked a little embarrassed. You were the one who said to let go. You can't blame me. Master Wu handed over a handkerchief and said. Shen Lang took it, wiped his head and said, it's okay, I'm so lucky. I just ran into a big one when I was about to go fishing. Unexpectedly, the onlookers started to make fun of it. Boss, your skills are not good enough. If it were me, I would definitely pull it up. Yes, boss, we still need to practice. Shen Lang naturally wouldn't say much to them. After packing up, we headed towards the dam. But he also felt a little unhappy. It's not that I'm annoyed by those people's nonsense, but I'm annoyed by being dragged into this. This fish weighs less than 100 kilograms, so Shen Lang washes his hair while standing upside down. But this vengeance must be avenged. No one can stop it. He went home, changed his clothes, and started shopping for equipment online. After all, his main club was lost by that beautiful lady that day, and today he also lost his spare club. I have to buy some powerful equipment to get my revenge. This look lasted the entire morning, until Yang Rulan called. Brother Lang, come up and finish eating. I have edited the video, come up and take a look. Shen Lang was shocked. So fast. He read the copy carefully afterwards. It's not something that can be produced in a short time. Soon he arrived at the dam. Many people are already eating. However, there are still many people who choose to go fishing instead of eating. What made Shen Lang unhappy was that there was a follower next to Yang Rulan at the moment. Who else could it be but Master Wu? As soon as Shen Lang appeared, Yang Rulan walked over. "Brother Lang, take a look at the video I made." As she spoke, she handed over the phone, her expression full of anticipation. It's like a child who got full marks in the exam and hopes to get praise from his parents. Shen Lang took the phone and clicked play. The picture started to rotate. The first picture is the scene of the beautiful lady being dragged into the water last time, plus a powerful and shocking sound effect. After a few seconds, the screen went black and a few words appeared in the video. This fish made me known to the whole internet. Then the scene changed, and a giant fish splashed in the water, and countless exclamations were heard nearby. Then there is the scene of Shen Lang going into the water. Today, he is causing trouble again. When Shen Lang saw this, his eyes went dark. Damn, this is going to become a dark history. He looked at Yang Rulan with some unkindness. How is it? It's shocking, right? It's not over yet, keep reading. Obviously, Yang Rulan didn't see the malice in Shen Lang's eyes. Even if she noticed it, she would probably pretend not to see it. Shen Lang had no choice but to continue watching. A close-up of the trembling fishing line, and the angler's arm with bulging veins. The 100 Jin monster has taken the bait 37 times, and no one has surrendered it yet. Then the special effect of banknotes flying all over the sky popped up. Now, catch it equals 50,000 yuan instantly plus #1 on the fishing grounds giant list. Another transition. A group of fishermen holding fishing rods roared. "Come on, let the giant teach you how to behave." Then the giant fish that was caught before flashed away again. Finally freeze directly. Giant paradise is waiting for you to fight. The video is short, but it's really shocking. Shen Lang was indeed a little surprised that such a video could be made in such a short time under such limited conditions. However, this doesn't seem to be the copy that Yang Rulan sent to me. How's this video? Very good, I was right about him. Right, but I have to thank Master Wu for this. He gave me the inspiration and provided me with a lot of materials. When Shen Lang heard this, he looked at Master Wu with an even more unfriendly look. No wonder the video of myself going into the water was also in there. It turned out that this guy was the one who did it. I will definitely give you a good beating when I get the chance next time. However, Shen Lang still smiled and said, "So it was Master Wu who helped. No wonder. Thank you so much, Master Wu." Master Wu listened to Shen Lang's words and suddenly felt a chill on his back. It feels like something terrible is haunting me. It's just a small matter, as long as my cousin likes it. Master Wu still said with a smile, "Don't yell, I don't have a cousin like you." Yes, I'll remember it, cousin." However, Shen Lang still raised a question. "What is this giant list mentioned above? Do we have such a thing?" Yang Rulan said, "I plan to put up a big sign next to the reservoir, preferably a video screen with our big fish list on it. As long as you catch a big fish, it will be on the big fish list. This way, anyone who comes here can see it, which will definitely be a huge attraction for them." Shen Lang nodded. He had thought about it before, but he had not put it into practice because there were too many things to do. And now you don't have to think about all this yourself. Someone has already started doing it. This feels so good. The video was quickly posted online. Master Wu's video from yesterday was not released, but it has been released now. Meanwhile, below at Shikwin Reservoir, giant paradise. It's like helping with some publicity. After all, Master Wu is a big blogger with millions of fans, and his traffic is not small. Sure enough, when Shen Lang watched it again in the afternoon, the video had become popular. The number of likes has reached 40,000, and there are several thousand comments. The following comments are even more colorful. "You posted the video but didn't send the URL. Are you afraid I'll make money from it? Remember those cars that went around the city? They were hilarious. 1,200 kilometers, not far. We'll be there tomorrow. The explosive power of a 100 Jin fish exceeds 100 kilograms. Are you sure you can catch it? The above person is ignorant. There are many fish caught, just look at my homepage. It looks like this place will be even more lively in a few days." Shen Lang couldn't help but think of it. When Shen Lang was looking at his phone, suddenly there was a noise coming from below the reservoir. I got it. Holy crap, this fish is huge." Shen Lang was shocked. It's not possible that someone would catch a 100-pound fish right after I posted the video. That would be a bit embarrassing. But he soon felt relieved, because the system prompt sound came. Lai Ming caught a herring of 6 Jin, 14 times, equals 84 Jin. Congratulations on winning 35,280 Chinese yuan. It's only 84 pounds, still a long way to go. But who is this Li Ming? Shen Lang looked down and saw a fierce-looking man pulling a fish ashore. This person left a deep impression on Shen Lang. Isn't he the fierce-looking guy who was said by the people around him to have a very good temper? With his size, it is indeed easy for him to pull up big fish. What a pity it's only 84 pounds. It's just a little bit short, otherwise I would have gotten 50,000 yuan. Brother, that's not just a little, that's 16 pounds. Apparently it had been weighed, and everyone who knew the weight was filled with regret. Soon, several people came to the dam carrying fish. Although he weighed less than 100 pounds, Shen Lang still smiled like a chrysanthemum when he saw the ferocious face of the big man. "Boss, here you are. Excuse me, I caught a big fish." Li Ming saw Shen Lang and said with a smile. Shen Lang said with some disdain, "Is this called a deal? It's called a deal if you can catch a 100 jin catch and get 50,000 yuan." Li Ming did not refute, and he and a few others hung the fish on the back of the car. "Don't worry, boss. I will definitely come back to you tomorrow." After saying that, he got in the car and left. Shen Lang shook his head. Why do these fishermen love to show off so much after catching fish? There will be another beautiful scenery on the road in the county town today. Chapter 24, the wooden house is built and everyone is back. I don't know if the overall number of fish is a bit larger, or if the fisherman is just lucky today. Later, several big fish weighing more than 50 kilograms were caught. But since there was an 80-pound one patrolling the streets, they didn't feel comfortable going either. Among them, Wang Peng caught one weighing 59 kilograms, and Master Wu caught two. How come others have millions of fans? It must be because they have some strength. Someone was also pulled into the water by a fish that was suspected to be 100 kilograms heavy. Shen Lang felt a little better. After all, when someone has the same experience as you will always feel more balanced mentally. Today, Shen Lang's income exceeded 300,000 again, reaching more than 350,000. There is a huge sum of nearly 800,000 yuan in Shen Lang's account. Shen Lang once thought that this world was somewhat unreal. If he continued to make money at this rate, he would become a multi-millionaire or even a billionaire in no time. With the continuous upgrading of the system, the speed of making money will increase exponentially. He did some calculations. Now the highest speed is only about 10 times, and it costs tens of thousands of yuan at most. If the value increases dozens of times in the future, then catching one will be worth at least hundreds of thousands. Thinking about it, Shen Lang's heartbeat quickened, but he looked at the gray panel of the system's speed upgrade and knew that he had to catch the 100-pound fish. At the same time, the surrounding facilities also need to be built together. Shen Lang has a new idea. If I had enough money, I could directly build up all the mountains around the reservoir and turn it into a semi-tourist attraction. The more people you attract, won't it be like robbery if you make money? Shen Lang laughed out loud as he thought about it. "Brother Lang, what are you laughing at?" At this time, Yang Rulan came over. After everyone's hard work, all the fish have returned. Those who wanted to return to the county town also returned one after another, and those who wanted to spend the night here also started to set up tents. Shen Lang had no intention of upgrading the water area, nor did he think of driving them away. But when they wanted to go fishing at night, Shen Lang rejected them. It's still the same safety issue. After all, you can't see at night, and it's easy to get into an accident if you go into the water. If I could get a few headlights next to the reservoir, illuminate the water surface like it's daytime, and find more lifeguards, then I could open a night show. Seeing Shen Lang's firm attitude, everyone didn't say much. "I made a lot of money today, of course I'm happy," Yang Rulan said excitedly. "Today I made a total of 12,578 yuan. Brother Lang has made a fortune." Shen Lang smiled. "You think in your mind that you are rich with more than 10,000, but in fact I make more than 300,000 a day. But there is no way he could tell this secret. Okay, there are so many expenses." Shen Lang looked at the wooden house that was already being tiled. He would buy some furniture tomorrow and use it temporarily. But it's best to water it for a few days to let the concrete underneath dry thoroughly. But who says we need this thing so urgently? Just use it and maintain it at the same time. "Rulan, I'll make some money for your account later, and I'll pay you all the money once the house is ready. We won't owe you an extra day's wages." "Understood, don't worry, Brother Lang. I am your treasury steward." And just at this moment, a black Accord drove up. The license plate was from another place. When Shen Lang was wondering if it was a fisherman from another place, the car stopped next to them. "Wow, the reservoir has changed a lot." Several young men got out of the car, and the young man in the lead said with emotion as he looked at the reservoir, which was much bigger than before, "Brother Lang, little wave." The people behind also greeted Shen Lang. "Everyone is back." Shen Lang also said hello. These people are all young people working outside. Most rural people are not good at studying, so going out to work in a factory is the best way to make money. But most of them work overtime every day, with working hours exceeding 10 hours a day, and many even work in 2 shifts. Even though I only make 7 or 8,000 a month, it's basically earned through time. At this time, the villagers who were watching the house being repaired nearby also came over. You guys are here so soon. Your Uncle Feng said you wouldn't arrive until tomorrow. Brother Kai Feng's car arrived in just over 10 hours. As soon as I arrived, I heard that you were all here, so I got on. Where are the family soldiers? Where are they? They shouldn't leave until tomorrow, so they should arrive the day after tomorrow. Everyone started chatting familiarly, asking this and that, all kinds of questions. The young man who got off the car and sighed took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, handed it to Shen Lang and said, "Zio Lang, come and smoke. Brother Feng, you know I don't smoke. It's better not to smoke. I can't even quit smoking." After Shen Feng finished speaking, he started passing cigarettes to the crowd. After one round, his pack of cigarettes was almost empty. Returning to Shen Lang, he asked again, "Zio Lang, your uncle talked to us on the phone. We are not very clear about how you divide the money and when will the project start." When the people around heard Shen Feng's question, they all stopped talking and looked over. Shen Lang said after a pause, "I plan to build a holy place for tourism, vacation, fishing, and leisure here. In the future, our entire village may be planned here. For the specific design, I will hire a professional design team. As for the money sharing that you are concerned about, let's wait until everyone comes back and hold a collective meeting. You can discuss it, and I will not participate. But let me be frank. If you want a share of the money, you must contribute and treat this place like your own home. Only when we work together can we get things done." At this time, the village chief hurriedly stood up. "Don't worry, Zioling. If anyone dares to dissent, we will tell him to get out. Yes, tell him to get out and not stay in our village. Yes, we all need to work together." Those uncles and aunts also stood up to express their opinions, and they looked as enthusiastic as if they were going to fight. The fisherman who was preparing to camp nearby couldn't help but look over when he heard the loud noise. Shen Lang realized that he had achieved his goal, so he said, "That's it for now. You guys are back just in time. The meal is almost ready, everyone get ready to eat." These 2 days, the meals in the village are basically like banquets, and everyone eats together. And there are several big dishes every day. After eating and drinking, everyone did not leave. They all stayed here chatting and looking forward to a better future. Shen Lang also began to arrange tomorrow's work. There are still many things to do at the moment, such as how to present the giant rankings. For example, who should we find to complete the design of the entire plan? A large design company or a local design company? For example, the specific implementation of safety measures. Wait a minute. There are so many big and small things that it's hard to handle. So these things must be implemented on every individual. In the past, it was the older generation who were in charge at home. They had execution ability, but their thinking was often out of touch. Now that these young people are back, they can help with some things. Although their ability to do things remains to be verified, it is better than nothing. After discussion, the personnel were also arranged. Just wait until tomorrow to implement it slowly. Chapter 25, you can fish by any means, you said so. It wasn't until 10 o'clock in the evening that everyone went home together. The wooden house has been completed after working overtime, and all we have to do is buy some furniture and other supplies tomorrow. The wooden house is still in the previous plan. A small lounge and office hall, a larger room used as a store, a large kitchen and 2 toilets. Nowadays, everyone solves problems by running into those haystacks. Occasionally, when a breeze blows, you can smell the faint smell of shit. The more people there are, the more they poop, and the smell spreads unconsciously. Shen Lang plans to build a few small toilets on the mountain first, and then build a few public toilets after the plan is made. Of course, this is all in the future. After returning home, Shen Lang fell asleep immediately. He really didn't get enough sleep in the past few days, and he had to have a good rest. Early the next morning, everyone started to get busy according to yesterday's arrangements. When Shen Lang arrived at the reservoir, there was already a row of fishermen sitting by the reservoir. "Ryulan, it's so early today." Yang Ryulan rolled her eyes at him. "Brother Lang, it's almost 8 o'clock now. If I hadn't heard from my second uncle that you haven't slept well in the past few days, I would have pulled you out of bed a long time ago." Shen Lang coughed twice and said, "Well, I, your brother Lang, am old now, and I must get enough sleep." Before he could finish, he heard Yang Ryulan scream, Wow, what a luxury car. Brother Lang, look, it's a BMW M8. Shen Lang was stunned. BMW M8. He couldn't help but think of the beautiful lady from last time. Her name seemed to be Liu Muking. Shen Lang looked back and his eyes narrowed involuntarily. Isn't this the car that Liu Muking drove last time? When the car stopped, a beautiful woman got out. Who else could it be but Liu Muking? Wow, what a beautiful lady, and she's so rich. Yang Ruolan screamed in surprise. After Liu Muking got off the car, the first thing he did was glance at Shen Lang and Yang Ruolan, who were standing outside the wooden house. Without saying a word, he walked over. Shen Lang saw a hint of murderous intent in her eyes, as if she wanted to execute Shen Lang on the spot. Shen Lang seemed to sense that the visitor had ill intentions. Beautiful sister, do you want to go fishing? Yang Ruolan saw Liu Muking coming over and greeted him enthusiastically. But her enthusiasm seemed to have been met with a cold shoulder. Liu Muking ignored her and just looked at Shen Lang and said, "Did you get my consent for the video you posted?" Shen Lang was startled and then immediately figured out what had happened. "Well, I only took a little bit and I can't see your face, so it should be okay." "Humph, that's not nice to say. You're committing a crime." Liu Muking's eyes became colder. Shen Lang didn't know what to say. After all, the video he posted did contain footage of the other party, and without the other party's consent. "So I deleted the video." Shen Lang asked tentatively. "That's not necessary, I'm not that stingy." Liu Muking's tone changed, causing Shen Lang to almost sprain his waist. "I'm here for revenge this time. I must make that fish suffer a fate worse than death." Liu Muking almost said the last 4 words with gritted teeth, and Shen Lang could feel the hatred in her heart. "Well, good luck to you." Shen Lang could only say dryly, "Didn't you say that no matter what method is used, as long as the fish can be caught?" Liu Muking changed his tone and asked. Shen Lang didn't know what this beauty was going to do, but he still answered. "Yes, no matter what method you use, as long as you can catch the fish. Of course, you can't use poison, electric shock, or cast a net. You have to fish." "You said it, pay the fee." Liu Muking gave a mysterious smile, took out his cell phone, paid the money, and walked aside. Shen Lang was confused and turned to Yang Ruolan and said, "Ruolan, do you think this beauty is talking in her sleep? With her small body, she can catch that fish." Yang Ruolan looked at the beautiful woman's back and said, "Brother Lang, I think she is serious, look." After saying that, she pointed in the direction of the beautiful woman, and at the same time, the phone in her hand had already turned on the recording mode. Shen Lang looked over again and saw Liu Muking saying something to the excavator who was digging the parking lot. Then the excavator master drove the excavator over here. No way. Shen Lang looked at this scene in some disbelief. Does she want to use this to fish? Liu Muking walked to his car again, opened the trunk, and took out a bundle of thinner steel wires with a large fishing hook in front of them. "Damn, you're still well prepared." Shen Lang couldn't help but sigh. "You must never offend a woman, especially such a stunning beauty." "Boss, it's okay for me to help you fix the road." "Ah, you're right. Master, didn't you help me dig the parking lot? Why are you helping her now?" The excavator master stuck his head out and said a little embarrassedly, "Boss, I'm sorry she gave too much." Shen Lang was speechless. "How much do I give you? You betrayed me like this." The excavator master was even more embarrassed. 20,000 a day. If you catch that fish, you'll get a reward of 50,000. Shen Lang's eyes went dark. Damn, this is so inhumane. Who in their right mind can refuse this? "Are you done? If you are, master, please clear the way." Upon hearing this, the excavator master drove the excavator towards the bottom of the reservoir. Because the road is steep and not very flat, so the excavator can only repair the road while driving down, so the moving speed is not very fast. The fishermen below also saw what was happening here. Everyone is wondering why the digging opportunity was opened. But after watching for a while, everyone didn't care much. Maybe the boss wanted to repair something down there. As long as it didn't disturb their fishing, it was fine. But gradually, they began to become uneasy. I saw the excavator stopped at the edge of the reservoir, and then a beautiful woman started to put a steel wire on the excavator. There is a fish hook at the front of the wire, and a large foam float in the middle of the wire. Only then did they realize that this man was trying to use an excavator to fish. No, is there such a way to fish? Even if there is it ethical? Does it make sense? When they go fishing, don't they enjoy the feeling of being pulled by the fish? Now some people are using excavators to fish. They are first shocked, and then they just don't understand. I don't understand why the boss agreed to such an outrageous thing, and I just don't understand why anyone would fish like this. However, when some people saw the beauty, they seemed to understand. Isn't that beauty the same one who was dragged into the water by the giant fish last time? It looks like this beauty is back for revenge. Yesterday, the boss video made the video of a beautiful woman being dragged by a fish popular again. Maybe it's because of this that this beauty couldn't bear it anymore. At this time, the bait has been thrown into the water, and the beauty has started to make a nest with corn. Chapter 26. Excavator plus steel wire. Can this also be used for fishing? Liu Muking's behavior has attracted everyone's attention, and many people put down their fishing rods and came here to watch the fun. After all, using an excavator to assist fishing is still a rare thing. Why do we need to use a fishing rod when fishing? Because the fishing rod has strong toughness and has a certain buffering force when the fish struggles, so it is not easy to get off the hook. Otherwise, the fish will tear its own mouth if it struggles too hard, and then it will break free and escape. A normal fishing ground will not allow you to do this. As for in the wild, you will be charged with illegal fishing. Besides, how much does an excavator cost per day? It's not cost-effective at all. This kind of novelty is hard to come by. Most people took out their phones and began to record this rare event. At the same time, they were also very curious whether an excavator equipped with steel wire could catch fish. You agree with this method? Aren't you afraid of ruining your fish? Master Wu's voice sounded from beside Shen Lang. Shen Lang said indifferently, "After all, you can't take back what you said. You can use any method you want. Even if she takes a boat to fish, I can't stop her." Master Wu gave a thumbs up. "Boss, that's really generous, but this method of hanging is difficult." Shen Lang naturally knew the difficulty of this method, but it seems like this is a good opportunity for publicity. If she really did fish it out, why wouldn't everyone promote it hard? For revenge, the beauty directly uses an excavator to go fishing. Fishing with an excavator is a historical first. Is this the decline of humanity or the progress of history? Shen Lang felt that he should help. After all, it was his mistake to give her the bait last time, which led to the tragedy. So Shen Lang walked over to Liu Muking and said, "Miss Liu, do you want to buy some bait?" Liu Muking turned around and looked at Shen Lang with a puzzled look, but her reply made Shen Lang choke. "Why do you know my last name is Liu? I didn't tell you." Shen Lang said vaguely, "You said it, maybe you forgot it." Then he hurriedly took the bait out of the maul and said, 500 yuan, do you want a pack?" Liu Muking looked at the bait in Shen Lang's hand, then looked at the motionless water surface, as if he had thought of something. "Okay, 500 is cheap." After saying that, he took out his mobile phone and prepared to scan the code. "Is it cheap? You accused me of robbery last time." The transaction was completed. Shen Lang returned to the crowd and began to watch the show. He knows the magical effect of the bait produced by the system. It won't be long before he can see the excavator fighting the giant fish. Sure enough, after Liu Muking used the new bait, he saw the float on the water surface begin to shake within a few minutes. I've caught a fish, look. Excavator master, pull. Hurry up, master, pull it." It seemed that the audience next to them was even more anxious and started shouting at the excavator operator. The excavator master finally reacted and started to lift the excavator's arm upwards. The steel wire quickly straightened up, and the float was pulled down. Seeing this, the excavator master raised the robotic arm higher, and the excavator began to retreat. Obviously, he wanted to pull the fish directly ashore. But all anglers know one thing. When the fish exerts force, you have to release the force, otherwise it will be easy to get off the hook. Fish are very powerful in water. At this moment, a huge tail appeared on the water surface. The tail is several dozen centimeters wide, and it looks like it must be a giant weighing at least 100 kilograms. With a pop sound, water splashed everywhere. The water column shot straight into the sky. Wow! Oh my God! Amid the amazement of countless people, the fish sank to the bottom of the water again. Just when everyone was expecting the fish to struggle more violently, the water surface slowly calmed down. The straight steel wire also fell down. It's decoupled, what a shame. This fish must weigh more than 100 kilograms. It's too big. What's going on here makes my blood boil. Driver, that's not how you fish. Amidst everyone's discussion, a few people climbed directly onto the excavator and began discussing with the master how to prevent the fish from getting off the hook. In front of the excavator, without Liu Muking doing anything, several fishermen had already started pulling the steel wire back. Obviously, everyone's enthusiasm was completely ignited. When the fish is exerting force, you have to give the excavator back a little force. You can't just keep pulling. Yes, take a little longer, don't be too anxious. The excavator master has been called down by several fishermen, and started to teach fishing skills. Maybe, how can I feel if it is exerting force? The excavator master suddenly asked such a question. The scene froze for a moment. Yes, although the fish is very big, its strength is still too small in front of such a large excavator. The master must not be able to feel the pull of the fish. Then master, try it this way and see. But this obviously did not dampen everyone's enthusiasm, and they started talking again. Okay, master, let's get to work. Liu Muking prepared the bait again and shouted in the direction of the excavator master. This stopped the master from looking confused. Okay, guys, it's time to start fishing again. Let's wait and see whether the excavator can catch the giant fish in the water. Not far away, Li Engson was doing a live broadcast. Shen Lang hasn't seen her much these days. It may be that Shen Lang is too busy and doesn't care about his old classmate. But now there are more than 10,000 people in her live broadcast room. This is already a very scary number. I don't know if it is due to the traffic attracted by the excavator fishing, or if it is just this many normally. However, Shen Lang saw that the gifts on his phone kept floating up and down. Thank you for the sunglasses, and thank you for your TikTok account. Wow, thank you Hua Zai from the Big Brother of the Fishing Ground. Big Brother is here, everyone give him a warm welcome. It seems that Li Angson's career as a host is on the right track. Maybe her daily live streaming income is now dozens of times higher than before. Shen Lang was also happy for her. Being a host was not as easy as one might imagine. She earns money through her own efforts, which deserves encouragement. The fish hook has been thrown into the water again, with the bait given by the system. I don't know if the first bait has attracted the fish into the nest. Less than a minute after throwing it, I saw the float begin to shake violently downward. Quick, pull the lever. Pull the lever. A few people who started teaching the excavator master how to fish saw the fish taking the bait, and immediately shouted loudly to the excavator master. The excavator master had already seen it, and the robotic arm rose up quickly. It seems that the excavator master has inherited their true skills. When the steel wire stretched straight up, the excavator master pressed the mechanical arm down again, to ease the fish's struggling force. But whether it works or not, only God knows. Don't move, let it run for a while first. Return slowly, teased the fish. But at this time, the people giving the orders below began to have disagreements. You can't go back, let it run away on its own. What do you know, take it back. Run. I want it back. Before the fish came up, two people started arguing. Stop arguing. Master, the fish has moved to the left, drive over and fish it. At this time, the wire obviously began to turn to the left, and the fish swam to the left. Liu Muking hurriedly shouted to the master. Please, everyone, clean up the fishing gear by the water. For a moment, the reservoir was bustling with activity. Those who were fishing nearby had no complaints, and hurriedly picked up their fishing gear and put it at the back. The crowd also began to make way for the excavator to move. Chapter 27. The excavator caught 200 kilograms of silver carp and bighead carp, and the system lifted the restrictions. The excavator also started and drove towards the direction where the fish was swimming. The steel wire moved quickly on the water, making waves of woo sounds as it broke through the air. Everyone can feel the tremendous power of the fish under the water. After a while, the fish turned back and changed direction, and the excavator started moving with it. This situation doesn't look like fishing, but the fish is slipping through the dredging machine. Fortunately, the fish did not get off the hook. The fisherman next to him gave instructions to the excavator master from time to time. Hurry, it's turning, go that way. Drive faster, master, the fish is about to get off the hook. As time goes by, the excavator master's fishing skills have also improved, having a great time sliding around. Suddenly, there was a splash on the water surface, and a section of fish floated out of the water. Wow, so big. It's silver carp and bighead carp. Only one section of the fish's body was exposed. An experienced angler can tell at a glance what species the fish are. Bighead carp, silver carp, and bighead carp. How many pounds? It's bigger than the one at the beginning. I've never seen such a big fish, I can't guess it. Amid the discussion among the crowd, the silver carp and bighead carp flipped over and dived back into the water. The tail flipped, and huge splashes of water hit the people on the shore. The few people who were close by couldn't dodge in time and were directly hit wet. Fortunately, the fish did not get off the hook and still pulled the steel line straight. Well, come on. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim again. However, it seemed that this time of coming out of the water consumed a lot of the giant fish's strength, and it began to become gentle after returning to the water. Just wandering around in a small place, No more wandering around like at the beginning. Finally, I see the light. It seems that it is only a matter of time before this fish comes ashore. And now nearly an hour has passed since the fish took the bait. Summer is already very hot, and Shen Lang can see that the excavator master is already sweating profusely, not sure if he is nervous or tired. Master, try to pull it slowly towards the shore. After more than 10 minutes, Liu Muking seemed unable to wait any longer and shouted to the excavator master. The excavator master made an okay gesture and drove the excavator slowly backwards. He had been fishing for an hour and knew that when dealing with this fish, he couldn't be too fast and had to go slowly to feel the pleasure. The fish in the water didn't struggle much, as if they were exhausted. More and more steel wires are exposed above the water, and the fish are getting closer and closer to the shore. Everyone held their breath, fearing that they would breathe too heavily and scare the fish away. It's out, wow, it's so big. At this time, the outline of the fish has appeared on the water's surface. The silver carp and bighead carp's mouth was opening and closing, and the diameter of its mouth was about 1 meter, which made everyone's scalp tingle. If this fish eats a human, it can swallow half of the person's body in one bite. The estimated length is at least 2 meters. You should know that silver carp and bighead carp are called bighead fish, and their heads are at least 1/3 of their length. So this giant looks really shocking. The fish hook seemed to be deeply stuck in its mouth, with only the steel wire sticking out of it. The difficulties have not been resolved despite all the pressure. This is too deep. Just when everyone thought that the fish was about to come ashore, it struggled violently on the shore. Countless splashes of water hit the people on the shore. Seeing this, someone shouted, "Master, let go a little, let go a little." But a dissenting voice was heard. "Can't let go, the hook is about to fall off." Shen Lang looked up and saw that, sure enough, the hook had left a long wound in the fish's mouth. The wound is bleeding. Apparently, the struggle was too intense this time, and the fishhook was pulled out. "Everyone hold it down, help." At this time, a clear female voice sounded. It was Liu Muking's voice. She was soaked all over at the moment, outlining her perfect figure, but this time she seemed to be prepared. There should be another set of clothes underneath. She saw that the fish was about to get off the hook, and was obviously a little anxious. "Go." When a fisherman heard this, his eyes turned red and he rushed towards the giant fish. A few people nearby saw someone coming forward and rushed forward as well. In the blink of an eye, a dozen fishermen pounced on the giant fish excitedly as if they had seen a peerless beauty. The leading fisherman came to the giant fish and pounced on it. The others also rushed over. But one fisherman doesn't seem to be very lucky. He was right at the tail of the fish. All he saw was a tail coming towards him. Snap! The fisherman was knocked down by the slap. After he fell down, he never got up again, as if he was hit hard by the blow. Shen Lang had been watching the situation there, and was shocked when he saw this scene. "Hurry, that person was knocked unconscious. Save him first." "Help, he's fainted." Someone nearby also saw this scene and shouted loudly. This fish can't hold more than a dozen people. A few people who arrived later heard everyone shouting, walked over and pulled up the fisherman who had been knocked unconscious. The fisherman seemed to have just fainted briefly and woke up after being pulled up. Several people dragged him to the shore again. Keep moving towards the giant fish. Finally, with everyone working together, the giant fish stopped struggling and lay quietly in the shallows. Several big men nearby kept stroking it with their hands, as if they were stroking a rare treasure. Shen Lang saw that the system prompt sound had not sounded yet. I also know the rules of the system's judgment, and I must bring the fish ashore. So he shouted loudly, "Carry the fish ashore and don't let it run away again. Boss, it's such a big fish, it's a shame to catch it." At this time, a voice sounded. "Yes, it looks like this fish is almost 200 kilograms. A 200-kilogram silver carp or bighead carp. I have never heard of it or seen it before. You may have never heard of it, but I have plenty of it." Shen Lang looked at Liu Muking and said, "How do you want to deal with it?" Liu Muking's icy expression showed a rare hint of excitement at this moment. "Pull it up, I want to take it back." Everyone heard what the boss and the beautiful lady who caught the fish said, and there was nothing they could do. So several people lifted the fish up together and walked towards the shore. The moment the fish came ashore, the system prompt sound in Shen Lang's mind finally rang. Liu Muking caught a silver carp and bighead carp weighing 16 jin, 12 times, equals 192 jin. Congratulations on winning 184,320 Chinese yuan. Congratulations on catching a fish weighing more than 100 kilograms for the first time. Unlock more features. 192 pounds. He is indeed a big guy. No wonder it took so much effort to get it up here. However, Shen Lang's attention was focused on unlocking more functions later. This system is really something. The unlocking function is not directly explained, and this kind of game is still played. System, what functions have been unlocked? Normally, Shen Lang seldom asks questions about the system. After all, the system's functions are simple, so there is no need for Shen Lang to ask. Unlock function, catch more than 100 kilograms of fish. There is a chance to get rewards. Please explore the rewards yourself. Get rewarded. Over 100 pounds. Then why didn't this one get a reward? There is a probability of getting it, but it does not mean you will definitely get it. The bigger the fish you catch, the higher the probability and the better the quality. Please keep working hard. Well, generally speaking, things related to probability are quite metaphysical. It is possible to hit the target with one shot, or it is possible not to hit the target even after 100 attempts. It is equivalent to catching a fish weighing more than 100 kilograms to get a chance. But how big this chance is, only God knows. Chapter 28, Boss, do me a favor and sell your bait to one person. Boss, do you have a scale to see how much this fish weighs? When Shen Lang was in a daze, a voice interrupted him. Everyone was pointing at the big fish, and an enthusiastic fisherman shouted to Shen Lang, I don't have that thing, but I'm guessing it's 192 pounds. No need to weigh it. I feel like it weighs at least 200 pounds. It's such a big guy. Well, 200 pounds should be possible, and several of us can't lift it. Everyone started talking again. Such a big fish cannot be weighed without a big scale. The hand scales that ordinary anglers use are definitely not this big, and even if they were, no one could lift such a heavy fish. If you don't have it, there's no need to weigh it. Please help me lift it into the excavator bucket. I want to take it away. Liu Muking stepped forward and said, Everyone worked together to lift the fish into the bucket of the excavator. The excavator carried the fish towards the dam. Many people who loved to join in the fun also climbed up. Naturally, Shen Lang had no choice but to go up. After all, he was told that he would be rewarded 50,000 yuan if he caught this fish. There is no way I won't fulfill my promise. When Shen Lang climbed onto the dam, he saw several people lifting the fish onto the top of the M8 sedan. Shen Lang was ashamed. Using such an expensive car to transport fish was really unkind of the car. Shen Lang walked over and said, Ms. Liu, it's such a waste to use your car to transport fish. Do you want me to call another car to help you transport the fish? Liu Muking said lightly, No, I want this effect. I'll go back and humiliate him. Humiliate him? Humiliate whom? Shen Lang didn't ask too much. There's a 50,000 yuan bonus for catching this fish. I'll give it to you. Great, that's just enough to pay the excavator master's reward. Liu Muking took the money from Shen Lang, turned around and walked towards the excavator master. Shen Lang saw the excavator master was a little frightened and waved his hands quickly. Beauty, just give me the 20,000. I really can't accept the 50,000. I saw a chill emanating from Liu Muking. Just take it if I tell you to. This is what you deserve. Do you think I care about these tens of thousands of dollars? The excavator driver looked at the truck worth millions loading fish, opened his mouth, and took out his mobile phone to collect the money. He was also intimidated by Liu Muking's aura. Liu Muking looked at the giant fish that had been fixed on the roof of the car and smiled with satisfaction. She walked towards the car and was about to drive away. Suddenly she stopped and turned to walk towards Shen Lang. Boss, help me. Shen Lang was a little confused when he saw the beautiful woman who had regained her coolness. How could he help? But he still said, Tell me if I can help. If it's too difficult, there's nothing I can do. Yang Ruolan, who was standing next to him, also held her forehead when she heard Shen Lang's answer. This cousin is really hopeless. A beautiful girl asks you for help, and this is how you answer. Liu Muking's expression froze for a moment, but he immediately smiled and said, I'll add you on WeChat, and soon a middle-aged man will come fishing. I'll send you photos, and you can sell him a bag of that bait, okay? Shen Lang suddenly saw Liu Muking smile and couldn't help but sigh. She looks so beautiful when she smiles. Why doesn't she smile more? But the next second, he felt a chill on his back. This woman is so amazing. She actually discovered the extraordinary nature of the bag of bait. And if he wants me to sell it to a middle-aged man, that middle-aged man must have a grudge against her. Otherwise, she wouldn't let me sell him this bait that is sure to catch medium to large fish. But what does this have to do with me? She helped me get the reward and break through the restrictions, so I can just help her in exchange. No problem, just send me the photos in advance. Shen Lang took out his cell phone. You sweep me or I sweep you. It will be all right. The two added each other as friends, and Liu Muking drove away. The fishermen looked at the departing car and kept sighing. It's the first time I've seen such a big silver carp and bighead carp. It must be at least 200 kilograms. It's really an eye-opener. I think fishing with an excavator really opened my eyes. Is it possible to fish like this? I've only heard of fishing with rebar and aircraft carrier arresting wire, but I didn't expect to see fishing with excavator and steel wire this time. How did this beauty come up with this idea? What I didn't expect was that the beautiful lady gave the prize money directly to the excavator master. The excavator master is the biggest winner today. I think the biggest winner is the boss. After today, this place is really going to explode. Everyone nodded when they heard this, because most of the fishermen today have filmed videos, and they must have sent them out. Add to that the explosiveness of this topic and the shock of that fish. This is not just the tens of thousands of likes mentioned above. If they could think of Shen Lang, they could naturally think of it as well. So they called on Yang Ruolan to edit the video quickly and send it out immediately. In fact, while fishing, those fishermen have been posting videos online intermittently. It also attracted a lot of attention and discussion. However, the videos they shot were just 1 or 2 short clips, which only aroused the curiosity of netizens. It was especially special to see an excavator fishing, and it actually caught such a huge fish. They were all amazed. "Cousin, can I post a video to get some attention?" Master Wu appeared beside Shen Lang at some point. "Who is your cousin? Don't yell at me." Shen Lang immediately gave him a warning look. "Okay, cousin, just take it as your consent to take advantage of the popularity." After saying this, Master Wu disappeared in a flash. Shen Lang turned around and looked, only to see Master Wu running to Yang Ruolan's side. The two were discussing something. Shen Lang shook his head helplessly. "Let him be. Master Wu seems to be a good guy. If the two of them can really be together, I won't really help to break them up. This kind of thing mainly depends on themselves." After this storm, it was almost noon when everyone finally calmed down and returned to fishing. And Yang Ruolan has already edited the video. At the same time, we jointly released this video with Master Wu through cooperative mode. I have to say that my cousin's editing skills are really good. This video is edited to be thrilling and full of suspense. The story of the grievances and love-hate relationship between Liu Muking and the big fish in the reservoir is told vividly, and at the end, it also leaves the mystery of how much the fish weighs. It starts with a video of an excavator pulling a fish out of the water, followed by a dozen people rushing towards the fish. Then the fisherman was knocked unconscious, and Shen Lang shouted. It directly attracted the participant Shen Lang. The following is a story about a video that went viral a few days ago. It shows a giant fish pulling a woman in the water. Directly introduce the topic. Because Yang Ruolan followed the entire process, the entire storyline is very clear. Explain things clearly and plainly. Luxury cars and beauties, excavators and fishing, giant fish on luxury cars. Many famous scenes appear in the video. Moreover, the video is not dragged out and the plot is tight, which made Shen Lang a little fascinated by it. After reading it, Shen Lang couldn't help but look at Yang Ruolan. "Ruolan, I think it's a waste of your talent for you to study accounting. You should study film." Yang Ruolan stuck out her tongue and said a little embarrassedly, "No, many of these are suggestions from Master Wu." Shen Lang glanced at Master Wu. "Bullshit, look at his previous videos. They were so dry and passionless. And you told me this was his suggestion." Master Wu is a little embarrassed. "Just a little suggestion, just a little suggestion." Chapter 29. Giant Object Ranking List, as long as you have the ability to occupy the entire list. It was almost noon when the people who had gone out to do some work came back. The advertising has been done, and what needs to be purchased has also been purchased. I also contacted several local decoration and design companies and asked them to come and see the venue this afternoon. However, Shen Lang doubted whether there was anyone in this small county who could design such a large project. But it's okay to let them take a look. It's free at the beginning anyway. As for things like the giant list, Shen Lang wanted to play it directly on a huge screen. Sometimes it even plays some other stuff. We can also place advertisements in the future. Isn't this a multi-purpose use? But this thing is also a huge sum of money, hundreds of thousands at any cost. Shen Lang found that the money in his hand seemed to be not money at all. He could spend all his savings just by doing something he wanted to do. Hey, let's make a huge billboard first. Shen Lang could only settle for the next best thing. This must be done first. It has been talked about online. This list of giants must be made immediately. But Shen Lang was also lazy, and only those weighing more than 100 kilograms were included in the giant list. So just write one person's name. First place, Liu Muking, 192 caddies bighead carp. Second place, none. Third place, none. Thinking of this, Shen Lang asked Shen Feng to send it to the advertising company according to this template and work overtime to produce it. Must install it tomorrow. Because it was only over an hour, he realized that his reservoir was starting to explode. It's really a hit. In just this short hour, his account received millions of views, tens of thousands of likes. This data is from his previous videos for several days. If that doesn't mean something, Master Wu's video has been viewed over 10 million times. As expected, vertical accounts attract more traffic, and with such a large fan base, the momentum of his video becoming popular is unstoppable. There is a saying that is indeed true. Fishing is the top trend on TikTok. Just as Shen Lang was discussing things with them, there was a commotion below the reservoir. Shen Lang was stunned. What happened again? Ryulan, go and take a look. After giving the orders, Shen Lang started to discuss with them. After a few seconds, Yang Ryulan ran in. Brother Lang, it looks like there's another 100 jin cargo coming out of there. Shen Lang was shocked. Damn, is it so easy to catch a 100 jin fish? So everyone walked out and looked down. I saw many people gathered together, and that position was exactly where the fish were first caught. Could it be that someone fished it out from the nest at the beginning? Shen Lang felt that this was possible. Shen Feng and others went out to do some work in the morning. After coming back, they heard everyone talking about how regretful they were that they didn't see it in person. Now we heard that another 100-pound fish has been caught, and we are all very excited. I can't wait to go down and see what this 100-pound fish looks like. So Shen Lang and Yang Ryulan were left behind by several people. The few of them often walked on mountain roads, so walking on this steep road was naturally easy for them. And the excavators have already dug this road into a wide road. Shen Lang walked to the crowd and looked inside. I saw a familiar figure pulling the pole with all his strength. The pole was pulled to its limit, and it looked like it was about to break. The man bent his body, trying hard to maintain his body shape. This person is none other than Wang Peng, who catches a big fish every day. Brother Peng is indeed the best person in this reservoir after Master Wu. He is amazing, but I feel this one is not as big as the one I caught this morning, but it should weigh over 100 pounds. That's a pity. If Brother Peng had caught it earlier, the 50,000 yuan would have been his. Yeah, it would be great if the boss could organize another event, so I would be motivated to catch this 100-pound monster. Shen Lang listened to the discussions around him and fell into deep thought. Even though the bonuses for this activity have been distributed, it seems that everyone's passion for fishing has been somewhat dampened. Since you have set up a giant list, why not set a bonus for it as well? For example, the first place winner gets 2,000 yuan a week. The second place gets 1,800 yuan a week, and so on. This should work. Just when Shen Lang was thinking about this, the giant fish flipped out of the water again. Well, followed by a burst of exclamations. The giant fish rolled over. Wang Peng was also pulled forward a few steps by this force, but he stuck the pole into the ground and used all his strength to steady his body. Shen Lang couldn't help but worry for him. The people around him didn't help him either. I wonder if he had told others that he didn't need help. Wang Peng is a very pure person and seems to be obsessed with fishing, and it seems that his family is not particularly rich. Otherwise, the fish wouldn't have been sold for double the price last time. After this outburst, the fish became much calmer. Wang Peng fished for more than an hour before he slowly dragged the fish to the shore. At this time, he was almost exhausted. It's summer already, and I'm still so nervous trying to pull the fish. If it were Shen Lang, he felt that he would have given up long ago. Hurry, help! Shen Lang shouted hurriedly. Only then did a few people run to the shore and pull the fish up. At the same time, the system's voice sounded in Shen Lang's mind again. Wang Peng caught a grass carp of 8 jin, 16 times, equals 128 jin. Congratulations on winning 102,400 Chinese yuan. Congratulations on catching 128 caddies of grass carp, and get a one-day profit double card. Hey! Shen Lang was surprised at the reward that followed. Double your earnings in one day. Is this what the system said? Is the probability of getting something by catching a fish weighing more than 100 kilograms? Shen Lang opened the system panel, and sure enough, there was a card lying in the system backpack. One-day profit doubler card. Using this card, you can double your profit for the day, limited to the cashback amount of the fishing system. Obviously, the name alone tells you what this card is for. However, Shen Lang was struggling over whether to use it now or later. It will definitely maximize the benefits in the future. But if you use it now, it will definitely speed up your growth. But the acceleration is not that big. After all, doubling the profit in one day is just equivalent to one more day. But today we caught 2 high multiplier fish, which doesn't happen every day. And now that the system has just been unleashed, we need money to upgrade the system. Because Shen Lang took a look and found that it would cost 10,000 yuan to upgrade by 0.1 times. In other words, doubling it requires 100,000, and 10 times it requires 1 million. Shen Lang's entire fortune is only enough to upgrade several times. This price increase is a bit too exaggerated. Brother Peng, are you selling this fish? I bought it at twice the market price. At this time, a young man came to Wang Peng and said, obviously he knew that Wang Peng sold the 50-pound fish at twice the price last time. Fuck, you have the nerve to ask for twice the market price. I'll pay 3 times. You want to compete with me in wealth? I'll pay 5 times as much. The young man who started bidding raised the price 5 times. The person who spoke behind thought for a moment and seemed to be settling accounts. Then he said angrily, okay, 5 times is yours. At 5 times the market price, this fish would be worth at least 10,000 yuan. Shen Lang really doesn't understand the world of these rich people. Shen Lang still walked forward and said, although you bought the fish, the name on the giant fish I offered is still Wang Peng's. After all, whoever catches it here gets his name. The young man was stunned when he heard Shen Lang say this. It was obvious that he didn't understand what Shen Lang was talking about. So Shen Lang said loudly again, I'm going to create a list of giant fish. As long as you catch 100 kilograms, you can be on the list. Of course, there are rewards for being on the list. The first place will get 2,000 yuan a week, the second place 1,800, and so on. As soon as Shen Lang finished speaking, everyone started discussing. Wow, if I win first place, I can earn more than 8,000 yuan a month. This is better than going to work, and I can go fishing every day. It's like heaven. What the hell are you dreaming about? The first place belongs to that beautiful girl from this morning. That fish must be at least 200 kilograms. Can you catch it? Now if I gain 100 pounds a week, I can gain 1,600 pounds. Then a voice said loudly, boss, what if I catch a few fish weighing more than 100 jin? Shen Lang looked at the fisherman and said with a smile, as long as you have the ability, you can occupy all the rankings. As soon as Shen Lang finished speaking, everyone started to make noise again, but no one noticed that Wang Peng's hands suddenly clenched, and his expression changed slightly. Chapter 30, a giant fish tied to a luxury car attracting a lot of attention. If I occupy all the charts, then 1 week would be. How many? Let me calculate. 1 plus 3 equals 3, March 8th, Women's Day. And someone has already taken out a computer and calculated the amount. That's 11,000 a week, more than 40,000 a month, a huge sum of money. Wake up, everyone, there are excavators and steel wires ahead. The young man also reacted and said, that list has nothing to do with me. I just wanted to buy this fish to show off, haha. Shen Lang naturally wouldn't care about their transaction. After all, it was agreed that the fish would be free. The fish is up, it's their business what they want to do. The transaction was completed, and Shen Lang was ready to return to the cabin upstairs. At this time, Wang Peng called Shen Lang. Boss, can I have a word with you? Shen Lang looked at him in confusion, but I still walked with Wang Peng to a place where there was no one nearby. Wang Peng looked around and saw that there was no one around, so he secretly took out some bait from his pocket and said, Boss, you sold this bait to that beautiful lady at first. After she caught the fish, she didn't take it away. I picked it up. Wang Peng looked at Shen Lang with some surprise, as if he wanted to get his own answer from Shen Lang. Shen Lang wanted to laugh when looking at Wang Peng's expression. However, Shen Lang discovered that the 3 musketeers did not seem to be seen today, and it seemed that they did not come today. No wonder I always feel like I've forgotten something. It does have some effects. It's my ancestral secret recipe. I hope you don't tell anyone else. I can sell you some when I have time, but it's 500 per pack. I won't bargain with you. Shen Lang thought about it and said, he thought that the small fish would be given to the 3 musketeers, and the medium fish would be given to Wang Peng, and he also wanted to get 2 spokespersons for his reservoir. It's the same return fish. As long as you can catch it or sell it to others, I will only charge you 500, but it's not every day. I will give you a bag occasionally. Do you agree? Thank you, boss, but wouldn't this be? Okay, if you keep being so pretentious, I won't give it to you. I think you only need to catch 1 or 2 fish a day with this. If you catch more than that, people will get suspicious. Okay, boss, I got it. Shen Lang naturally also values his fishing skills. How can an ordinary person have the ability to take on a 100-pound fish alone? 1 post a day directly earns hundreds of thousands. 2 posts earn more than 200,000. Shen Lang felt happy just thinking about it. When Shen Lang returned to the dam, lunch was almost ready. Now the kitchen is already a big kitchen. It is about 40 or 50 square meters, but the stove is still a wood stove. After all, in these deep mountains and forests, the thing that is most in short supply is firewood. In the older generation, everyone burned firewood. I heard that these hills were almost cut down at that time. These trees have also grown in recent decades. But now the young people have all gone out, and the old people can no longer cut wood, and they also use liquid gas. So the mountains and plains are full of firewood. The mountains and forests are also blocked by vines and weeds. Everyone says that the mountain is now blocked, and there is no way to go up. However, with the planning of homestays and the development of more than a dozen hills across the reservoir, many trees will have to be cut down. The larger ones will be used for construction, and the smaller ones will definitely be used for burning. After lunch, the ordered furniture arrived. With enough manpower, the furniture was moved into the house in no time. Ryulan, I'm going to try out the bed I bought to see if it's strong enough. Don't call me if there's nothing else. Yang Ryulan smiled. Brother Lang, if you want to be lazy, just say so. Why do you have to find such a high-sounding excuse? Shen Lang pretended not to hear, walked into the inner room, closed the door, and lay down on the bed. It's so comfortable. Shen Lang couldn't help but sigh. But it's summer now, and it's still a bit hot. It seems I need to install an air conditioner. In the future, arrange for someone to work the night shift so that they can have a rest. Shen Lang opened the system panel and prepared to study how to upgrade. Name Shen Lang. Age 25. Bound waters, Shikwin Reservoir. Water area, 17,201 square meters. Water depth, 15 meters. Current fish growth multiple. 520 times, the higher the multiple, the lower the probability. Current session, 560 per day, effective after 12:00. Current number of fishermen, 216. Now the multiplier can be upgraded, and the water area is totally insufficient, so it is urgently needed to be upgraded. He doesn't have much available funds now, and he has used some today. He plans to use the double card to upgrade again in the evening. With this wave of popularity online, the number of visitors is sure to surge again. How can I catch this wave of traffic? If too many people come, my small reservoir will explode. As he was thinking, Shen Lang fell asleep in a daze. Liu Muking was in a very happy mood today. He was very angry yesterday, because that damn boss actually cut the video of himself falling into the water into the video he posted. This made my old man laugh at me again. Zyroking, it's okay if you don't know how to fish. Just come with me and fish a few times and you'll be able to do it. I have a lot of friends who know how to fish. How about a blind date? Liu Muking was so angry that he vomited blood. The old man is still obsessed with arranging a blind date for her, and all he does all day is go fishing. What's so good about fishing? Dad, there's no way I'm going on a blind date with you. What future can a person who only knows how to fish all day have? After saying that, Liu Muking ran away from home again. But her purpose this time is very clear, which is to avenge her previous shame and get up where she fell. So she came to Shen Lang's fish pond again, to catch the big fish that pulled her down. However, when she knew the boss's rules and knew that any method could be used, she came up with a plan. So she bought things in the city and started her plan. Fishing depends on some luck, especially for such big fish. But the boss took out the bag of bait that he had given him last time and immediately caught a fish. And the fish are caught one after another. What's even more incredible is that all the fish caught are big ones. This made her keenly feel that there was something wrong with the bait. On the way back, she thought about it carefully and found that there was also a problem with the reservoir. The last time she went fishing, the water area was only that small. How could it be possible for just one rain to cause the water to swell so much? And now I haven't weighed the fish on the roof, but it must be almost 200 kilograms. 200 kilograms of silver carp and bighead carp. It's not impossible, but this wasn't the one that got me into trouble last time. Does that prove that there are still 200 kilograms of grass carp and black carp in there? How is this possible? The more Liu Muking thought about it, the more he felt that the place was full of wonders. Liu Muking thought that he should let his good-for-nothing father be educated by the giant fish first. I will slowly explore the secrets there later. Thinking of this, she quickened her pace and was extremely eager to go home. After walking along the mountain road, we entered the county town. Liu Muking felt countless eyes cast upon him. Whether it's a passerby or a passing car, everyone looked over, and most of them took out their phones to take pictures. There was also a car driving side by side with mine, honking its horn non-stop. It looks like he wants to stop for a while. Liu Muking finally understood why those fishermen like to hang the fish on the car and parade them in the streets. This effect is indeed very eye-catching. The rate of returning attention has reached its maximum. Chapter 31. Brother Lang, I think we are losing money. How about raising the fishing fee a bit? However, Liu Muking was not in the mood to interact with these people, so he stepped on the accelerator and sped away. A few hours later, Liu Muking returned to his home, in front of a luxurious villa. Before he arrived, he called his father, who loved fishing, and told him that he had a big surprise for him. So as soon as she entered the yard, she started honking the horn loudly. Ding, ding, ding. Not long after, a handsome middle-aged man walked out of the door of the villa. The middle-aged man was stunned as soon as he walked out. He saw a familiar car with a huge silver carp and bighead carp tied to it. Thinking of the surprise his daughter mentioned, he came back to his senses instantly. At this time, Liu Muking walked out of the car, said with some joking words, "Dad, how about this surprise?" Liu Zhanghua walked over with some surprise. "Did you catch this?" After saying that, he started circling around the car. "What else?" Liu Muking's expression at this moment was extremely arrogant. Liu Zhanghua looked at the giant fish, then looked at his darling daughter. "Say it with affirmation." "Impossible, there is absolutely no way you caught it." Liu Muking was not angry either. "I took out my phone, opened TikTok and saw a video. Take it and take a look at it slowly." Liu Zhanghua took the phone and still looked at Liu Muking with suspicion. But after watching for a while he laughed. You, how can you fish like that? The enjoyment of fishing is the process of fishing. There is nothing to brag about. I really enjoy this process and the envious looks from others along the way. Isn't this what you want to achieve?" Liu Muking retorted. "It's an insult to our fishing industry." Liu Zhanghua returned the phone to her and said, "Tisk, I'm #1 on the Big 5 list there. Everyone recognizes it." "Big thing list." There was a hint of doubt in Liu Zhanghua's eyes. "On that reservoirs list, only those weighing over 100 jin can make the list, and I'm #1. Liu Muking stretched out a finger and gestured. "Tisk, you don't understand what I'm talking about. Wait for me to get some experts to kill your leaderboard." A smile appeared on Liu Muking's lips. His goal was achieved. "Okay, welcome to the top of the list." After saying that, she walked into the room proudly. She was very tired today and needed a good sleep. Liu Zhanghua's voice came from behind. "You should take care of this fish, or it will go bad." Liu Muking turned around and said, "I'll leave it to you to take some pictures and show them off." After saying that, he went into the house without looking back. Liu Zhanghua shook his head helplessly. But when he looked back at the fish, he was a little shocked. This fish must weigh at least 200 kilograms. He had been to many places to fish, but this was the first time he had seen a freshwater fish this big. After thinking about it, he took out his mobile phone, took a few pictures, and sent them to a group. "My daughter caught a big fish. Isn't that amazing?" There are only a dozen people in the group. It is his small team that goes fishing frequently, and they are all people who love fishing. But they are all big bosses, or people of similar status to them. Ordinary people can't join this group. "Hey, the real person on the internet is here. Is the girl fishing with the excavator your daughter?" Liu Zhanghua was choked by this reply. "I wanted to show off, but I didn't expect this to become so well known." "That's amazing, Mr. Liu, like father, like daughter. She's really amazing. I like your daughter's personality. If it weren't for my useless son, I would have wanted to become your in-law." Apparently this matter has spread in the fishing circle. Everyone was a little disdainful of Liu Muking's method of fishing, but they were still very positive about her behavior. "I heard there is a giant list, and only creatures over 100 kilograms can be on the list. I want to go and kill it. Are you interested?" Liu Zhanghua said, "I guess you were stimulated by your daughter, haha. Yes, I have wanted to go there for a long time, but I am too busy at work recently and don't have time. Just let the people below handle the company's affairs. Can we make an appointment?" "Okay, let's make an appointment. It's been a while since we went fishing together." After chatting for a while, Liu Zhanghua put away his phone and smiled, but he frowned again when he saw the fish on the BMW. So he took out his cell phone and made a call. Hey, Zyro Mo, come to my house for a moment. I have a fish here. Take it to give the hotel staff a meal. What, one fish isn't enough? This one of mine weighs 200 pounds. Shen Lang slept very comfortably, and when he woke up it was already past 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It feels so good to be lazy. Shen Lang got up and went outside. The rice in the kitchen is already smelling delicious. Now this has become the big canteen for the entire village, and few people cook at home. Those elderly people in their 70s and 80s don't want their family members to bring back meals, and insist on walking up here to eat by themselves. So there were a few old people sitting on the corridor of this cabin chatting about something. Third master, second master, you are here. Zyro Lang, I haven't seen you for a long time. Where have you been? Shen Lang was embarrassed. Did I tell you that I was being lazy? I'm busy over there, you guys take a break. I'll go over and take a look. After saying that, Shen Lang slipped away. When we got to the bottom of the reservoir, everyone was already slowly returning to fish. After all, if we don't start fishing now, there won't be enough time. Go back now, and when you catch it again, go back again. Shen Lang looked around to see the fish catch. Perhaps inspired by the big fish caught today, many anglers used giant baits. So a few dozen kilograms was a little less than yesterday. But those weighing more than 20 or 30 kilograms are indeed a bit too much. This may also be because the multiplier has increased, which is related to the refresh rate. Shen Lang came down, and it was not appropriate for him to just stand around, so he helped to retrieve the fish. I was busy until 5:30 before I finally caught all the fish. It seemed that Wang Peng did not use the remaining bait in the afternoon, so he only caught a fish weighing about 60 kilograms. A total of 6 fish weighing more than 50 kilograms were caught today, and 2 fish weighing more than 100 kilograms. Just from this, Shen Lang earned more than 400,000 yuan, plus the smaller fish system earned him more than 200,000 yuan. Today's total earnings were nearly 700,000, which can be said to be the most profitable day. Shen Lang immediately took out the doubling card and used it. So today's amount soared directly to 1,500,000. The balance in Shen Lang's bank card has exceeded 2 million. Looking at the balance in the card, Shen Lang felt a little sad because he was about to spend the money. However, no matter how painful it is, if you want to make more money, upgrading the system is the only way. And the higher the multiplier, the more you earn. Even if there are no more little fish in the future, it doesn't matter. Judging from the money earned today, those 2 big fish alone are enough to offset the cash back from all the small fish. Brother Lang, did we lose today? Yang Ruonan asked Shen Lang while eating. Although there is more money in the account today than yesterday, the 2 100-pound fish have been taken away. No, if you calculate it that way, the traffic brought to us by those 2 fish today is immeasurable. Shen Lang can only say this. Should I tell you that I have earned millions, and this amount of profit is just a drop in the bucket? Brother Lang, I think we can raise the admission fee a bit. 400 yuan is too cheap. Yang Ruolan said, well, it should be improved a bit. Shen Lang was thoughtful. Tomorrow will be 560 a day. Shen Lang said with certainty, it's only improved a little bit. Chapter 32, the system has been upgraded again. Please complete the prerequisites. Shen Lang complained, doesn't he want to improve? Can I make the decision? However, as soon as Shen Lang finished speaking, he felt something was wrong. He had to upgrade the system today. This price doesn't have to change. Well, let me think about it when I get back and tell you tomorrow morning. Shen Lang said again, well, I think it's not too much to earn $1,000 or $2,000 a day for a fish that big. Yang Ruolan said, who would come to fish at this height? Shen Lang was speechless. How could the system's judgment be wrong? Master Wu said that with the reputation of the giant fish, many people will rush to come. By then, there won't be enough space. Raising the price will also raise the threshold. Shen Lang rolled his eyes at him. In the future, have less contact with Master Wu. He is not a good person. Why is he so nice? A big internet celebrity with no heirs at all. Because others want to pick you up. Is my cousin so ignorant? Don't you feel it? That Master Wu is obvious. No, you are a big internet celebrity, and you will stay here forever, right? No, I have to talk to him about it tomorrow. After dinner, Shen Lang arranged matters for tonight. Tents cannot be set up here at the reservoir. If these people want to spend the night, they can either go back to the county town or stay in the village below. This is a mandatory matter and cannot be refuted. But everyone still doesn't understand why it worked a few days ago, but not today. Is it going to rain heavily tonight, like the day the road was washed away? Everyone, please do it. What if there's a heavy rain at night and they get washed away? Shen Lang could only say this euphemistically. Brother Lang, your excuse is far-fetched. The weather forecast says that the sun will remain for the next few days. Yang Rulan complained beside him. No matter how far-fetched it is, it's still a reason, right? Now Shen Lang's words are still quite effective here. Although everyone doesn't know the specific reason why Shen Lang did this, they still did it. Shen Lang suddenly called out to Shen Feng. Hey, Brother Feng, didn't they say that a decoration company was coming to see the site today? Where are they? Shen Feng stopped and said, They came, but they said they couldn't design such a big place. They took a look and left. I didn't bother you. Shen Lang was speechless. Well, he still had some self-awareness and just didn't answer the call. But he has no resources in this area, and he doesn't dare to use it if he is not familiar with it. The design fees of those famous designers on the internet are beyond the reach of Shen Lang. The premium is too high, not worth it. There are no resources for this. Shen Lang was a little distressed. If he couldn't come up with a design, the subsequent things would not be able to be carried out. Although Shen Lang always felt that he was very poor based on his current daily income, as long as he could get the startup capital first, the rest of the money would be a small problem. At 500,000 a day, 15 million a month, we're almost close to the two small goals in a year. Moreover, the system is still growing, and the speed at which you can make money in the future is immeasurable. These projects must be implemented immediately. The villagers are already communicating with the camping fishermen. Obviously, the effect is not very ideal. After all, Shen Lang's reason is really not acceptable to any normal person. Seeing that it was getting late, Shen Lang walked over and shouted loudly, I don't allow you to camp here for everyone's safety. I hope you will cooperate. If you don't cooperate, that's fine. Brother Bisheng, I will remember those who don't cooperate and put them on the blacklist. They are not welcome here. Shen Bisheng agreed immediately. Okay, those who don't cooperate will be blacklisted. Everyone who comes here to camp is a hardcore fisherman. Although I am very unhappy with Shen Lang and his men's toughness and that nonsensical reason. But I'm really afraid of being blacklisted. After all, the fish they caught today really shocked them. And they also hope to catch a giant fish weighing hundreds of kilograms to have a great time. So some people started packing up and returned to the county town, while others went to the village to find someone to stay with. In an hour, only a few young people from the village were left here. Brother Bisheng, please keep watch. No one is allowed to come here before 12 o'clock. When 12 o'clock comes, you should go home quickly. Don't worry, leave it to us. Shen Bisheng patted his chest and said, Don't worry, Brother Lang. Others also assured. After Shen Lang finished explaining his affairs, he returned home. Lying on the bed, Shen Lang turned on the system and started adding points. The money now seems to be a lot, but it is not enough in front of the money-eating beast of the system. Shen Lang first clicked to increase the area of the reservoir. Shen Lang feels that the price will definitely increase when the water area reaches a certain size. Sure enough, when the water area of Shen Lang's point reached 50,000 square meters, the price became 20 per square meter. The price has doubled. Shen Lang was not going to order any more. After all, 50,000 square meters was barely enough. All that's left is to upgrade the multiplier. However, what Shen Lang was considering was whether it would be better to have a higher upper limit for upgrading or a higher lower limit for upgrading. The upper limit is high. If you are lucky enough to catch a fish with top multipliers, the price will skyrocket. If the lower limit is high, the overall weight of the fish will be increased to a higher level. Shen Lang thought about it and decided that from the perspective of making money, upgrading the lower limit would undoubtedly be more suitable. After all, even if the upper limit is upgraded too high, it will be in vain if you can't catch any fish. But if the lower limit is high, and all the fish have this kind of multiplier, then the overall profit will increase a lot. Shen Lang finally decided to put 1 million points to the lower limit and 700,000 points to the upper limit. What Shen Lang didn't expect was that when 1 million points reached the lower limit, it turned gray again. The system still prompts, please complete the prerequisites. Needless to say, you must click the maximum limit and then catch a lot of kilograms of fish. Shen Lang plans to use the remaining money to ask them to contact a few trucks of fish tomorrow, because Shen Lang found that if no one bought fish, he would feel embarrassed to collect money. Name Shen Lang. Age 25. Bound waters, Shikwin Reservoir. Water area, 50,000 square meters after 12:00. Water depth, 31 meters after 12 o'clock. Current fish growth multiple, 1527 times, the higher the multiple, the lower the probability. Current sessions, 160 per day, effective after 12:00. Current number of fishermen, none. 160 a day. According to the current average weight of fish, as long as a fisherman catches one, he can make money. However, the system's judgment is still very accurate, so the system concludes that many anglers will not be able to catch any fish tomorrow. That means only half of the people have to be Air Force. Not to mention catching that giant. This is obviously not what Shen Lang wants to see. Moreover, the systematic bait is obviously not enough for such a large area. Yesterday's medium-sized fishing bait only increased the cost by a few $dozen, although it was not used up. Even if we use bait every day to attract fish in the underground river, it will take many days for the population to rise again. Then these few days will definitely dampen the passion of anglers. Although everyone can understand the premise that the reservoir water level will surge, this will slow down Shen Lang's plan to make money. It used to be 500,000 a day, but tomorrow it will definitely become 100,000 or 200,000. It is more likely to be less than 100,000. Another point is that there are fewer types of fish in the reservoir. Or in other words, the fish are too cheap. Shen Lang wants a very expensive fish with a very high unit price. After all, the system cashback is also based on the market price of the fish. For example, the mandarin fish, one of China's 4 famous fishes. Chapter 33 Zioking, why did you send me photos? Although the size of a single mandarin fish is not large, but his price is high. 1 kilogram costs dozens or even hundreds of yuan. After the system's addition, have you ever seen a mandarin fish weighing 20 to 30 kilograms? One costs tens of thousands on the market. The system must reply hundreds of thousands. Moreover, it is very easy for anglers to catch a fish weighing 20 or 30 kilograms. Shen Lang found that he had found a bright road to wealth. In the future, I will find some precious fish and throw them in. Anyway, there is no theoretical limit on the system. As Shen Lang thought about it, he became excited. I am such a genius. Because Shen Lang had a nap during the day, he was not sleepy at all. Shen Lang played 2 games and found that it was really boring. Shen Lang found that playing games was a waste of time. Perhaps it was because he had so much money in such a short period of time that Shen Lang couldn't calm down. In fact, Shen Lang felt more like he was playing a development game in real life. That money is just a string of numbers. After all, it's 2 million today, and it can be spent in no time. Shen Lang opened WeChat and accidentally saw an avatar. Is this that beautiful lady's WeChat? Let's call her Liu Muking. Shen Lang subconsciously clicked on the profile picture and opened her circle of friends. Liu Muking's circle of friends is very simple. There are no beautiful selfies or travel photos. Most of them are work-related photos. Shen Lang flipped through it and instantly felt bored. Not even a selfie. Shen Lang also wants to appreciate the beautiful woman's selfie. But just as he was about to close it, a circle of friends caught his attention. June 7, 2020. The hotel design project in City C has been completed. Thanks to the designer team for their hard work. This project is expected to start at the end of the year and be completed next year. I wish the construction goes smoothly. Shen Lang took another careful look at Liu Muking's circle of friends. I found out that the company she worked for was called Tiancheng Group, which is a hotel and real estate group. I'm still wondering if I can't find someone to design for me. Isn't this a ready-made resource? So Shen Lang sent a message. Is Miss Liu here? After a while, the message came back. Who are you? Well, I just added you today, and you don't even know who you are. No way, you just caught a fish with an excavator here today, and you forgot about it. Oh, I forgot to make a note, what's up? Shen Lang thought about it, and decided it would be better to ask directly. After all, he was not familiar with her. I want to build my reservoir. Do you have the resources to design that? How do you want to build it? Develop the surrounding hills, and build a B&B with several hundred rooms. Liu Muking, who was hundreds of kilometers away from Shen Lang, moved on the sofa. There was a hint of disdain in the corner of his mouth. What can be built in such a remote and poor place? Just rely on that fish pond. Wait, that fish pond? Liu Muking was watching Daoyan at first, and he found that the popularity of the reservoir was a bit scary. The popularity of the fishing with her excavator is soaring terrifyingly. Maybe there is something to it. I'll ask our company's design team to come over and take a look. Tell them your requirements. Shen Lang was delighted. It turned out that everything would be easy if he found the right way. Thank you so much, but could you please ask them to come sooner tomorrow? I'm in a hurry here. Liu Muking was speechless. Do you think we are going to the market? Okay, leave me your phone number and I'll send it to them. Shen Lang sent the phone number. He found himself at a loss for words, not knowing whether to continue the conversation or just say goodbye. Shen Lang is not a very sociable person. Well, the man you said would come here during the day. Where is he going to fish? I'm not sure either. I'll send you the photo first. Please keep an eye on it. The next second, a photo was sent over. The photo shows a handsome, middle-aged man. There is some similarity between his eyebrows and Liu Muking. Could this be her relative? What is your relationship with this person? Shen Lang was full of curiosity. This has nothing to do with you. I have something to do. I don't want to talk anymore. Shen Lang was stunned. Are all your excuses for not wanting to chat so straightforward? Okay, you're busy. Shen Lang also casually said something. And on the other side, Liu Muking was frightened by a voice behind him. Xiao Qing, why are you sending me photos? Liu Muking quickly put away the phone and said awkwardly, No, Dad, you're wrong. Humph, your father is old, but he's not blind. Liu Zhanghua snorted coldly. Your mother passed away early. I am living well on my own. You don't need to help me find a partner. I don't even have enough time to fish in a day, so how can I have time for a relationship? Liu Muking breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. At the same time, he rolled his eyes. Dad, you still have the nerve to say that. My brother and I are busy with the group's affairs all day, and you spend all day fishing. It seems like the group has nothing to do. Well, what else? I worked so hard to build this foundation. Now that I'm old, shouldn't I rest? Shouldn't I enjoy my life? Liu Zhanghua is confident. But you're only 48. The retirement age is now over 60. Liu Muking said speechlessly. Look, you're here to piss me off again. I worked so hard to raise you guys and finally had a chance to rest, but I never expected that my daughter would force me to work. Liu Zhanghua pretended to be hurt. Liu Muking was really speechless. Okay, take a rest. Didn't you say you were going to kill my giant? When are you going? Hey, we'll set off tomorrow. Just wait for our good news. So when Shen Lang was thinking that although this woman was beautiful, he must not marry her, he received another message. He's coming tomorrow. If you help me get this done, I'll waive your design fee. Shen Lang took a look. Well, there is such a good thing. It's such a simple task, and I can even waive the design fee. But he knew that the design fee of that kind of design team was not a small amount. Don't worry, I guarantee you'll complete the task. Shen Lang felt that since he had to complete the task, he had to complete it beautifully. So he contacted the fish selling company and asked them to bring a few trucks of big fish over early tomorrow morning. For those weighing only 10 or 20 kilograms, the minimum amount can be increased by 15 times, which is no more than 300 kilograms. Shen Lang could imagine the scene of the middle-aged man being pulled into the water by a giant fish weighing more than 300 kilograms. The variety doesn't matter as long as the weight is right. In the future, put more fish to increase the density of fish in the reservoir. It would be best if they could catch as many fish as possible. Brother Lang, we are so famous. Shen Lang was daydreaming. Yang Rulan knocked on his door. What's going on? Aren't our videos always going on? Shen Lang opened the door impatiently. After opening the door, Yang Rulan stood at the door with some excitement. Brother Lang, look, our video was reported by City Observer. Shen Lang took a look. Sure enough, the video reported by City C today was the news about fishing with an excavator. The fan base reported by City C is in the tens of millions. The number of likes for this video has reached more than 100,000 in just a short period of time. It seems that this video was not posted very long ago. Chapter 34, hundreds of thousands of big fish were thrown into the reservoir, and schools of giant fish formed. And Shen Lang and his friends' videos only have a few 100,000 likes now. Master Wu's video has a little more likes, but only about 200,000. If this matter gets further fermented, it might become a hot topic. However, Shen Lang now feels that being too popular may not be a good thing. After all, his reservoir is such a small place. What's the point of too many people coming? It's okay for people to come to fish, but I'm afraid of those who come to watch the fun. If you give yourself half a year to build a tourist destination, you don't have to worry. It's completely useless to have such a large amount of traffic now. But this is not something Shen Lang can control, so come on. I have never seen the world, so if it becomes popular, it will become popular. Shen Lang said calmly. As expected of Brother Lang, even his calm expression is so similar. Yang Rulan complained. I'm very calm, it's getting late, go to bed. Shen Lang pushed Yang Rulan away and closed the door. Look at the time, it's already past 10 o'clock. I called Shen Bisheng again and asked them to come down immediately around 12 o'clock. Then he lay down on the bed and went to sleep. At night, Shen Lang was awakened by a loud thunder. Then came the violent storm. I don't know how long it has been raining. Anyway, he didn't sleep well the whole night. I was woken up by the sound of thunder and rain from time to time. Little wave, it's coming. The road has been washed away again. Shen Lang heard someone knocking on the door in a daze. Answered casually, "Here it comes." I picked up my phone and saw that it was 5:50. Shen Lang got up and opened the door. Second uncle stood at the door anxiously. Seeing Shen Lang coming out, the second uncle said, "It rained so heavily yesterday, I was afraid that the same thing would happen again. As soon as the rain stopped, I went to take a look and found that the place that was collapsed by the water last time had collapsed again." Shen Lang actually thought that this situation would occur. After all, there is a depression on top of it, and usually a little rain would wash some water down. It would be a problem if it wasn't washed away by such a heavy rain. However, Shen Lang did not expect that the rain had just stopped for a short time. This means it rained for more than 5 hours. Doesn't the excavator master live in the village? Ask him to get off work overtime and start digging now. I can only fix it first. After all, the fish will come in soon. Hey, I'll go call him. Upon hearing this, the second uncle left quickly. Shen Lang got up and was no longer sleepy, so he followed him out. It's already getting light outside. It gets light very early in the morning in summer. Many people may have never gotten up so early, and don't know that 6 o'clock is actually already light. Shen Lang went out and saw that many people were up, including those fishermen who are staying here. They were also shocked. When I told them not to camp there yesterday, they said it would rain heavily at night. Naturally, no one believed it. They believe in science more. The weather forecast says that you can see a sky full of stars at night. But it's not raining heavily here. This is God splashing water. Many people did not sleep all night yesterday, just watching the rain from the windows. That doomsday-like scene will be unforgettable for them forever. Now the water is still rumbling down from the mountains. Boss, you are amazing. How did you know it would rain at night? Shen Lang's appearance attracted everyone's attention. A fisherman came over and asked. Shen Lang pretends to be deep. You may not know the secrets of our family. Our Shen family used to be powerful enough to see into the secrets of heaven. Later, because we knew too many secrets, we came here to live in seclusion. Perhaps this rain is the retribution for our family. Wow, you have such a secret here. I told you that yesterday's rain was not simple. Last night was so horrible. The other villagers looked at Shen Lang with doubtful eyes. Were we like this before? How come we didn't know? Shen Lang coughed twice and said, "It's still early, you guys go and have some rest. I'll go to the reservoir to take a look." When the fishermen heard that they were going to the reservoir, they all said, "How can I sleep now? Let's go and take a look. It rained so hard yesterday. I wonder how the reservoir has swelled." Everyone was very interested. So a group of people walked towards the reservoir in a mighty manner. Because the rain just stopped not long ago, there is still a lot of water in many ditches, and not all of the water will flow into the reservoir. Fortunately, the drainage system here is pretty good. Otherwise, the house might have been flooded. Not long after, everyone arrived at the dam of the reservoir. Wow, it's increased so much. It must be fake. This is too much. The gap between 17,000 square meters and 50,000 square meters is not small. But compared with the entire dam, it is still a little small. After all, the entire dam is tens of meters high and hundreds of meters long. If the surface of the dam were leveled, Shen Lang wouldn't know how big the area was. Because the mountains inside are winding and tortuous, I don't know how much area will be accommodated. When the system was contracted in the past, all the surrounding mountains were contracted. Maybe they calculated the area that would increase after the reservoir was filled. By then, you might be able to sail through it on a ship. Perhaps this is also the reason why the system chose this place. After all, the area here is really large. While everyone was amazed, the excavator master had already driven the excavator to repair the road. Shen Lang also followed him down, thinking about how to keep that section of the road from collapsing. After all, I will definitely come here many times when I upgrade the water area in the future. We have arrived at the intersection of the road. Shen Lang also breathed a sigh of relief. This time the collapse was not as dramatic as last time. It's just that the water was too high and washed away the mud and sand on the road. Maybe it's because the road was repaired not long ago, and the mud and sand are not yet tight. The big rocks placed underneath didn't move at all. In the future, we can build a solid embankment and harden the road's surface. If we do a good job of drainage, there shouldn't be any problems. And now it shouldn't take long to be fixed. Master, we're going to have a big truck pass through later, so you should pile up some stones instead of using mud on top. Shen Lang went up and communicated with his master. The master made an okay gesture. The excavator master has been in high spirits these 2 days. I am very motivated when doing things. After all, who wouldn't be happy if they earned 70,000 yuan a day? It's like I found it for free. The master hummed a tune and started working. After more than an hour, a new road began to take shape. At this time, Yang Rulen called. Brother Lang, how are you going to charge for fishing today? Didn't you say you would tell me in the morning? Shen Lang almost forgot, but he still had to do an experiment. Wait a minute, don't collect the money yet, let them wait a minute. Shen Lang called the boss of the fish seller. When asking where the fish was, Shen Lang agreed to arrive at around 7 o'clock, and now it was already 7:10. The boss said, "We're almost there. You said to go up the fork in the road, right? We're almost at the fork in the road." Shen Lang looked down and saw that, sure enough, several cars turned from that side. The boss is quite punctual. Of course I did. I didn't sleep at night and stayed up all night to deliver it. Shen Lang smiled, hung up the phone, and waited for them there. Chapter 35, The Rod Exploded. Sorry, forgot to tell you, the fish has upgraded. When the convoy arrived, Shen Lang took a ride to the reservoir. Shen Lang ordered a total of 4 trucks of fish, 2 trucks of big fish, each weighing about 10 to 20 kilograms, 2 trucks full of caught fish, weighing about 5 to 10 kilograms. As for the small fish, Shen Lang did not buy them because there were plenty of them in the reservoir. But how to put it down became a problem. This place is a bit too high from the bottom. Finally, I found a solution. Luckily, it rained yesterday, and there is still heavy water flowing nearby. The excavator directly opens a path, and the auxiliary truck drives through, allowing the fish to flow into the reservoir along the water. When the fish flowed into the reservoir, Shen Lang opened the system panel, watching the number 160 slowly changing every day. From 160 per day, it has increased to 240. Damn, more than 200,000 fish. This is the only increase you gave me. However, thinking of such a large reservoir, Shen Lang sighed helplessly. Maybe the reason why it has increased so much is because they are all big fish. This also confirms Shen Lang's other guess. Before the charges start, the price of releasing fish will increase directly. If the charges start, you will have to wait until the next day for them to take effect. By the time all the fish were released, almost another hour had passed. It's already 8 o'clock. Before we knew it, the place was already crowded with people. According to incomplete statistics, it's only 8 o'clock, and there are already at least 200 or 300 people here. Fortunately, a large piece of parking space was dug out these 2 days. Otherwise, with so many people coming, the cars would be stuck in traffic. Today's price is 240 a day. Rulan, start working. Yang Rulan thought she had heard wrongly. 240. Didn't you say yesterday that it would go up to 560? Didn't you say you would consider going up a little more? Why is it dropping? What are you looking at? Get to work. Shen Lang walked to the wooden house, picked up the loudspeaker, and started shouting. I'm really sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Due to the high water level yesterday, we were worried that you wouldn't be able to catch any fish. So today the price has been reduced to 240 yuan a day. You can just scan the code and we'll check one by one later, so please be aware of it. Because there are too many people every day, especially in the morning. So Yang Rulan came up with this suggestion, letting them pay first, find a fishing spot, and then go down and check one by one, so there would be no need to crowd here. Shen Lang thought this was a good idea and adopted it. After all, there are so many people. If I collect money and confirm it one by one, I don't know how long it will take. This will indeed solve the problem. At least this plan is feasible for now. As for how to improve it in the future, that is a matter for the future. This makeshift team of them came as they pleased. Boss, who are you looking down on? Are you worried that we won't be able to catch any fish? That's right, will we not be able to catch any fish? I'll catch you in a minute. Boss raised the price back. Shen Lang was speechless. This was the first time he heard of someone asking for a price increase. If you have the guts, just trade with me. I'll take over. Don't cry when you're out of Air Force later. Shen Lang directly used the method of provoking the enemy from the 36 stratagems. So many fishermen were excited and ready to start working hard. After all the fishermen went down, everyone started to eat breakfast. Actually, the cafeteria also wanted to sell breakfast, but no one knew how to make steamed buns and steamed buns. Plus, it was very busy and no one could get up that early, so they gave up. But while everyone was having breakfast, people were still coming up quickly today. One car after another parked in the temporary parking lot. Then one by one they came towards this side. Just as Shen Lang thought, many of the people who came today did not come here to fish. He must have seen the video online and came over to watch the fun. By 10 o'clock in the morning, the place was already full of people. Although it wasn't crowded, there were still quite a lot of people. Xiao Lang, the billboard is here. Can you see where it is installed? At this time, Shen Feng found Shen Lang and said, "What billboard? Did we accept the advertisement?" Shen Lang is puzzled. Shen Feng patted his head and said, "Look at me, I asked an advertising company to make that giant list. Go and see where it is installed." Shen Lang immediately stood up and followed Shen Feng. "I should have gotten that list a long time ago, but I found there were no trees to hang it on. So we asked the advertising company to make the steel frame. We were already pressed for time, and the advertising company was very helpful. They directly found those stage scaffoldings and dragged them over. Soon, the list of giants was posted. The entire list is still very simple, with green as the base and a few embellishments on the base map, and nothing else. Just write the words Giant List in big letters on it. Then I wrote the instructions and the reward system. And now there are only 2 names on the list. One is Liu Muking and the other is Wang Peng. But these are all posted later. After all, the list is bound to change all the time. It's impossible to just change it every time. When the list was posted, a large crowd gathered around it. Everyone pointed and talked about the list. Wow, the first place on the big thing list earns 2,000 yuan a week, and you can get the top spot repeatedly. If you're that good, you don't have to work anymore. You think it's easy. Don't you see there are only 2 names on the list? Isn't the first place the one who fishes with an excavator? I came here just to play after watching the video. Yeah, me too, 192 pounds. If I gain a few more pounds, I'll be 200 pounds. That's amazing. Obviously, everyone is quite interested in this list. Many people also took photos and posted them on their moments. At this time, another small truck drove up. My second uncle jumped out from the passenger seat. "Xiao Lang, come and help." Shen Lang walked over and looked inside the cargo box. Wow, a truck full of goods. There are also many shelves tied on it. Apparently, my second uncle emptied out someone else's wholesale department. All kinds of snacks, water, cigarettes, and alcohol, everything is available. Shen Lang was not vague and called everyone to come and help move the goods. With so much traffic now, a small shop can really sell a lot of things in a day. Shen Lang doesn't think much of it, but for his second uncle's family, this is a considerable income. There are a lot of things, but fortunately there are also a lot of people. In less than half an hour, the things had been moved into the room. The shelves are already set up. Just start putting the goods on display. While they were moving the things, some people came to buy things. According to the current situation, the best-selling item should be water. After all, although this is a reservoir, there is no direct drinkable water source. The water that Shen Lang and his family drink in the village comes from the bend above, which is quite far away. But not everyone can drink this kind of spring water directly. Just after I finished my work, I heard a commotion downstairs. Everyone on the reservoir was looking down. Then many people walked downstairs. Obviously something had happened. Shen Lang stood aside and understood everything as soon as he saw it. Wang Peng must have used the leftover bait and caught a big fish. Shen Lang forgot to tell him one thing. That is, among the fish today, a small half are incredible big ones. Sure enough, it wasn't long before I heard, "Oh no! Explode the rod. What a pity. This fish is too big." Yeah, several people couldn't hold him back. Shen Lang could only mourn silently. "I'm so sorry I forgot to tell you." Chapter 36, 240 a day. So cheap, shouldn't it be 240 an hour? In fact, it wasn't just Wang Peng who had a bad hit this morning. There were a lot of explosions today. But Wang Peng persisted for a long time, and this time several people helped him together. But his fishing rod is not strong enough. It exploded directly. Shen Lang felt it necessary to put up another billboard. Giant Park, small poles not allowed. Rebar is recommended. Second uncle's store can also sell some fishing rods. After all, the fisherman whose rod exploded will definitely continue to save his face. But there is no fishing rod anymore, so can I just fish with my hands? Using rebar is actually a joke. Is rebar really good for fishing? The answer is no. A fishing rod is several meters long. let alone rebar, just pick up 2 meters and try it. And it has no toughness, so it's hard to fish well. This is actually just a joke in the fishing circle. Shen Lang found Shen Feng and told him his ideas. He also asked them to share any ideas they had so that everyone could refer to them. Then asked the advertising company to get it together. There are so many people now. How can we not add some internet celebrity elements? For example, that sentence, "I miss you so much in XXX." Something like that. While Shen Lang and the others were chatting, there was a commotion on the dam. Shen Lang looked up. "Good job. So many luxury cars. I saw 6 luxury cars driving towards me in a row. They are all worth millions. For example, the one in front is a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, and the one behind is a Bentley." Shen Lang had only seen these cars in those pretentious scenes in TV dramas. Damn, who is here to show off? The car slowly stopped. The driver got out. He walked around to the rear door, opened it, and put his hand on the car frame. These drivers are all dressed in suits and look very cool. Just when Shen Lang thought that every person coming out of each car should be a big boss smoking a cigar, wearing a suit, and exuding domineering aura. A middle-aged man wearing casual clothes and a sun hat walked out of each car. It looks like an elderly cadre coming on vacation. "Brother Lang, we are awesome here. Where did this big shot come from?" Shen Lang naturally didn't know either. After all, he is a world away from the circle of people who drive this car. But he suddenly narrowed his eyes. Why does one of the middle-aged men look so familiar? Shen Lang immediately took out his mobile phone and opened the picture that Liu Muking sent him. That's right. It's him. This doesn't mean that this middle-aged man is so rich. But think about it, Liu Muking drives an M8, so it's normal for the person she wants to harm to drive a Rolls-Royce. The real master has arrived. We must go and greet him anyway. Shen Lang said something to the people around him and walked over there. Those middle-aged, wealthy men have gathered together and are standing by the reservoir, chatting about something. When Shen Lang approached, he heard the handsome middle-aged man in the photo say to the person next to him, "Lao Mo, you are from here. Can you tell us about the situation of this reservoir?" The man named Lao Mo smiled and said, "Then you really asked the right person. When I was young, I participated in the construction of this reservoir." The middle-aged people nearby became interested and looked at Lao Mo. Lao Mo didn't waste any time and started talking. When Shen Lang heard this, he also became interested. He did not go forward to disturb them, but listened from the side. Speaking of this reservoir, it was a major project in the past. Although there was a lot of rainfall in this area before, there was no large-scale reservoir, so this place was chosen as the site for the reservoir to supply water to several nearby counties. You see, this mountain is quite high, and the peaks are continuous. I remember when it was full, the water surface stretched for dozens of kilometers like a big lake. Several people listened to it fascinatedly. Then why has it become such a small pond now? A handsome middle-aged man pointed to the bottom of the reservoir and said, "Strangely enough, in the following years, the water level of the reservoir dropped year by year, and in the end there was only a little left. At that time, professional technicians dived down to take a look, and guess what happened?" Lao Mo, stop keeping me in suspense and tell me now. Several middle-aged people nearby urged. It turns out that there is an underground lake of unknown depth. All the water has flowed down there, and no one knows which underground river this underground lake leads to. Underground lake? You mean there's nothing underneath where we're standing? Okay, just treat it as a story. We are here to top the list. Look where the list is. Let's go and take a look. It was also the first time that Shen Lang heard the complete story of this reservoir, and he couldn't help but feel curious. Just when he was thinking about whether to go up and entertain them, his cell phone rang. I picked up the phone and saw it was an unfamiliar number. Shen Lang answered the phone, and a male voice rang out. "Hello, is this Shen Lang, Mr. Shen?" Shen Lang was puzzled. Who was this? Was he another salesman? "I'm a designer from Tiancheng Group, and we've already reached the dam of your reservoir." When Shen Lang heard that they had reached the dam, he looked up and started looking everywhere. Sure enough, next to the parking lot, there was a young man holding a mobile phone and making a call, looking around from time to time. There were a few people standing next to him. They must be his colleagues. "I see you, I'll come right over." Business was more important, so Shen Lang didn't bother to greet these wealthy people and walked over there. Liu Zhonghua and a few others came to the giant object that had just been put up and started to take a look. Why are there only 2 people on this list? It won't be challenging to kill them all. It's really not a challenge. Boss Liu, your daughter's first catch was only 192 pounds. When we were sea fishing, we caught real giants weighing hundreds or even thousands of pounds. Hey, freshwater fishing and sea fishing are two different concepts. Is there a boat here to give you leverage? That's hard to say. Zyroking can use the excavator to fish. Maybe Boss Liu can just get a boat here to fish. Liu Zhanghua's face turned red. Apparently, they often tease his daughter about using an excavator to fish. Let's go, pay the money, and go see what the fish situation is like here. Several people came to the wooden house and explained their purpose. Yang Ruolan pointed to the QR code next to her and said, 240 a day, the fish is free, just scan the code yourself. Everyone was stunned, looked at each other. Everyone felt it was a little unbelievable. They had never caught fish so cheaply. Normally they catch hundreds or even thousands of fish in an hour. Sea fishing can cost tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands at a time. What are you telling me now? 240 yuan a day. What a joke. They even thought they were in the wrong place. Little girl, it's 240 an hour, right? You must have said it wrong. Yang Ruolan's eyes lit up when she heard this. You think it's too cheap, right? But our boss here charges 240 a day. I don't know what he's thinking. He doesn't want to make money. Yang Ruolan looked at the luxury car parked there and said, you can either drive for 240 yuan an hour or you can drive for 100 yuan an hour. You guys are not short of money anyway. Chapter 37. Sky-high cost, are you sure you want to repair it? Liu Zhanghua smiled. They are rich, but they are not suckers. Since the boss wants to do charity, what else can they say? So after paying the money, a few people walked towards the bottom of the reservoir, and their driver took out a set of equipment from the car and followed. It's great to be rich. Yang Ruolan looked at this situation and couldn't help but sigh. When Liu Zhanghua was about to go down, he suddenly saw someone familiar. Isn't that Engineer Yao from the company? Why is he here? Who is the young man next to him? Questions popped up in his mind one after another. After taking a few more glances, he walked down with confusion. On the other side, Shen Lang received this design team. They didn't say any polite words and went straight to the point. Shen Lang told them what effect he wanted to achieve and communicated some details with them. In fact, Shen Lang didn't know what he wanted. But professionals are professionals after all. They directly brought out various hotel cases they had worked on before, both domestic and foreign. In fact, B&B is also a type of hotel. It just has a different name. After looking at several sets of pictures, Shen Lang had a new understanding. He felt that what he had thought of before was really not worthy of being put on the stage. Look at the things they designed, it's simply heaven. This room design, this decoration, this environment design. While Shen Lang was communicating with them, the assistant next to him also flew the drone into the sky. This is to take a bird's-eye view of the entire thing, so that we can go back and make a preliminary plan. If you decide to design it, you will have to come and investigate on site later. If we follow your standards, how much will it cost to build this B&B complex? After Shen Lang roughly determined what he wanted, he asked the question he was most concerned about. The designer's name is Yao Yehui, and he thinks he's just going through the motions here. After communicating with Shen Lang for a while, he felt that this trip was in vain. This young man should have some relationship with Director Liu. Yesterday, Liu Muking called him and told him that he could just come and take a look. He didn't understand at first, but now he does. According to their standards, who would be willing to invest in this shabby place? Is it just a waste of money? The construction cost alone is about 50 to 80 million, and the specific design drawings need to be produced. 50 to 80 million, still acceptable. Shen Lang was just about to breathe a sigh of relief. If we calculate the decoration according to the high-end standards, it will cost about 100 million. Shen Lang's breathing suddenly stopped. What? You just said that it only costs 50 to 80 million to repair the house. But it's not over yet. The supporting facilities will probably cost more than 100 million. Forest development has no bottom line, but it will cost at least 100 or 200 million. In total, it will probably cost more than 1 billion. Shen Lang was so confused that he asked, what did you say, 1 billion or more? Is he, a man with tens of thousands of dollars in his card, now discussing a billion-dollar project? Oh, by the way, the design fee is 30 million. Shen Lang was stunned. How dare they ask for 30 million for the design fee? But that woman seemed to say that the design fee was free. If that works, then I'll save 30 million in expenses. Rounding it off, that means I earned 30 million. Shen Lang calculated carefully and found that many projects were actually later stages of construction. The previous part is just approval and infrastructure construction. After all these were done, I didn't know how much money I had made with the system. Well, okay, let's come up with a plan according to what you said. Yao Yehui's hands shook, and he almost dropped the notebook on the ground. What did he say? Ken, just come up with a plan based on this. Brother, did you not hear clearly? This is 1 billion. This is still my most conservative estimate. If you build a few visitor centers and some entertainment facilities, the money will increase dramatically. Are you sure, building those things you said here? I'm sure, Shen Lang said firmly. Yao Yehui shrugged and said, You have money, so have fun as you like. I'm getting paid anyway. Well, let's continue. Shen Lang and Yao Yehui continued chatting for a while, and then took Yao Yehui around to have a look. Soon we arrived at the bottom of the reservoir. This place will definitely be flooded in the future. Shen Lang came here to tell him about the possible water level in the future so that he can make a plan. When Yao Yehui first heard Shen Lang confirm the design, he felt it was magical. The more I listen to him, the less reliable he seems. Now guess what? The young man said that the water level here will rise to a certain level in the future, and the design will be based on the maximum water level. He looked at the current area of the reservoir, then looked up at the location of the last water level line that Shen Lang mentioned. Are you talking about magic drama here? How high can it go? If the water level rises, all the places behind will be flooded. How huge must the water area be? Is this guy mentally ill? Was Mr. Liu from my family fooled by this kid? Shen Lang talked for a long time and suddenly stopped, because he saw the middle-aged men who came at the beginning were fishing not far away. He suddenly remembered the task Liu Muking had given him. If she doesn't complete the task, how can she exempt herself from the design fee? No, I have to complete the task first. So Shen Lang and Yao Yehui said apologetically, Mr. Yao, I'm so sorry. I have something else to do. Please wait for me. Yao Yehui was just trying to clear his mind after listening to a magic play for a long time, so he readily agreed. It's all right, go get busy. But after a few seconds, he lost his composure again. I saw the young man walking towards a group of middle-aged people, and he squatted in front of a middle-aged man and started chatting with him. And he was very familiar with that middle-aged man. Isn't that the chairman of the group, Liu Zhanghua, the one who loves fishing? No way, this guy has such a close relationship with his company. And the next second, Liu Zhanghua glanced over here, and that glance immediately locked his position. He just wanted to go up and say hello. But I was stopped by that look again. Yao Yehui just stood there and started thinking about life. Shen Lang walked to Liu Zhanghua and said, Uncle, did you catch any fish? Liu Zhanghua glanced at Shen Lang. No wonder the boss here charges such a low fishing fee. This fish is hard to bite. Shen Lang was a little embarrassed but didn't show it. Is it possible that your bait is not good? Liu Zhanghua thought, isn't this the young man who started to get together with his own employees? Looking back, I saw that Engineer Yao was not far away. Liu Zhanghua felt that something was a little unusual today. Shen Lang continued speaking while taking out a bag of bait. Try this, it only takes 5. Shen Lang suddenly thought of the 30 million design fee that would soon be free. I'll give it to you for free, try it out. Liu Zhanghua said with a smile in his eyes. Okay, thank you, little brother. Then take your time with it, I'm leaving now. After Shen Lang finished speaking, he stood up and left. Shen Lang felt that his sales behavior was a bit embarrassing, but fortunately he completed the task perfectly. Liu Zhanghua looked at the bait in his hand with full vigilance. There must be something wrong here. Watching Shen Lang leaving with Engineer Yao, alarm bells started to ring in his heart. This is a man's sixth sense. Suddenly he looked at the big guys who came fishing next to him, and a gleam of light appeared in his eyes. Chapter 38, let's try this bait. Shen Lang walked with Yao Yehui for a while, and almost said everything he wanted to say. Just wait for a simple design to come out. After Yao Yehui said goodbye to Shen Lang, he called Liu Muking. Boss Liu, the preliminary survey has been completed here. Are you sure you want to design it? I don't think it's very reliable. At this moment, Liu Muking was in a spacious office, and it was obvious that he had returned to work. Well, just do it. Tell me how much the design fee is, and I'll deduct it from the public account. Okay, Mr. Liu. The design fee is 30 million according to the discounted price. How much did you say? Liu Muking wondered if he had heard it wrong. You charge 30 million for the design fee of a bee, and be next to a reservoir. Do you think I'm a fool, or do you think yourself a fool? Yes, Mr. Liu. If we plan according to Mr. Shen's idea, this project will cost at least 1 to 2 billion yuan. Liu Muking did not show any surprise at this moment, but fell into deep thought. So he agreed to pay the money. Yes, Mr. Liu, may I ask whose family this young master is from? He treats money as if it is not real money. Oh, a friend. Liu Muking hung up the phone and fell into deep thought. She had never looked at this lecher in the eye before, but now she felt that there was a veil of mystery over this person. Is he really a young master from some family? But didn't he grow up in that village? Then what confidence does he have to say that he can invest 1 billion yuan in that project? For a moment, Liu Muking felt that there was a mysterious veil on Shen Lang that made it impossible to see through. So she wanted to find out. At the edge of the reservoir, Liu Zhanghua gave gifts to all his fishing friends. Come and try this. This bait was bought for me by my daughter. Liu Zhanghua distributed the bag of bait that Shen Lang gave him to several wealthy people who came with them. It smells good. This bait should have good penetrating power. We haven't caught any fish in a while. Maybe we can change the bait. But Mr. Liu, there seems to be a big movement in the real estate industry recently. How are the current projects of your company going? Liu Zhanghua smiled and said, You all know that I don't care about the company's affairs now. I let those 2 juniors manage it. Boss Liu is so lucky to have such capable children. Unlike us, we still have to be on the front line ourselves. Hey, no way, it's all for training them. Liu Zhanghua also knew about the recent downturn in the real estate market, which might collapse tomorrow, but those projects had already been developed, so it was impossible to just stop them. I just hope I can hold on until all the houses are sold. A few people chatted and laughed as they threw out the bait again. I had no idea that countless huge creatures were swimming towards me underwater. A few minutes later, Hey, I think I've taken the bait. I'm bitten here too. Me too, this bait has something interesting. Several people pulled the rod at the same time, and the fishing rod was stretched straight. But the next second, they felt something was wrong. A huge force came from under the fishing rod. They were very familiar with this force. After all, they had experienced this feeling countless times in their fishing career. They had no time to react, and were pulled into the reservoir by this force. Only heard, plop, 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 3 sounds of falling into the water. Boss, boss. Director Yang, the rich man's driver on the shore, rushed down shouting anxiously. At this time, several swimming rings were thrown into the water and landed accurately next to the rich man. After Shen Bisheng and several young men nearby threw their swimming rings, they saw that the drivers had already jumped into the water, so they stopped moving. During the days they work here, falling into the water is a common occurrence. At first they were very nervous, afraid that something might happen. But they found that most of the people who came here to fish could swim, so they also depend on the situation. If you can swim, just throw a swimming ring. For example, now, those middle-aged people can actually swim, but those drivers still jumped down with all their might, probably to show off. Liu Zhanghua was shocked by the reaction to the bait. He looked at the remaining bait in his hand, and he was sure that the effect before his eyes was caused by this bait. And this bait was given to him by the owner of this fishery. And at the beginning, the boss was with engineer Yao of the company. When he thought about it carefully, it seemed that there was something fishy going on. Before he could think too much, the 3 wealthy men who had jumped into the water had already climbed to the shore. Liu Zhanghua also hurried over to help pull it up. Ouch, why are you so careless? Are you all okay? Liu Zhanghua looked at the wet people and said. One of the rich men looked at the calm water with a fierce look in his eyes. I, Yang Fuqiang, have been a soldier for half my life. I have fished for thousands of pounds of golden tuna and walked with sharks. I never thought that I would be so careless today and fall into this small reservoir. Another rich man wiped the water stains on his face and stepped forward. Yeah, I was careless. I didn't expect to catch such a big fish just by fishing casually. The last rich man who was dragged into the water sneezed, looked at the onlookers pointing and said, I just can't swallow this. Everyone looked at him. What's up, Lao Mo? Do you have any ideas? Based on my experience, the fish must have weighed more than 300 kilograms. Unless you learn from the little girl from the Liu family, you will definitely not be able to catch it. Modi smiled gently. It's boring to learn from the younger generation. I have a fishing boat here. I'll ask someone to pull it over right away. Haha, I just like your bad temper, Lao Mo. Everyone started laughing too. At their level, many things can be solved with just a word. How can I tolerate a small setback here when I am so powerful in society? But we have to ask the boss if he is willing. Zio Zhou, go and tell him. The driver who was screwing the water next to him responded and was about to go. Hey, Zio Zhou is soaked, let Zio Peng go, and we should change our clothes first. Okay, let's go. The people watching nearby were a little stunned by their words. Who the hell is this person? Do you have to drag the fishing boat over to go fishing if you have a disagreement? Did you hear clearly? That man seemed to be saying that he wanted to tow a boat over to fish. Dude, you heard it right, I heard it too. Damn, you like to brag so much. They may not be bragging. Didn't you see what cars they drove when they came here? All $1 million luxury cars. Damn, rich people also come here to fish. Soon, the news that a few wealthy people wanted to use fishing boats to fish spread. But everyone just spread it around. After all, the fishing with the excavator happened just 2 days ago. A fishing boat, what's so special about that? Chapter 39. You drag a boat here just to catch some fish. After Shen Lang sent designer Yao away, he heard the noise below getting louder again. He was delighted, thinking that his plan was successful and he got the free design. Just when Shen Lang was about to go down to find out what was going on, he heard Yang Ruolan calling him. Brother Lang, come here. Shen Lang saw a man in a suit and tie talking to Yang Ruolan. Shen Lang had no choice but to walk over there. What's up? When Yang Ruolan saw Shen Lang coming, she told him the whole story. This handsome guy said that their boss wants to tow a fishing boat over to go fishing. I don't understand it either, so let him talk to you. After some communication, Shen Lang also understood the whole story. When he heard that 3 people fell into the water, he was secretly happy. You mean your boss wants to bring a boat over to go fishing? The other party said, yes, I hope you agree. Hey, what's there to disagree with? Just bring it here. Shen Lang naturally hopes to catch more big fish. After all, the bigger the fish, the more profit he will make. And there is a chance to get a reward for fish weighing more than 100 kilograms. After the man left, Yang Ruolan suddenly asked, Brother Lang, what does the fishing boat he mentioned look like? Shen Lang was stunned. It's just a boat, it's just like that. What else can it be? Just search it online and you will know. In a blink of an eye, Shen Lang saw those wealthy men walking upstairs. However, Shen Lang was stunned when he saw Liu Zhanghua's clean clothes. Shit, why didn't my target get wet? Didn't he go into the water? No way, that's my 30 million. Just as he was feeling regretful, Liu Zhanghua came over and said, Young boss, can you lend us your room so we can change our clothes? Shen Lang immediately restrained his expression. Oh, why are you so careless? Come on, go in. Shen Lang looked at Liu Zhanghua again and said, Uncle, what's going on? Are you okay? Shen Lang's eyes were full of inquiry. Didn't I give you the bait? Why didn't you fall into the water? Liu Zhanghua smiled and said in a meaningful tone, Little boss, your bait is really good. Do you have any more? I want to buy some more. Shen Lang smiled awkwardly and said, What bait? We're out of it. Boss, please come in, please come in. Shen Lang was actually quite guilty. He wanted him to get involved, but he didn't expect that the real person didn't do it and even saw through his intentions. Shen Lang could only change the subject to ease his embarrassment. Soon everyone changed their clothes, but they didn't seem to want to go fishing now, and started chatting beside Shen Lang's cabin. Shen Lang naturally wouldn't go up to him, so as to avoid being embarrassed when asked. Shen Lang opened his phone and sent a message to Liu Muking. Mission failed, look at the reward. After thinking about it, Shen Lang added another sentence. It's not really a failure, you just asked me to give him the bait, and I already gave it to him. After a while, I received a message notification sound. Shen Lang opened his phone and saw that the other party had replied with a message. No. Shit, I know what's going on. Then does the free design fee promised to me still count? But Shen Lang didn't reply. Since you didn't say anything, I just accepted it. I will keep pestering you then, but you haven't said I failed anyway. Suddenly, a system notification sound startled Shen Lang. Liu Hao caught a grass carp of 7 jin 21 times, equals 147 jin. Congratulations on winning 154,350 Chinese yuan. How come we caught a fish all of a sudden? Liu Hao is a veteran fisherman. His favorite thing is to fish for giant fish. He has been to many black pits for giant fish, but those black pits are too expensive. In the end, he couldn't afford to fish, so he stopped going. Later, I went to the wild waters where those giant fish appeared and caught many of them. When I saw on the internet 2 days ago that there was a giant creature in this reservoir, I drove nearly 1,000 kilometers non-stop to get here. Those who brag about posting navigation instructions online and say they will arrive soon may not even set off. But he is a practical man. He doesn't post videos. He just enjoys the fun of fishing, especially the thrill of fighting with giant fish. Today he found an area with particularly deep water. After all, the probability of big fish appearing here is higher. But this place is quite remote, already at the innermost part of the reservoir, and few people come here. As he expected, the probability of catching big fish is indeed greater in deep water. After baiting the bait for a while, I caught a fish, and it looks like it should be more than 100 pounds. This was the time when those wealthy people were getting involved, so naturally not many people paid attention to him. After 2 hours of fierce fighting, the fish was finally exhausted and pulled up, and this is when it attracted the attention of many people. There's another big fish over there. Everyone go and have a look. Where can I make the list? Soon, a large group of people gathered here. Shen Lang also came here. Because there were 2 big fish to weigh last time, he bought a big scale this time. This fish is 1.7 meters long, which is as tall as an adult. Because last time Liu Muking's fish was directly dragged away, and the one Wang Peng caught was directly bought by someone. So strictly speaking, this is the first one for everyone to take photos and enjoy. Liu Hao also accepted everyone who came, so this place started to become very lively. Everyone helped to weigh it, and when they heard that it was 147 pounds, they all exclaimed in amazement. I'm ranked second on the big thing list, $1,800 a week, I'm really winning. You're interested in that 1,800 yuan. That's a great honor. After weighing, Shen Lang took out his loudspeaker and started shouting loudly. The list of giant fish has been updated. Liu Hao caught a 147 jin giant fish and ranked second. Welcome everyone to challenge and surpass him. The list of giant fish has been updated. Liu Hao caught a 147 jin giant fish and ranked second. Welcome everyone to challenge and surpass him. After shouting several times, Shen Lang felt very tired. The radiation range of this speaker in such a large area is too small. It seems that we will have to build a broadcasting system and spread the speakers all over the reservoir area. Play it every time someone catches a big fish. These fishermen are going crazy. Shen Lang didn't ask about what happened next. It was up to him whether he wanted to sell it or take it away himself. You mean fish? The fish is almost killed by those fishermen. What can we do? Time flies, it's almost noon. People are still coming in an endless stream. The flow of people to the reservoir has reached its peak in history. The popularity of self-media naturally attracted many bloggers. Several fishing bloggers are here today, but most of them are small bloggers. There is another one who is about the same level as Master Wu. It seemed that he was very familiar with Master Wu. As soon as he arrived, he found Master Wu and started chatting with him. Shen Lang didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, this place is so popular, and it will definitely become a check-in spot for more and more internet celebrities in the future. As a boss, you must learn to be reserved, right? Lunchtime. The cafeteria is absolutely packed. When I started designing, I really didn't expect this to happen. After all, hundreds of people were crowding in here at the same time, making it absolutely jam-packed. Although people were asked to queue up, there were just too many people and it still looked chaotic. Of course, there are more people who choose not to eat or ask others to bring them food. It seems that the canteen needs some renovation. Just when everyone was eating in groups of 3 or 5, a large truck drove towards this side. On top of the truck is a medium-sized fishing boat, about 10 meters long. Following behind is an oversized crane, probably used to get on and off fishing boats. Chapter 40, use a fish finder to see what is in your water. Fuck, what's this for? Did the boss buy this boat? Brother, you may not know. Did you see those luxury cars parked there? Their owners were dragged into the water by fish this morning, so they dragged these things here in anger for revenge. I thought everyone was joking about this morning. Is this serious? At this time, a driver came forward and directed the vehicle to the middle of the dam. When Shen Lang first heard that a boat was going to be brought over, he thought it was just a small boat the size of a palm. It seems that his vision was too narrow. I don't understand the world of the rich. After a while, the boat was hooked by a crane and slowly lowered into the reservoir, and everyone stopped what they were doing and watched this scene. Boss, there are so many bizarre things going on here. I have more material for the next issue. At this time, Master Wu's voice came from behind. Depend on. Master Wu, why the hell do you have to be so elusive and scare me? You are a fishing internet celebrity. Why are you staying here all day? Shouldn't you be looking for a place to fish? Boss, isn't this a place for fishing? A strange voice sounded. Shen Lang looked back. I saw a person standing next to Master Wu. It should be the internet celebrity who came this morning. Shen Lang didn't know his name, but he looked familiar. This is my friend, Master Wang. Master Wu introduced. Hello, boss. Shen Lang looked at him and said, Can you catch a fish weighing more than 100 kilograms? Master Wang was stunned. What kind of question was this? Was it so direct right from the start? I was lucky enough to catch it before. I heard that the boss has a lot of huge fish here, so I came here because of his reputation. Shen Lang walked over happily, held his hand and said, "Hello, Master Wang, right? Welcome." Master Wang was stunned. This attitude changed so quickly. Shen Lang naturally welcomed such talents. We caught a lot of big fish this morning, but none weighing more than 100 kilograms. There is no movement on the giant rankings yet. By the way, come on, they too are so lonely up there. As we were talking, the fishing boat had already been launched into the water. It's dozens of meters high. Fortunately, it's a large crane truck, otherwise it would be impossible to fish it down. The boat slowly approached the shore, and several wealthy people also walked towards the bottom of the reservoir. It's good to be rich. They should be trying to use sea fishing to catch these giants. Master Wang looked at the crowd below and suddenly said, Shen Lang didn't understand much about this, so he asked, "What's the difference? Isn't it just getting on the boat?" Master Wang knew that Shen Lang didn't understand, so he said, "His boat is a professional fishing boat. It should be fully equipped with slings, trolling racks, fish finders, etc. It can mainly use the power of the boat to tow fish. But your reservoir is still too small, and this boat can't be used." Master Wu said, "Hey, who cares? Let's go watch a good show. Cousin, do you want to come with us?" Shen Lang glared at Master Wu. "My cousin still wants to collect money. Do you think she has so much free time like you?" Soon Shen Lang and his companions arrived at the reservoir, and several wealthy people have already put on their life jackets and are ready to get on the boat. Shen Lang originally just wanted to watch the show, but he didn't expect to be directly called out. "Little boss, are you interested in playing together?" Liu Zhanghua saw Shen Lang in the crowd. His eyes turned and he said. Shen Lang had never been on a boat, especially a boat specifically for fishing. He was actually very curious. But the person who invited him was Liu Zhanghua, so he didn't want to go. After all, I was just trying to plot against him this morning. In the end, curiosity overcame embarrassment. As long as I don't tell him, he won't know my true purpose. Shen Lang also got on the boat. The boat was quite big, and there was a small lounge on board. Several people got on board and sat down inside. Soon the boat sailed towards the middle of the reservoir. "Boss, how can your reservoir fish grow so big? I have traveled all over the country, but this is the first time I have seen such a big fish." As soon as Shen Lang sat down, Modi asked, "I don't know either. Maybe it came from the underground river." Shen Lang could only give a vague answer. "Should I tell you that I have a system? Haha, the world is so magical. We'll know whether it's amazing or not when we catch it. So what are you waiting for? Let's get started. Come, let me use the fish finder to see how many little treasures are down there." Modi just turned on the fish finder and started operating it. Shen Lang had only heard of this kind of thing but had never actually seen it. So out of curiosity, he went over to take a look. "Damn it, Lao Mo, your machine is broken." A rich man next to him suddenly exclaimed. Lao Mo said, "How is that possible? I just bought this machine not long ago, and it was working fine the last time I used it. Why are there so many big fish up there?" The rich man said in surprise. Shen Lang just looked over and saw the screen was filled with big fish. Lao Mo, who was debugging the machine, also looked at the screen. I was also surprised when I saw this. If the size of the fish hadn't been displayed on the screen, he would have thought it was just a small school of fish. Damn, this reservoir is absolutely amazing. The remaining few wealthy people also came over and started discussing in front of the screen of the fish finder. Except at sea, I have never encountered such a school of giant fish. It's hard to find one at sea. We don't complain about being pulled down this morning. But why are there so many large goods here? The next second, all the wealthy people looked at Shen Lang. Shen Lang smiled awkwardly and said, "Don't look at me, I don't know either. Maybe the fish in the underground river have swam back." Everyone thought about it and realized that it was impossible for him to have put it in. These fish will dominate any waters they are placed in. The most likely scenario is that the underground river leads to a water area with giant fish, and those fish swam in here through the underground river. Let's get started. What are you waiting for? Liu Zhanghua has been itching to get going and called on everyone to start working. Lao Mo also turned off the fish finder. With such a huge school of fish, why do you need a fish finder? Just do it. Only Shen Lang was left lost in thought. So with so many big fish, why can't anyone catch them? Shen Lang figured out the problem based on the habits of the big fish. Big fish generally like to move in deep water areas. And now it is summer, the temperature in shallow water areas is relatively high. so these fish are in deep water areas most of the time. Because of the rising water level, the shallow beach has turned into a water area. The water depth there is only 1 or 2 meters within 10 meters, so the probability of big fish appearing is still too low. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that some big fish go there to feed. I'll have to make a warning from now on. If you want to catch big fish, please cast your rod in deep water. When Shen Lang was thinking that these wealthy people should start casting fishing rods, Shen Lang saw them walking towards a device at the stern of the boat. Shen Lang took a closer look and was surprised to see that this thing actually used an electric winch. Chapter 40, when you want to kill the giants, but I have a crazier idea. This guy is treating it as a giant sea fish. Shen Lang was also speechless. These rich people couldn't catch the fish with their bare hands, so they started using magic. Generally, freshwater fish rarely use this kind of thing. After all, the way freshwater fish and marine fish exert force is different. Most marine fish are powerful players that can burst out in an instant, while most freshwater fish like to fight fiercely. Moreover, the freshwater environment is relatively complex, and the use of electric winches to release the line is definitely not feasible. After all, water plants, stones, dry branches, etc. can cause the line to get tangled. But it just so happens that the middle of the reservoir where Shen Lang and his team are located is suitable for this kind of fishing. After all, the depth of Shen Lang's reservoir is nearly 10 to 20 meters. After working there for a while, they threw the fishing hook into the water. Lao Mo was left alone there watching, while the others returned to the lounge. After all, the sun is still vicious now. Back in the ship's lounge, they started bragging and chatting again. Shen Lang used to think that these wealthy people were all elegant in their manners and had the aura of a domineering CEO. After all, that's how it's played out in TV dramas. After getting to know them, Shen Lang felt that they were just a bunch of ordinary old guys who loved to brag. Back then, I drove my yacht on the high seas and caught a shark. Wow, it must have weighed at least 1,000 pounds. You don't know what that scene was like. It was so cool. That's nothing. When I was young, I went fishing and almost caught a 2,000-pound fish. Just blow it. You blew it first. Shen Lang also shook his head helplessly. If he didn't say he was a rich man who would believe it. Little boss, what's your name? It's not appropriate to keep calling you little boss. At this time, Liu Zhonghua sat next to Shen Lang. My name is Shen Lang, which means wasteful. The elders in our village all call me Xiao Lang. Liu Zhonghua nodded and said, You run a fish pond, so shouldn't you call it Lang as in Langhua? Ha ha. Shen Lang also laughed awkwardly in agreement. I don't know the uncle's name yet. Liu Zhonghua said with some doubt. My surname is Liu and my given name is Zhonghua. Zhonghua means the Chinese land. Don't you know my name? Shen Lang thought, how would I know your name? This is the first time we meet each other, okay? But he reacted instantly. His surname is Liu, and he looks somewhat like Liu Muking. Could it be Liu Muking's father? No, this girl asked me to give the bait to Liu Zhonghua. Doesn't that mean she wants his dad to fall into the water? Is there such a daughter in this world who betrays her father? However, Shen Lang still asked tentatively, I wonder if Liu Muking is yours. Liu Zhonghua said with an expression that said, You finally got it. Didn't she tell you I'm his father? How can she tell me that I am not very familiar with her? Shen Lang had to change the subject. Don't you guys fish? Shen Lang said, while looking at the few wealthy people who were still chatting. Liu Zhonghua looked at him with caring eyes. Don't you know how much cargo there is under the water? Can our old bones still pull it? Shen Lang was speechless for a moment and wanted to change the subject, but was blocked by the old man again. While they were chatting, Lao Mo in front suddenly shouted, It's bitten. Shen Lang looked over. I saw the line on the winch was spinning rapidly. It was obvious that the fish was swimming quickly in one direction. In just a moment, the reel stopped turning, and the fish should have stopped. At this time, Lao Mo quickly turned on the power switch. The capstan slowly began to reel in the line. But the next second, the winch started turning again, and it was obvious that the giant creature was swimming towards a farther direction. Shen Lang didn't know how this thing worked, but he just felt that it seemed to save a lot of energy. Wait until it exerts force, then release the line and let you run. When you are tired of running, I will reel in the line to prevent it from getting unhooked. At the same time, the fish will be kept in a state of exhaustion, and its physical strength will be exhausted. This thing can sense the struggle of a fish, instantly let out the line to let it run, and then reel it in after it runs away. It really opened Shen Lang's eyes. But fishing is obviously a long process. The fish pulled the fishing line and made a humming sound. Shen Lang and his friends watched it all comfortably on the boat. This feeling lacks that excitement. Of course, this is because we are inside a reservoir. If you put the location in the sea now, the raging waves, endless waves, and the giant fish on the seabed will feel different. I'll drive the boat. Liu Zhanghua stood up and walked towards the bow. After a while, the sound of the engine was heard, and the boat moved forward slowly. The fishermen on the shore also noticed the movement on the boat and looked over curiously. The boat is moving. Did they catch any fish? How can it be so fast? It's only been a short time. Why do you care about them? Go fishing your own fish. Even though I can't join the giant gang, it's still easy for Boss Pan. Shen Lang walked to the bow and watched Lao Mo's operation carefully. He thought that when he had enough money, he would buy a boat and catch a big fish himself. The purpose is naturally to avenge the drowning. After you catch it, post a video and get your name on the big fish list. Make the fish into dried fish and hang it on the reservoir dam to show how powerful you are. Wow, Shen Lang almost got excited as he thought about it. Just then, Shen Lang felt his cell phone ringing. I picked it up and saw that it was Yang Rulan calling. After pressing the answer button, I heard Yang Rulan's voice. Hey, brother Lang, are you going to catch some fish? Shen Lang continued to watch Lao Mo's operations. It's hooked, it's too early to catch it. Yang Rulan's voice was somewhat excited. Take a few videos and I'll use them for promotion. Shen Lang said perfunctorily. Don't you know how to take pictures yourself? Then Yang Rulan raised her voice, as if she was yelling. I'm going to be on the boat, do I need to call you? Shen Lang took his hand farther away and said, Okay, hang up. After hanging up the phone, Shen Lang also turned on the shooting function. Wouldn't it be better to take a photo and study it slowly? However, he still greeted these wealthy people. After all, taking pictures of others requires their consent. Hello, bosses, can I take a video to record this? No one had any objections, and Lao Mo even took the time to say, Little boss, when we defeat you on the Big Five list, you'll be famous, right? Shen Lang was stunned. Is this what you are planning? Fire is for sure, but it's not that easy to top the leaderboard. It will take at least 10 giants weighing more than 200 kilograms. Lao Mo smiled gently. Today we are just testing the waters. Tomorrow we will each have one pole. Besides, there are so many giant creatures under your reservoir. It will be easy to kill them all. I don't believe you have the ability to do this. Catch it first. Shen Lang said he was dissatisfied at first, but he was very happy in his heart. Every fish weighing more than 200 kilograms would give him at least hundreds of thousands of rebates. 10 fish, that's millions, and there's a chance to get other items. Fish faster, the more the better. Do you understand the method of provoking someone? Sure enough, after being questioned by Shen Lang, these wealthy people began to feel dissatisfied. Young boss, I advise you to raise the threshold for charging fees. Otherwise, I will make you cry. Haha, no matter how high his fees are, they will be sold out in front of us. I haven't been this passionate for a long time, little boss. You should be prepared to cry tomorrow. At this time, Liu Zhanghua, who was driving the boat in front, said, What's the big deal about you bullying a junior? Why don't we compete to see who can get the most on the list? This aroused everyone's interest. That's a good idea, but we have to use a point system. The first place gets the highest points and the next place gets lower points. In the end, we'll see who has the highest points. Lao Mo suggested, Yes, let's do it. In just a few words, the ranking list has been decided. It seems that in their eyes, it is impossible for anyone else to make the list. Shen Lang had an idea. Why not take advantage of the support of these wealthy people to organize a competition and get some prize money? The bonus cannot be too small. Otherwise, it will be unattractive, just like the last time's 50,000, which was too stingy. The first place prize will be 1 million. If this event can be successful, Shen Lang will definitely take off. The name is Million Big Thing Challenge. And as long as it is fishing, there is no limit to the method. As long as you can catch it, even if you get a tower crane, it can be done. So Shen Lang said to the wealthy people, I have an idea, I wonder if you are interested. Chapter 42, Giant List Challenge, 5 million for the first place. Several people looked at the current. Shen Lang cleared his throat and said, What's the point of just you two playing? I want to organize a fishing competition for the whole country, and my goal is to get the top spot on the giant list. I will personally invest 1 million. Whoever gets first place will get a bonus of 1 million. When several wealthy people heard this, they instantly became interested, but Lao Mo said, Ordinary fishermen can catch several kilograms of fish. This is not a challenge at all. Shen Lang smiled and said, What if there are no rules? For example, the beautiful lady used an excavator to fish like last time, or you use sea fishing or other methods. When several wealthy people heard this, their eyes lit up. It seems very interesting. Liu Zhanghua came over from the front and said, I'll join, but the 1 million you offered is too stingy. How can it create absolute attraction? I'll also offer 2 million as a prize. After saying this, Liu Zhanghua looked at the wealthy people opposite him. Lao Mo smiled and said, Boss Liu is so interested. I'll also offer 2 million, let's have some fun. Since everyone is so interested, I can't spoil your fun. Then it's settled. Little boss, you're the initiator, so you come up with a charter. Reconsideration. Shen Lang was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect that such a result would occur just by mentioning it casually. This time he raised 12 million yuan, plus his own 1 million yuan, that's 13 million yuan. 13 million to organize a private fishing event. This shit has to take off right on the spot. Shen Lang also laughed happily. Since the bosses think so highly of me, I will start preparing and make sure this competition becomes the most sensational one in the entire fishing world. Lao Mo smiled and said, But little boss, I have a condition. Shen Lang was stunned and said, Tell me what the conditions are. Lao Mo looked at the other rich people and said, How about we put an advertisement in your place? Shen Lang understood instantly that these people who became big bosses were indeed all old foxes. But Shen Lang naturally had no reason to refuse. It's such a small place of mine, and I spent 2 million just to put up an advertisement. This advertising fee is really outrageous. Well, happy cooperation. Everyone started bragging and talking nonsense again. Since we are participating in the competition separately, we naturally cannot use Lao Mo's boat. How are you going to participate in this century competition? One of the rich men said, That's easy. Just get a crane and it can lift a ton of fish for you. The wealthy man surnamed Liu laughed and said casually, Then I'll get a large drone and let the fish take off from the spot. Haha, good idea. Shen Lang broke out in a cold sweat. Damn, it seems like this game is impossible for ordinary players to play. I wonder how many weird tools will appear on the day of the game. At this moment, Lao Mo suddenly shouted, Here we go, there's a fish. Come and get the scoop net. Upon hearing the sound, everyone looked towards the stern and saw a huge creature emerging from the water. After running away for so long, its power has finally been exhausted. Shen Lang immediately took out his mobile phone and started filming. He did not forget to record this historic moment. This is important material for the promotional video of this competition. After everyone worked together, the fish was finally dragged onto the boat. At the same time, the system's voice sounded in Shen Lang's mind. Modi caught a grass carp of 9. Jin 26 times equals 234 Jin. Congratulations on winning 486,720 Chinese yuan. Congratulations on getting the item, upgrade to 10% off card, 1 day. Shen Lang was overjoyed. A rebate of 480,000 for one fish was faster than robbing money. What made him happiest was what was revealed. 10% off upgrade card, 1 day. The amount required for system upgrade will be directly discounted by 10%, limited to 1 day. What this means is self-evident. How much money can be saved? This fish was probably more than 2 meters long, and you can imagine how shocking it must have been lying there. After weighing, the weight is exactly the same as given by the system. When the numbers on the scale appeared in front of everyone, they couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Although they are knowledgeable, this is the first time they have seen such a big grass carp. Wow, this grass carp has set a world record. That's right. During the game, please ask Gilly's recorder to record it and make the boss proud. Haha, that's possible, little boss. Remember to arrange it. Shen Lang naturally agreed. Being with these bosses, you can always come up with some good ideas. If Shen Lang were to think about it himself, he would never have thought of asking the staff of Guinness World Records to participate. The fish was caught and the boat slowly moved towards the shore. Shen Lang took out his loudspeaker and shouted towards the shore. The giant animal list has been updated. Now the first place is a 234 Jin grass carp. The giant animal list has been updated. Now the first place is a 234 Jin grass carp. The fishermen on the shore were instantly in an uproar when they heard Shen Lang's loudspeaker. Damn, did I hear it right? A 234-pound grass carp. There's a FCK in my mind, but I don't know whether I should say it or not. This list of giants is not something that ordinary fishermen can get their hands on. This reservoir is so magical. When the ship docked, everyone was shocked by the news that left them speechless. Shen Lang yelled at the top of his lungs. This reservoir is going to hold an event called the $1 Million Giant List Challenge. As the name suggests, the prize money this time is in the millions. Shen Lang paused for a moment, then continued. Of course, this sentence has whetted everyone's appetite. $1 million bonus is no small sum. This competition is mainly to challenge the giant list. At the end of the event, the first place winner will receive a generous bonus of 5 million. Did you hear me right? 5 million. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Everyone was shocked by such a generous bonus. Although it is known that there are many foreign competitions with prize money much higher than this. But this is in the country, and the highest known price is only 600,000. 5 million, that's equivalent to buying a lottery ticket. Because the transmission range of Shen Lang's loudspeaker is limited, the fishermen in the distance could not hear Shen Lang's voice. However, when they heard the huge noise coming from this side, they all looked over here. Fuck, what happened over there? Why is there such a loud noise? I don't know, maybe I caught another big fish. That's not the noise you make when you catch a big fish. Let's go over and take a look. What are you looking at? What's so good about it? Didn't we agree to be boss? Just then, a fisherman came running over, shouting, "Breaking news, the boss is going to hold a competition with a maximum prize of 5 million. Breaking news, the boss is going to hold a competition with a maximum prize of 5 million. Did I hear you right? 5 million. It seems you heard it right. I also heard 5 million. The man was stunned and said to his companion next to him, "Let's go and take a look." But when he turned around, he saw that his companions had run far away. Damn it, didn't we agree to be good boss? Now you're running faster than me. The news spread quickly. Shen Lang's speech continues. Second place, 3 million. Well, another round of noise. Everyone thought that the second place would be a consolation prize, but they didn't expect that the second place would get 3 million. How rich must this boss be? Chapter 43. Xiaoling, are you in need of a girlfriend? How about I introduce one to you? People who heard the news began to gather here, and soon there was a huge crowd of people. Shen Lang, this is not going to work. I have to rely on you guys to give me cash back from fishing. So I sped up my speech. Everyone be quiet. I have one last thing to say. Of course, the form of fishing is a little different. I'm sure you all know about the excavator fishing that became popular a few days ago. That's right, there are no restrictions on fishing this time. No matter what method you use, as long as you catch the fish, it counts. As soon as these words were spoken, there was another uproar. Fuck, this is too abstract. If an excavator can do it, then a crane can do it too. Brother, use your imagination. Airplanes are okay too. You can buy a plane, so why do you care about 5 million? Seeing that the effect had been achieved, Shen Lang shouted finally. Everyone go away, I'll announce the specific time. Obviously, everyone had not yet recovered from the shock, and not many people left after hearing Shen Lang's words. Let's all get together and discuss. Shen Lang ignored them and left through the crowd. Brother Lang, are you kidding me? 5 million. Yang Ruolan caught up with Shen Lang and asked in disbelief, how did you become a rich man just by getting on a boat? And is this how you spend money? The money was given by the rich people on the ship. I only paid 1 million. You don't have to feel bad. Shen Lang said. Yang Ruolan had just breathed a sigh of relief. But when she heard Shen Lang say that he had paid 1 million, she became uneasy again. Brother Lang, isn't 1 million a lot of money? That's 1 million. Shen Lang glanced at Yang Ruolan. Let's think about how to make a promotional video. Yang Ruolan was disappointed. Isn't 1 million a lot of money? She felt really bad. Li Angxin live broadcasted Shen Lang's entire speech, and his live broadcast room was buzzing with excitement. After this period of live streaming, Li Angxin has become somewhat famous in the fishing circle. The main thing is that she is the first anchor to broadcast live at this giant reservoir, and she is also very beautiful. Now her live broadcast room has a stable popularity of around 10,000. She also changed her live streaming style, from being a newbie learning fishing to now going wherever someone catches a big fish. Apparently she took the right route with live streaming. Brothers, did you hear that? The first place will get 5 million and the second place will get 3 million. Do you want to join the competition? Wow, thank you, Huazi, the #1 fisherman. Li Angxin looked at the floating special effects and quickly expressed her gratitude. The fishing boss is also a very capable guy. He will give her at least 1 Huazi every time he comes. She also had a heated chat with this big brother in private. Fishing master. Of course I want to participate in such an interesting competition. Air Force One. As a fishing enthusiast, I have to join in the fun. Baby Leal, I don't know how to fish, but I want to watch you guys fishing. Vaguely, come must come. Li Angxin looked at the screen full of comments and said with a smile, Wow, the #1 fisherman is coming too. We can see what he really looks like. You can also come and watch the live broadcast. The trend of live broadcast barrage has begun to change. Is this the story of the #1 guy on the list and the female anchor going to happen? I would also like to have a big brother like this. Anchor, be reserved. None of the top guys on the list are good people. Anchor, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Shen Lang returned to the cabin and started a small meeting. Now everyone is completely obedient to Shen Lang. After all, 5 million is an astronomical figure for people who grew up in a small mountain village. The fact that Shen Lang can use 5 million as a reward for first place is enough to prove his courage and financial resources. These friends who grew up with Shen Lang might have been a little dissatisfied in the past, thinking that Shen Lang was nothing. It was just a contract for a reservoir. There was no sign of the pie they had painted, but now they no longer have any doubts. After all, this move still shocked them. Ryulan, please sort out the details of the event and send it to me quickly on TikTok. Brother Feng, ask the advertising company to make it immediately and install it in a conspicuous place. Brother Bisheng, you must ensure safety. After some simple arrangements, everyone started to get busy. After all, the things in the reservoir are too simple now, and there are so many things missing, especially in terms of manpower. Fortunately, the young people who have gone out of the village should be able to come back today, and things should be better by then. Shen Lang also walked out of the cabin. After all, those rich people were still outside. Xiao Lang, I'll leave my boat here with you first. Please help me watch it. Lao Mo saw Shen Lang giving instructions, and their way of addressing Shen Lang changed from little boss to little Lang. Don't worry, hold brother Mo in my arms. I promise that no one will touch him. Lao Mo threw a key to you, Shen Lang said. Don't be so serious. It's just a broken boat. You can play with it as you like. Shen Lang took the key and was delighted. My revenge plan can be realized ahead of time. Thank you, brother Mo. Liu Zhanghua came over and said, Lao Mo, since we are ranked first on the giant list today, are you going to treat us to a big meal? Yes, Lao Mo, you must invite me. I won't go if it's not from Jinxiu Mansion. Everyone started to make fun of it again. Please, 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 you must. Xiao Zhou will arrange it right away. Lao Mo said with a wry smile, looking at Shen Lang and saying, Xiao Ling, do you want to come with us? Shen Lang shook his head and said, I'm not like you bosses. I have a lot of things to do, you guys go ahead. Lao Mo didn't force it. He just said hello and walked towards his car. Other wealthy people also left together. Only Liu Zhanghua stayed. Shen Lang looked at the handsome uncle and said doubtfully, Uncle Liu isn't leaving. Liu Zhanghua said with a smile, I have something to ask you. Shen Lang became even more confused. Is there anything else between us? Liu Zhanghua pulled Shen Lang into the cabin. Xiao Lang, I think you are a very outstanding young man, and Uncle Liu admires you very much. Shen Lang was confused by Liu Zhanghua's words. So do you need a girlfriend? How about I introduce one to you? Shen Lang's face turned black when he heard this. You are a billionaire and you want to be my matchmaker. Am I that charming? Uncle Liu, I don't think it's good. Liu Zhanghua said with a smile. There's nothing wrong with it. Look, my daughter is young and beautiful, has a good figure, and is very capable. She is a perfect match for you. Shen Lang was a little confused. Your daughter? Shen Lang immediately thought of Liu Muking, and what came into his sight was that fierce and cold face. No, no, you can't marry a woman like that. Does he have other daughters? If that's the case, then go for it. After all, judging from their genes, they should all look good. Uncle Liu, which daughter are you talking about? Liu Zhanghua glared. What daughter? I only have one daughter, don't you know her? Shen Lang smiled awkwardly, not knowing how to refuse, so he could only say tactfully. Or can we talk about it later? No wonder Liu Muking wanted him to give her old father a hard time. Judging from his appearance, he must have introduced many people to her. Chapter 40, 4 Boys, remember to take the initiative. Liu Zhanghua coughed twice and said, Well, it's true that we were in too much of a hurry. You should get to know her slowly and you will find out her good qualities. Liu Zhanghua was also helpless. Although her daughter was beautiful, she just didn't want to talk about a boyfriend. And her personality is probably hard to find. Therefore, when Liu Zhanghua sees outstanding young talents, he wants to bring them together. Of course, he himself didn't know which one Shen Lang was the one he wanted to match up. However, he felt that Shen Lang and Liu Muking already knew each other, and it was just a matter of getting closer, so it should be easier. Well, Uncle Liu, aren't you going? They've already left. Shen Lang saw that the cars of those rich people had already started, and hurriedly changed the subject. Boys, remember to take the initiative. Liu Zhanghua left this sentence and left. Shen Lang secretly complained. What's the point of taking the initiative? Are you going to take the initiative to please someone who doesn't like you? She and I are from completely different worlds, okay. Shen Lang breathed a sigh of relief after watching this luxurious convoy leave. As long as I wait for these people's money to arrive, I can carry out this event with peace of mind. Shen Lang is not stupid enough to trust a person completely. However, what he didn't expect was that at around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, 12 million began to arrive in his account. This efficiency left Shen Lang stunned. Of course, when they talked later, Shen Lang asked them to transfer the money to his account first. After getting 12 million, Shen Lang felt like he was floating on air. Stay calm, stay calm. This is just a string of numbers in your bank card. Shen Lang kept comforting himself. Brother Lang, the video is ready, take a look. At this time, Yang Rulan's voice sounded from behind. Shen Lang calmed down, took the phone and started looking at it. One is a video of a giant fish being caught by a boat, with some shots from a long distance and some from a close-up. The distant view was probably taken by Yang Rulan on the shore. The camera is probably not very good, the video is a bit blurry. But this shows the authenticity of the matter, from the perspective of a passerby. If the video was of ultra-high-definition art level, it would seem out of touch with reality. Another video is the promotional video for the event. Yang Rulan is also good at finding the key points. The video begins with Shen Lang's speech, and he starts with a big bomb of 5 million. There were all kinds of passionate words afterwards, which made Shen Lang feel very excited. At the same time, the time and rules of the competition are also explained clearly. The competition will be held on August 5th, that's 1 week from now. The competition will last for half a month. In other words, during this half month, as long as you catch a bigger fish, you will be directly on the list. After all, it takes several hours or even half a day to reel in a fish of this size, depending on your skills and tools. After watching the video, Shen Lang nodded and said, "Not bad, you did a great job. Ask Auntie to give you some chicken thighs tonight." Shen Lang thought for a moment and said, "Ask Master Wu to help spread the word and give him a chicken drumstick." Yang Rulan rolled her eyes. "We have already discussed this with him, and his friend has agreed to help with the promotion, and has also contacted other friends in the industry to help with the promotion." Shen Lang nodded. He believed that this matter would soon be known to the entire internet. Especially in the fishing circle, it will definitely cause a storm. Shen Lang looked towards the reservoir. The current water area is definitely not able to sustain so many people fishing at the same time. Besides, this is not just ordinary fishing. Who knows what strange things will appear? The water area must be upgraded, and it must be upgraded greatly. The number of fish can also be upgraded to the limit. After all, he has a huge sum of 12 million in his bank card. There is exactly 1 week left before the event starts, and it may rain every night during this week, and maybe even during the day. While Shen Lang and Yang Rulan were chatting, the phone rang. It's the village chief calling. After Shen Lang answered the call, he heard the village chief's powerful voice. "Xiao Lang, the other young people are back. Didn't you say that we should hold a group meeting now that everyone is back?" Shen Lang immediately remembered that there seemed to be such a thing. He was too busy these days and almost forgot about it. "Then let's gather at my courtyard at 8 o'clock tonight. Please help notify them." Shen Lang thought for a while and said, "It's no problem at all. No one will be missing when the time comes." After hanging up the phone, Shen Lang looked at the time. It was almost 4:30. Some people have started coming with receipts to get back the money they paid for the fish. Yang Rulan also started to get busy. Now when we catch fish, we weigh them down first, then get a receipt and go to Yang Rulan to get the money. But it's still quite cumbersome. It would be nice if there was an app, and even better if it could be linked to the system, so that you can catch fish anytime and anywhere, and the weight would be 100% accurate. After returning the fish, Shen Lang gave the order to chase people away. Of course, it's the same rhetoric again. Observing the sky at night, there will definitely be heavy rain tonight. People who have just arrived here certainly don't believe it, but the experienced fishermen quietly packed up their things and started to leave. Faced with Shen Lang's tough attitude, these people had no choice but to drive back to the county town. Of course, there are also many people who choose to stay in the village. Soon there was no one left at the reservoir. Time passes slowly. The meeting was originally scheduled to start at 8 o'clock, but after dinner, everyone began to gather in the courtyard of Shen Lang's house. Those who stayed in the village also gathered here when they saw how lively it was. When they learned that there was a meeting in the village today, They found a place to sit down out of curiosity, as if they were part of it. Shen Lang's house is now bustling with people, just like any other banquet, and a few young people directly moved their own home audio equipment over. I don't know if it's because there are too many people crowded together, but it seems unusually hot tonight. Many people are fanning themselves with their hands, and some elderly people even took out antique palm leaf fans. Hoo, hey, hey, everybody be quiet. When the speakers were ready, the village chief's voice rang out from them. In an instant, the noisy crowd became silent. Okay, today is our village's first village meeting. We won't wait for those who haven't come. Let's start the meeting now. Everyone knows that our village has always been very poor. In this rural area, it would be strange if it wasn't poor. The young people have gone out to work, and we are too old to work, but Xiaoling has brought us hope. The village chief began to mobilize, and his speech was vivid and emotional, worthy of being a village cadre. Now let Xiaoling talk about the specific matters. When Shen Lang was about to fall asleep, he finally heard the village chief calling him. Are all leaders so long-winded? Shen Lang wanted to complain. The people who were staying overnight nearby also felt sleepy after listening to what they heard. If there was no other place to go in the village, they would have left long ago. Shen Lang took the microphone and went straight to the point. I won't waste my words. I told you all before that we would give 10% to the village collective and everyone would get a share of the money, but now the plan has changed. Shen Lang paused here. When the villagers heard Shen Lang say that the plan had changed, they looked at him nervously, fearing that Shen Lang would reveal bad news. I originally planned to invest tens of millions, but now it has increased to more than $1 billion, and everyone's share may increase exponentially in the future. I roughly calculated that if everything goes well, everyone can probably get millions a year. Well, the whole yard began to boil again. The villagers were naturally happy that they could get so much money. The villagers outside the village who were watching the show nearby couldn't believe it. They had already heard everything clearly when they started listening to the village chief's speech. I originally thought that this small mountain village might have some kind of project. Maybe it was just for fun. But what did they hear? An investment of over 10 billion. Can each person get millions every year? Such a good benefit. Is it too late for me to reincarnate now? Chapter 45. A squandering of 10 million and a major system upgrade. Shen Lang waited until they were quiet before speaking. Of course, this will take time. Now that everyone is helping out at the reservoir, I will offer a salary of 6,000 yuan a month. I hope you won't think it's too little. No. It's ready. Just as Shen Lang was about to continue speaking, he suddenly felt a chill on his face. Shen Lang was stunned and touched it with his hand. Is this raindrops? I haven't upgraded the system yet. Crackle. Just as Shen Lang was stunned, countless drops of water fell. A rainstorm swept in. Apart from the rain brought by Shen Lang's system, the entire county welcomed the first heavy rain in more than half a month. Everyone hurriedly hid in Shen Lang's house. Fortunately, Shen Lang's house is quite big, otherwise so many people would not be able to hide. Shen Lang took out his mobile phone and clicked on the weather forecast. The previous forecast of sunny days has turned into cloudy and rainy days. I hope it won't affect the event. The meeting can't go on, but the rain doesn't seem to be stopping. Some people couldn't wait and went home in the rain, and the rest of the people also found ways to leave one after another. After everyone left, Shen Lang lay down on the bed and started upgrading the system. At the same time, use up the card you drew. First, upgrade the multiplier directly to gray. The multiple has also been upgraded from 1527 to 1550 times. Both buttons turned gray, and a prompt popped up when they were clicked again. Please complete the prerequisites and upgrade the water area to 5 square kilometers. Shen Lang was slightly stunned. How many square meters are 5 square kilometers? He opened the calculator on his phone and was shocked by the calculation. 5 million square meters. It's 10 times bigger than it is now. But thinking about it, I felt relieved. After all, the upper limit is 50 times the size of the giant, and it is possible that there will be a monster weighing thousands of kilograms. The water area is too small to move at all. But how much money would it cost? It would have been fine if Shen Lang hadn't calculated it, but he was shocked when he did. If I don't have that discount card, I will need to spend 100 million to upgrade to 5 million square meters. Even with a discount, it still costs 10 million. Shen Lang gritted his teeth and decided to upgrade directly to the prerequisite water area. As for this 10 million hole, can't you make up for the 15-day event? Opportunities are hard to come by, and a 10% discount card means you're missing out on 90 million. So Shen Lang started clicking to upgrade the water area. His hands went numb after clicking for a while, and the icon finally turned gray. At the same time, the system notification sounded. Please complete the prerequisites and catch a 1,000 jin fish in the reservoir. No limit on species. Damn, it's so extreme. 1,000 kilograms of fish. First of all, the probability of a 1,000-pound fish appearing is pitifully low, and you still have to catch it. After all, the fish needs to weigh more than 20 kilograms, so the multiples have to be those that reach the limit. However, this event is a very good opportunity, and many great figures will surely appear at that time. Contact the fishmongers in the next few days and ask them to find more big fish to put in. Shen Lang opened the system panel and checked the current situation of the reservoir. Name Shen Lang. Age 25. Bound waters, Shikwin Reservoir. Water area, 5 million square meters after 12,003 days. Because the water area upgrade is too huge, the system will activate the backup plan to let the water from the underground river flow back. Water depth, 45 meters after 12 o'clock 3 days. Current fish growth multiple, 20-50 times. The higher the multiple, the lower the probability. Current session, 20 days a day effective after 12,003 days. Current number of fishermen, none. Now 3 days are added after each data. It looks like the rain will last for 3 days, and there is water backflow from underground rivers. The area of this upgrade is really huge, but 5 square kilometers does look like the water area of a normal small reservoir, and that 20 yuan a day seemed extremely irritating to Shen Lang. According to the system's algorithm, everyone will be left empty-handed. It seems that the remaining money can't be kept, and we need to purchase a large number of big fish to put in. At least increase the daily entrance fee. Otherwise, when people who come to fish ask how much it is, you say 20 yuan a day. He will definitely make him look at you with caring eyes. You told me that it costs 20 yuan a day to open a fishing ground in such a big reservoir. After 12 o'clock, the rain seemed to get heavier, but it is obviously not as fierce as the previous system upgrade. The fish before were like water pouring down, but now it just looks like a large rainstorm. The rain still didn't stop the next morning. Shen Lang got up before 7 o'clock. It is impossible to open the reservoir for fishing. According to the current situation, we have to stop for a few days. However, this also frees up Shen Lang to go to the county to handle things. After all, the construction of the B&B and surrounding scenery must be approved. If it is not approved, it will be an illegal building. When the authorities come to demolish it, it will be too late to cry. Shen Lang explained the situation and drove towards the county in the rain. Not long after we walked, the rain started to get lighter. This should be the range of rain in the system. On the way, Shen Lang encountered many convoys heading towards the reservoir, and there seemed to be more and more. Damn, it's closed today. Why do so many people come here to drink the northwest wind? So Shen Lang immediately called Shen Bisheng and asked him to drive out with his men, intercept them at the county road leading into the village, and explain the situation. What Shen Lang didn't know was that this time was different from the previous 2 times. Although it was popular the first 2 times, many people just watched it for fun. But this time, the 5 million bonus directly ignited the hearts of many people. Even if you can't get it yourself, it's good to be able to witness it. Although the event hasn't started yet, many people nearby want to go and see where the competition is. So countless people are rushing here. Shen Lang came to the unit to handle the procedures. But things did not go as smoothly as Shen Lang had imagined. It can be said that it was not going well. You need to apply for a water and shoreline utilization permit from the Water Conservancy Department, and you need to determine whether it is basic farmland or an ecological red line area, and you also need a forestry license. Shen Lang was overwhelmed after hearing this. At this time, the lady in charge said, "I still advise you not to run away. Your project will definitely not be approved." Shen Lang asked with some doubt. "Why?" The elder sister said impatiently. "It's an ecological forest area and it's next to a reservoir. 2 red lines, forget it." Shen Lang was stunned, took out the contract for the previous reservoir contract and said, "This is the contract I signed with the county. Look at what's written on it. It allows me to build something." The elder sister said, "It's no use showing this to me. I need my ID." Shen Lang felt helpless. Even if this lady didn't say so, it would take more than a few days to get all the documents she wanted. Shen Lang was wondering whether he should use the connections of those wealthy people to establish some relationships. However, Shen Lang thought about it and decided to give up. After all, he was not close enough to them to the point where he would need to use his connections. At the same time, the national highway intersection leading to the reservoir was blocked by cars. Waves of people who wanted to go fishing, and those who wanted to go out for fun were persuaded to go back. After all, the rain in the county had stopped long ago, so they naturally didn't know the situation of the reservoir. Because of the fire in the reservoir, countless people from the surrounding areas flocked here. But because we couldn't go to the reservoir, we stayed in the county town. Therefore, the flow of people in the entire county has increased sharply. All the hotels were booked at the speed of light, and many unfamiliar faces appeared on the streets. And there are more and more people. If you don't know, you would think this is a tourist city. The residents of the city were somewhat puzzled. Was something big happening in the county? Why didn't anyone receive the message? They only heard fragments of conversations from strangers. It seems that you can get 5 million by fishing somewhere. Chapter 46. Are you stuck with political achievements worth tens of billions? This abnormal situation was quickly discovered and reported to the county magistrate. The county magistrate also attaches great importance to it. With so many people flocking here, how much economic benefits can be generated? By then, it will definitely be a highlight on my resume. After learning more about it, I found out that a very popular reservoir had appeared in my county, and a big object challenge would be held soon, with a prize of 5 million for the first place. So I asked someone to call the village to find out the specific situation. The call was connected, and the situation was understood. But the village said that the person in charge of the reservoir had already gone to your county government to handle matters. When the county magistrate heard what a coincidence it was, he asked for the phone number, wanting to have a good chat with this young talent in the county. But I called several times but still couldn't get through. So the county magistrate thought of going downstairs to look for it. The county's offices and business operations are all in one building, a large office complex. But he walked around the service hall and didn't see even a ghost. Shen Lang is depressed. I asked the system, and the answer I got was, the host procedures are normal and can be processed directly. Sister, can you report this to your superiors or ask your leader to come over? After getting the system answer, Shen Lang knew where the problem lay. Maybe the lady in front of him just didn't want to help him with it. Our leader has asked for leave today, why don't you come tomorrow? Shen Lang is really impressed. Either you give me your boss's phone number so I can ask, or you tell me who I need to find to handle it. The impatience on the elder sister's face became even worse. Why don't you go and look for the information I mentioned at the beginning, and then come back when our leader comes tomorrow? Our leader is very busy. Shen Lang was a little impatient, and said while holding the document in his hand, my document was specially approved by the higher-ups. Why is it not approved by you? The eldest sister glanced at Shen Lang and said loudly, special approval? If you want special approval for your documents, go ask the county magistrate to give you special approval. I can't approve it here. Shen Lang had never found it so troublesome to get things done, and he didn't want to argue with this elder sister. Perhaps others are just performing their official duties and do not really have such great rights. But Shen Lang just felt very tired. Okay, I'll give him a special approval. At this time, a middle-aged male voice sounded from behind. Shen Lang looked back and saw a middle-aged man standing behind him. Men's trousers and white shirt look very old-fashioned. County magistrate. The eldest sister stood up and shouted in panic. Where's Lao Liu? Did he take a day off today? The county magistrate looked at the woman and said with a somewhat unfriendly tone, No, I'll go call him. The eldest sister stuttered a little, and after speaking in a panic, she walked to the back. Before Shen Lang could figure out the situation, he heard the county magistrate say, You must be Shen Lang. You are so young and promising. Shen Lang stood up quickly and said, No, I've that. Shen Lang looked at his elder sister who was leaving, then looked at the county magistrate, still a little confused. Just then, a middle-aged man with Mediterranean hair walked out. Leader, how come you have time to come here today? Shen Lang was a little angry. This leader had been so close to him all the time. I heard you took a day off today, so I came to see you. The county magistrate looked at Director Liu with some amusement. Director Liu was a little embarrassed, but still said it. No, I'm just very busy today. Busy drinking tea. I know how much work there is in the county, and you tell me you're busy. Little brother, let's go to my office and have a good chat. The county magistrate smiled and looked at Shen Lang, then took out his phone and dialed. Notify all departments to hold a meeting in 1 hour. Then he took Shen Lang away, without even looking at Director Liu the whole time. Director Liu was a little confused. What happened? Shen Lang came to the county magistrate's office and sat down. Are you going to build a bed and breakfast? The county magistrate said straight to the point. Not only a B&B, I plan to build a B&B complex around the reservoir, with potentially hundreds or even thousands of rooms. Including the environment and other things, the investment will be at least tens of billions. But it seems to be in some red line area. The county magistrate paused while pouring water. More than 10 billion. That's a huge political achievement, but the people below are still holding it up and not approving it. Moreover, this young man's reservoir doesn't even have anything built yet, but it has already attracted countless people. What will happen if it is completed? This is simply stupid. How can there be such a stupid person? I could just leave a pig there and handle it better than he does. Hey, the people below don't know how to deal with it. Don't take it to heart. Just go ahead and do this project. I'll help you with the approval process. The county magistrate put the water in front of Shen Lang and said, now that rural revitalization is underway, we all need to build our own homes. It seems that the road leading to the reservoir in your area has not been hardened yet. This policy just happens to help you harden it. If you need anything else, just ask. I'll give you the green light for everything. You're planning to hold a fishing competition, right? I'll have someone help you promote it. There will definitely be a lot of people there, so I'll dispatch some police officers to help you manage law and order. Shen Lang was stunned after hearing this. This seems like a world of difference from the treatment at the beginning. However, Shen Lang reacted immediately and said, thank you so much, leader. Half an hour later, Shen Lang walked out of the service hall. It turns out that things can be done quickly if you have connections. Now that this matter was settled, Shen Lang decided to go back. When I drove to the intersection leading to the village, I saw rows of cars parked there, and Shen Bisheng was trying his best to talk to some people. It's almost sunny here and you said it's raining in there. Who are you kidding? Yes, you have some bad intentions. Why are you stopping us here? Believe it or not, I will call the police to arrest you. It's broad daylight and you are blocking the road, which is illegal. Shen Bisheng is really crying without tears. It's really raining in the reservoir. You won't be able to fish these 2 days. I'll let you know when you can fish again. There are already many cars ahead of you that have gone back. There's no need for me to lie to you. But obviously, those people still don't believe it. Do you think we are fools? Let us in. Shen Bisheng has already persuaded many cars to leave, but these few people just won't listen to anything he says. Let them in, they will come out on their own soon. At this time, Shen Lang's voice sounded. Brother Lang, you are here. Shen Bisheng and several others were relieved when they saw Shen Lang. You guys go back too. I'll send someone to persuade them to go back. Shen Lang called the county magistrate and explained the situation. The county magistrate replied that he would arrange for traffic police to set up checkpoints immediately. As for those who don't listen, let them go. It was raining so hard, what could they do there? Dance in the rain. Those guys made a few sarcastic remarks and drove in. Shen Lang, Shen Bisheng, and others also left here and headed for the village. Chapter 47. Shen Lang, number 1 on the giant list, you don't understand my loneliness. As we approached the village entrance, the rain started pouring down again. The car that came in at the beginning stopped in the rain, as if it was thinking about whether to continue moving forward. Shen Lang ignored them and drove straight ahead. In the rearview mirror, they saw Shen Bisheng park the car next to them and seemed to be talking to them. Shen Lang smiled slightly. My villagers are still so simple and honest. Maybe the intersection has been blocked by traffic police. No vehicles from outside were seen coming in for the next 2 days. The fishermen who stayed overnight in the village were also notified, and most of them chose to go back to the county town and come back when it was free to fish. The village fell into its former tranquility again. After getting the system, Shen Lang was finally able to have a good rest for 2 days. Even though it's raining outside, there's nothing to do. Relaxed and leisurely days always pass quickly, and the rain finally stopped on the morning of the 4th day. The bright sun shines on the entire mountain village. A busy day has begun. After all, there are only 3 days left until the competition starts. There is so much to do in these 3 days. For all advertisements, arrange speakers that can cover all areas, and replace the ranking display with a large LED screen. And the big fish that Shen Lang has selected will also be brought in one after another in the next 2 days. However, the first thing Shen Lang did after the rain stopped was to go to the reservoir. What catches your eye is a water area that is many times larger than before. This is what a reservoir should look like. At this time, Shen Lang's attention was attracted by the boat parked on the shore. An idea instantly lingered in Shen Lang's mind. He wants to avenge his previous humiliation and catch a giant fish to take revenge. So he got on the boat, took out the key, and drove the boat to the middle of the reservoir. Looking at this extremely magnificent reservoir, Shen Lang couldn't help but feel a sense of heroism, as if the world was under his control. Shen Lang came to the stern and cast a historic shot. The day before the competition, all the facilities were installed. There is an advertising flag every 10 meters on the shore. Of course, these advertisements are arranged by a few wealthy people. There are several life buoys and life jackets under each advertising flag, and the wealthy have also donated several lifeboats. Safety must be in place. There are slogans everywhere on the shore. The most eye-catching part of the dam is a huge LED screen. What is even more eye-catching is that not far from the screen, there is a grass carp about 2 meters and 5 meters long hanging. The ranking on the giant list clearly reads: First place, Shen Lang 315 caddies. Second place, Modi 234 caddies. Third place, Liu Muking 192 caddies. Brother Bisheng, how do you think Brother Lang managed to pull up this fish that day? Under the huge screen, a group of young people are watching. Who knows, your Brother Lang is a legend. Shen Bisheng replied, That's true. If the ranking list has not been broken, then Brother Lang can get the 5 million himself, right? A young man said, You guys are underestimating those fishermen. They can easily pull up 500 kilograms with an excavator. Shen Bisheng said. At this time, only Shen Lang's voice was heard throughout the reservoir. Hey, attention everyone, tomorrow is the day the competition starts. You've worked hard these past 2 days, but tomorrow will be even harder. However, I will prepare a big red envelope for everyone. I guarantee it will be a big surprise. Let's all go to the cafeteria to eat now. Not long after he finished speaking, Shen Lang was seen walking out of the cabin. That look was so indescribably high-spirited. Shen Lang saw everyone gathered in front of the big screen and walked over. Looking at the rankings, no need to look, the number 1 is right here, just look at me. Everyone rolled their eyes and dispersed towards the cafeteria. Shen Lang didn't care. He looked at the name Shen Lang at the top of the list and smiled charmingly. Brother Lang, it's time to eat. Don't you get tired of looking at the list more than 10 times a day? Shen Lang smiled slightly. You don't understand my loneliness. Tesk boring. Yang Rulan pouted and left. Shen Lang felt that the highlight of his life was about to come. When he pulled the fish ashore that day, he had already thought of this series of operations. Tomorrow, countless people will come here and see this ranking list at first glance. The first thing I'll focus on is myself, who's at the top of the list. Will anyone doubt the authenticity of this? After all, it is not a simple matter to change the list made by the boss. So Shen Lang put the fish next to the list. Question. It doesn't exist. This is the fact, this is the strength. Thinking of this, he gave himself a thumbs up for his cleverness. At this moment, the ringing of the phone interrupted his pride. I picked up the phone and saw a very unexpected name. Liu Muking. Shen Lang pressed the answer button and heard a brief sentence. Check WeChat. Then he hung up the phone. Shen Lang was stunned for a moment holding the phone. Do you really have friends like this? However, Shen Lang still opened the WeChat interface. Sure enough, Liu Muking sent her several messages. Are you there? I want to participate in the competition too. Save your bait for me. Answer. Shen Lang was speechless, but thinking about the 30 million design fee, Shen Lang still replied. 1. Humph, I can be more aloof than others. After putting away his phone, Shen Lang hummed a tune and went to eat. Shen Lang is very much looking forward to tomorrow, not only because his highlight moment is about to come. It's also because I haven't had any money coming in for a week. That feeling of emptiness occasionally erodes Shen Lang's body and mind. The money was spent cleanly. The purchased items cost money and the equipment cost money. The biggest fish are the ones that cost the most. This time, Shen Lang bought more than 1 million fish. Don't think this is a lot. There are only more than 4,000. But they are all large items weighing more than 20 kilograms. According to the lowest multiple, that would be more than 300 kilograms. I just don't know if there is a probability of 0.01 reaching the highest multiple. And tomorrow's admission fee has increased to 300 yuan a day. It's not high, but this also lowers the threshold for participation. Everything is ready, just waiting for tomorrow. And the outside world. After a week of fermentation, the big list million prize competition at Shenlang Reservoir has been hyped to an unprecedented level. At least in the fishing circle, it is something everyone knows. So now the small county town is like a tourist destination. Countless people gathered here for the competition. Of course, it is unknown whether these people came here to compete or just to watch the fun. The county magistrate has been smiling a lot these days. The economic benefits brought by so many people are immeasurable. The most important thing is that this is a significant addition to your resume, and future promotion may be due to this. He thought there might be a large flow of people, but he didn't expect it to be this large. The elder sister who received Shen Lang and the director who did not receive Shen Lang had already fainted in the toilet from crying. The county party committee has held several meetings in the past few days, and it is imperative to make use of this wave of traffic. At the same time, I would also like to thank the guy who brought the traffic. If there is a policy, implement it. If there is no policy, we must create one and continue to implement it. The county magistrate also informed Shen Lang that the county's leadership team would attend the opening ceremony. It's night, the city is full of lights, and people are bustling, and under the reservoir, countless huge figures shuttled back and forth. The battle is about to begin. Chapter 48, what did you say? Fishing? Yes, my cows are here to fish. The next morning, everyone got up early. Shen Lang arrived at the reservoir at 6:30. Unexpectedly, someone arrived earlier than them, and more than a dozen cars had already parked on the dam. Dozens of people were pointing and talking at the big screen and the big fish. Shen Lang quietly walked closer and heard their conversation. I didn't expect that the boss is a real master without showing off. Yeah, the three of us disappeared for just a few days, and the world became like this. Alas, the three musketeers of the past are gone forever. It's just that the version updates too fast. We can't keep up with the pace of the times. When Shen Lang heard someone say that he was a real master, he felt refreshed all over. It is indeed the happiest thing to be praised by others, especially when it is about the things that you care about the most. But as he listened, he felt something was strange. When he heard the three musketeers, Shen Lang looked at the crowd. Aren't the people who are speaking the pioneers here? Hu Luxian, Liu Jian, and Heiazi. Hee-hee-to-hum. Shen Lang walked closer and coughed twice on purpose. But I only saw the three people quickly take a few steps back. Hey brother, the flu is pretty bad these days. If you have a cold, don't get too close. Liu Jian took a few steps back and warned. Hey boss. When the three of them saw Shen Lang clearly, they were stunned, and then they were ecstatic. Boss, I miss you so much. Boss, do you know how I've been spending these days? Yes, boss, I find that my longing for you is like the surging river, endless. The three of them were crying and leaning against Shen Lang. Shen Lang quickly dodged. I originally wanted to come here to install one and leave, but how come I ran into these three bastards? Hey, stop, just stand there, yes, right there. Shen Lang tried his best to stop them, and finally the three of them stopped. Tell me, what have you been doing these days? Shen Lang was speechless, and could only say in the tone of a kindergarten kid, Alas, what misfortune for our family. Oh, it's hard to put it into words. Why? Shen Lang couldn't help it. It's hard to put it into words, so just stop talking. He turned around and wanted to leave, but the three of them grabbed him and started talking. In fact, it was nothing serious. It was nothing more than that the three of them didn't go to work for a few days and went fishing every day, and were discovered by the tigress at home. The wives of the three men all knew each other, and then they were united to restrict their movements. This event caused a lot of sensation, especially the 5 million first prize, which was deeply rooted in people's hearts. The three of them promised to get 5 million, and only then were they released. Shen Lang was quite concerned about his pioneering clients, so he asked, What are you going to use to assist in fishing? As you can see, I am now number 1 on the giant list. I can give you some reference. The three of them looked at each other and said, We came in a hurry and were not prepared, but we believe that man can conquer nature. Well, it's all in vain. While we were chatting, people started to arrive one after another. The villagers also began to set up the stage, debug equipment, and prepare for the opening ceremony. At this moment, a large truck came from around the corner. You can see a large excavator installed on the car. So the first player who did not rely on human power began to enter the field. But the excavator lacked some novelty. The next person who came was much more creative. He directly moved the winch machine from the factory over. Of course, all of this pales in comparison when luxury yachts come on the scene. As more and more people come, various tools begin to appear. Of course, most people, like the three musketeers, didn't bring any tools. Either they don't have any resources, or they just simply enjoy the fun of fishing and the atmosphere here. Just then, Shen Lang saw an old man leading a cow walking towards him from the path. The cow was shitting as it walked. Shen Lang frowned. With so many people here, it would be disgusting if someone accidentally stepped on it. So Shen Lang walked towards the old man. "Uncle, we are not allowed to graze cattle here. Can you please take them to the mountain over there?" Shen Lang pointed to the nearby forest and said. Upon hearing this, the old man looked up at Shen Lang. "Ah, what did you say? Fishing? Yes, my cow is here to fish." "Fishing?" Shen Lang pointed at the cow and spoke in an uncertain tone. "Use an ox to pull it." The old man showed his 2 remaining teeth and said, "I heard that fishing here can earn you money. I have loved fishing since I was a child, and so does my dog De Huang." Shen Lang is speechless. Well, now comes the most amazing tool. It was too early and there was nothing to do, so Shen Lang started to wander around. Of course, this everywhere refers to the everywhere next to the ranking screen, because everyone who comes here will come to see the rankings first. Everyone will see the style of the first place. At the same time, you will also see the huge object hanging next to it. Occasionally, there would be people who knew Shen Lang, and they would look at him with admiration, disbelief, suspicion, and many other expressions. Shen Lang put on a humble attitude and accepted everyone's gaze. Occasionally, I would hear some words that made Shen Lang very happy. Who is Shen Lang? Why is he so powerful? Shen Lang is the boss here, right? Isn't there a brief introduction next to it? That's true, but why did he put his profile next to it? Was he afraid that people wouldn't recognize him? Brother, you are too superficial. If I were Shen Lang, I would hang myself next to the fish so that everyone can get to know me better. In a blink of an eye, it was time for the opening ceremony. The county leaders and several wealthy people have all arrived. The county leaders naturally know these wealthy people. After all, they are also celebrities in the circle. I found out that this competition was actually organized jointly by these wealthy people and Shen Lang. So he became curious about Shen Lang's identity and background, and at the same time he began to pay more attention to Shen Lang. And when those wealthy people saw that the relevant departments attached so much importance to the competition organized by Shen Lang, they also looked at Shen Lang with admiration. Both parties reached a consensus on the idea. My boy, it's not as easy as you think. Shen Lang naturally didn't know what they were thinking. If he knew, he would also be dismissive. After all, I am the one who owns the system. Everyone be quiet. The opening ceremony will begin soon. Yang Ruelan's voice spread throughout the reservoir. At the same time, she appeared in the middle of the opening ceremony stage. Yang Ruelan looked at the densely packed heads of people below the stage and felt a little trembling in her heart. After all, her only chance to speak in front of many people was when she was in school and read her own short composition in front of the whole class on the podium. Back then, the number of people was at most 50, but now I don't know how many times it has increased. The crowd quieted down a little, and Yang Ruelan's voice rang out again. Welcome everyone to this competition. This competition is organized by Tian Cheng Group and Mumming Industry. This initial wave of advertisements caught everyone off guard. After Yang Ruelan finished talking about advertisers, she once again talked about the rules of this fishing trip. In this competition, except for serious violations such as poisoning, discharging electricity, etc., you can fish in any way you want, and it will be considered valid only if the fish is landed. After explaining the rules, the county leaders spoke. Of course, there is a common problem among leaders, and that is that their speeches are long and boring. The hot summer sun reflects on the clear water, and the lotus breeze brings joy. Today we gather here with joy. The county magistrate spoke for half an hour before finishing slowly. Finally, I wish all the contestants great success and many good results. I wish this fishing competition a complete success. When the county magistrate finished his speech, there was thunderous applause from the audience. I don't know whether to celebrate that he had finished speaking, or to celebrate that he had finally finished speaking. Finally, it's Shen Lang's turn. Everyone, let me say a few words. When everyone thought Shen Lang was going to start another long speech, they heard Shen Lang shouting loudly. Be safe, be safe, be safe. Start fishing now. Shen Lang ended his speech with just a dozen words. In an instant, the entire reservoir was filled with cheers. The crowd began to scan the code to enter and receive their number plates. Young people are straightforward. If he keeps giving long speeches like that, leader, I'll really want to kill him. Who said it wasn't true? I can hardly hide my desire to kill someone with a knife. Shen Lang suddenly heard these 2 sentences from a passerby, and he was extremely glad that he was so focused on showing off that he forgot to prepare his speech. Chapter 49, what are you going to use to fish? Nothing, a crane in the construction site. Everyone started distributing numbers, which was obviously a huge project. We must ensure that everyone has paid successfully. After all, if the payment is not successful, Shen Lang will not get the system rebate, and the result will naturally be invalid. This is clearly stated in the announcement, but when there are too many people involved, we are still worried about misunderstandings. It is always better to be cautious. After more than an hour of hard work, the number was finally fixed at 2478. Shen Lang was really surprised to see so many people. The final number of participants may exceed 3,000. After all, anyone who pays within 15 days can be considered a successful participant. Since the reservoir area is now larger, it is easy to accommodate so many people. However, the number 3,000 is not particularly exaggerated. After all, the Guinness record involves tens of thousands of people competing. After the opening ceremony, the county leaders naturally left. Shen Lang naturally accompanied her for a while. When leaving, the county chief said, "Zyro Shen, you are great, keep it up. If you have any problems, just tell me." Shen Lang also said a few polite words. "Thank you for your concern, I will work hard." In fact, Shen Lang doesn't like dealing with these people. But for the better development of this place in the future, this is inevitable. After all, once you experience the feeling of having the green light all the way and getting things done, you will find that it is really good to have someone above you. After seeing off the county leaders, Shen Lang found himself left idle. The fishermen have already prepared, but there are still many people on the dam of the reservoir. Most of them come to watch the fun. After all, Chinese people have such a habit. After being idle, Shen Lang felt his stomach starting to protest. "I haven't eaten anything all morning, and I'm a little hungry." At this time, Shen Lang discovered that many small stalls appeared beside the reservoir. Shen Lang became interested and walked over there. But he remembered that no one had reported to him that someone would set up a stall. However, Shen Lang was not going to chase anyone away. He was indeed a little hungry. "I'm tired of the breakfasts made by aunties and sisters every morning. I want to try something new." In just a short while, there are still a lot of stalls set up. All the local specialties are here. Shen Lang stopped in front of a stall selling glutinous rice cakes, ordered 2 cakes, and asked, "Auntie, how's business going here?" "We've just started setting it up. There are so many people here it shouldn't be that bad." The aunt said with a smile, "Are you here to fish too? I heard the first place prize is 5 million. Shen Lang took the glutinous rice cake from the aunt and said, "Well, I'm number 1 on the list now." There was some pride in Shen Lang's eyes. The aunt glanced towards the ranking screen, and her face suddenly changed. "Hey, brother, you are the boss here. I didn't know you can't set up a stall here." Shen Lang was stunned. Did he mean to chase people away? "I just registered a name myself. But I said I was number 1 on the list, and the auntie recognized me immediately. I think I am very famous now." "Auntie, don't misunderstand me. I don't mean to chase you away." The aunt seemed relieved. "So you're here to collect the booth fee?" "Of course not, I'm just having breakfast." Shen Lang naturally knew that these vendors had a hard life, and he would definitely not make things difficult for them. "We just need to ask people to clean up the garbage when closing the stall." "Auntie, how much is it?" No, it's your treat." How could Shen Lang take advantage of this? He took out his mobile phone and prepared to scan the code. The aunt tried to stop him, but Shen Lang had already paid. Shen Lang still knows the market price of this baba. Just after paying the bill, Shen Lang's phone rang. It's Yang Rulan calling. "Where is Brother Lang? There is a beautiful lady looking for him." Shen Lang was stunned. "Beauty? That beautiful girl who fishes with a digger. Liu Muking. Doesn't she know she's contacting me?" "Okay, right up." Shen Lang hung up the phone and suddenly saw 2 missed calls on his phone and 2 messages on WeChat. Where are the people?" "Well, there were too many people, and I couldn't hear it." Shen Lang came to the wooden house, and sure enough, Liu Muking was there. "Hi, good morning, Miss Liu." What greeted him was Liu Muking's somewhat cold gaze, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. "Do you need to look at me like this?" "Give it to me." Shen Lang was stunned, and suddenly saw the glutinous rice cake in his hand. "Hey, eat it." Liu Muking's eyes became even colder. "Have you forgotten what you promised me?" What was promised? Shen Lang suddenly realized. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? It's just bait, 500 yuan a bag." Shen Lang took out the bait from the system and handed it to Liu Muking. Yang Rulan, who was standing next to her, was stunned when she saw this scene. "My cousin, you are so straight. It'll be your turn later. Have you seen the old man in my house?" Liu Muking took the bait and said. Shen Lang looked into the reservoir and pointed at the luxury yacht in the middle and said, "He should be on the yacht with his friends." Liu Muking looked over and snorted coldly. Humph, not doing your job. Then he turned around and said to Shen Lang, that old man likes to randomly match people up. Don't take it to heart. It's impossible for us to do that. Shen Lang was stunned again. Liu Zhanghua must have gone back and said something to Miss Liu. That's for sure, we are not from the same world. Shen Lang naturally didn't have that idea. After all, isn't it nice to make money? What kind of machine are you going to use for fishing this time, Ms. Liu? Or is it an excavator? Liu Muking heard this and pointed to the side and said, no, I just pulled some gadgets from the construction site. They can be installed, right? Shen Lang looked over there and saw some workers directing a crane to lower something. What's this? Shen Lang was not quite sure what these lumps of iron were. Nothing, just a crane on the construction site. Shen Lang was speechless. You are awesome. However, when Shen Lang was about to turn around, he saw another familiar face. Li Angson. Li Angson walked out of $1 million luxury car. After a while, a man walked out from the driver's seat. The man was about 40 years old and did not look wretched. Li Angson walked over, took the man's arm and walked towards this side. Shen Lang was confused. Is this her boyfriend? Or is he her number one brother? After all, he had also heard the stories that the female anchor and the top brother had to tell. Although Li Angson has transformed and is no longer a beauty anchor, but her live broadcasting routine later turned into that of a good-looking anchor. At this time, Li Angson also saw Shen Lang. The moment she saw Shen Lang saw a hint of panic in her eyes. But she adjusted herself quickly. Congratulations, old classmate. This competition is so popular. When they were about to touch, Li Angson said in advance, thank you, who is this person next to you? Shen Lang asked politely, oh, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Wang, you know him. His name on TikTok is Fishing Number 1. Shen Lang suddenly realized he is the number 1 brother on the list. Hello, Wang Shuli. The top brother on the list stretched out his hand and introduced himself. Shen Lang shook his hand and said, hello, Shen Lang. I've seen the Huazi you painted. The special effects are very beautiful. Haha, I've also seen the boss in Zin's live broadcast room. Can I participate in this competition? I want to prove my ability as the number 1 fisherman. Shen Lang shrugged. Of course, everyone can participate. Ryulan help him with the process. Soon Wang Shuli took the number plate and left. After a while, Shen Lang received a WeChat message. Shen Lang, it's not what you think. He and I really like each other. Shen Lang was stunned. What's the point of sending this to me? Your free love has nothing to do with me. At this moment, the system suddenly popped up a prompt. Liu Billy caught a silver carp and bighead carp weighing 15 jin 21 times, equals 315 jin. Congratulations on winning 529,200 Chinese yuan. No way, so fast, it's only been a short while. How did they do it? Must they be an endurance athlete like Silver Carp? Not long after, a report came over the intercom. Number 1387, Liu Billy, 315 jin, report to the studio. Over. Soon, a shocking news came from above the reservoir. Contestant 1387 Liu Billy caught a 315 jin giant fish and is currently tied for first place with Shen Lang. Please keep up the good work. As soon as the announcement came out, everyone started to get nervous. It's only been a short while and you're doing this to me. You're cheating, how can it be so fast? I haven't even finished making the bait yet. Is this the strength of the boss? Liu Billy, he really lives up to his name, he's really awesome. Shen Lang was also very curious about how this awesome guy managed to catch the fish in such a short time. This is obviously very unscientific. Chapter 50 Excavator again. Liu Billy was originally an excavator master. He himself thinks he is the ceiling among excavators. Have you ever seen someone using an excavator to light a lighter? Liu Billy is such a great man. Normally, construction workers would ask him to dig 50 centimeters deep, but he could keep the error to only 1 or 2 centimeters. This is like the micro-manipulation in science fiction mecha novels, and only masters can do it. During this period, he went to the construction site here and heard about the competition. Although he doesn't fish, he really likes watching fishing videos. Of course, I also came across the excavator fishing incident that went viral on the internet. In his opinion, the excavator operator had no real skills, and he could definitely do better if he did it himself. So he drove the excavator over with the attitude of giving it a try. After all, there is nothing to do during this period, so just treat it as a vacation for yourself. After the boring opening ceremony, Liu Billy drove his excavator towards the bottom of the reservoir. However, since there were too many people, his machine was difficult to operate, so he decided to go a little further inside. Not long after he drove, he saw a group of people gathered in front of him, blocking the road. Out of curiosity, he jumped off the excavator and moved closer. I saw a huge whirlpool appearing next to the water plants on the shore, and under the whirlpool was a huge black shadow. Liu Billy just felt his scalp tingling. What is this thing? But after listening to the discussions of the people around him, he finally understood. I feel like this fish is provoking me. I really can't stand it anymore. Brothers, I'm going to attack. Hey, don't worry about your life. This might be the legendary guide fish. Who knows who will catch whom? You believe in this kind of superstition. Even if you don't believe me, go down and try. This silver carp and bighead carp can stuff you into its mouth. Liu Billy suddenly realized that this thing was actually a fish. I was scared to death. Liu Billy had never heard of the term guide fish. He looked at his excavator and said to everyone, "You believe it is the guide fish. I don't believe it is the pickled fish. Let me do it." Everyone looked at him, and the man who started talking about the guide fish said, "That makes perfect sense. I'm speechless, but brother, do you dare to go down?" Liu Billy walked towards his excavator without saying a word. As the excavator started, everyone made way. "Wow, why didn't you tell me earlier that there was such a big guy? There is nothing that can't be done by one excavator. If that doesn't work, then just bring dozens of excavators." Liu Billy drove to the shore of the reservoir and controlled the excavator wall to move slowly downwards. Especially at the moment when the bucket enters the water, it is as gentle as caressing a little girl. There were only a few ripples. The crowd watching exclaimed, "Damn, this master is amazing. His operation is so smooth." SHH, don't talk. I saw the bucket in front of the excavator moving slowly, and when the bucket was about to wrap the silver carp and bighead carp, it suddenly exerted force. The silver carp and bighead carp finally noticed something and began to move their bodies. However, its retreat had been cut off, and its body swung into the bucket and then bounced into the air. The next second, the silver carp and bighead carp fell heavily to the ground, and the scales on their bodies fell everywhere. It seemed to want to return to the water and struggled and jumped a few times, but the ending was already settled. This is the story Shen Lang heard when he came here. At this moment, the protagonist of the story is holding the fish and kissing it non-stop amid the envious gazes of others. Shen Lang thought this was too fucking outrageous. Can a person be so lucky? But since the system has acknowledged it, it must count. It took a lot of effort for several fishermen to weigh this fish. Soon the story of how the first fish was caught spread throughout the reservoir. The fishermen are both envious and jealous, but everyone was relieved. It would be impossible to catch a fish so quickly through normal means. They could only sigh that the man's luck was so good. Shen Lang also communicated with Liu Billy, hoping to hang this fish above the dam next to his fish. Liu Billy naturally agreed. How could he miss such an opportunity to show off? So Liu Billy put the fish into the excavator bucket and hurried back the way he came. When we arrived at the dam, we naturally attracted everyone's attention. Most of the people on the dam now are here to have fun. Naturally, everyone came over to watch the fun. Wow, is this the big fish that was reported at the beginning and ranked first? What a big turtle. You have to cook hot pot in 18 portions. That means we can now have free pickled fish for our entire community. As everyone was watching, this fish was caught next to the fish caught by Shen Lang. Ryulan, come and take a video and post it on TikTok. Here it comes. Yang Ryulan came running over happily. Liu Billy stood next to the fish, laughing so hard that his back teeth were stretched. This was definitely the highlight of his life. Even the moment before his wedding night, he wasn't so excited. Why don't you do a live broadcast? Look at all the people below, many of them are doing it. We are the official website, it would be a shame if we don't do it. Shen Lang said to Yang Ryulan after filming the video. Okay, but brother Lang, can you assign someone to me? Shen Lang is puzzled. What's wrong? Yang Ryulan said. Look, you asked me to come here to help you manage your money. Now I have to work as a cashier, a video operator, and a host in the morning. Now you want me to do a live broadcast. I really can't spare the time. Shen Lang was stunned and thought that the workload given to Yang Ryulan was indeed too heavy. It's just because this cousin is so useful and can complete all the tasks assigned to her very well. I couldn't help but want to throw the matter to him. It seems that we should lighten her burden. It's definitely my cousin's fault. How about this? Look for a suitable candidate to help you share the work and find someone to do live streaming at the same time. Yang Ryulan curled her lips. So you want to assign the personnel work to me now, right? Shen Lang was ashamed. In fact, Yang Ryulan was just complaining. In fact, she was quite happy doing this job. There are many interesting things happening every day. This is much better than the previous company that was just a slave. Although my hateful cousin also treats me like a beast of burden. Moreover, she feels a great sense of accomplishment, seeing the reservoir becoming more and more prosperous day by day. She handed the cashier job to a little girl in the village and went to do the live broadcast happily. Yang Rulan has naturally never done a live broadcast, but even if you haven't seen a pig run, has you never eaten pork? After tinkering with it for a while, the live broadcast room was opened. The title wrote, Go straight to the Shikwin Reservoir Giant List and win $1 million prize. The official live broadcast room will bring you a different kind of excitement. Maybe this account already has some fan base. So as soon as the live broadcast started, dozens of people came in. Hey, isn't this the official live broadcast room? Why are we just watching girls? This is the first bullet screen in the live broadcast room. Yang Rulan was still tinkering with it, so half of the screen was Yang Rulan's face. You know what, this girl is pretty, even without makeup. Is the giant list so popular? I have seen more than a dozen live broadcast rooms today. Only then did Yang Rulan notice someone coming into the live broadcast room. So I held the phone farther away and said hello. Hello everyone, this is the official live broadcast of the Giant List Million Prize competition. If you want to know anything or see anything, you can interact with me. After saying that, Yang Rulan turned the camera over and aimed it at the giant rankings on the screen. The first place on the list was still Shen Lang's name, and the second place was Liu Billy. Although the weight of the two people is the same, Shen Lang fished first and Liu Billy fished later. Chapter 51, Old Man, You Really Use a Cow to Fish. The number of people in the live broadcast room continues to increase. Perhaps due to the popularity, the number of people exceeded 1,000 in just a few minutes. And judging from the situation, there should be more people coming. At this moment, the barrage began to float across the screen. These fishermen are so unskilled. It took them so long to catch one fish. You can do it. I'll go if I want. Wait for me for a day. No, buddy, are you really on top of it? No, I heard that the first one is the boss. Can the boss also participate? Insider information. Yang Rulan selectively answered the questions in the barrage. This netizen said that the boss's first place was an insider information. This is not an insider information. The boss really fished it out by himself. But don't worry, even if the boss is on the list in the future, he will definitely not win the prize. And are you so unconfident in the abilities of the contestants? Yang Rulan pointed the camera at the two fish and said, one of these two was caught by the boss, and the other was caught by a contestant. In the future, all the fish on the list will be hung here and displayed in order. You can see that this is the most conspicuous position in the entire reservoir. Yang Rulan moved the camera around and said, everyone who comes here will see this list at first glance, making you the focus of everyone's attention. Yang Rulan always pays attention to the changes in the number of people in the live broadcast room, as well as the messages in the barrage. The number of people in the live broadcast room has now exceeded 2,000. Yang Rulan also picked a question from a netizen. I heard that there are no restrictions on tools in this competition. Can you show us what tools are available? In fact, anchors only answer questions selectively, and if they see bad comments, just pretend you didn't see them. It's the same across many industries. Want to see the tools? There are so many of them, just look over there. Yang Rulan raised her cell phone and saw a crane parked beside the dam of the reservoir, and the crane's steel cable fell vertically into the water. The driver is taking a nap in the cockpit. This is the big guy here. I heard it can lift hundreds of tons of things. Using it here is like killing a chicken with a 100-meter-long sword, but... Yang Rulan paused and said, do you know why this master is sleeping instead of fishing? The barrage starts floating on the screen. Haha, using a 100-meter-long sword to kill a chicken. What a good metaphor, host. The construction site next door is in need of a crane and is crying. If this fish bites the hook, the insurance company will have to change the terms overnight. The master said, whoever wants to fish can go ahead. Yang Rulan also smiled when she saw the comments. You guys are so funny. Actually, the truth is, the dam of this reservoir is too high. Even if we catch a fish, we can't lift it up. After all, the fish will struggle. The probability of it getting off the hook is 99%. So the crane operator can only lie there and sleep. Yang Rulan pointed to a spot on the bank of the reservoir and said, but there's a rich guy installing a construction site crane down there, and he's still working on the base. It should be ready for use in 2 days. Yang Rulan likes live streaming more and more, because she finds these netizens are so cute. Of course, except for some haters, Yang Rulan looked at the barrage and laughed. Fish, I'm not escaping from the hook. I'm escaping from the modern infrastructure maniac. Got it. Next time I'll use a tunnel boring machine to dig for earthworms. Emergency plan. Call in the J-10 to intercept the fish escaping from the dam. The crane operator is stupid. Wouldn't it be easier to solve the problem if he just put another boat underneath? Host, let's go down to the reservoir and watch your live broadcast. It makes me want to fly over right away. Yang Rulan stopped laughing and said, Okay, then let's go down to the reservoir and see how the other contestants perform. After saying that, Yang Rulan walked towards the bottom of the reservoir. Shen Lang nodded with satisfaction when he saw Yang Rulan enjoying the live broadcast. This cousin is really versatile. You have to keep a close eye on her and not let any pretty boy cheat you. At this time, Shen Lang saw those rich people coming up from under the reservoir. Shen Lang was puzzled and walked up to them and asked, Aren't you guys going fishing? Where are you going? Lao Mo said with a smile, No hurry, the masters always make the final move. Let them fish for a few days first. Otherwise it will be too much of a bully. Other wealthy people also echoed, Haha, that makes sense. The enemy is too weak. I'm not interested in them at all. At this time, Liu Zhonghua said with a smile, Alas, I have to fly to Dubai to fish for sharks tomorrow. I'll let you, the fish in the reservoir, live a few more days to gain some experience. The wealthy looked at him with admiration. Damn, you are so good at pretending. Shen Lang understood what was meant. It was a bit embarrassing to show up now, so let these fishermen play for a while and they can come back later. Shen Lang didn't care. After all, it didn't matter who was fishing. Some people will eventually pay the price for their arrogance. After seeing off a few people, Shen Lang became completely free. Looking at the lively scene below the reservoir, he was filled with emotion. Things in this world are unpredictable, and everything changes. Who could have thought that a three-bad youth, like me in society, would come to this point? Enjoy the beautiful scenery of the entire reservoir. There is still more than 12 million in debt. But Shen Lang was not panicked at all. To borrow the words of a celebrity, I am not interested in money. Shen Lang is approaching that level. Yang Rulan introduced the beautiful scenery of the reservoir to netizens as she walked. When we arrived at the bottom of the reservoir, the number of people in the live broadcast room had exceeded 10,000. And there are endless small gifts in the live broadcast room. Yang Rulan looked at him with great joy. She remembered that Shen Lang said that she would get half of the income from this account. She posted so many videos in the past, and although they had a lot of views, she didn't make a penny. Now, just this short period of time should be equivalent to her one day's salary. Yang Rulan suddenly understood why so many people wanted to enter the live streaming industry. When Yang Rulan was explaining, banged, the sound startled Yang Rulan. Oh no, another one, this is the nth one today. I don't remember, today was like setting off firecrackers. Firecrackers aren't as valuable as this. Yang Rulan looked in the direction of the voice, only to see a fisherman looking ahead with a somewhat heartbroken look. He was holding a pole in his hand. It turned out to be a blowout. In fact, today is the first day of the competition, and many anglers don't understand the situation. I don't know much about the fish situation underwater. Mainly, many people still use traditional methods to fish. How can an ordinary fishing rod bear such weight? The only consequence is that it will break. Even if the pole doesn't explode, you still have to be able to pull it through. With the instantaneous explosive force of several hundred kilograms, it is impossible for an ordinary person to pull it through. You may not have noticed at first, but someone in front of me has exploded. I will explain the current situation of the reservoir to you. If you want to challenge me, please be prepared. Yang Rulan walked and talked. First of all, if you want to challenge the giant list, you have to weigh at least 300 kilograms, so you can use external forces within the rules. If you just want to feel the excitement, upgrade your fishing rod, line set, and hook. For example, the old man in front borrowed the power of the cow. Yang Rulan was stunned after she finished speaking. Etc. They really are using cows to pull the fish. And it looks like the fish has taken the bait. Yang Rulan took a few quick steps to the side of the old man and the cow. At this moment, the cow is struggling to stabilize its body, but the shore was all muddy and a bit slippery, and the cow's 4 calves kept rubbing against each other backwards. The old man beat him with bamboo sticks and gave commands in dialect. Go, go, go. Generally, cows are used to plow the fields, and their pulling force is generally several hundred kilograms. It is entirely possible to fight against such a giant, but it was obvious that something was wrong with the old man's cow. His eyes were almost rolled back. Yang Ryulan looked and saw that the rope was wrapped around the cow's neck, and the cow was about to suffocate. The people watching nearby didn't dare to go up to help. After all, if the situation got out of hand, they might get themselves into trouble. At this critical moment, a group of muscular men rushed out from the crowd, and the arm of the leader was thicker than the thighs of others. They just put their hands on the thick rope, and everyone worked together to stop the fish's momentum. The cow breathed a sigh of relief, broke free from the saddle on its shoulders, and ran for its life. When the old man saw the cow running away, he chased after it, waving a bamboo stick. He kept muttering to himself, "Run, run, or I'll break your fucking legs." The muscular man in the lead saw the old man going away and shouted, "Old man, don't you want your fish anymore?" The old man seemed to be a little hard of hearing and didn't respond at all. The muscular man had no choice but to take over the cow's job with his friends. Chapter 52 Fish. I almost had a meal of boiled beef today. The barrage in the live broadcast room has gone crazy. I can't help it, I'm dying of laughter. This old man is so funny. Doesn't anyone care about that cow? Bull, first of all, I didn't mess with any of you. Fish, I almost had a boiled beef meal today. The old man's figure is getting farther and farther away. The cow had already run away. The tug of war at the reservoir continues. It's easy for a dozen muscular men to deal with a fish. Li Peiguang, come on, pull it up and it's yours. The onlookers nearby started to make a noise. No, I have to find that old man later. After all, he almost lost all his cattle, and this was originally his fish. Li Peiguang said as he pulled the rope. Li Peiguang is also a video blogger, and a very large one. Because he is honest and always loses money, everyone calls him Li Peiguang. There are a lot of bloggers here this time, maybe hundreds of them, big and small. After all, any smart person would know to take advantage of this wave of traffic. People on the internet are saying that in this $1,000,000 prize race, the mechanical cheats will definitely be the easiest to achieve good results. Li Peiguang and his two good friends wanted to prove their muscle strength. I decided not to use any supermodel tools, but to use manpower to carry the big fish in the water and get the $1,000,000 bonus. Of course, as soon as this flag was put up, it received support from many anglers. After all, in the eyes of most anglers, fishing should be done in the right way. What's the point of using an excavator to fish? You also have tower cranes and helicopters. They all scoff at all these. After all, some people pursue the meaning of fishing and enjoy the process. This is a kind of spiritual persistence. It's like if the streets are full of trams in the future, there will still be some people who prefer gasoline cars. So even though the popularity has reached its peak, there are still many anglers who are unwilling to come. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible that there are only 2,000 or 3,000 people. But fishing is something that requires a lot of attention. Li Peiguang doesn't even know how to fish by fishing pond. So how can he master the more technical fishing? So I fished for a long time, but there was no movement at all. Just then, I saw an old man's cow not far away was overwhelmed and called out to him. Everyone rushed forward and resolved the crisis. "Brothers, come on, I'll give you a bottle of protein powder tonight." "Okay, come on." The photographer next to them was already grinning from ear to ear. With such great material, he must be given a big reward tonight. But after walking for a while, they found that a dozen people were really too many. After all, even if this fish weighs 300 or 400 kilograms, its instantaneous explosive force is only about 1,000 kilograms at most. Although many people say that their muscles are dead muscles and have no strength, it is also much stronger than ordinary people. So the number of people began to decrease one by one, from 10 to 3, and finally stopped. This number of people is more comfortable, and everyone can take turns when they get tired. After all, freshwater fish are famous for their durability, so this is bound to be a tug of war. Li Peiguang stepped aside and said to the camera, "I told them to come earlier, but they still didn't believe me. Now look, a large amount of goods will be delivered soon. They will be so jealous by then." After saying this, he clenched his hands, and his muscles immediately tensed, showing an extremely strong spirit. What if they use machines? Fish only have so much pulling power. Can they really catch a fish weighing a ton? Yang Ryulan played here for a while, and when she saw that the situation was entering a tug of war, she was ready to leave. After all, it is not a good look to keep broadcasting a few muscular men stacking up on each other. Although she really likes watching it. In just a short while, the number of people in the live broadcast room skyrocketed again, directly exceeding 30,000. However, it seems to have entered a bottleneck period and has temporarily stopped at 30,000. I think what Li Peiguang said is very right. Even if the fish weighs 500 kilograms, its pulling force cannot shake 10 people. So friends who don't have money to cheat can form a group to participate. Yang Ruolan started promoting the plan for participating in the competition in the live broadcast room again. The barrage started another wave of screen swiping. Yes, you are right. I think I'm okay again. Tomorrow I will ask my aunts and uncles to help me find a dozen blind date candidates and have them come as a group. Can I be included in the blind date? There are always some happy people in the barrage. If Li Peiguang can pull up that fish this time, the pattern of subsequent competitions will definitely change greatly. Along the way, Yang Ruolan introduced the things she saw, such as the many electric winches. For example, a pulley system can save effort. Of course, most people still use excavators. After all, the excavator can go wherever it wants. It has full flexibility and power, and it has a record of catching fish, so its overall practicality is 4 stars. As for those boats in the water, they are for the rich to play with. Accompanied by the occasional sound of poles exploding and falling into water, Yang Ruolan's live broadcast became like a duck in water. It's hard to imagine that this is someone doing a live broadcast for the first time. During this period, more and more people were included in the list, but they all weigh more than 100 kilograms, but less than 200 kilograms. After all, the higher the weight, the more difficult it will be to pull it up. Getting a fish to bite and catching the fish are 2 different things. By the time noon came around, the leaderboard was already full. There's a row of fish hanging next to the ranking screen. It looks quite shocking. On the dam, a huge sunshade has been built on the shady side of the mountain. There are large round tables under the awning. The dishes started to be served on each table one after another. In the past, when that small canteen opened for meals, hundreds of people would start to crowd in. Considering the large number of people today, it's impossible to queue up for food. Otherwise, how long will it take? So Shen Lang suggested to use the buffet style. There are about 10 people sitting at each table, so with 50 tables, 500 people can have dinner at one time. It also allows them to experience the fun of a farm banquet. But the pressure in the kitchen was a little greater, so we specially invited a dozen chefs from the surrounding areas. The price is only 30 yuan per person. The dishes are carefully selected. The price is fair and honest. After all, the hotel's configuration is about 700 to 800 yuan per table. Dear fishing friends, it's lunchtime. We have prepared a buffet on the dam. It costs 30 yuan per person. Anyone who wants can come up now. The first table will be open soon. The broadcast sounded throughout the reservoir. Many fishermen came here without having breakfast, and they were already hungry, so they ran up happily. But one place was dumbfounded. The spot has already been taken. There was also a group of people gathered around, all staring at them while they were eating. The fishermen were drooling when they saw the food on the table. All of them are hard dishes, such as pork elbow, steamed pork with rice flour, braised fat dumplings, a total of more than a dozen dishes. This buffet only costs 30 yuan. It turns out that the kitchen here is still very conscientious. Chapter 53, Giant List updated. The first place is actually an old man. But there's nothing we can do. Since we're already here, we can only wait for them to finish eating. But as I waited, I realized something was even more wrong. There are more and more people, and every seat is up for grabs. You have to grab a seat to scan and pay. This made the fishermen who failed to grab a spot extremely anxious. If I had known this would happen, I would have not eaten this meal. While everyone was having lunch, a breaking news came over the radio. Good news, the first place on the giant fish list has finally been broken. The weight is 350 kilograms, and the owner of this fish is an old man. But this old man is now missing. He was leading a cow. He has few teeth left and his hearing is not very good. If you see him, please let him know. In addition, in order to increase the fun, the ranking list has been upgraded, and methods of catching this fish and fish species will be added later. For example, if the first half of this fish is a cow, and the second half is a dozen strong men, then at the end it would say, strong men and cows. As soon as the news came out, the entire dam was quiet for a moment, and then it was instantly ignited. Holy crap, 350 pounds, that's amazing. I remember an old man chasing a cow this morning. I am mourning for Li Peiguang. The fish I pulled up with so much effort was not my own. It's all Li Peiguang. It's normal for him to do things that lose money. Am I the only one who was amused by that last part about the strong man and the bull? Those who had not yet eaten, or had already finished their meals, flocked towards the screen. Some of them came over here with their bowls in hand, watching and taking a few bites. Sure enough, the ranking list on the big screen has changed, and the first place has changed. First place, name anonymous old man. Species black carp. Weight 350 caddies. Main tools strong men and bulls. Second place, name Shen Lang. Species bighead carp. Weight 315 caddies. Main tool fishing boat. The information of first place hits everyone's nerves. They remembered that the first person to catch a big fish in the morning was an excavator operator who was lucky enough to catch a fish near the shore. And the first place now was actually an old man with almost all his teeth falling out, and he was pulled by a cow. The dramatic scenes this morning really made them feel at a loss whether to laugh or cry. The one who could not help laughing the most today was Shen Lang, because he received a special prompt when he received the system prompt sound. A grass carp weighing 7 jin, 50 times, equals 350 jin 1 caddy, was caught in Shenyang in autumn. Congratulations on winning 1,400,000 Chinese yuan. Congratulations to someone who caught a top-level fish with a probability of 0.0001. Obtain the hidden reward, OI 18 styles. Shen Lang really wanted to ask, why would this 50 times appear on a 7 jin fish? What a waste. I put so many fish weighing more than 20 kilograms. Why are they not included? That way, we can achieve the 1,000 jin mission requirement. But now that things have come to this, Shen Lang has no choice. But what exactly is this 18 styles of OI? It feels like something not suitable for children. Opening the system backpack, Shen Lang found a glowing sphere lying there. The light is bright white, giving people a warm and psychedelic feeling. Shen Lang took out the ball of light and held it in his hand. Suddenly, a voice rang in his mind. The current system level cannot be opened. Please upgrade the system. Oh my God. Shen Lang almost went berserk. What am I doing to you if I can't open it? Just hearing the name doesn't tell me it's a good thing, so I'd better not have it. Shen Lang could only comfort himself in this way. After complaining a few words, Shen Lang hurried downstairs. From a distance, I saw a group of people gathered there. When Shen Lang approached, Shen Bisheng and several muscular men were already weighing 350 pounds. Shen Bisheng looked at the number on the scale and said, "Wow, I told you, it's definitely better than the first place. Congratulations, Li Peiguang. You can finally get rid of the nickname Peiguang. It's amazing, we fought for several hours." Shen Lang walked in and took a look at the fish. It was indeed much more shocking than the one I caught myself. "Brother Lang, you've lost your first place. Let's see how you can still show off in the future." Shen Lang knew who it was when he heard the voice. Sure enough, Yang Rulan was broadcasting live on her mobile phone. The number of people in the live broadcast room has soared to nearly 50,000. The comments were full of admiration for this fish. "Damn, if I could catch this fish, I could brag about it for the rest of my life. It looks much taller than a human. Li Peiguang is no match for this fish. No, I'm ready to go. Is there any partner to team up with?" Team +1. Shen Lang pretended not to hear what Yang Rulan said. After all, this way he wouldn't feel awkward. "What's your name so I can send it to the registration list?" Shen Bisheng is asking Li Peiguang. Li Peiguang thought about it and said, "This fish was caught by an old man, but he was away driving his cattle." Shen Bisheng was a little confused. What was this talking about? "So this fish isn't yours? We all watched you pull it up." "Yeah, I don't know where that old man has gone. Just write your name. You've worked hard for hours. This should belong to you." The people watching nearby also advised. Shen Lang naturally knew who the fish belonged to, but he still walked forward and said, "Are you sure it's that old man's? If you give up, you'll have nothing." After Li Peiguang spoke out, he became much more open. "If there is no such thing, then there is no such thing. We should be fair and conscientious, right?" Shen Lang couldn't help but look at this muscular man with a raised eyebrow. In fact, he could have just said his own name. After all, everyone here can testify that he was the one who pulled up the fish. Even if the old man came back, he would be too embarrassed to ask him to give the fish to him. After all, strictly speaking, if it weren't for Li Peiguang and the others, the fish would have escaped long ago. At most half per person, but Li Peiguang gave up on his own initiative, so he could only write the old man's name. But no one knows the old man's name, so no one knows what to write in the first name column. Shen Lang knew it through the system, but he couldn't say it directly. So Shen Lang suggested that they just write the name as the nameless old man. I originally wanted to wait for the old man to come back and then ask him, but the old man never showed up again, so the name has never been changed. However, this name sounds so expert like that when the list was posted online. Even people who didn't know what was going on and looked at the list were in awe. This name sounds like a hidden master. Don't leave your name, don't ask where you came from, don't ask about your past. That's the style of a hero. I began to imagine what he would look like in my mind, with silver white hair and a face that looked like an immortal when the breeze blew. Hey, is it possible that we just don't know his name? The one upstairs, you know too much. Thus, the reputation of the nameless old man began to ferment silently. Chapter 54, How Can You Fish Without Bait? I'll catch 10 tons of corn today. Yang Rulan went off the air to take a break at noon. He excitedly found Shen Lang and said, "Brother Lang, guess how much money I made from the live broadcast this morning?" Shen Lang knew that her live broadcast data in the morning was not bad. But as the official live broadcast of such a large event, the number of people was still a little small. Maybe there are too many anchors, and they are diverting traffic. After all, there are quite a few big anchors broadcasting live here. The data of those anchors with hundreds of millions of fans during a live broadcast is terrifying, especially with the support of such a specific scene. Moreover, as a new anchor, Yang Rulan doesn't have any fixed big brothers to give her rewards, so the money must not be much. Shen Lang smiled and said a number. 100,000, then you have to give me 50,000. Yang Rulan gave Shen Lang a blank look. What the hell are you thinking? It's just over 20,000. But when I think about it, I have to give you half. I'm suddenly so sad. Yang Rulan pretended to be in pain. Shen Lang stopped joking with her. You earned my monthly salary in just half a day. What else do you want? If you take on some fishing gear promotions in the future, you'll be rich as a behemoth little rich woman. When Yang Rulan heard this, her eyes were full of stars. She was so excited that she didn't even bother to rest. She stood up and said, "No, I can't be lazy. I want to make money. I want to get rich," and then order 2 young models. Shen Lang's eyes went dark. What kind of thinking was this? Still a young model? No, why a young model? Just as Shen Lang was about to scold her, Yang Rulan had already run away. Shen Lang was still thinking about those 2 words, young model. Why didn't I think of that? I can order 1 too. Shen Lang walked to the bottom of the ranking list again. Your ranking may not last for a few days before it falls off the leaderboard, because he knows how many terrifying guys are there down there. It's just that now everyone has not adapted to this environment and has not mastered the method. Suddenly a breeze blew, and a strong fishy smell rushed straight to Shen Lang's forehead. Shen Lang frowned. Look at the 10 giant fish hanging next to you. The fish I caught was specially caught, but I didn't have time for the one I caught today. It's only been a short while, and the fishy smell is almost like a poison gas bomb. I was so busy trying to look cool that I made such a low-level mistake. Is there any way to let everyone see these large goods first without causing any problems for them? Or should we ask someone to customize a few extra large glass tanks right away? It seems that it is not hard enough. If such a big creature were to shake its tail like a dragon, the glass tank would fall apart. Just when Shen Lang was thinking of a solution, he saw 2 large trucks parked next to the dam. The truck bed was wrapped in cloth, and I had no idea what was inside. A man jumped out from the passenger seat of a truck in front. This man has thick eyebrows, small eyes, dark skin, and is probably in his 40s or 50s. He got out of the car and walked to the dam, with his hands on his hips, looking at the scenery below. Shen Lang looked at this person and felt that he looked familiar. It seems like another internet celebrity. At this time, the man glanced at Shen Lang and walked over with a smile. "Hello, boss. Is it okay for me to build a nest here for 2 days?" Shen Lang was stunned. "Sure. Just dig a nest. Why are you telling me? After all, fishing without bait is equivalent to fishing in vain. How can you catch fish without bait? There is also a legend circulating in the fishing circle that if someone makes a nest upstream, the water level downstream will rise. Okay, come on, let's unload the goods. Let's start with 10 tons today." I saw that the tarpaulin on the truck had been pulled open, revealing the piles of corn inside. Looking at those bags of corn, Shen Lang was really stunned this time. Looking at the middle-aged man again, Shen Lang finally knew who this person was. At this time, someone nearby recognized him. The man shouted excitedly down the reservoir. "Liu Damo is here, everyone, move your fishing spots up." The anglers who were close below looked up and saw bags of corn stacked on the edge of the reservoir. In a short while, it was built into a small city wall. Shen Lang came back to his senses, walked over and said, "I've only heard of your legend before, and I thought it was too exaggerated, but I didn't expect you to be serious." Liu Damo said with a smile, "Hey, how can you catch fish if you don't make a nest? If you want to catch fish, you have to exchange them for food." Shen Lang looked at the corn still piled up and felt a little amused. Well, I never fed those fish properly. Now they have something to eat. Liu Damo walked to the bottom of the ranking list again, looked at the list above, and then looked at the big fish next to it. I couldn't help but murmur. It looks like the 10 tons we hauled today aren't enough. We'll have to haul dozens more tons tomorrow. Shen Lang almost stumbled. Damn, the food expenses for his reservoir this year have been settled. At this time, Yang Rulan ran up from below, panting. At the same time, he pointed the camera of his mobile phone at the pile of corn and said excitedly, "See, everyone, I heard that all these corns here are used to make nests. I have never seen such a bold way of making nests." At this time, the live broadcast room was already filled with barrages, and the number of live broadcasts is increasing like crazy. It soared all the way from 10,000 to the peak of her morning live broadcast. Seeing these corns reminds me of an old friend. Liu Dabin called it professional. Is there a possibility that this is Liu Dabin? Fish, if I die from eating at a buffet, does that count as a work-related injury? Just came from another live broadcast room. What happened here? Yang Rulan was so happy watching the crazy growth trend in the live broadcast room. Today's live broadcast experience is still a little bit difficult for her to adapt to. She never thought that making money could be so easy. She slowed down her breathing. Do you want to know who this rich man is? Live broadcast room Bara. I don't even need to think about this. It must be Liu Dabin. If it weren't for Liu Dabin, I would eat shit while standing upside down. I just want to know how many pounds are here. Please change the unit above. How many tons should it be? After more than a dozen workers had been moving for a long time, they were finally done. Liu Damo called the crane operator, who was still dozing off beside the dam, and asked him to help him lower the corn. If we were to carry so much corn downstairs, we would be exhausted to death. Liu Damo found a fishing spot below, and the workers carried the corn to his fishing spot. Lift your feet up, I'm ready to make a nest. After saying that, he opened a bag of corn and scattered it into the reservoir. When the angler next door saw this, he immediately moved his fishing position back. The excavator master next door jumped down and said, "Teacher Damo, you are too slow. Do you want me to help you?" No, let me test the water level first. I have a boat." After saying that, he pointed in the direction of the dam. I saw a small fishing boat being lowered by a crane. Chapter 55. Surprise. A 1,000-pound fish appeared in the giant list million-pound Grand Prix, and the person who made the nest was almost eaten. Not long after, bags of corn were seen being loaded onto the boat, and then dumped one by one at the designated location. After pouring, it returns to fill up again and continues to drive into the reservoir. Liu Damo has set up the live broadcast equipment and is shouting at the camera. "My friends, today I will use these 10 tons of corn to catch the big fish in this reservoir." The viewers who watched the live broadcast learned the news through various live broadcast rooms and flocked to his live broadcast room. In just a few minutes, the number of people in the live broadcast room soared to more than 100,000. When the major anchors saw the number of people in their live broadcast rooms dropping rapidly, they became anxious and started cursing. But since he didn't have that strength, he could only look at Li Damo from afar and sigh. "I'm from Master Wu's live stream. I heard that Liu Dabin is giving out buffets to fish again. Brother, please call him Liu Dakeng from now on. I think all the granaries in this county will be emptied by him. I'm a newbie, I don't understand. Can you really catch fish this way?" In a blink of an eye, the fishing boats had dropped dozens of bags of corn into the reservoir. Just as the workers opened the bags of corn and poured the corn into the water, suddenly a huge black shadow appeared under the water. The black shadow grew bigger and bigger, and a mouth more than 1 meter in size emerged from the water and caught the corn kernels that fell into the water. The mouth was wide open, like the mouth of an abyss, which made people feel creepy. Especially the worker who was pouring corn. He was so scared that he stepped back. But there was only so much space on the fishing boat, and it was filled with corn. He stumbled and fell to the side. However, it was not over yet. The mouth directly jumped out of the water. A huge fish head appeared in front of everyone. Judging from its size and outline, it is much larger than the ones hanging on the dam. From the fish head sticking out of the water, we can preliminarily conclude that this is a grass carp. After all, grass carp are most interested in this kind of food, and Shen Lang rarely feeds them. Maybe he was so hungry that he couldn't help himself when he saw such delicious food. I saw the grass carp jump directly onto the boat, bite a bag of corn, and refuse to let go. Then he struggled hard for a few times and dragged the bag of corn away. The workers who were close to the scene were so frightened that they stepped back one after another. Under the impact of this force, the fishing boat began to shake violently. One of the workers misstepped and fell directly into the water. With 2 splashes of water, the water's surface temporarily fell calm. There was a brief silence, and then the crowd watching on the shore went wild. Oh my God, that fish can't be the king of fish in this water. Judging from its size, it must weigh at least 500 kilograms. It seems more than that, after all. Half of the volume is still underwater. I think whoever catches this will definitely win first place. Everyone was talking about it, and now they finally had a general understanding of the fish situation in the reservoir. Fish weighing hundreds of kilograms are like small fry here, and those fish lurking in the water are the real giants. The worker who went into the water was obviously a good swimmer. After he emerged from the water, he created shadows with his hands and swam quickly towards the fishing boat. He felt like there was a huge mouth of the abyss beneath the water that was always about to swallow him. That feeling of fear occupied his entire mind. Because he was too frightened, he seemed to be injected with stimulants, waving his arms at an unprecedented speed. He didn't feel relieved until he was dragged aboard by the people on the boat. But there is still a buzzing sound in my mind, as if this sound is the only one left in the world. He looked at the water, still filled with fear. Hurry, go back. A few workers ignored everything else and rowed the boat towards the shore. Liu Dama was also shocked when he saw the still rippling water waves. He knew from the internet that the fish here were big, but he was still surprised by how big they were. He traveled all over the country, and no one knew how many water levels rose because of his arrival, nor how many big fish he caught. But this time he was really shocked. However, this also made him feel extremely excited. If he could catch this fish, his name would be recorded in the entire history of fishing. It seems that the dozens of tons of corn prepared for tomorrow are still a little less. Several workers rowed the boat and finally reached the shore. They all quickly got off the boat and climbed onto the ground, gasping for breath while still in shock. Whoever wants to attack this nest can go ahead. No matter how much money they are offered, they won't do it. Liu Damao looked at the workers and knew that it was impossible for them to make nests again. But he has to attack this nest. After all, judging from the situation just now, there must be a school of fish gathering below. He still adhered to the saying, where would the fish come from if you don't make a nest? Teacher Damao, please stop making bait. I think you are almost killing someone with this bait. At this time, a muscular man walked out of the crowd. It was Li Peiguang, who had made a loss in business again in the morning. That won't work. I'll ask them to bring the drone and continue to build nests. He looked at Li Peiguang again. Aren't you Li Peiguang? Why don't you go and rent a fish pond instead of coming here to fish? Do you want to rent the boss fish pond? Li Peiguang waved his hand quickly. No, I can't afford this reservoir. I saw that Teacher Dama was alone and might not be able to pull in that big fish, so our fitness team wanted to help. How about a cooperation? As they were talking, a dozen muscular men stood out from the crowd. Liu Damao thought about it, and it made sense. He would be lucky if he was the only one not dragged into this mess. Moreover, Li Peiguang's character is highly praised on the internet, so he is trustworthy. Besides, he has been fishing for decades, and it is impossible for him to use those machines as an aid. So during their conversation, they reached a consensus. As for how to distribute the fish caught, one per person, it all depends on luck. With their combined strength, it's impossible for them to only have one. So a dozen muscular men formed a suicide squad and took turns to bait the water. The scene just now was quickly spread by bloggers who were doing live broadcasts and news bloggers. Surprise! A 1,000-pound fish appeared in the Big Fish List Million Grand Prix, and the person who made the nest was almost eaten. A fisherman used 10 tons of corn as bait, which attracted a giant fish and almost capsized his boat. Live broadcast interrupted. Fishing circle earthquake. Liu Damao's heavy nest tactics led to the giant underwater fish running wild, and the game was forced to be suspended. These clickbait headlines are as attractive as they can be. In just a short period of time, countless versions have appeared on the internet. The most outrageous thing is that the police have been dispatched, the venue has been cordoned off, and the relevant personnel have been taken away for investigation. In a factory far away in a coastal city, an old man happened to see this video, and he broke out in a cold sweat. This scene, this place, and those familiar faces that occasionally appear in the video. Isn't this the reservoir where my son opens a fishing ground? So he hurriedly called that familiar number. The call didn't get through for a long time, which made him even more anxious. Hey, old man. When the phone was connected and a familiar voice came, he felt a little relieved. You rascal, were you taken away by the police? I told you not to mess with the fish pond, but you insisted on doing it and even asked the whole village to help you. Is this serious? We will be back soon. Shen Lang was completely confused. What was going on, but he could still feel the worry and concern in those words. He asked his parents to come back many times, but they just refused and still didn't believe that he could make money by doing this. Later, people from the village called and said that your son has a bright future, and only then did they feel relieved. What is going on now? No, who told you that? Who do I need to listen to? It's all online, so how can the things in the online videos be fake? The old man's voice was firm and decisive. Chapter 56, the first day of competition is over, and the giant overtime begins. Shen Lang was also defeated. Older people have different levels of acceptance of new things. Many elderly people are very good at using mobile phones. They are proficient in singing karaoke and recording videos on their phones. Some elderly people even start online romances. But some people just won't learn no matter how hard you teach them, and Shen Lang's father is one of them. His thoughts are also extremely conservative. To put it nicely, he is traditional. To put it bluntly, he is inflexible. Shen Lang knew without thinking that it must be the video that was circulated by those clickbait headlines on the internet. Shen Lang's father has a very interesting name, Shen Tiankai. Maybe his grandparents hope he is a genius. It turns out that what you become has nothing to do with what you are named. Dad, you can't believe all of that, it's all rumors. Shen Tiankai's tone became a little higher. It's not true. How can you put it online if it's not true? Shen Lang knew that his father was like this. In his eyes, I still don't have much say, and I feel like I'm still that little kid. Shen Lang thought for a moment and said, Dad, then you should come back first. We'll talk after you come back. If you don't believe it, come back and see for yourself. It's a good opportunity for them to come back and enjoy their lives. After all, he has suffered all his life, and now he is in his 50s and still working in a factory. If Shen Lang hadn't obtained this system, based on Shen Lang's previous income, the two elders might have to help him for another 10 years. Then in the first 2 years of marriage, I spent all my savings to buy a house in the city and prepare the bride price. Poor people. A lifetime of hard work can only be exchanged for a single splurge. Okay then, you naughty boy, wait till I come back. Shen Lang hung up the phone. To be honest, I still feel a little uncomfortable. Next to the reservoir, Liu Damo is still making a nest. It seems that he won't give up until he finishes harvesting these 10 tons of corn. And many people in other places also caught fish. Shen Lang could see that there were people fishing in several places, because in the morning, Li Peiguang and his team worked together to pull up a big fish. This also brings a chain reaction. As long as there is no machine assistance, as long as the fish is caught, a dozen or so fishermen nearby will come over to help. Throughout the afternoon, less water fell. The poles exploded even more. A young man in the village was rowing a small boat to salvage the pole in the water. These poles definitely need to be dealt with. Shen Lang wanted to learn from those fishing grounds to build a rod grave, so that those exploded rods would have a home. Although I think that anglers who come here to fish in the future will switch to rebar or specially customized fishing rods. This thing is not necessary anymore. But the hundreds of poles that exploded today are already a huge scale. We've got a fish, referee, come and weigh it. Just as Shen Lang was stunned, he heard someone shouting in the distance. Shen Lang looked over there, and it seemed that they were still using the old method of excavator and steel wire. A fish on the shore was caught by several people. The fish flapped its wings from time to time, as if it was making its last struggle. A system prompt also came to Shen Lang's mind. Yao Bacheng caught a grass carp weighing 15 jin, 20 times, equals 300 jin. Congratulations on winning 480,000 Chinese yuan. Congratulations on getting a card that doubles your income. The income doubling card is great stuff. So far today, his cashback has reached more than 5 million. Just that 350 jin maximum multiple gave him nearly 1.5 million. There are also many small fish weighing less than 50 kilograms, which cost 700,000 or 800,000 yuan. However, many anglers release these small fish directly after catching them. After all, when everyone is fishing for giant fish weighing hundreds of pounds, this kind of fish is not worthy of being protected. But the system still gave the cash back to Shen Lang. There are also cashbacks given by Bangyu for those ranking above 100 kilograms. If I use the income doubling card, I can almost fill the 12 million hole in just today. When Shen Lang thought of this, he also smiled. This is only the first day, just the beginning. There are still more than 10 days to go. so wouldn't it be easy to accomplish a small goal by myself? Of course, the prerequisite is that you can draw a doubling card every day. After a while, the sound of the broadcast spread throughout the reservoir. Congratulations to number 398 Yao Bacheng for catching a 300 Jin herring, ranking 4th on the list of giants. The fishing tools he used were an excavator and steel wire. Please keep up the good work, fellow anglers. Congratulations to number 398 Yao Bacheng for catching a 300 Jin herring, ranking 4th on the list of giants. The fishing tools he used were an excavator and steel wire. Please keep up the good work, fellow anglers. The broadcast was broadcast over the reservoir 3 times before it stopped. But now everyone has become a little immune to these giant creatures weighing over 300 pounds. Not many people are amazed anymore. After all, after being baptized by the big fish that jumped out when Liu Dama was baiting the nest, their ultimate goal is no longer at the 300 level. It's already past 4 p.m., and there are only 1 or 2 hours left until the end of today's game. There is no night fishing available for this competition. After all, safety cannot be guaranteed in the middle of the night, and people definitely need to rest. Of course, if Shen Lang said that fishing was possible at night, he believed that at least half of the people would stay up late and work hard. If his plan for the scenic area homestay is completed, lights will be installed all around the reservoir. Then the entire reservoir will be illuminated like daylight, and they can fish however they want. At this point in time, Shen Feng and his team have already started to catch the fish. They were divided into several teams and started from different directions. There are so many people fishing that if you don't start early, you don't know when you will be able to return. Shen Lang was actually thinking about whether he could develop a software that would allow fishermen to retrieve fish by themselves during business hours. Use a special large display electronic scale so you can see clearly when taking pictures. Then take a photo, upload it, and have the staff review it in the background. However, Shen Lang thought about it and felt that there were too many uncontrollable factors, so he gave up. It was 6 o'clock in the evening, and people had already left one after another. But there are still more than a dozen places surrounded by people. There were people still fishing in those places. When the competition was over, many people did not return to the county town and stayed to watch the fun. It seems like there are still more than a dozen people fishing, which seems like a lot, but it's not. You have to know that there are more than 2,000 people participating in the competition today, and only a dozen of them are good at fishing. This ratio is incredibly low. According to the rules, as long as the bite is made within the specified time, the time it takes to slide around afterwards will be counted into the competition results. After all, it would take at least a few hours, or even half a day, to fish this big. If the competition time is over, it will not be counted in the score, so you don't have to fish in the afternoon. I can't get out anyway. Yang Ruolan kept moving among the crowds of onlookers, as if she was reporting everyone's battle situation to the people in the live broadcast room. After a while, a bystander sighed. Oops, what a pity. It's been several hours, and all our efforts have been in vain. This is all off the hook, what bad luck. Chapter 57. A major reshuffle of the Giants list. The fisherman who saw it the next day felt like the sky had fallen. The crowd watching kept sighing. It's as if the fish was caught by myself and got off the hook. And the fisherman who actually caught the fish was already there sighing to the sky. If he doesn't catch such a big fish again in the next competition, I think he will remember it for endless years to come. In the evening when the sun was setting, under the gaze of countless eyes, I let go of a giant fish weighing at least 300 kilograms. At that time, I just felt very sorry, but I didn't expect that I would think about it for the rest of my life. The fish here ran away, and everyone dispersed to other places to watch the fun. The fishermen who were helping him pull the rod went up to comfort him for a while, and then left. He was just left there looking at the calm water for a long time without saying a word. Half an hour later, the first fish of the overtime game was finally caught. With a burst of exclamations, the data of this fish was collected. Congratulations to number 1790 Li Ming for catching a 348 Jin herring, ranking 2nd on the big fish list. The fishing tool he used was a power pulley. It's getting dark, so come on. Congratulations to number 1790 Li Ming for catching a 348 Jin herring, ranking 2nd on the big fish list. The fishing tool he used was a power pulley. It's getting dark, so come on. What a pity it's only 2 kilograms short. I can only say that this is fate. But his tool is quite creative. I will make one tomorrow. Don't feel sorry. I feel like even those weighing 350 pounds won't necessarily make it into the top 10. Since the fish next to the leaderboard are smelly, we are now preparing to display them in a different way. Shen Lang contacted the glass factory in the county, and they confirmed that they could make tempered glass tanks for fish. We have asked them to work overtime, and tomorrow the 10 transparent display tanks will be back online. And now this big fish that has been caught must of course be preserved well. So Shen Lang asked the excavator to dig a big hole nearby, and then dug a ditch and filled it with water. The fish was just thrown in. It had already exhausted all its strength before it was caught, and had been left on the shore for too long, so it looked like it was dying when it was put into the water. I don't know if I can survive tonight. Perhaps it was a chain reaction caused by the coming ashore of this fish. The other fish either got off the hook or were pulled ashore. A dozen fish all finished fighting in just 2 hours. Among them, 7 were unhooked, and only 5 were successfully pulled up. The methods used to pull the fish ashore basically all use the assistance of machines, except for one line that was pulled up by dozens of onlookers taking turns. The successful landing of this fish brought the entire reservoir to cheer, because it set another record and topped the list. This fish weighs 420 kilograms and is a black carp. This is the only black carp among the big fish caught in the past few days. The black carp is originally a long and narrow fish species. A 30-kilogram black carp is 1.5 meters long. This 420 jin piece of wood has reached a length of about 3 meters. This visual shock made everyone extremely excited. Some were taking photos, some were taking group photos, some were recording short videos. Everyone was busy and having a great time. At this point, the anchors have basically turned off the live broadcast and gone back to rest. So Yang Ruelan's live broadcast room reached an unprecedented height, a height he never dared to imagine. Currently, there are more than 1 million people online at the same time. After all, this is the time when everyone has just finished dinner and has nothing to do. There was a constant flow of gifts in the live broadcast room, all kinds of little hearts and lollipops. Occasionally, a gift with full-screen special effects will come. At the beginning, Yang Ruelan would thank everyone who gave a big gift. But now she couldn't thank him enough. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room is so overwhelming. Damn, this must be fake. I checked the Chinese fish catalog and found that the largest recorded weight of Erythrocalter ocellaris was 13 kg. I suggest you send it for DNA testing. There is a fish in the North Sea. Its name is Cairo. Cairo is so big that it can't be stewed in a pot. Only 420 jin. I caught 4,200 jin in my dream yesterday. I just didn't take a screenshot. The fish weighed 420 kilograms. What's wrong with me lying down? Yang Ruelan didn't know what to say when she saw this situation. Just point the camera at the fish and let everyone watch the fish quietly. When the fish was hoisted up, a puddle was already being dug nearby. This fish was put into the puddle shortly after being caught, so the fish's vitality should be fine. Use the same method to dig a puddle nearby for the other fish that were caught, to ensure survival tomorrow. Once those large water tanks are delivered and installed tomorrow, we can put them in. Just when everyone thought that today's event was almost over, a fishing boat in the middle of the reservoir has come ashore. The results on the fishing boat made everyone gasp. There are 3 huge ones in total, and each of them looks to be between 300 and 400. After weighing, one weighed 380 kilograms, one weighed 368 kilograms, and one weighed 356 kilograms. At this moment, the entire giant ranking structure changed instantly. Except for the fish ranked first, which weighed 420 kilograms, the others were all over 300 kilograms. First place, Luhua upright 420 pounds rebar plus aircraft carrier arresting cable. Second place, Chu Wei blackfish 380 caddies fishing boat plus electric winch. Third place, Chu Wei grass carp 368 caddies fishing boat plus electric winch. Fourth place, Chu Wei bighead carp 356 caddies fishing boat plus electric winch. 10th place, Yao Baching herring 300 caddies excavator plus steel wire. From the 1st to the 10th place, it can be said to be a major change. Those fishermen who have left, come and take a look tomorrow morning. The sky might be falling. What on earth happened last night? Can anyone tell me? It's gradually getting dark. Many anglers are reluctant to leave and look up at the rankings. Speaking of the current rankings, the most shocking thing is not the first place weighing 420 pounds. But the second, third, and fourth were all occupied by one person. The 2 words Chu Wei made everyone unable to take their eyes off. Who on earth is this person? Why didn't anyone know its name before? Perhaps by the time everyone sees the list tomorrow, Chu Wei's name will be completely well known to everyone. Boss, my fish are dead. Can I take them away? Chu Wei walked up to Shen Lang and said. Shen Lang saw the expectation in his eyes. These fish are dead and will stink tomorrow if they are not treated specially. Judging from the looks of it, Chu Wei must want to go out and show off. The county town is full of fishermen now. If you go out for a walk like this, you can imagine the reaction. That's simply a king bomb. Directly increase the passion of anglers from 100 to 10,000. Can you bear it when a car passes by you with a giant fish weighing more than 300 kilograms tied to it? What if 3 cars pass by you and you tie one to each one? Okay, you can handle it yourself. Shen Lang said. Chu Wei's eyes lit up. He said thank you and left in a hurry. At this time, a voice sounded beside Shen Lang. Boss, are you selling the fish you caught? I saw a fisherman next to him looking at him expectantly. The people who were nearby also heard the fisherman's question and looked at Shen Lang. Shen Lang thought for a while and said, tow it away. If you want to buy other dead fish, contact their owners directly. As soon as these words came out, the situation began to get out of control. Except that Shen Lang's fish was dragged away by the fisherman who started asking questions. The other fish were also dragged away one after another in less than half an hour. Some of the fish's owners had already returned to the city and were contacted right away. Hey brother, do you want to sell that fish you hung up? I'll give you 5 times the price. What? You don't want to sell it? You come and haul it yourself. That's too much trouble. By the time you come and drag it back, the daylily will be cold. So I'll help you drag it back. Don't worry, brother, I'll be on time. Of course, it is unknown whether this brother will get lost on his way back. Chapter 58. A convoy carrying a huge object paraded through the streets, causing envy, jealousy, and hatred among the people. The county town is brightly lit. If you came to this small county town more than a week ago, you are here again now. Then you might think you're not in the right place. In the main street area of the county town, the central square of the county town, and the food street next to it are already crowded. What a contrast to the bustling crowd a week ago. The happiest places in the county are the shops selling delicious food. Especially now, every restaurant is packed. There are more people here than during previous Chinese New Year holidays. During the Chinese New Year, young people who work away from home come back and are willing to spend the money they have. I didn't expect these people to be willing to spend money, and they would treat a table of more than a dozen people. For example, in a private room in a restaurant. Brother Bacheng, the fish you caught today was really big. You should be ranked 4th. Let's have a drink to celebrate. Yao Bacheng said with a smile. Thanks to everyone for their help. We need to eat quickly. I heard that the boss allowed us to take the fish away. Several people at the same table were shocked. Then why are we still eating? Let's go get it back right away. If it's any later, everyone will have to go to bed. Yao Bacheng said calmly. Don't worry, I have a friend over there. He said he would help me drag it back. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this and sat down to prepare to eat. After all, it's such a long way. If they go there and come back now, it will be midnight already. I just hope that Yao Bacheng's friend can arrive sooner, then they can show their faces. On the county road leading into the city, a convoy was heading towards the county town. The convoy is led by an off-road vehicle, the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Following closely behind was a Toyota Land Cruiser. There are cars of various brands lined up behind, some cheap and some expensive. But they all have one thing in common. There is a big fish tied to the car. The fish was so big that the roof of the car couldn't fit it. The fish head and tail were hanging outside. This is true for all the convoys lined up in this way. It's just that the fish on the car in front is bigger, and the fish on the car behind is smaller. When they were about to enter the county town, the speed of the vehicle suddenly began to slow down. All the passers-by were attracted by this convoy. Although it's getting dark, but in modern civilized cities, there is basically a street lamp every 10 meters along the roadside. There is actually not much difference between under the street lights and during the day. The turning rate of this convoy has reached 99%. 1% of them didn't look back, either because they were blind or because they were looking down at videos of beautiful girls dancing and indeed didn't see it. An old lady on the roadside saw the convoy and stopped. Oh my God, these fish are too exaggerated. A child holding a toy pointed over here and shouted, Mom, look at the fish monster team. Ultraman, come and beat them. Some young people even followed, wanting to find out what was going on. When they wanted to get closer to see more clearly, they covered their noses and dared not get closer. Because as soon as you get close, you will smell a strong fishy smell. There is a faint stench mixed with a fishy smell. This taste is really addictive. The driver of a car behind couldn't stand it anymore, so he honked the horn twice and shouted to the front, "Brother in front, we can either drive faster or make 2 more turns." When the convoy entered the main urban area of the county, the people on the roadside were shocked. After all, the suburbs of the county are full of residents, and most of them just want to see the wonder. But the people here are different. Most of the people here are here to participate in the competition. Or maybe you are a fishing enthusiast and come here to join in the fun. When they saw the huge objects on top of the cars, they had no idea what was going on. Holy crap, are the big guys on the leaderboard coming out to show off? It's so abominable, I really can't stand it. I don't know how to say the word envy. Okay, this is how it's done, huh? What's even more infuriating is yet to come. This team seems to know that this is the best place to do it. I circled around this area dozens of times, finally left after an hour. When everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief, they came back not long after. Just ask and you will know. These people just went to cheer together. The gas money was all paid for by a local tycoon named Chu Wei. This really made the fisherman, who was still wandering outside, angry. The name Chu Wei also spread among the fishermen. He must be the culprit of this parade. The fishermen became more and more angry as they watched, and finally they couldn't stand it anymore and all returned to their homes. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. Thus, in less than an hour, the number of people on the streets of the entire county decreased rapidly, and it suddenly became deserted. The owners of the late-night snack stalls were so angry at these people when they saw this scene. Of course, the person who is most angry is probably Yao Bacheng. When he saw the convoy, he had a bad feeling. "Call that person." He answered the phone, but he said his car broke down on the road and was being repaired. After a while, he called again. The man said he was on the way and would be there soon, so he should wait a moment. But after half an hour, it still hasn't arrived. He was already envious of this team, and it would be great if he could be a part of it. So he called again. This time, the power was turned off directly. Yao Bacheng finally realized that something was wrong, so he waited for the next convoy to arrive and looked carefully at every fish. Finally found the fish I caught in it. After all, he would recognize this fish even if it turned into ashes. So he stopped the car. It turned out to be that guy. "This fish is also the one I caught. Didn't you say the car broke down? Didn't you say it was on the way and would be there soon? I saw you wandering around in there for over an hour." Yao Bacheng was very angry and questioned him. The man also realized his mistake and immediately returned the fish to him. But when Yao Bacheng tied the fish to his car and was about to start patrolling the streets with the convoy, there's no one on the street anymore. The people in the convoy seemed to think that it was meaningless and dispersed. Yao Bacheng looked at the empty street, then looked at the fish he had just tied. His desire to kill that man almost overcame his reason. Of course, the convoy's street parade today was also posted online. Experienced netizens have already recognized this familiar place. More experienced netizens already know where these fish come from. "This place looks so familiar. I've seen this street so many times. Am I hallucinating? Is it possible that this is the same place?" The fishtail has already covered the license plate. Traffic police uncle. Quickly pull them out and deduct points severely. "This is too fake. There are so many fish this big, it must be a prop. I was wondering, wouldn't such a dead fish stink?" In the past few days, Shikwin Reservoir, Big Fish List Million Prize Competition, How Big is a 300-Pound Fish, etc. have become hot searches on the internet. Chapter 59, Dirty Secrets, Dirty Secrets. Chu Wei, I heard, are you questioning me? The popularity is almost as high as that of a certain celebrity cheating with his mistress. And it is still fermenting. This popularity has already broken the circle. Those who are not interested in fishing will stop and take a look when they see it, just to see something new. Therefore, driven by the algorithm, most of the videos you see later are related to fishing. From Yang Ruelan's live broadcast in the afternoon, we can see that the popularity is really high. That's 1 million people watching the live broadcast online. Basically, it's almost reached the half ceiling of live streaming. At this moment, Yang Ruelan was still too excited to recover. After all, the experience of live streaming that day was simply too magical. It was okay in the morning and afternoon. The number of people was not particularly exaggerated, but the wave in the evening completely stunned her. When I looked at the backstage after the show ended, I saw that there were more than 200,000 gifts and rewards alone. This is not one of those live broadcast rooms that are designed to make money, and there is no live broadcast PK. This number is already quite good. At the same time, it also made Yang Rulan realize her own shortcomings. After all, at the end of the live broadcast, she didn't know what to say. So at night she kept collecting information on this subject online in order to improve her live streaming skills. The algorithm of TikTok is that as long as you search for a certain content, then when you watch videos later, similar videos will definitely appear. So Yang Rulan found a live broadcast room that teaches others how to do live broadcasts. The host who was broadcasting live was talking eloquently and didn't stop for a moment. Keep talking about how newcomers should live broadcast. 90% of newcomers have no one watching their videos. It's not because you don't work hard, but because you don't understand the streaming mechanism of TikTok at all. Today I will teach you 3 tricks. You don't need to invest in traffic or buy fans. Tomorrow the number of people online in your live broadcast room will increase 10 times. Don't leave the live broadcast room. I will only teach you once. If you miss it, you will never see it again. After waiting for 2 minutes, the number of people in the live broadcast room increased from more than 1,000 to more than 2,000. Yang Rulan felt that this anchor was indeed something. If you're interested, you can join my fan group and get the information for free. I won't charge you a penny. The information worth 999 will be given directly to you. Yang Rulan happily joined the fan group. After joining the fan group, a person called the assistant teacher said, "Sisters, how many people can be online in your live broadcast room right now? That way we can assign classes." Numbers appeared one after another in the group chat. Mine is 300 at most. Mine is only over 100. I'm only 20 at most. Yang Rulan thought about it and decided that her live broadcast today must have attracted more than 1 million viewers. So I typed a reply. My maximum number of online users is 1 million. The group chat stopped instantly. The next second, countless voices of doubt were heard. "You're bragging. 1 million people online. Do you think you are Lee Jae-ki? Manager, this guy must be here to cause trouble. Kill him." The next second, Yang Rulan received a prompt. "You have been removed from the group chat." Yang Rulan was stunned for a moment. She was a little confused. Didn't she just report a real number? Was that wrong? But this doesn't stop her from learning. To relax, she started watching videos again. It was late at night. Shen Lang took out the doubling card and started using it. In the afternoon, the cashback had reached 5 million, and in the evening 8 more big fish came up. The cashback directly increased by more than 5 million. The total is more than 10 million, and now I'm using the doubling card. It soared to more than 20 million in an instant. In other words, Shen Lang paid off all his debts with 1 day's cashback and earned more than 8 million. The speed of making money is so fast that even Tencent would have to say it's awesome. What makes Shen Lang a little regretful is that the card explosion rate is a bit low. Moreover, the types of cards seem to be the same as those in the system's mall, and the varieties are somewhat monotonous. Now there are 2 kinds of cards. One is the doubling card and the other is the discount card. In addition to getting a double card today, I also got 2 discount cards. Just one ticket has 20% off and the other has 10% off. Shen Lang seemed to know how rare the 10% off card he got that day was. Maybe there are other cards that you haven't drawn or unlocked. Can't the 18 styles of Oi be unlocked only after upgrading the system to the next stage? Shen Lang feels that this system is like upgrading and fighting monsters. As the system upgrades and evolves, more and more functions will appear before him. Everything seems worth looking forward to, but it can only be unlocked by catching 1,000 kilograms of fish. This advancement threshold seems to be a long way off. The competition enters the second day. Shen Lang arrived at the reservoir early, but there is always someone who arrives earlier than him. It's not even 7 o'clock yet, but the reservoir is already full of people. There were even more people gathered below the ranking list. They all looked at the drastically changed rankings in disbelief. What did I miss last night? Oh my God, I'm never leaving again until everyone has left. Look, number 2, 3, and 4 are actually the same person, and the name sounds so familiar. Isn't this the rich second generation who led the street riot yesterday? It's so scary. The top 10 are all over 300 pounds. This is a playground for the rich. Everyone please disperse. Brother, take a good look at the first place, and you can't catch a big fish without money. It's no wonder they complain like that. After all, if you play a game, everything will be fine on the first day of the server opening. The next day I woke up and saw, oh my God, the top player has millions of combat power, but I have only just passed the novice mission. What the hell is this game? But no matter how much we complain, If we really let them stop fishing, we might as well kill them. Yao Bacheng didn't sleep well last night. I arrived at the fishing ground with a dark circle under my eyes. As soon as I parked the car, I saw that the leaderboard was surrounded by people. He thought that he was still at the top of the list. Although he was only fourth, it was enough to discourage others. Thinking of this, he felt much better. Walking to the leaderboard, he looked directly at his ranking name. Why isn't it me? He looked at the 5th and 6th place again. Still no name of my own. He started to panic. No way, this is impossible. Did I fall off the list? I scanned the entire list and finally saw my name at the last place. He breathed a sigh of relief, but he also had the same question as everyone else. What on earth happened last night? Is there something shady going on? Thinking about what happened yesterday and seeing today's ranking, Yao Bacheng suddenly felt angry. So he shouted, "It's a conspiracy, it's a conspiracy. How could the ranking change so quickly? When I left yesterday, I was still fourth. This is definitely a conspiracy." Yao Bacheng's voice attracted everyone's attention. There are doubts, sympathy, and agreement. Brother, don't talk nonsense before you understand the situation clearly, or your boss will sue you for defamation. A fisherman next to him kindly reminded him. After all, there were so many people present yesterday, and after the motorcade show last night, many people knew the cause and effect. Why did you collect the money? Look at the top 4, don't you think there is something wrong? One person caught 3 fish. Does he have a system or a magic weapon? Shen Lang also heard the voice, so he walked over quickly. After all, he was quite sensitive to the word system. He recognized this person. After all, there were not many people on the list yesterday, but he looked a little strange. Did he find out his girlfriend was slept with by someone else when he got home yesterday? No, a fisherman doesn't have a girlfriend. Shen Lang was about to say something when he heard a voice coming from behind. I heard, are you questioning me? The voice was full of arrogance, and there was a slight pause after I heard, which was full of sarcasm. At this time, a rather handsome young man walked to Shen Lang's side. It was Chu Wei, who was in the limelight last night. Chapter 60, the inside story is actually true. At this moment, Chu Wei had his hands in his pockets, his face full of high spirits, forming a sharp contrast with Yao Bacheng opposite him. Shen Lang secretly complained, "Fuck, you're really good at pretending. I've never pretended like this before." At this moment, Yao Bacheng seemed to have given up and said to Chu Wei, "Who are you? What does it have to do with you?" Chu Wei raised his head and said, "You don't understand me, I say. Are you questioning me?" Yao Bacheng reacted and realized that this person was Chu Wei. "I'm just questioning you. If you're brave enough, compete with me today to see who catches the bigger fish." Chu Wei still looked that arrogant. "You sure I'll give you a chance to challenge me?" After saying that, he left happily. Shen Lang did not stop it. It was normal to have healthy competition. But Shen Lang was also very curious why Chu Wei was so powerful. Among so many people, he was the only one who caught 3 fish, while the others only caught 2. Sometimes even Shen Lang wondered if there was something shady going on. But this is just a small episode and doesn't affect anything. Not many people care about Yao Bacheng's doubts. After all, everyone is preparing for today's game. Through yesterday's experience, everyone has mastered some methods. If you still want to use pure artificial fishing, then the fishing rod must be good. Don't take out the ordinary rod. The guy with the fishing rod is also very tired. Don't even think about pulling it up by yourself. Without a dozen people taking turns to cooperate with you, even if they don't pull you down, you will be exhausted to death. Don't be stubborn. Those rescue guys don't have it easy either. If you use a machine, it's up to you. However, judging from yesterday's results, the probability of catching fish using a machine is not very high. After all, machines are not as flexible as humans, and the fish may fall off the hook if you are not careful. This is how most of the fishing done by machine yesterday ended. It's hard to say which fishing method will have the last word. After all, each has its own advantages. "Boss, can I have a word with you?" At this moment, a voice sounded beside Shen Lang. Shen Lang took a look and saw that this was Chu Wei who had just left. "What's up?" Shen Lang was a little confused. He didn't understand why this kid was looking for him instead of preparing for the competition. "Come on, let's talk over there." Chu Wei pointed in the direction of the cabin and then reached out to pull Shen Lang. Shen Lang felt a chill. "Wait, if you have something to say, just say it here." Shen Lang opened Chu Wei's hand and said sternly. Chu Wei looked around and saw that no one seemed to be able to hear them, so he spoke in a low voice. "Boss, do you have any more bait?" When Shen Lang heard this, he was shocked and a cold sweat broke out on his back. Not many people know about the bait, The Three Musketeers are one of them, but they haven't asked Shen Lang for it yet. Wang Peng can be considered half right after all. He only used it once, so it's just a guess and he's not very sure. Then there are only two people left. Judging from Chu Wei's tone, the fish that came up yesterday were also due to the bait. Then there is only one answer left. Liu Muking. So it was Liu Muking who gave the bag of bait he bought yesterday to the boy in front of him. And he caught 3 fish yesterday using this bait. Depend on. Yao Bacheng was right. This is really a shady deal. Shen Lang felt a sense of fear. He really didn't know that this bait could have such a big impact. No, this bait cannot be used anymore, at least not during the competition. No. After Shen Lang finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave. Chu Wei hurriedly grabbed Shen Lang. No, cousin, please help me. Otherwise, if I start to act like a bitch, I'll get slapped in the face, right? Shen Lang continues to break free. Why do you want to mind my business? And don't try to be a relative, who is your cousin-in-law. The tug-of-war between Shen Lang and Chu Wei also attracted the attention of several people nearby, and they all looked at them with some confusion. Shen Lang is regretting it so much now. Others waived the design fee for themselves, so it's reasonable for me to give away a bag of bait for free. But you gave it to someone else secretly, without telling anyone. Judging from the looks of it, this Chu Wei should be Liu Muking's cousin. But this has nothing to do with me. Are we very familiar with each other? My uncle has told me that he thinks highly of you and has already arranged a blind date for you too. Don't worry, I will help you. After Chu Wei finished speaking, he patted his chest hard. Shen Lang rolled his eyes. Did I agree? A little sense of boundaries, okay. In the past, I was indeed a bit greedy for the free design fee, but now the system has returned more than 20 million in one day. There is no need for me to be greedy for those little benefits anymore. Being greedy for cheap things will really hurt yourself. All right, the matter between your cousin and I is your uncle's one-sided wishful thinking. Let him discuss it himself. If he says there is no bait, then there is no bait. At this time, more people noticed this place. Shen Lang quickly prepared to leave. He was indeed feeling a little guilty now. What a shady deal, what a shady deal. I actually created the shady deal. Fortunately, the more than 300 kilograms should be able to cover everything from the back. Otherwise, Shen Lang would really feel guilty. Now is the peak season for fishermen to gather. An endless convoy is heading here. I heard the road is extremely congested. After all, drivers have different skills, and it is still very difficult for drivers in the city to drive on this kind of mountain road. There are always traffic jams on the highway because of slow drivers. What's more, it's such a rugged mountain road. Even if the county is equipped with traffic police, it's useless. Can't you drive for every slow driver? And in the convoy, Shen Lang saw several trucks. They are exactly the same as the 2 cars that Liu Damao drove yesterday. It was already very late yesterday when Liu Damao finished building the nest, so he left early. Shen Lang thought he would start fishing today. I didn't expect that I would really have to come and make a nest. Shen Lang really likes players who always keep their word. Judging from his performance today, it must be at least 20 to 30 tons. I haven't even finished the mountain of buffet below, and now here comes another one. When the truck convoy stopped, Shen Lang took the initiative to walk over. After all, others are feeding your fish for free, so you should at least go up and say hello. And Chu Wei actually followed him happily and stopped making trouble. Teacher Damo, you are too polite. You come to feed the fish every day. If you want to catch good fish, you have to make a good nest. The boss doesn't understand this. When Liu Damo saw Shen Lang coming, he started chatting with him. Mr. Damo is going to make so many tons of nests today. Not much, let's start with 20 tons. The tarpaulin of the car has been lifted, revealing golden corn. Everyone around was attracted by these large trucks of corn. Liu Damo also directed the workers to plant corn. Chu Wei, who was standing next to Shen Lang, saw this scene and asked thoughtfully, "Brother-in-law, can you catch fish with this corn bait?" Shen Lang was speechless. This was not over yet. "I'm warning you for the last time. Don't call me your cousin-in-law," Chu Wei said, shrinking his neck. "Then, Brother Lang, please teach me how to make a nest." Shen Lang looked at him puzzledly. "You don't know how to fish? Then how did you catch those 3 yesterday?" Chapter 61, Chu Wei learns from Liu Damo, and suddenly has an epiphany, so he drags 100 tons of corn to make a nest. Chu Wei said a little embarrassedly, "I've fished before, but I usually came up empty-handed. But Brother Lang, the bait you used yesterday was really effective. I caught a fish not long after I cast the rod." Well, still a newbie. Shen Lang is so busy every day, having to go around seeing the sights, How could he have the time to teach him? Yang Ruolan said she wanted me to teach her how to fish, but I'm not free yet. This kid was annoying because he kept following him, so he suddenly had an idea and said, "See, that guy is the best fishing expert in the country. Go ask him for advice. I guarantee you'll win the bet today." Shen Lang pointed to Master Liu, who was directing workers to plant corn not far away. Chu Wei said with his eyes brightening, "Real? Of course it's true. I just don't know if he's willing to teach you." Shen Lang shook his head, indicating that he was somewhat helpless. Chu Wei said, "That's easy, just watch me." So Chu Wei straightened his clothes and walked towards Liu Damo. "Teacher Damo, can you sell me some of this corn?" Liu Damo looked at Chu Wei. "Sell you? Why, I don't even have enough for myself." Chu Wei pretended to feel sorry. "Oh, that's a shame. I heard you said that you are a big shot in the fishing world. Can you teach me the technique of making a nest?" Liu Damo was also happy when he heard someone praising him. She looked at Chu Wei's clothes and his greasy hair and powdered face again, then smiled and said, "Since you want to learn so much, I will teach you." Liu Damo pointed at the trucks of corn and said, "Fishing is like trading. You have to give in order to gain. Others exchange 10 caddies of corn for 1 caddy of fish, but I'm willing to give a little 20 caddies of corn for 1 caddy of fish, so I can catch more fish." Chu Wei felt as if his mind was suddenly enlightened, as if something had opened up his head. "When I went fishing, I always threw a little bit of bait into the nest, but now it seems that I was too reluctant. No wonder others can become legends in the fishing world. How could they not think of such a simple thing?" Liu Damo became more and more excited as he spoke. "Look, I use so much corn to bait the fish, and I will get more and bigger fish in return. Those fishermen cry out for help every day, but you don't even give them food, so why would they bite your hooks?" In this way, one spoke and the other nodded continuously, and they communicated for more than half an hour. Chu Wei nodded and said, "Thank you, Teacher Damo, I understand. I am ready to exchange 50 kilograms of corn for 1 kilogram of fish. No, 100 kilograms. The price of corn is only a little over 1 yuan per pound. A ton is only a little over 2,000 yuan, and 100 tons is only a little over 200,000 yuan. For Chu Wei, a second-generation rich man, this is not even a drop in the bucket. He probably spends more than this in one night in bars and nightclubs." Liu Damo nodded with satisfaction and patted Chu Wei on the shoulder. "You are the most intelligent young man I have ever met. You will definitely have a place in the fishing world in the future." Chu Wei was very excited and quickly said that he would continue to work hard. After saying that, Chu Wei went to make a phone call. "Hey, Secretary Liu, please help me get 100 tons of corn. I need it right away." "Yes, it's corn, you know. It's not 100 jin, it's 100 tons. Shen Lang's head was full of black lines. "You actually believe this? Are you so easily fooled?" At this time, Liu Damo came over and said with a smile, "Boss, now you don't have to feed the fish next year. How are you going to thank me?" Shen Lang complained in his heart, "I thank you, second uncle. If more than 100 tons of corn are really released, the water in the reservoir will be wasted. Can you finish eating that fish? Then it won't ferment and rot." But Shen Lang naturally had to be polite. "Teacher Damo is really awesome. I'll treat you to a buffet at noon." Liu Damo was ashamed. This boss is so stingy. But he didn't care, he was just joking. Liu Damo looked at Chu Wei, who was still on the phone, and said, "But where is this idiot from? He looks very rich." Shen Lang shook his head. "Not sure." He really didn't know. Now he only knew that he was Liu Zhanghua's nephew. He didn't know anything else. After a while, Chu Wei was seen walking towards me happily. "My cousin helped me with these 100 tons of corn. I'll haul it over here soon. Your cousin, Liu Muking. Isn't she coming? Her tower crane will be finished in 2 days." Shen Lang remembered the grudges and hatred between Liu Muking and her father. Liu Zhanghua was going to participate in this competition, so Liu Muking directly pulled the tower crane over, just to suppress Liu Zhanghua in momentum. She has no time to spare recently. My uncle has brought a big project to the company. She may be busy for several months. Shen Lang was stunned when he heard the news. Could this be the luring the tiger away from the mountain strategy among the 36 strategies? This father and daughter have a great time playing together. So my cousin asked me to take over her position and win the championship. As long as I win, she will give me 2 years of pocket money. Chu Wei's expression was very determined, as if the pocket money for those 2 years was already in his pocket. 2 years of pocket money makes you work so hard and go against your uncle. Shen Lang asked out of curiosity, "Excuse me, how much pocket money did you have for the past 2 years?" Chu Wei said a little embarrassedly. It's not much actually, maybe 40 or 50 million. It would be great if I could take charge of the family like my cousin. Shen Lang suddenly wanted to slap himself. Why do I ask such a stupid question? The life of the rich second generation is indeed beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Tens of millions of living expenses a year. And judging from the looks of it, Chu Wei isn't even considered a top-tier rich second generation. The gap between people is sometimes even bigger than the gap between people and pigs. No, pigs can sleep, eat, and sleep all day long. The sun climbed over the top of the mountain, and the sunlight poured down like a waterfall. Today is destined to be another hot day. Various machines under the reservoir have been started, and fishermen have found their fishing spots one after another. Yang Ruolan is explaining the changes in the rankings below the rankings. She seems to particularly like her current job. After all, when you see so much money flowing into your pocket every day, even the most unpopular job will seem a lot more appealing. Of course, only children from poor families can understand these. The rich second-generation guy next to him definitely doesn't understand. After Liu Damao stacked the corn into a wall, he did not use a machine to lift it down quickly like he did yesterday. Instead, they had to carry the goods bag by bag manually, and it took 2 workers at a time. This trip will take a long time. When will the move take place? Suddenly Shen Lang understood something. This old man is smart. He made a lot of noise yesterday and earned some traffic. I've put a bunch of these here today just for everyone to see. If you really use dozens of tons of corn to bait the fish will be full and there will be no point in fishing. But what Liu Damao didn't know was that some people would actually use dozens of tons of corn to make nests. Not it. Before long, dozens of trucks drove up to the reservoir. When the oilcloth was opened, it was full of golden corn. Yang Ruolan walked over with the live broadcast equipment and said, "Brother Lang, are you planning to switch to corn wholesale?" Shen Lang laughed. "Someone is here to bring us warmth." Chapter 62, the transport drone is setting a nest. Even the nest-setting master would shout WTF. It was several minutes after the car arrived that Chu Wei slowly walked up from downstairs. He has been watching Liu Damao fishing during this period and seems to want to learn something else. "Come pile the corn next to Teacher Damao, Master. Has the drone arrived yet?" Chu Wei started to arrange things. "Master Chu, the drone is at the back. Tell him to come over immediately." A young guy came over and said, hurry up. I can make a bet today. If I lose, I will ask you for your help." The young man nodded and said, "Come right away, Master Chu." After saying that, he ran to the back. The people on the dam didn't know what words to use to describe it. Those 20 tons of stacked corn are already a spectacular sight. And now here come more cars. If someone hadn't told them that the corns were for making bait for fish, they would have thought this was a grain station and were doing corn wholesale. Naturally, there were quite a few people watching. After the convoy incident last night, many local people have also become interested. Many people who had free time came running over. Plus the fermentation on the internet. When the competition officially started yesterday, there were only a few people on the dam. Today it is just like the old days of going to the rural market. Even below the reservoir, there were many onlookers standing behind the fishermen. Of course, there are also differences in popularity. For example, behind Liu Damao, there are a lot of people standing there. After all, his place is very interesting. A dozen muscular men and a small pile of corn next to them. From that small pile of corn, other people can also tell that the 20 tons of corn must belong to this person, and they will be curious about how he will use so much corn. The second largest group of people watching the fun were the excavators. After all, being a man has many speed bumps. Fishing is one of them, and excavating is also one of them. Some people can watch an excavator digging soil for a whole day, but isn't it more novel to use an excavator to fish? Ranked third are naturally those beautiful fishing anchors. Girls are a scarce resource when it comes to fishing, and beautiful women are even scarcer among the scarce ones. However, in this kind of competition, most of the beautiful anchors are just here to attract traffic. Really let them catch the fish. It's better to go down and feed the fish. The last ones that attracted people were the pits where big fish were released yesterday. There were crowds of people there, and you could hear their exclamations from time to time. On the dam, we saw trucks starting to drive into the dam in rows. Leave space for the last car to pass. After all, there were so many trucks that they blocked the road behind. When the road behind was open, a small semi-trailer appeared in sight. And on the semi-trailer, there was actually a drone as big as a small helicopter. The appearance of this thing immediately attracted countless people to watch. The discussions continued. Wow, this drone is many times bigger than my DJI. Brother, you don't understand. This is called a transport drone. I saw it online. This big one costs at least millions. No, are they that rich from fishing? Dozens of truckloads of corn and now a drone worth millions. It's not that the fishermen are rich, it's that the rich come to fish. As the official live broadcaster, Yang Ruolan will naturally go wherever there is excitement. And she's smart too. There are wireless intercoms among employees, and all the employees are distributed in various places of the reservoir. She said on the intercom that as long as there is an amazing scene, please let her know. What is the wow level? A big fish bites the hook, a giant fish is pulled ashore, or a person is pulled into the water. For example, at the beginning a fisherman caught a fish, and it looked quite big. The moment he was caught by the fish, he was dragged to the ground. If it weren't for the quick reaction of others, they would have pounced on it and grabbed the rebar. Maybe there's another collectible under the reservoir. Naturally, the aunts and uncles who were busy in the cafeteria saw so many cars appearing on the dam and immediately notified Yang Ruolan. Because she was quite far away at the beginning and there were too many passers-by. When she arrived here, the drone had already appeared on the dam. Wow, look, it's a drone. This is the first time I've seen such a big drone. Can anyone tell me how much this drone costs? There are more than 200,000 people in the live broadcast room at this time. Yesterday's 1 million popularity was just a flash in the pan, and it can be considered an explosion due to the right time, place, and people. Now that many big anchors have divided up the traffic, it is naturally impossible for Yang Ruolan to have so many live broadcast rooms. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room was so overwhelming. Holy crap, are they going to build a dam with corn? Fish, I have never seen so many golden kellas in my life. 12-meter wingspan, modified from an agricultural seeding drone, 1.2 tons per drone. Don't ask me how I know this, I can't make it up. Liu Dama was so shocked after seeing this that he exclaimed, WTF. At this time, several technicians were already tinkering with something on the drone, and Chu Wei was talking to a person holding a remote control. After a while, the drone took off. There is a long hook under the drone, and at the bottom is something like a grab bucket. Putting the grab bucket next to the pile of corn, the worker started pouring corn into it. When it was almost full, the drone flew straight into the sky. Then fly quickly to the center of the reservoir. The grab bucket opened and corn poured out. Hundreds of kilograms of corn fell directly into the water, causing ripples on the water's surface. The fishermen near the reservoir all looked up. They have seen people setting bait for fishing, and they have also seen people setting a lot of baits, but they have never seen people use drones to set bait or set so many at once. The drone went back and forth, repeating the same operation. And below the reservoir, next to a pulley assembly, the corners of Yao Bacheng's mouth twitched, and he seemed to want to say something but stopped. He didn't know how to describe his current mood. He was indeed a little impulsive this morning. After all, what happened yesterday did make him a little defensive, but he really didn't expect that his opponent was so powerful. Who did you learn this from? Using dozens of truckloads of corn to make nests. Brother Bacheng, your opponent is indeed quite strong. Why don't you just admit defeat? At this time, someone next to me said. Yao Bacheng glared at the man. Give up, it's impossible. Fishing is not about who can make more baits. If it were a competition, everyone could go home. Shen Lang was watching the excitement when Shen Feng ran over panting. Zio Lang, the tempered glass is almost there, but there are too many cars and the road is blocked. Shen Lang looked up. There was indeed a traffic jam on the way here. The makeshift parking lot is almost full. The main reason is that there are too many people coming today. It's not even 10 o'clock yet, but there are still many people arriving. We have to find a way to solve the problem, otherwise the traffic jam will continue. Cars that want to come in can't come in, and cars that want to leave can't leave. It becomes a vicious circle. Chapter 63, I was just talking. I didn't expect him to really make a nest like this. Let those cars park inside the village. There's still room for some cars in the thrashing ground in the village. We'll be implementing restrictions tomorrow, so tourists are not allowed to come in. Shen Lang also had a headache. Sometimes being too popular is not a good thing. Just like those scenic spots, popular scenic spots are basically crowded during long holidays. You said you travel to see the scenery or to see the people. Some people may not even get to see the scenery, just getting stuck on the highway for a whole day. Not allowing tourists to come in may be offensive, but there is no other way. It is better to offend people than to be paralyzed. We have to add more parking lots. In case a bigger event is held in the future or the entire reservoir is developed, the flow of people will definitely be many times more than it is now. I don't know if Engineer Yao's design drawings have come out yet. It's been nearly half a month, but I don't think it will be that fast. It will take at least a month. If Engineer Yao knew what he was thinking, he would definitely slap the design draft in his face. Come and try it for a month. After things were arranged, an uncle from the village went to the fork in the road leading to the village and the fish pond and set up a checkpoint, allowing those vehicles to enter the village directly. Let those people walk up the small path. Since they are here to play, they should walk more and exercise their bodies. The parking lot will slowly absorb the cars on the road. At the same time, the county traffic police were asked to cooperate in management and block the road leading into the village directly from the national highway. If you want to come in, you need to show proof that you are a local villager or a contestant. What if a new fisherman wants to participate? There is nothing we can do about it. Special cases must be treated specially. Shen Lang sighed. He lacked experience and didn't have many plans. However, when problems arise, we will have corresponding plans in the future, and we will have more things to think about. This is how people always grow up. After a while, the glass truck finally came out from the pile of cars. Let the truck hauling corn make some space and park next to the ranking list. Sorry, boss, there was so much traffic on the way. We actually set off very early. A middle-aged man jumped out of the car, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took out a cigarette and handed it over. Shen Lang waved his hand and said, "I don't smoke, thank you. Please install it quickly or the fish below me will die." "Oh, okay. The middle-aged man didn't waste any time and immediately directed the masters to start tinkering. Shen Lang went up and touched the thickness of the glass. It should be thick enough. I just don't know if their connection will be strong. But this is not what Shen Lang is considering. Since they are sure that they can do it, just let them do it with confidence. At this moment, a huge splash of water was heard from the reservoir. The whole reservoir exclaimed. Everywhere started to get noisy. Shen Lang also looked towards the center of the reservoir. I saw huge splashes of water in the reservoir where the fish were thrown. When Shen Lang looked over, the water had not yet fallen from the sky. Is this another big fish coming out of the water to grab food? However, Shen Lang turned around too late and did not see how big the fish was. What happened? Next to Shen Lang, a beautiful girl in Lolita dress looked around in confusion. Jingjing, I asked you to come out and play, so why don't you stop chatting with your little brother? Don't you get tired of chatting with him all day long? A beautiful girl next to Jingjing, who was also wearing Lolita clothes, said, I thought you wanted me to come here to play something. You were being so mysterious. It turns out you were here to watch me fishing, and the road was stuck in traffic for a long time. What's fun here? I might as well play Genshin Impact at home and chat with my little brother. Just then, there was another splash on the water surface. I saw two huge fish heads floating out of the water, snatching the corn falling from above. After falling into the water, they used their tails to splash water several meters high, because it has already attracted everyone's attention from the beginning. So this time almost everyone present saw it. Although it was quite far away, the size of the fish was still shocking. Ah, fish, what a big fish! Jingjing suddenly screamed and shouted, and the sound pierced the sky. Shen Lang felt like his eardrums were about to burst. It would be a shame not to use such a talent to sing. The entire reservoir roared as if countless bees appeared, and the noise of discussion reached the sky. Incredible, that tail is bigger than a person. I thought it was fake when I saw it online, but I didn't expect there really is such a big fish. See, this is incredible. I have lived for decades, but I feel like I have lived in vain. And as the initiator of this incident, Chu Wei's face is now flushed with excitement. Although he stole the limelight yesterday, it was not as good as it is now. There were huge crowds of people here, all cheering for their masterpiece. If I could catch a giant fish in front of so many people, the attention would definitely make me feel better than I do now. He looked down at the reservoir, and it seemed that there weren't many people fishing this morning. Chu Wei looked at the pile of corn next to him, and found that half of the corn nest had been dug. He always remembered what Liu Damao said. If you want to catch fish, you must be willing to make a nest. Others use 10 kilograms of corn to exchange for 1 kilogram of fish, but I use 20 kilograms of corn to exchange for 1 kilogram of fish. Yang Ruolan has been broadcasting live on the reservoir dam. After all, the view here is the best. When the drone took off and dropped hundreds of kilograms of corn into the reservoir, the viewers in the live broadcast room were the most excited. The popularity of the live broadcast room has skyrocketed. At this moment, it has risen to more than 500,000. More than 500,000 people are online at the same time, and there are so many gift comments that it's hard to keep up. Of course, the first time the fish jumped out of the water, she only captured a splash. You may not have seen it at first, but just like yesterday when I was baiting the nest, the fish jumped up. Look at the ripples, they were caused by the fish. And just at this moment, the two fish appeared on the live broadcast screen at the same time, causing a wave of splashes and also arousing the passion of netizens. I saw the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room floating up continuously. There were different comments at the beginning, but at the end, there were only 2 words left on the entire screen. What the hell, 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 what the hell. 2 words have occupied the entire screen. You can imagine the shock of the netizens in the live broadcast room. Yang Ruolan knew that there was no need to speak at this moment, and it would be best if the barrage of comments could float for a while. Shen Lang felt dizzy from the noise and was thinking of going into the wooden house to have a rest. As soon as I walked to the wooden house, I saw Liu Damo, Li Peiguang, and others coming up. Boss, wait a minute, I have something to tell you. Shen Lang looked at them in confusion. Boss, if you continue to let him make nests like this, your reservoir will be ruined. Liu Damo said, didn't you teach him to make a nest like this? Shen Lang was puzzled. I saw that your reservoir is so big, and that's already my limit. Didn't you see that I didn't hit it today? Liu Damo had a bitter face. And I was just saying, I didn't expect him to really fight like this. Chapter 64, The Legend of the Reservoir, The Secret of the Shen Family. Yang Ruolan, how come I don't know? Shen Lang was speechless. But Shen Lang is not a fool. Doesn't he know what the consequences will be if too much corn is put into the water? What a coincidence. The place he placed it was exactly where the underground river used to be. So Shen Lang asked the system to temporarily open the channel, allowing the corn to flow directly into the underground river. Not to mention that he poured 100 tons. Even if he poured 1,000 tons, it would not have any impact on the entire reservoir. However, considering the situation, if I don't explain it to them, it will probably cause a greater impact. So Shen Lang said, it's okay, nothing will happen to him even if he pours more. Now it's the others' turn to be confused. Boss, this is for your own good. If this place becomes a dead pond, you will suffer a huge loss. Li Peiguang also kindly reminded. Shen Lang knew that if he didn't explain it clearly, it would not work. I wonder if you have heard of the legend of my reservoir. Shen Lang suddenly looked at everyone mysteriously. Everyone looked at each other, all confused. It had only been 2 days, so how could they know what legends there were about this reservoir? So they all turned their eyes to Shen Lang again. Shen Lang looked at the noisy environment, and people were still talking about the 2 fish. If Shen Lang spoke more quietly, they might not be able to hear him. Let's go inside and talk. Shen Lang pushed open the small door of the wooden house and invited a few people in. After thinking about it, he called out to Yang Ruolan, who was not far away. Ruolan, come and live stream with us. Of course, Yang Ruolan didn't hear it. How could she hear someone calling her in this environment? Even the viewers in the live broadcast room could hardly hear what he said. Shen Lang had no choice but to walk over and pull Yang Ruolan over. Everyone went into the wooden house and closed the door, and now the whole world seemed to be quiet. Although the noisy sound is still there, it is much better than before. Yang Ruolan turned the camera in the live broadcast room to Shen Lang and others. At this point, the live broadcast room has exploded. We want to see drones, we want to see big fish. What's the point of looking at these old guys? Hey, isn't this the boss? There's also Liu Daban, Li Peiguang, and his muscular men's group. Could it be that Liu Daban couldn't beat the others in the nest and came here to do something tricky? What a ridiculous little trick. Can you please have some common sense? How can we continue the competition if we set up nests like this? Go out and watch the drones make nests, or we'll all be gone. The people in the live broadcast room indeed began to fall down. After all, people who watch live broadcasts are here to have fun. If the fun is gone, then why stay here? As for what kind of impact this fun will have, what does it have to do with them? Hello, everyone. I'm the boss here and the organizer of this competition. I said before this competition that there are no rules. What this means is that as long as you don't do anything that directly harms the fish, such as poisoning or using high-voltage electricity, we will leave it alone. Now people are using 100 tons of corn to make nests. I want to explain this to you all. I'm sure everyone knows this. There's so much corn that the fish can't eat it all. Then tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, the water will be polluted and the fish will die. At this point, everyone in the live broadcast room realized the seriousness of the matter. If this is true, then how can this game continue? Everyone in the room also looked at Shen Lang. Since they didn't know this would be the result, why did they let him do this? Shen Lang continued, "Because this is a cursed land." Shen Lang's face looked heavy, as if he was telling a huge secret. It is said that a long time ago there was an evil dragon between heaven and earth. He absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, cultivated himself with the light of the sun and the moon, killed countless lives, and finally wanted to fly to survive the catastrophe. But I didn't expect it. At first everyone was listening attentively, but as they listened, something seemed wrong. What are you talking about? What kind of society is this? Everyone receives 9 years of compulsory education. You are telling myths here. Everyone looked at Shen Lang with foolish eyes. Shen Lang ignored him and continued talking. I didn't expect that a powerful Feng Shui family would use the Feng Shui of this place to set up a heaven and earth formation to eliminate harm for the people, lure the evil dragon here, and use the formation to seal the evil dragon. And in order to maintain the operation of the formation, the Feng Shui family lived next to it and watched over it for generations. At this moment, the live broadcast room is full of curses. This boss has gone crazy. Please help me call the mental hospital. Fuck, who wants to listen to you tell fairy tales here? Host, get out now. Haha, I think it's quite interesting. So it was the dragon that ate the corn. Heta, I'm dying of laughter. At this time, the traffic in the live broadcast room is still declining. Li Peiguang suddenly came to his senses and asked, "Oh, I know that Feng Shui family's surname is Shen." Shen Lang looked at Li Peiguang with a look that said, "You are so awesome." "Wow, how did you know that his last name is Shen?" Li Peiguang chuckled. "Boss, your last name is Shen, right? You're the only village around here." Shen Lang nodded. "That's right, we are the descendants of that Feng Shui family, and there is an underground river under the water that leads to the ground where the giant dragon is imprisoned. The corns have washed into the underground river." Everyone seemed to understand that it was actually an underground river. It sounds so mysterious, and it's even related to mythology. Shen Lang changed the subject. "So now you know why the fish here are so big." Shen Lang looked at everyone, and then looked at the live broadcast room. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone felt a chill down their spine. "So why are the fish here so big?" Shen Lang stood up and said here, "Okay, I've told you everything I need to tell you. I'm leaving now." After saying that, he left the room, leaving the others to think about it. Shen Lang actually had a deep meaning behind what he said. After all, the fish here completely go against common sense, and I don't know if the system has the ability to block the entire world. So Shen Lang thought about creating a mythological story, and he only said half of it, leaving room for their imagination. As for whether it is effective or not, only God knows. At this moment, everyone in the room looked at each other. "Teacher Damo, what does the boss mean by this?" Liu Peiguang was a little confused. Liu Damo felt a little scared. He certainly didn't believe Shen Lang's nonsense, but why was this fish so big? Could it really have come out from underground? Was it so strong because of the aura of the Earth Dragon? This is really unacceptable. It's fake, it must be fake. But if it wasn't a supernatural phenomenon, how could there be so many big fish here? I don't know. I'll go back to my fishing spot and be quiet. After saying that, Liu Damo walked out. Yang Rulan is still in a daze. What's going on? Is the Shen family so powerful? Why haven't I heard of it? Is it because my bloodline is not pure? Or is it because this news is only passed on to boys and not girls? However, she seemed to remember that the Shen family came to this mountain valley because their ancestors had fled from war. Chapter 65, Chu Wei originally made a nest for himself, but now he makes a nest for all the fishermen in the reservoir. At this time, the live broadcast room began to screen full of wow. Fuck, multiply by 34,565. Yang Rulan was helpless when she saw the comments, so she said, "Okay, now that the story is over, although it's a bit fantasy, the boss's words seem to make sense. Let's go out and look for a nest." So Yang Rulan also left the cabin. The main reason was that the remaining ones were a group of muscular men, and Yang Rulan was a little scared. Li Peiguang and the muscular men looked at each other, felt bored and walked out. Many people who are fishing are also watching Yang Rulan's official live broadcast room. When everyone heard Shen Lang tell this story, their hearts tightened. Is there really a giant dragon underground? But most people only believe that there is an underground river under the reservoir. Now all the nests we dug have rushed into the underground river. In other words, Chu Wei's efforts were in vain. Of course, Chu Wei was very excited at the moment and didn't know about these things. He just wanted to make a nest and start fishing. Then shock everyone. But what everyone doesn't know is, beneath the underground river, a crazy food scramble is taking place at this moment. Densely packed fish appeared here. These fish are big and small, with the smallest one only a few tails. The big ones weigh dozens of kilograms. At the same time, countless fish rushed upwards, passed through the hole and came to the vast area outside. This scene has been going on since Chu Wei started to build his nest. When these fish rushed out of the hole, their bodies suddenly changed. The fish grew rapidly at an infinite speed. A fish weighing 1 kilogram grew to 20 or 30 kilograms. A fish weighing more than 30 kilograms directly increased to 500 or 600 kilograms. Of course, the multiplier is not fixed. If Shen Lang looks at his system, he will find that the daily price is soaring at a very fast speed. At this moment, a shadow from the deep bottom of the water slowly approached and instantly scattered the school of fish. It ate the corn bite by bite and slowly swam upwards. The size of this fish is actually no less than the 2 fish that jumped out of the water in the reservoir at the beginning. That means it weighs at least 400 or 500 kilograms. And it was slowly approaching the hole above, where countless delicacies appeared. Just when it was about to pass through the hole, the falling of the corn suddenly stopped. It also swam in the same place for a long time, slowly swaying its body and swimming downwards. Liu Damo has returned to his fishing spot. He was still bothered by what Shen Lang said. Evil dragon, myth. What bullshit. However, the huge objects inside seemed difficult to explain. Without thinking too much, he hung the bait and threw it out. Less than a minute later, he found that the float was sinking. Liu Damo was delighted. Here it comes. He lifted the fishing rod up. He only felt a sinking in his hand and a sense of gravity coming. He secretly thought that this was not good. I forgot that any one of these monsters weighs hundreds of pounds. The force bent the fishing rod to the limit, but fortunately this fishing rod was a special one designed for catching big fish. But he himself did not feel so well, and he staggered directly into the reservoir. It looked like he was about to be pulled into the water. It was the first time he felt so powerless. No wonder those people have to use machines for assistance, or more than a dozen people take turns pulling the rod. This is simply not something that 1 or 2 people can bear. At this moment, a pair of huge hands grabbed him. He steadied himself a little, then got a double-double, a triple-double. Liu Damo looked back and found that it was Li Peiguang and others coming down. Teacher Damo, you are so lucky. You caught a fish right after you came down. Come on, let's pull it back a little bit. After that, more than a dozen people worked together and moved back a few steps. Li Peiguang and others who had been pulled up once were already experienced. As long as they could stabilize the impact in front, the rest would just be a matter of wasting time. Liu Damo breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, you arrived in time. Otherwise, I would have been dragged away. For them, it is impossible to loosen the fishing rod. Either you help me pull it into the water, or I help you pull it ashore. Not far from them, Yao Bacheng was complaining as he looked at the drones flying overhead from time to time. Damn, what's the point of killing so many nests? They will all flow into the underground river anyway. He wasn't watching the live broadcast room, but someone was watching nearby, and the news spread quickly. Perhaps except Chu Wei, most people know it. At this moment, he felt the steel wire jump straight up, and the pulley system also transmitted a lot of force. Yao Bacheng was delighted. Here I come. Haha, Chu Wei, you continue to make the nest, I have to go first. The same thing happened in many places in the reservoir. Hey, here it comes, help me pull it. Damn it, I'm here too, I can't help you. Those who use machines are fine, there is no pressure at all. But those that formed groups to assist each other, many of them took the bait at the same time. Now you want me to help you. Didn't you see I caught some fish here too? Then the entire reservoir was filled with the sound of people splashing into the water. The entire area around the reservoir had not yet recovered from the initial hustle and bustle when it entered another climax. At first it was the excitement of the onlookers. This time it was the carnival of the fishermen. Help me, I can't take it anymore. Hey, brother who's watching the show nearby, help me pull it. So many people who originally came here to watch the fun were drawn into the carnival. More than 2,000 people participated in the competition, and at least 1/3 of the anglers caught fish during this period of time. The whistling sound of fishing lines and water surface can be heard everywhere. As a result, many mermaid lines of the 2 people who were close to the creature were entangled, but they were reluctant to cut the lines. It was not because the lines were too valuable, but because they were obsessed with the giant. After Shen Lang finished telling the story that he himself didn't believe, he walked out and wandered around. At this moment, he also saw the scene below, people fishing everywhere. Perhaps because there were too many fish being dragged, the water surface began to form layers of small waves. The fishermen blushed, and the audience exclaimed in surprise. This scene is so abnormal. It was so abnormal that Shen Lang felt it was weird. The buzzing sound of the drone in the sky once again reached Shen Lang's ears. I saw the drone arrived at the fixed position again and started to build a nest. Looking at the corn on the shore, this should be Chu Wei's last funnel. Suddenly Shen Lang thought of a possibility. He quickly opened his system. Name Shen Lang. Age 25. Bound waters, Shiquan Reservoir. Water area, 5 million square meters. Water depth, 45 meters. Current fish growth multiple, 2050 times. Current sessions, 1980 per day. Current number of fishermen, 2678. The eye-catching number 1980 made his eyes hurt. How so? He remembered that it was only over 200 yesterday. Now it has increased tenfold. I saw a drone in the sky dropping the last corn. Not long after, Shen Lang saw the number slowly start to jump again. 1980, 1981, 1982. Finally, it stopped at the integer 2000. Shen Lang woke up as if from a dream. It turns out that this is possible. The corn fell into the underground river and attracted the fish there to come up. So, Chu Wei originally made the bait for himself, but now he is making the bait for all the anglers in the reservoir. Chapter 66, You Are Not a Dragon. How do you know he doesn't eat corn? So in the past, when the three musketeers used the bait they provided, the price went up the next day. It is confirmed that it attracts fish in the underground river. It's just that the bait effect of the system is too strong, so a little bit is enough to drive the fish in the underground river crazy. The corn used by Chu Wei may not be that attractive, but he couldn't help but feed the fish with his mouth. Shen Lang suddenly had an idea. In that case, why don't you stock up a bag of bait every day? Next time you want to fish, just drop a few packets above the underground river. Isn't that the ultimate freeloader? Especially the large fish baits that have never been used. Shen Lang wondered if he had gone crazy before, as he had never thought of this method. In this way, his 1,000 jin upgraded giant will also be found. Thinking of this, Shen Lang immediately opened the mall, bought all 3 bags of bait and put them into his backpack. Chu Wei had no idea of the developments outside. For a rich second generation like him, fishing is too boring. After watching for a while, he ran to his car to rest. After taking a nap for a while, I woke up and found that the drone was still flying back and forth between the center of the reservoir and the dam. Taking out his mobile phone, Chu Wei started watching Daoyan. A beautiful woman wearing a miniskirt, with full special effects and a little bit of her cleavage revealed, appears on the screen, twisting her body to the music. If it were in the past, Chu Wei would definitely like and collect it, and then appreciate it carefully. But now he feels bored. These beauties are no longer of his interest. He is now more concerned with how to fish. After yesterday's passion, he found himself addicted to fishing. That sense of excitement, that sense of accomplishment, that sense of satisfaction. It's totally something that those girls in nightclubs can give you. Turned down, it's still a young lady. I flipped down again, and it was still a young lady. Chu Whiten felt bored, so he typed it into the search bar. The skills and methods of making a nest immortal. The first video piqued his interest. If you don't fish with bait, you won't catch much. 500 tons of corn are already in place. Chu Wei nodded deeply. He agreed with this concept very much. Others all used 500 tons, so it seemed that he still had to work hard. So he started learning from experience. However, the scene in the next video was extremely familiar to him. A drone was dumping a large amount of corn, and 2 huge grass carps jumped out of the water. A fairy who made nests appeared at the scene of the Giant List Million Prize Challenge. It is reported that this fairy prepared 100 tons of corn and used the high-tech method of drones to make nests. This is something he got himself. Chu Wei looked at it with great interest. But after watching for a while, he couldn't bear it anymore. Rumor has it that all the corn used to make nests has flowed into the underground river, attracting countless giant creatures from the river. Some also say there is an evil dragon underground. Countless fishermen are catching fish in the picture. The entire reservoir is bustling with activity. Chu Wei jumped up from his seat, opened the car door and walked towards the reservoir dam. When he saw the scene below, he felt like the sky was falling. Many anglers are fishing, and some are starting to catch fish. Especially when he saw the fisherman he had made a bet with in the morning had already started to fish with his pulley. He instantly became even more uneasy. I looked at the corn I had dragged here, and there was very little left. Don't bother making bait, it's all in vain. Come with me and get on the boat to fish. Chu Wei called out to the people who were still making nests over there. After saying that, I wanted to run away. After running a few steps, he stopped again and returned to the young man who was controlling the drone and asked, "How heavy can your drone lift?" The man thought about it and said, "Generally speaking, 1.5 tons is no problem." Chu Wei calculated that even if the fish weighed 400 kilograms, the instantaneous explosive force would only be 2 or 3 times at most. So 1.5 tons would definitely be enough. "Come on, take your drone and follow me down. If I win today, I will take you to the 5th floor of paradise on Earth." Everyone heard this. How can I stay calm? Not to mention going to the 5th floor, even the 4th floor is fine. At this time, Yao Bacheng felt something was wrong as he was pulling. It seemed that the strength of this fish was much weaker than the last one, and it wasn't long before the fish was pulled to shore. Judging from the length of this fish, it probably weighs no more than 60 or 70 kilograms. Yao Bacheng secretly cried out in bad luck. How come I finally caught a fish today, but it was such a small fish? At this moment, many similar situations occurred on the shore. At the beginning, many people caught fish at the same time, which made everyone excited. There is no time to feel how strong the pulling force is on my hands. After fishing for a while, I found that the fish I caught was not as big as I had imagined, and I could barely fish it by myself. When more and more people caught fish, many of them realized that what bit their hooks were just small caliber fish weighing dozens or hundreds of kilograms. There are even many fishermen who catch less than 50 kilograms. And this is not a minority. If they caught such a big fish in other places, they would definitely be extremely excited. Post a Versailles post on your moments. Make a TikTok video to promote it. It is more likely that you will go through the entire TikTok comment section with the photos you took, leaving your shadow with the fish in every comment section. But here, fish weighing less than 50 kilograms are not worthy of my scoop net. The people who are just watching from the sidelines wouldn't think so. Wow, I caught a fish. It's so big, almost 1 meter long. Look, they've pulled it up over there too. I really made the right decision to come here today. A fish this big should be able to make the list. I don't know, but it should be possible. After all, this fish is the biggest fish I have ever seen. The entire reservoir became lively again because of this influx of fish. There were exclamations and admiration everywhere, but the reaction of the fishermen was completely opposite. Damn, what's going on? I finally caught a glimpse of this little karami. A fisherman threw his fishing rod to the ground and said angrily. The person next to him who was pulling the fishing rod was also a little depressed. Even though the fish was not his, he would still like to experience the fun of fishing. But he could pull it up by himself. Look, so many people have caught small fish. Maybe there is something wrong with the reservoir. The person next to him seemed to think of something when he heard this. Could it be that the rich second generation dug a nest in the underground river and lured the fish out of there? One person shook his head. Even if we bring them up, it's impossible to bring up so many. After a pause, he said with some doubt, I say, is there a possibility that the evil dragon underground has not eaten for a long time, and now that it has so much food, it is happy and releases so many fish? When everyone heard this, they were also moved, but a fisherman still refuted. Damn, how is that possible? We have to believe in science, and have you ever seen a dragon eating corn? You're not a dragon, how do you know he doesn't eat corn? Chapter 67. Transport drone fishing, the violent aesthetics brought by high technology. The ancients once said, 3 people make a tiger, even if there are no tigers in this city. If he hears 3 people say there are tigers here, then he will believe that there are tigers here. I don't know who started this rumor. There are so many fish, now because of the gift from the evil dragon. Because the evil dragon had not eaten for thousands of years, the 100 tons of corn in the nest made it full. So in order to thank the evil dragon for this feeding, it sent out countless big fish. When everyone is talking about this, those who have heard it countless times are wondering, is this true? Isn't it said that after the founding of the People's Republic of China, animals are not allowed to become spirits? It seems that this legendary thing is indeed from before the founding of the People's Republic of China. Whether it is in the reservoir or on the internet, it is spreading rapidly. Of course, many people will ask for details. For example, the past and present life of the evil dragon, How powerful is the Shen family to be able to suppress such a powerful evil dragon? The person who spread the news naturally couldn't answer it. This was all the news he had heard, and it was said by his boss during a live broadcast. But I don't know, I could polish it up a bit. So this person polishes it, and that person adds a small paragraph. Before long, a relatively complete story appeared on the internet. Moreover, someone made a silly animation, and the number of views exceeded 100 million. Of course, this is just a later story. Currently, it is just in a simple propagation state. However, this wave of catching fish made Shen Lang very happy. Although the fish is not very big, the rebate is real. Just from this wave, Shen Lang received a rebate of nearly 8 million. And he got a few cards, 4 upgraded discount cards, but the lowest discount is only 30%. There are also 2 cards that double your rebate. A new card has also appeared. Strength base card double. You can increase your strength by 2 times the original strength. Lasts for 1 hour. Can be stacked with other cards. It was a very simple introduction, but it made Shen Lang a little uneasy. Isn't this a fish pond rebate system? How come such a weird card appears? Is this an attempt to turn yourself into a Superman? But doubling it won't change anything. With my own strength, even doubling it would still be a piece of cake. Not to mention meeting those who know martial arts. Even if you meet a muscular man like Li Peiguang, you may not be able to defeat him. At this time, Chu Wei came to the bottom of the reservoir and fished a steel wire and a string of extra large fish hooks under the drone. If you bite it right, there is basically no chance of the fish getting off the hook. Chu Wei got inspiration from the experience of making bait. If he put so much corn in the bait, it would be a waste if he didn't use more than a dozen fish hooks. As soon as Chu Wei brought the drone to the bottom of the reservoir, it attracted countless onlookers. Everyone was amazed to see how he used one line to make dozens of fish hooks. Wow, he can't hook more than a dozen fish with those 10. You're overthinking it. How could there be more than a dozen fish hooks so close together? This is the first time I've seen this kind of fishing method. However, the experienced fisherman nearby sneered. I thought it was another nest-making fairy, but I didn't expect it to be a rich newbie. Tisk, a dozen fish hooks. Only rookies would pile on the numbers. Damn, can this deadly hook be used? Do you want to give your uncle a call? Chu Wei naturally heard their discussions, but he ignored them. Only poor people use a hook. Do you know what money fishing is? Next to it, the unmanned operator has already replaced the battery with a new one. The drone officially takes off. After flying to the designated location, the drone will drop the fish hook vertically into the water until the oversized float appears on the water's surface, and the drone will hover in the air. Naturally, this movement attracted the attention of half of the people in the reservoir. Chu Wei's fishing method, with more than a dozen top-notch fish hooks, has also become a laughingstock. In the eyes of fishermen, Chu Wei was given a new label from the newly promoted Diwo Immortal. Stupid people with lots of money. Amid the discussion among the crowd, the float in the water began to move. Chu Wei was holding a telescope and observing everything there. When you see the float sinking, you know there might be a fish taking the bait. He raised his hand to signal the drone operator to prepare for takeoff. The operator received the instruction and made the drone fly a little higher. I saw that the steel wire was immediately stretched straight, and then the steel wire tilted in one direction. The drone was pulled down by this force, but he stabilized his body in an instant. Apparently, the fish's strength is not enough to break the drone's pulling force. Surprisingly, the fish didn't get off the hook. Perhaps the sudden stop caused pain to the fish. I saw the fish circling around the drone frantically. However, after a short while, it seemed to be tired, and the speed of the wire began to slow down. Let the drone fly slowly towards the shore. Chu Wei said to the drone operator next to him. The operator understood what he meant and controlled the drone to slowly fly towards the shore. A huge rumbling sound passed over the reservoir, and the drone pulled in the huge object that weighed an unknown amount of pounds and slowly moved towards the shore. But the fish seemed unwilling to be subdued, and the wire kept changing direction on the water surface. Suddenly, I saw a shadow underwater approaching rapidly. The next moment, a giant fish jumped out of the water. I saw it open its huge mouth, and several deep cuts were clearly visible inside its mouth. Blood kept flowing out of its gills, and its mouth is full of fish hooks. Apparently, it had swallowed the fish hook into its mouth. Judging from the size of its body when it leaps, it has undoubtedly made the list and is firmly at the front. Crash! The fish fell into the water, creating huge waves. The next second, the drone was pulled down several meters. The drone operator was startled and quickly increased the horsepower to pull up. Only then was he able to stabilize the fuselage. The audience around burst into an uproar. Wow, so exciting. Don't you think it's cruel? I think I saw that fish bleeding. This fish was preparing for a final counterattack, but it seems to have failed. Damn, this is too good to be true. Otherwise, it would have been off the hook long ago. Chu Wei was already excited when he saw this scene. Especially the noise and exclamations around him further stimulated his adrenaline. He knew that this wave was stable. But that's not enough. He grabbed the remote control device from the drone operator next to him and started controlling it himself. As a rich second generation, of course he had played with this kind of high-tech a long time ago. It's easy to operate. As soon as the remote control entered his hand, the drone made a roar. Then it flew towards the shore at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, the giant fish had just dived into the water and had the momentum to rush towards the shore. Under the huge pulling force of the drone, it was being dragged towards the shore at a faster speed. The constant pain made it wag its tail non-stop. Rush towards the shore at a faster speed. Everyone move aside. Be careful of being hit by a fish. Someone saw this and shouted. In fact, he didn't need to shout. The people around him had already started to retreat, leaving a huge blank area. When Chu Wei accelerated the drone, the fish was actually only 10 meters away from the shore. With this wave of acceleration, the fish reached the shore in just a few seconds. The giant fish seemed to realize the coming danger and jumped into the air again. But with this leap, coupled with inertia, it seemed as if it was diving directly onto the shore. As fearless as a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. It's just a leap over the Dragon Gate. It's ultimately just a human scam. The fish swung its tail weakly in the air, and the drone flew over its head, with its tremendous force pulling the hook in the giant fish's mouth. After such a severe impact, the fishhook would have already cut through all the flesh in the fish's mouth. Well, with a sound, the fishhook tore the flesh and blood and flew into the air. The fish also fell heavily to the ground, unable to struggle anymore. Everyone was stunned again. They marveled at the size of the fish and also at the poignant beauty of this violent aesthetic. But I have to say it. What Liu Daxian said has come true. You will definitely have a place in the future fishing world. Chapter 68. The boss, who is #1 on the list of shocking creatures, actually thinks fish are more beautiful than women. Along came the sound of a fish hitting the ground. Well, there was a rumbling noise like thunder coming from all around. The giant's jump brought out everyone's passion. Damn, that's so cool. Is this how the rich fish? This fish is so big, it looks like a spirit. Oh my God, this is incredible. Awesome, broken voice. Ordinary people's praise is always so simple and unpretentious. Li Ruolan ran over to broadcast live when Chu Wei flew the drone to the middle of the reservoir and started fishing. The people in the live broadcast room watched the entire process. At this moment, the barrage in the live broadcast room changed into 2 words. Fuck. It seems that netizens in Li Ruolan's live broadcast room like the words fuck very much. Whenever I see something shocking, I'll go holy shit. Of course, at this time, Li Ruolan only needs to point the camera at what is happening and let the barrage float for a while. Chu Wei handed the drone control equipment to the dazed operator next to him. Ran straight to the fish. This is a black carp, which is at least 3 meters long and at least half a meter tall. Such a huge monster looks intimidating, especially since its mouth was torn by the fishhook and blood was flowing all over the floor. It added to the shocking effect. So beautiful. How come I didn't realize before that this fish's body is more beautiful than a woman's? Chu Wei murmured as he looked at King Yu's body. He just felt a little excited when he pulled up the 3 fish yesterday. He felt extremely refreshed today, and dopamine was almost filling up his entire brain. Then the staff came out to weigh it. Of course, it took a lot of effort to weigh such a large volume. The final weight was 506 pounds. After the data was confirmed, it was immediately fed back to the broadcasting room, and then a shocking news spread throughout the reservoir. Congratulations to contestant number 368, Chu Wei. He won the first place by catching a 506 gin herring in a brilliant way. The tools he used were a drone and steel wire. Congratulations to contestant number 368, Chu Wei. He won the first place by catching a 506 gin herring in a brilliant way. The tools he used were a drone and steel wire. The fishermen who were further away knew that there seemed to be a big fish caught here, but they were not sure how big it was. The moment they heard the broadcast, they also lost their composure. The first place on the list was renamed so quickly, and the name Chu Wei is a hot topic these days. Ranked 234th, use 100 tons of corn to make nests for everyone today. Now a 506-pound giant has been pulled out using a drone. It can be said that he is the most prominent person in this competition until now, and he is the well-deserved MVP. And his tool is actually high-tech such as drones. This made many traditional anglers very uncomfortable, and they secretly gritted their teeth to vent their anger for the traditional fishing methods. Of course, many people don't have the time to pay attention to Chu Wei catching such a big fish, because they are playing tug-of-war with the giant. After those small carp came ashore, the remaining ones that didn't come ashore were all big fish. And it seems that there are quite a lot of big fish. There are at least 30 or 40 people still fishing. If we eliminate the possibility of the fish getting off the hook, we can still catch at least 10 big fish. Who knows, there might be a bigger fish than the one Chu Wei caught. Other anglers who had only caught small fish, or had no fish at all also started casting their rods with all their might. After all, the people who come here are not just for fun. Most of them come here to be on the list. Shen Lang didn't have time to pay attention to it. He is filling the big fish tank now. After 2 hours of installation, more than 10 extra large glass fish tanks have been installed. Now all we have to do is fill it with water and then bring the fish up. However, it was unknown how long it would take to fill such a large fish tank with water. In order to save time, Shen Lang decided to pull a few more pipes. After all, the thing that is most in short supply here is water. Because of the rain, the mountain spring water nearby is still flowing into the reservoir. Just dig a big hole a little higher and then pull a pipe through it. This fish brought Shen Lang a huge sum of more than 1 million yuan. Unfortunately, no card appeared. The explosion rate of this system is really mysterious. Isn't it true that the higher the level of the monster, the greater the explosion rate? While Shen Lang was busy, it was time for lunch. Today's buffet has begun. Dear fishing friends, today's lunch buffet has started. You can come to the dam to eat. The price is still the same as yesterday, 30 per person. But the fishermen didn't move at all. Maybe it was because of the cruelty of queuing yesterday. Or maybe it was because of Chu Wei's fish that stimulated him. Almost no fisherman left his position. Tourists who came to watch, the fun began to flock in. In a moment, the buffet was packed with people. After yesterday's lesson, the kitchen department actually added 20 or 30 more tables today. We hired a few more chefs, but they still seemed overwhelmed by the number of people today. Plans can never keep up with changes. The number of people coming today is several times more than yesterday. Hot afternoon time. Still, the passion of the fishermen has not diminished at all. People are catching fish one after another. Some people also accidentally let the fish get off the hook and run away. Whether it is catching a fish or getting it unhooked, it can cause a lot of noise from the onlookers. To be honest, when they came here to play, they probably didn't expect that watching fishing would be so exciting and addictive. When I imagined fishing, I would sit for half a day and watch the fish float like a husband waiting for his wife. But it's different here. Fishing here is so exciting. If it's so exciting that they think charging them a fee to watch it is something they would consider. After that drone flight, Chu Wei seemed to have fallen in love with the excitement. I started using drones to fish at high speed again. But that time the fish was hooked because it had a full bite. There are more than a dozen fish hooks. If one gets unglued, there is another one on top. But it's not always so easy to get it right. And every time you have to clean up the tangled fish hooks, you have to bait each one. This is also very time-consuming. For example, Chu Wei's next fish. Seeing that the fish was hooked, Chu Wei rushed forward using the last method. But the force at that moment directly caused the hook to tear the fish's mouth, and the fish escaped. After experiencing this several times, Chu Wei calmed down. This also made him realize that fishing is a sport that requires patience. There is no rush. Little do they know that many anglers spend a whole day setting the bait and waiting, only to come back empty-handed. But they are still tireless and full of passion every time. Chapter 69, Giant Creatures Parade the Streets Heading for City T. Is this heading for a bigger paradise? Congratulations to number 947 Liu Ming for catching a 460 Jin silver carp and bighead carp, ranking second on the list of giant fish. The tools he used were rebar and aircraft carrier arresting cables. Congratulations to number 2098 Huang Zidao for catching a 389 Jin grass carp, ranking third on the big fish list. The tools he used were a crane and steel wire. Throughout the afternoon, the rankings were constantly being refreshed. Everyone's enthusiasm was ignited again, and again. However, a factional struggle has emerged in the fishing circle. Those who fish using ordinary methods look down on those who use machine assistance and think that they tarnish the sport of fishing. This sport is full of passion and challenge. The addition of those machines makes this sport lose its challenging fun. But those who use machine assistance say that you don't know how to adapt. Times are changing. If you don't make progress and don't use better methods, you are just an old, stubborn person. No one said it directly, but starting from the list in the afternoon, it seemed that everything started to change. It seems that this list is no longer a competition for the big thing list, but a testing ground for the new and old schools. Judging from the list, it seems that machine-assisted has the upper hand. But when it comes to fishing, luck actually plays a big part too. Even if you have the most powerful fishing tools, if you are unlucky and the big fish just won't bite the hook, you still have no way out. Shen Lang didn't care about that. It took him more than 2 hours to fill up the fish tanks. Basically, every fish tank is equipped with several pipes. Luckily, there were enough pipes. Otherwise, he might not have been able to fill all those fish tanks today. The next step is to pull those fish up. Although the mouth of the fish that Chu Wei caught was torn, it was in relatively good condition after being rested for a while. In the afternoon, a man appeared. Wherever there was fish, he would run there and chat with the fishermen. Or the fishermen reached some agreement with him. Or he would buy the fish. As for what it is used for, no one knows. Another 2 hours passed, and all the fish on the list were placed into the transparent fish tank one by one. It is still very shocking to see giant creatures of 2 or 3 meters in height appearing directly in front of you. Look at the cold numbers on the big list. Then look at the giant fish next to it, and you can intuitively feel the value of this giant creature list. Look, this silver carp can swallow you in one bite. This herring is so scary, I feel like my room can't even hold it. You know, if we stew it, it will take a lot of people to finish it. Yeah, it feels like we're from the same neighborhood. Time passes slowly. Chu Wei finally failed to create another myth. By the evening, he pulled up another fish, but this fish weighed only over 300 kilograms and was not on the list. Meanwhile, fish have been caught in other places one after another, reshuffling the list. Chu Wei's second, third, and fourth place in the morning directly became first, third, and eighth. The last one was squeezed out of the list, so you can imagine the efficiency of catching fish today. As the sun sets, a long convoy forms on the dam of the reservoir. There is a giant fish tied to each car. If someone is careful, they will find that the person leading the group is the one who is buying fish everywhere. It turns out that these people wanted to replicate what happened last night, even want to surpass, because today's convoy has not a dozen vehicles, but more than 20 or 30 vehicles. He contacted all the anglers who caught fish, but were not on the list, and invited them to join the parade tonight. If he says no, then make an offer for his fish. So there appeared this convoy of nearly 30 huge vehicles. "Mr. Lu, are you ready? Can we set off?" A person next to him said to the young man in front. The young man's surname is Lu, and his name is Lu Zun, also a rich second generation. As for why he came here, it was naturally because he was stimulated by Chu Wei's fame. "If it's so cool, why don't you call me? I don't know how to fish, but I have money. I don't know how to fish, but I can buy one." So he and Chu Wei hit it off and decided to do it again tonight. Let's have a more explosive parade. Right now, what is Chu Wei doing? He is so hesitant. Lu Zun took out his cell phone and made a call. And in the wooden house, Chu Wei was begging Shen Lang. "Boss, Brother Lang, cousin-in-law, I beg you, please let me take that fish out. I will definitely catch you a bigger one tomorrow, not 2. If those fishermen heard someone say that catching big fish is so easy, they would definitely scold him in the face. "What, you said that person is Chu Wei? That's okay." Shen Lang was also speechless. Is this how you rich, second-generation people play now? Especially the guy outside, you who don't even know how to fish, but you insist on pretending to be a fisherman and hanging fish around in the streets. At this time, Chu Wei's cell phone rang. Chu Wei picked up the phone, took a look at it, and hung up directly. He continued to look at Shen Lang, his eyes full of hope. Shen Lang sighed and said, "Okay, but you have to agree to one condition." Chu Wei was extremely excited, as if the goddess he had been pursuing for a long time had finally agreed to go on a date with him. "Don't mention one condition, I'll agree even if it's 8 or 10. Just tell me." Shen Lang looked at Chu Wei speechlessly. "Just don't call me cousin-in-law anymore. I've told you many times." When Chu Wei heard it was such a simple request, he immediately agreed. "Compared with my own fish, my cousin's happiness doesn't seem that important." "No problem, I will never call you cousin-in-law from now on. You are my real brother. Shen Lang nodded, that's right. Well, I'm leaving now. You're waiting for me outside. Shen Lang waved his hand. Go ahead, if you have a chance, go to the next county. It's not a big deal to always bully us, right? Chu Wei made an okay gesture and ran out of the wooden door quickly. Then Shen Lang heard Chu Wei shouting loudly outside. Brothers, drag out the fish ranked first on my list and hang it on my car. This is the hero of today. Mr. Chu is so awesome. Has Mr. Chu paid for today's gas? Damn it, forget about today's gas bill. I'm going to take you all to heaven on earth tonight. At this moment, everyone was completely excited. After a while, the convoy left the reservoir under the gaze of everyone. Of course, their departure does not mean that the reservoir has become quiet. There are still a few fishermen fighting tug of war. Chu Wei and his team left just as the game was about to end. After all, it's earlier, so there's more time. Then a very similar scene appeared in the county town. A convoy was circling in the county town, and a giant fish was tied to each car. This scene can be said to have a 99% turning head rate. But today is a little different. Logically speaking, now should be the peak time for fishermen to return, and there should be a lot of fishermen on the road. But the place where fishermen gathered yesterday is deserted today. What they didn't know was that the fishermen at the reservoir had already seen through their intentions. I'm going to stay at home and order takeout today. I'm not going out to eat. Out of sight, out of mind. The delivery guy really ran himself ragged today. Chu Wei and his friends turned around a few times and felt that they did not achieve the effect they wanted, which was a bit boring. Suddenly, Chu Wei remembered what Shen Lang said. Go to the next county if you have the chance. Don't just stay in your own home. A light bulb went off in Chu Wei's mind. Why are you running to the next county? Wouldn't it be more shocking if we just went to the nearest city? That flow of people, that rate of returning visitors, that attention, that sense of satisfaction. Isn't it multiplying? The brothers behind us have caught up. Our target is City T. Good. Fuck, are we going to a bigger paradise? So an hour later, a convoy appeared on the streets of City T. The lights are just coming on at this moment, and you suddenly look back in the dim light. You will see rows of convoys appearing in front of you, with a giant fish tied to each car. You opened your eyes wide and couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Oh my God. Chapter 70, Li Peiguang made a losing deal again. Oh my God. Oh my God. How could ordinary people have ever seen such a landscape? Everyone was shocked. Normally, seeing a fish this big is legendary. Now there are more than 30 cars of giant fish. Even as the vehicles passed by, they were still not satisfied. After all, such a view may only be seen once in a lifetime. But a few minutes later, they saw the convoy coming from a distance again. Still the same taste, still the same recipe. Is this convoy lost? Passers-by are puzzled. I don't know, maybe I read the traffic light wrong. People didn't think much about it and started talking and appreciating it. After all, the less you see it, the better. But a few minutes later, the convoy is coming from that direction again. They finally realized that something was wrong. It doesn't seem like he's lost, but rather he's deliberately going around in circles. But they were not as angry as the fishermen. After the convoy had circled a few times, people knew the route they were taking. People gathered on the roadside and waited there. The news of the giant fish appearing in T-City also quickly spread on WeChat Moments and TikTok. More people flocked here just to see this convoy. So there are more and more vehicles and people here. Until finally, the traffic started to come to a standstill. After Chu Wei and the others left, Shen Lang began to arrange the follow-up matters. There are a few fishermen fishing below the reservoir, so naturally we have to wait for them to catch the fish or the fish will get off the hook. Among the remaining fishermen, there was one place that attracted the most people. There were a dozen muscular men inside pulling extended fishing rods, playing tug-of-war with a giant underwater creature. This is exactly where Liu Damo and Li Peiguang are. This fish has been running away for 7 or 8 hours. But the guy under the water seemed to have endless energy and kept swimming in the water, and he didn't come out of the water once. The people watching nearby speculated that this fish would definitely be on the list of giants. But before the fish comes up, no one knows how heavy it is or where it can climb on the list. Teacher Damo, I feel like we're definitely in the top 3 this time. Li Peiguang pulled the fishing rod and said to Liu Damo, who was eating next to him. They didn't even have time to eat at noon. I was so hungry that I asked someone to run to the canteen to get some leftovers. Although they are leftovers, in fact no one has touched them. Because these dishes are fried, they are put into a large container and then served on a plate. Don't worry, based on my years of experience, it's absolutely stable, Liu Damao said vaguely while eating. He was also a little excited, even though he had caught many big fish and was quite famous in the fishing world. But this is the first time he has challenged this kind of fish. These past 2 days have made him feel a little uncomfortable. Not only was his limelight completely stolen, but the one who stole his limelight was the rookie he had taught. A novice who knows nothing, with the help of a drone, caught a huge fish that many people would never dare to dream of catching in their lifetime. This is also very unpleasant for him. At this moment his phone rang. Liu Damao picked it up and took a look. "Oh, old acquaintance. Hey, what's going on? Don't disturb me while I'm fishing. My 1,000-pound giant is about to come up." A middle-aged man's voice came from the phone, and his voice was a little hoarse. "Just keep bragging. I heard you haven't caught any fish this time. Brother, times have changed. You don't know how ferocious young people are nowadays. Drones, and I'm installing a tower crane in the back. It will be ready for use tomorrow. There's a lot of noise online right now, saying that our traditional fishing methods are outdated. I was singled out to save the day, so I came here to ask about the situation. Then you'd better not come. I'm afraid you'll lose your reputation in your later years. You haven't even dealt with the 700 Jin Sea fishing incident yet. Don't worry, I'm prepared. I should be there tomorrow, and I've also contacted a few friends." After chatting for a few more words, the two hung up the phone. The person calling was his old enemy. There are more than 30 million fans. They are equivalent to those with the largest number of fans in the fishing world. Since he said he contacted several friends, they must be big names in the fishing world. This way, it becomes lively here. Moreover, Liu Damao also guessed the purpose of his good friend coming here. There must be some evidence to prove the rumor that his 700 Jin Sea fishing catch was fake. If he catches a fish weighing 700 kilograms or more here, then even if it was really fake that time, the rumors will be blown away by the wind. Just as Liu Damao was thinking about this, there was a sudden cry from the front. "Here it comes, here it comes." I saw the fish on the water's surface flip over and then sink into the water again. But judging from the little bit of body that was exposed, this fish is definitely on the list. As for where it is on the list, we'll have to look it up to find out. Liu Damao naturally saw this scene as well. He put down the food in his hand and stepped forward to join the tug-of-war team. He knew that the fish was coming up. The fish's physical strength has reached its limit. Sure enough, within a few minutes, the fish was dragged not far from the shore. And the fish also frequently showed its body. The muscular men did not dare to slack off at all, and tried their best to steady their bodies. Often at the last moment, you need to be more careful. The next second, when the fish sank into the water again, a huge force came. The muscular men almost stumbled. Fortunately, I have experienced this kind of situation many times, so I can stabilize my body with a little adjustment. The fishing line whistled on the water again, and the harsh sound irritated everyone's nerves. "Hold on, this should be his last struggle," Liu Damao shouted from behind. He didn't need to say anything. The others had already been as steady as old dogs. Sure enough, after this struggle, the fish finally calmed down. It was pulled to the shore effortlessly. The muscular men rushed towards the fish in the water like hungry wolves. Many of the onlookers nearby couldn't help themselves and rushed towards the giant fish that was about to come ashore. Everyone went into the water and got their clothes wet, but they didn't care. Because this fish has revealed its full appearance, looking at its size and length, it may break the record again. It took a lot of effort to drag the fish ashore. Together, they protected the fish and lifted it onto the scale. Everyone looked at the jumping numbers on the scale nervously. Until the numbers stopped jumping, everyone looked closely. A striking number appears on it. 566 pounds. Wow! All of a sudden, everyone around started to make an uproar. Chu Wei's first place hasn't even gotten warmed up yet, and now it's broken again. Damn, this grass carp is almost a spirit. No, no, no. After the founding of the country, you are not allowed to become a spirit. I feel like the first half of my life was wasted before this reservoir came. Traditional fishing is still the best. Those who use machines are simply insulting the fishing industry. Liu Damao was so happy when he saw this fish. But the next second he walked up to Li Peiguang and said, "You're losing everything, bro. When we worked together, we said each person would get one reward. See how we calculate it this time." Li Peiguang took a look at the giant fish on the ground and felt a little reluctant. He knew what Liu Damao meant, so he gave it to him this time. Li Peiguang thought about it and spoke. "It's okay. Didn't we say it was agreed that this time it's my brother's?" Liu Damao was instantly delighted. Good brother, I will definitely bring a bigger one next time. Chapter 71, Master Deng is ready to enter the arena. The showdown is set. However, how big a fish can be caught next time depends entirely on fate. After all, this is not a game where you have to pass levels. Each level is harder than the last. At this time, Shen Lang also arrived at the scene. When the fish came ashore, he already knew the situation through the system. Another million in revenue. And this time he got a card. Congratulations on getting a Stamina Blessing card. Endurance Blessing card. Can make endurance reach its peak state lasting for 2 hours. Another functional card. But for Shen Lang, these cards seem to be of no use. It seems to work, but I don't have a girlfriend. 2 hours, even everyday action movies don't dare to act like this. Teacher Damo, your little apprentice dragged the fish out to parade in the streets. Do you want to drag it out to swim with it too? When Liu Damo saw that it was Shen Lang who came, he also said with a smile, I'm not as vain as those youngsters. It's better to put it up there for everyone to admire. Shen Lang also laughed. I've been waiting for you to say this. Shen Lang's presentation was full of twists and turns. Shen Lang felt that I had put a lot of effort into making sure everyone could see a better ranking list. After everyone took a bunch of photos, they moved the fish to the fish tank above. Not long after, several other fishermen who were fishing also pulled their fish ashore. However, these fish did not make the list. After all, the lowest weight on the list now is over 350 pounds. Being able to make the list now is not just a matter of strength. The right time, the right place, and the right people are all essential. Most people have left, and the villagers have started to clean up the mess. When there are too many people, there is a problem. There is so much garbage. Look at those scenic spots. There is so much garbage piled up under the cliffs, all thrown by tourists. Do you want Chinese people to be well educated? Forget it. It's not that everyone lacks quality, but there will always be some bad apples. Looking at everyone cleaning, Shen Lang thought for a moment and picked up the phone to make a call. Hello, Captain Liu? I'm Shen Lang from Shikwin Reservoir. Can we set up a checkpoint at that intersection tomorrow like we did last time? Shen Lang obtained a privilege through the last communication with the county. Of course, Shen Lang doesn't want to trouble them most of the time. Now he is calling the captain of the county traffic brigade, hoping that they will set up a checkpoint there. It is better for those who come here to visit to stop coming. Shen Lang really cannot accommodate them all. Not long after this phone call, Shen Lang's phone rang again. When Shen Lang looked over, he saw that it was the county magistrate calling in person. Shen Lang did not dare to delay and answered the phone. Hey Xiaoling, I heard from Captain Liu that you want to set up a checkpoint on the way to your place, right? Oh, there's no need to do that. I know there's a traffic jam in the morning. You're afraid it will affect the game, right? The county magistrate appealed to the emperor's emotions and reason. I hope Shen Lang doesn't do this. After all, if we don't let those people in, it will be a loss once they leave. But Shen Lang also had his own difficulties, so he shared them. How about this? I'll build a visitor center in the county tomorrow and use buses to bring all those who want to come and play here. You contestants will still have to drive in by yourselves. I'll also bring 2 buses of volunteers to help you clean up the garbage and maintain order. What else can Shen Lang say? Your leaders have thought so carefully about you. If Shen Lang doesn't agree, it would be ungrateful. Thank you, leader. Why didn't I think of that? You are so thoughtful. It took more than an hour to finally clean up all the garbage around the reservoir. But everyone seemed to be very motivated, and no one complained. The main thing is the daily income, which is a shot in the arm for them. The main benefit now is the commissary and kitchen. Shen Lang will not take a penny for this part. It will all be distributed by them. The convenience store was originally supposed to be run by my second uncle and his friends. But later, my second uncle took the initiative to give it up, and it became the property of the collective. After all, second uncle knows that this will make people jealous. He is Shen Lang's second uncle. If he monopolizes this store, there will probably be problems in the future. After all, human hearts are very difficult to predict. Why did Shen Lang paint such a big picture and also give everyone dividends? If Shen Lang wants to run this reservoir well, he must gather the villagers together. Otherwise, when you start doing it yourself, someone might come and make trouble. After all, the government agreed, but he did. This is the village territory. You may find that all the fish are dead when you wake up the next day. This is not an exaggeration. If used well, you can see that now they are all working hard for Shen Lang. Every time I see Shen Lang, I greet him warmly and call him Little Lang Brother. Because the cafeteria and the convenience store they are running now, are things from which they can get a share of the profits immediately. The most popular items sold in the convenience store are water, cigarettes, and snacks. Today's turnover reached tens of thousands. The canteen's turnover today exceeded 300,000. Excluding the capital, more than 100,000 yuan was deposited into the account today alone. Each person can get more than 1,000 yuan a day. Moreover, Shen Lang also paid them separate salaries. At this time, Yang Rulan came over with a computer. "Brother Lang, you've suffered a great loss today." Shen Lang was puzzled. "Today I made over 800,000 yuan from catching fish, but I only earned over 500,000 yuan from fishing. I lost over 300,000 yuan, and that doesn't even include the money I got from taking the fish away. The overall loss is probably over 1,000,000 yuan. Yang Rulan looked worried. He helps Shen Lang manage the money, so naturally he has to do his best. "It's okay, I'll raise the price tomorrow, 2,000 yuan per person tomorrow," Shen Lang said indifferently. Yang Rulan's eyes lit up. "Really? If that's the case, then we should be able to make it back tomorrow. I told you to raise the price a long time ago, but you just wouldn't listen." Shen Lang smiled. It is impossible for him to lose money. The rebate from the system made him earn nearly 40 million today. But he knew that there would be more places to spend money in the future. Especially for system upgrades, the money spent on each upgrade may be in the tens of thousands. In comparison, developing the entire reservoir's tourism ecosystem is just a small amount. Tonight, several big names in the fishing circle posted videos and began to speak out. They said they were going to come to Shiquan Reservoir to compete for the giant list and make those high-tech fishing methods disappear from the list. What was originally done in secret is now laid out in the open, and the fish that Liu Damao caught in the end gave a shot of confidence to the traditional fishing circle. Some people even sarcastically said that Chu Wei, who came in second, was taught by Liu Damao. In fact, many drivers who use excavators for fishing also feel a little unfair. They are not the ones being blamed at all. But everyone has a temper. Since you are being pointed at and scolded, how can you still endure it? Therefore, many excavator masters and crane masters called on their colleagues to help support the situation. But Shen Lang is not optimistic about them. It can be seen from these 2 days that using excavators and other machinery still has great disadvantages. The main problem is that it is difficult to control the strength, and it is easy to get unhooked. What's more, these people are not good at fishing, and many of them may not even get a single bite from fish in a day. But the next phone call Shen Lang received made things interesting. "Hey Xiaoling, we are going to have some fun tomorrow." The person calling is Liu Zhanghua. "Uncle Liu is back from shark fishing in Dubai. Did you catch anything?" Shen Lang said this out of the blue. That's not a bad catch." Liu Zhanghua was obviously a little embarrassed. Shen Lang asked again curiously, "Uncle Liu, have you read the discussion online? Should you use the traditional fishing method or the mechanical fishing method?" Liu Zhanghua laughed heartily. "Originally, we were supposed to use traditional fishing methods, but now we are old and can no longer fish, so we are planning to use mechanical fishing methods." Shen Lang understood. Now both sides are strong enough to compete. As for who will have the last laugh in the end, Shen Lang has no idea. Chapter 72, the fish is so big that it can't fit in one pot. The next day it was still sunny. For anglers, as long as they don't resort to knife tactics, they can fight on the front line. What's more, there is the temptation of such a huge thing. Shen Lang still got up early and arrived at the reservoir at 6:30. But when I arrived, I found that I was still the late one. The ingredients are already being prepared in the kitchen. Many fishermen also came to the scene. After communicating with the county yesterday, no more private vehicles came in, and it seemed a lot quieter here. But this is only temporary. At almost 7 o'clock, the first bus arrived at the reservoir, and a busload of volunteers got off. Shen Lang saw that they were all quite young, and should be students from a certain school. Curiosity and yearning are revealed on every young face. Only these flowers of the motherland are the cheapest free labor. Although Shen Lang had some complaints, since the free labor had arrived, he naturally had to welcome them. Shen Lang walked towards a beautiful woman who looked like a teacher. "Hello, I'm the boss here. Are you the volunteers arranged here?" The beauty looked at Shen Lang with some surprise. She didn't expect the boss here to be so young. She knew that this was an emergency meeting convened by the county party committee, and it was given special attention. "Hello, I'm the teacher leading the team. My name is Wen Qingya. I don't know what the boss's name is." Shen Lang said with a smile. "Hello, teacher Qingya. You can just call me Shen Lang or Boss Shen." Then I'll call you Boss Shen. The higher-ups just asked us to come here. We'll follow your instructions on what to do. But they're still students, so they can't do anything too dangerous. Shen Lang wanted to complain again. I wouldn't dare to do anything dangerous for you. There's not much to do, just help maintain order and prevent tourists from littering. Of course, you can pick up trash if you see it. If you're brave enough, you can help weigh the fish, help in the kitchen, and run errands. When Kingya broke out in a cold sweat when he heard this. This was treating his students like beasts of burden. At this time, another male teacher who was leading the team also came over. The male teacher's name was Jojo. He also chatted with Shen Lang and learned some details about the matter. And those students were already marveling in front of those big bathtubs. Where have they ever seen such a huge fish? A classmate wearing glasses couldn't help but recite aloud. The fish is so big that it can't be stewed in one pot. It needs 2 grills and a secret sauce, sweet and sour with spicy. A tall classmate next to him said, "These fish won't fit on 2 grills. We'll have to cook at least 20 or 30 of them. But do you think such a big fish tastes good?" At this time, a girl next to her was unhappy. "Why are you thinking about eating so much? It's not easy for this fish to grow so big. I think we should put it back into the water and give it freedom." "That's right, your thoughts are too cruel." The 2 male classmates rolled their eyes and responded directly. "Childish, people like you two wouldn't last more than 2 episodes in any TV show. You guys, huh?" The 2 girls were so angry that they stamped their feet. At this moment, the 2 teachers leading the team had already communicated the specific matters with Shen Lang. "Classmates, gather here and let's make some arrangements. Don't look at it anymore. The boss just said that he can give you a hot and sour iron pot fish stew tonight. It must be at least 300 kilograms. The race will start at 7 o'clock sharp." Shen Lang thought that if the price increased to 2,000 yuan a day, some people would be dissuaded. Unexpectedly, everyone expressed their understanding, and if the boss didn't raise the price, they all asked for a price increase. After all, everyone witnessed what happened yesterday. In this kind of place, even if you charge 10,000, there will still be many rich people coming to fish. Moreover, with 2,000 yuan, you can make your money back as long as you catch a big fish, and you may even make a profit of hundreds of millions. Of course, the system's algorithm only allows Shen Lang to earn a little bit from fishing fees and fish collection. After all, at least half of the fish are left empty-handed every day, and only a few are caught. But with the support of the competition and the obsession with big fish, no fisherman will withdraw from the competition because of a reasonable price increase. Today, the charging and entry procedures seem much more orderly. After all, there are no idle people, and there is a group of volunteers to help. Shen Lang couldn't help but give a thumbs up to these students. Be energetic, polite, hardworking, and willing to do whatever you are told. He is simply the best cow and horse in the boss's heart. Shen Lang decided that if he wanted to recruit people here in the future, he would have to look for interns who had just graduated from campus. They were really attractive. What to do when an intern becomes a veteran? Aren't there tens of millions of them, newly released every year? Just when the fisherman was charging admission, a group of people stood next to the ranking list and started pointing and talking on it. In front of them, Liu Dama was saying something with a beaming look on his face. Shen Lang took a look and thought that these must be the big shots in the fishing world. Just when Shen Lang wanted to go forward to welcome them, several luxury cars drove over from a distance and stopped not far from the ranking list. Ouch! Now all the top fighting forces are here. Shen Lang is most optimistic about these 2 groups of people. Maybe the final champion will come from among them. Several wealthy people dressed in casual clothes also came to the list. Wow, isn't this teacher Damo, and Gonzo, Lao Ma, and this one is. Liu Zhonghua turned around and was a little surprised to see the person next to him. These are all masters in the fishing world, and some of them even hold championship titles. Hello, hello. Are you here to participate in the competition as well? Rich people like Liu Zhonghua may be very famous in certain circles, but ordinary people rarely know them, although they try their best to squeeze into the fishing circle, and often brag about how many kilograms or how many pounds of fish they have caught. But where do they have so much time to practice their skills? Fishing is just a tool for them to socialize, just like some wealthy people love to play golf. However, Liu Zhonghua seems to really love fishing and rarely cares about his family's business. Come and have some fun. With masters like you around, we can only serve as a foil. No, fishing here is different from our usual fishing. I heard that the second-place winner was a novice, and he used a drone to pull up that giant fish in less than half an hour. Deng Xiaogang said. Just as they were chatting animatedly, A voice shouted from behind. "Uncle, why are you here? Didn't you say you were on vacation in Dubai?" When everyone looked over, they saw a young man with a pair of dark circles under his eyes and a dazed look, looking at this side in surprise. This person was Chu Wei, who rushed over from T-City overnight. Chu Wei woke up in the middle of the night feeling uneasy. What if he couldn't catch the fishing trip tomorrow? So I got up at around 4 o'clock and drove here. I slept late yesterday and got up so early this morning. To round it off, it's equivalent to not getting enough sleep. It would be strange if you don't have dark circles under your eyes. I wonder how those fishermen who paraded with him would feel when they woke up in the morning and saw that the leader was gone and they ran back to fish. Chapter 73, Langxiang Institute of Technology applies to participate in the competition. I will provide 66 excavators. You can do whatever you want. Chu Wei stepped forward and greeted others again. Uncle Mo, Uncle Liu, Uncle Yang, good morning. Lao Mo said with a smile. Zyro Wei, I heard that you've been in the spotlight these days. How about lending me your drone for a few days? Of course, Uncle Mo, just use it. I'll call the operator and have him up right away. Chu Wei immediately picked up the phone and dialed. Lao Mo's face turned dark. So your control master hasn't even gotten up yet. If Lao Mo knew that even if the operator got up, it would take at least 2 or 3 hours to rush over from T-City, would he be even more embarrassed? The masters nearby were stunned. Is this young man the legendary Chu Wei? One person can get 3 places on the list every day. 100 tons of bait creates a bait myth in the fishing circle. Drone flying fish hook fishing method creates a new school of fishing. The main thing is, I heard he is still a novice in fishing, and this group of middle-aged babies seem to be using mechanical plug-ins just like him. They posted a video saying that they would get those who use machines to fish off the list. Come to Chu Wei and meet the masters of the fishing world. Liu Zhanghua called Chu Wei to come in front of all the masters. Hello, masters. Hey, Teacher Damo, you are here too. I heard that you topped the list yesterday. But now my uncles are here. You may not be able to stay at the top for long. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere became subtle. Of course, this is not a TV drama. These people are already old foxes in their 40s. How could they mock Chu Wei in person like he did yesterday? Chu Wei noticed that something was wrong with the atmosphere, so he spoke again. I promised my boss yesterday that I would catch 2 bigger fish today, so I'm leaving now. After saying that, Chu Wei ran away. It was Liu Zhanghua who came out to ease the atmosphere. Dear masters, it is our honor to compete with you. We wish you a successful start and see you on the leaderboard. Deng Xiaogang also stood up and said, See you on the leaderboard. Lao Ma said after the rich people left. These people are so arrogant, as if the ranking list is theirs. Deng Xiaogang gestured for them to look at the parking lot next to them. Look at their cars, and the rich second generation calling them uncle. They must be very wealthy people. If a rich second generation can make such a big fuss, it's normal for the rich first generation to be a little arrogant. Liu Qiang said, Everyone has to work harder. Within 2 days, we must at least be in the top 3. Liu Damo stood up with a smile. In fact, machines only have a little more power, but more people can also replace them, and they are more flexible. Based on our experience, we can beat them. Wait a minute, let me contact my tough guy team. After saying that, Liu Damo made a phone call. He had been here for a long time, but he didn't see Li Peiguang and that group of muscular men. After a while, the call was connected. Hey, I'm sorry, Mr. Damo. I may not be able to work with you today. My 2 brothers want me to team up with them. And in a car on the rugged mountain road, there were 3 muscular men. That's right, brother. We want to restore the glory of the fitness industry and get rid of our nickname. Did you make a losing deal again yesterday, didn't you? Air Force Hua is brainwashing Li Peiguang. When they learned that their good brother was working for someone else, they naturally wanted him to team up with them. That's right, yes, but I've already promised them and I always feel embarrassed. Li Peiguang was still a little conflicted. As he held the phone, he had just hung up. Tao Xingliang, who was driving in front, turned around and said, If we brothers work together, we will definitely catch big fish. Would you brothers harm you? That's right, do you believe it, brother? Air Force Hua chimed in. Of course I trust you, brother. Now that we have caught the fish, how do we divide it? Li Peiguang asked another sharp question. This is all about profit. He pulled up a huge thing every day these past 2 days, but he does not even have the right to credit it. It can be said that it is a huge loss to my grandma's family. I'm sure you won't suffer any loss. How about we take turns? It's impossible to catch only 1 fish in so many days. Air Force Hua said. When Li Peiguang heard this suggestion, he seemed to have heard it somewhere before. Isn't this the way I work with Liu Damao? Liu Damao just posted one, and the ownership of the next one already belongs to him. Just gave up the right to belong for the sake of brotherhood. Now you are doing this again. Then I want the first right to own it. As you said, it's impossible to catch only one fish. It doesn't matter who comes first or last. Li Peiguang said. Air Force Hua and Taoxingliang exchanged glances. I'm fine. Okay then, the first fish is yours. That's quite nice of you, brother. Deal, beat them. Li Peiguang also showed a happy smile. The vehicle continued to drive on the rugged mountain road. But after not long, the speed suddenly dropped. Damn, why are there so many excavators? Taoxingliang, who was driving, looked ahead and said. When the two looked ahead, they saw a trailer on the mountain road ahead, with a number of excavators towing the trailer. And there is a striking logo on the excavator. Langxiang Technical College. This scene really made them dumbfounded. And in the front trailer, a middle-aged man was talking on the phone. Principal, don't worry. I will make our Langxiang famous again this time. First place. Guaranteed, just wait for my good news. The middle-aged man blew for a while, and then hung up the phone. The driver glanced at the middle-aged man and said, Teacher Zhang, I heard that several big internet celebrities in the fishing world are coming here this time. Are you sure? Teacher Zhang smiled. Guaranteed, I'm not sure, but what if I succeed? The school said that if I get first place, not only will I get the ranking bonus, but I will also get a bonus. The probability of getting first place is much higher than winning the lottery, so why not give it a try? The driver gave a thumbs up after hearing this. The teacher is really good at calculating. Teacher Zhang is also a veteran fisherman, but he is only good at theory and never catches anything once he fishes. When he learned that this kind of competition was being held here, he applied to his superiors for permission to participate. The school originally disagreed, but now seeing how popular it is, they can no longer sit still. So 66 outstanding students and 66 brand new excavators were arranged to go on the expedition, and it has already been booked as a hot search on the online platform. When Lan Xiang goes to war, not a blade of grass will grow. When 66 excavators stopped on the dam, it was even more shocking than Chu Wei's 100 tons of corn appearing on the dam. When everyone sees that every excavator has the Langxiang Technical School logo, it instantly brought back their childhood memories. Which company is the best for learning excavator technology? Go to Langxiang in Shandong, China. Now is this school doing something again? Shen Lang looked at the rows of excavators and the eye-catching logo. He was wondering whether he should charge some advertising fees. The intention of coming here is too obvious. However, the rules I set don't seem to say that you can't print a logo. Just with the addition of this wave of new forces, the bigwigs in the fishing world will have a headache for a while. There were only about 30 fishing excavators in the reservoir. Now it has been increased to about 100 units. And they came in a group, so their fighting power is extraordinary. Shen Lang was right. Deng Xiaogang and the others saw these 66 excavators. I'm already excited, enough to start making phone calls. Hey Lao Kui, come quickly, 66 excavators, we need fire support. Chapter 74. Langxiang Technical School made a stunning entrance, but it brought a big camel. Lao Kui, who was thousands of miles away, looked confused. Aren't you guys forming a team and preparing to top the list? What the hell are the 66 excavators now? Are they gifts? He soon realized that this was to pull him into the water. Lao Kui immediately said that he would set off right away to meet this giant in the reservoir. And on the internet, the video of 66 excavators entering the site hit the internet. The dispute between traditional fishing and mechanical fishing has been officially accepted by netizens. Originally, this was just the dissatisfaction in the hearts of some fishermen, or perhaps it was just a joke from some netizens at the beginning. Later, the matter began to ferment slowly, and many people began to debate it. In fact, less than 1/10 of the total number of participants in the competition used machinery. We can only blame Chu Wei for being too dazzling, making everyone think that this force is very powerful. It was not until these 66 Langxiang excavators officially entered the market that they officially had the scale to compete with the competition. Therefore, people on the internet began to argue about whether traditional fishing method would win or mechanical fishing method would win. Of course, each side held their own opinion, and the argument was fierce. The contestants also have to go online, and after seeing these debates one day, they will subconsciously start to take sides. Therefore, the game entered a new level, a battle between fishing schools. Maybe it's a bit exaggerated, but many people do think so. After the vehicle carrying the excavator stopped, some young guys climbed onto the excavator. I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but they started the excavators at the same time. Then, one by one, they drove the excavator off the trailer using the same movements as in military training. This scene is indeed shocking. The excavator arm swung to the right and stretched towards the ground at the same time. And at this moment, there are more than a dozen buses coming from behind. Tourists in the cars swarmed down and took out their mobile phones to take pictures when they saw this scene. Originally, they had some complaints about not being able to drive in, but once they saw such a great show, those few complaints disappeared without a trace. With the arrival of this wave of tourists, the reservoir has become lively again. Then every 10 minutes or so, a convoy of buses arrived. Shen Lang didn't know where so many buses came from in such a small county town. But it has solved the problem of too many tourists and traffic jams. Excavators also drove towards the reservoir one after another. There were no good spots outside, so they could only find their own spots at the innermost part of the reservoir. It turns out that everyone thought that these excavators would be put into battle immediately. Unexpectedly, after they parked the excavator, everyone gathered together. The teacher in charge actually took out a blackboard and started giving a lecture. Shen Lang originally thought that they would teach him something, such as the micro-operation of the excavator, how to use the smallest torque to achieve the greatest effect, etc. Unexpectedly, I walked over to take a look. It is teaching them how to prepare bait and the 5 ways to tie the hooks. From these most basic knowledge, it's over. Looking at the situation, these 66 excavators will produce 66 Air Force players today. I thought that such a grand appearance would lead to an even more grand start to fishing. I didn't expect that I would poop a big pile right after I got here. Deng Xiaogang and others also found it a little funny when they heard the news. I thought a group of opponents came, but unexpectedly a group of undefeated players came. Tell Lao Kui to refund the plane ticket. It's a waste of money. We can handle it here. It won't be a big problem. Haha, it seems we've been worrying too much. We gave them a pair of arms, but they can hardly even stand up. Obviously, the strength of these Langxiang technical schools was indeed a false alarm for them. The fitness team, which is also composed of novices, is facing the same problem. They have rented many fish ponds, but have never fished much. Now we are stuck in the preparation stage, and progress is slow. Look at the instructions on this bait. Add water in a 1-to-1 ratio. Stir well. Here we go, 1-to-1. Air Force Hua took out the giant bait he bought online and said, "What's 1-to-1? 1 pound of bait to 1 pound of water." I don't know, let's try adding it first. If it doesn't work, just add more bait. Li Peiguang looked at the 2 men busying around there, and he wondered if he had made a wrong decision. But he still reminded, I see a lot of them are fishing with corn directly. I don't know if it works. It seems some are using screws. The 2 looked up at him. Why didn't you tell us earlier? We didn't prepare anything. Why don't you go and borrow some? Don't you know Teacher Damo? Li Peiguang glanced at Liu Damo in the distance and said, "Forget it, I think the special bait you bought must be stronger." Li Peiguang couldn't bring himself to go over and ask for things again. 1-to-1 ratio of water, come and stir it. Damn, why is it so thin? Put some more bait in it. Don't move. The internet says it needs to ferment for 5 minutes. It's too sparse, I won't be able to fish later. If you want to ferment, listen to what's online. Morning is the best time for fishing. The temperature has not risen yet at this time, so anglers are comfortable and fish are more likely to bite. After Chu Wei's feeding yesterday, there are obviously many more fish in the reservoir. As soon as I started fishing, I saw some people catching fish. And after 2 days of getting familiar with it, basic traditional fishing has been organized into small teams. As long as someone catches a fish, people nearby will come to help. However, some people call their relatives and friends to help them pull the fish. This is the case in most cases, where a small table is set up at the back with small tea sets or a small hot pot. However, these are generally close to each other. After all, they have inherent geographical advantages. Not far away, Deng Xiaogang has already started recording his own video. Hello everyone. Today we are at the Shiquan Reservoir, which has been very popular recently. I heard that the fish here are all priced in hundreds of catties. Let's see if it is really that amazing. Of course, we mainly fished for silver carp and bighead carp this time. To deal with such giant fish, we used a rebar keel and number 40 main line. After Deng Xiaogang gave a brief introduction, he started to make bait and go fishing. Today I will show you how to lift a 700-pound giant with one hand. After saying that, He leaned in front of the video and whispered, "Of course this is a joke. This is also a self-mockery, in response to the doubts about him online." The other experts who came with him were also ready and started casting their rods to fish. As super internet celebrities of self-media, they are naturally recognized by many people. Naturally, they were surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. "Master Deng, come on, I'm rooting for you." Deng Xiaogang looked over and saw a strong young man shouting loudly. "You can't just stand there and yell, 'Come on.' When I catch a fish, you guys have to come and help me pull it up." "No problem, I'll be here watching you fishing today." "Do you provide meals? If you provide meals, I'll help you." Liu Qiang next to him said, "Not only do we provide food, but we also provide water for you to drink and keep you full when you are taken away." Chapter 75. Chu Wei has never suffered any setbacks since he was a child. Take his drone away. They are all experts here, so they are naturally confident that they can catch them. So they can only mobilize the power of the masses to pull fish for themselves. After all, one person's strength cannot be as great as that of a giant object weighing hundreds of pounds. Originally, Liu Damao had the support of Li Peiguang's muscular men's group, but now they have parted ways. He was still a little reluctant to leave the others. After all, the muscular men's group is actually quite useful. "Hey, here they come. Damn, the fish are so good." At this moment, Lao Ma, who was not far away, actually caught a fish by pulling up his fishing rod. The fishing line was immediately straightened, and Lao Ma was also pulled towards the water by this force. Upon seeing this, several people immediately put down their fishing rods and ran over there. Before they could even run a few steps, the audience next to Lao Ma had spontaneously surrounded him and helped him stabilize his body. "Hey, there's something." Old Ma looked at the water so close to him and felt a little scared. "I almost capsized in the ditch by accident." Fortunately, he was just inviting fans who were watching nearby to help, so he didn't go into the water. Liu Qiang, Deng Xiaogang, and others saw that Lao Ma had stabilized, so they returned to their fishing spots. Come closer, sit next to me and let's chat." Deng Xiaogang also hurriedly called on the fans behind him to get closer to him. This is the only way to help him as soon as possible. After all, when you reach middle age, you have to accept some things. On the other side of the reservoir, Chu Wei was debugging the drone and fishing hook. Because he rushed over at night, he did not call other people, including the drone operator. But luckily, he knows how to play by himself, so it doesn't matter if he's a little slower. And at this moment, a familiar voice sounded in his ears. "Xiao, I heard that your cousin assigned you a task." Chu Wei's heart trembled, and he raised his head with some guilt. "Uncle, aren't you going fishing? I want to see you show off your prowess." The person who came was Liu Zhanghua. "Don't change the subject. Your cousin has already told me to let you compete with me on her behalf." Chu Wei stopped pretending when he heard this, but he was still quite humble. "Uncle, how dare I compete with you? I will definitely give you some." "I need you to give in? What a joke. I just came here to confirm with you so that your cousin can admit defeat with full conviction." Chu Wei was halfway through his words when he saw Liu Zhanghua puffing his beard and glaring. "You said it, so I won't show any mercy." Chu Wei also showed some toughness for once. After all, the pocket money of those 2 years was really tempting to him. "Actually, you can let me catch a little bit. If you catch something really big, let it go. How about I give you a month's pocket money?" Liu Zhanghua suddenly changed his tone, causing Chu Wei to almost sprain his waist. "Just a month's pocket money. How about giving money to a beggar?" "Well, uncle, let's still have the competition. After all, I've already promised my cousin." "Why do you think it's too little? 2 months is enough." Liu Zhanghua looked at Chu Wei and saw that he didn't seem to show any signs of giving in. 3 months at most. Don't push your luck. Your uncle doesn't give you much pocket money." "How could that be? I just wanted to go fishing." "Don't worry, uncle. My skills are no match for yours. I caught those few fish because you were not here." Liu Zhanghua thought about it and realized that he might have been worrying too much. He even bribed the children. "Well, have a good fish. Actually, I'm still very optimistic about you." Liu Zhanghua patted Chu Wei on the shoulder and left. Chu Wei breathed a sigh of relief. "You want to buy me off with 3 months' pocket money? Am I someone who can betray so easily? I am my cousin's person in life, and my cousin's ghost in death. Nothing can shake the place that pocket money of those 2 years held in my heart." After watching Liu Zhanghua leave, Chu Wei became more motivated. The sun rises slowly as time goes by. Although it is morning, the sunlight still feels a little burning on the skin. Looking down from the dam, the reservoir is extremely lively. After such a long transportation, the number of tourists has reached yesterday's number. and the bus behind is still transporting people in a steady stream. It looks like it will be even more lively than yesterday. Maybe it's because there are direct buses to pick people up, which makes people who originally didn't want to come here want to take a look. And Shen Lang also asked about it. Each person only paid a symbolic $2 for the fare, which was countless times cheaper than driving here. Shen Lang was also puzzled. When will the Chinese people change their love of watching the fun? Of course, the chefs who are preparing ingredients in the cafeteria are both in pain and happy. Well, maybe I didn't prepare enough for today. Go shopping now. Then, Zio Wang, Zio Li, Zio Zhou, and Zio Tao, you and Uncle Shen go to the city to buy things. Girls, don't go, they can't carry it. Okay, Uncle Shen, by the way, Uncle Shen, why are there so many fish in the reservoir? Why don't you use fish to cook at noon? That's a good question. I also want to ask those fishermen why don't they like to eat fish? Don't you think it's a waste? In fact, he was also puzzled. He had done it once before, and very few people ate the fish. As a result, the whole pot of fish was used to feed the pigs. Let's go, or we won't be able to get back. So several volunteers were pulled onto a small truck and driven into the county town. Shen Lang is very free now. After all, someone has done everything, especially today with so many free workers appearing. Hey, classmate, come here. Shen Lang said to the male classmate in front of him, who was wearing a volunteer armband. Boss, what's up? The young male classmate came over. Use the water pipe to add some water to the fish tank. You see, the water is pumped out by the fish. There are many water pipes in the wooden house. If one person can't carry it, call 2 more. Okay, I'll go get some help then. After the male classmate left, Shen Lang stretched lazily. Everyone was busy yesterday, but he spent several hours on this trivial task. Boss, you are so free. When Qingya appeared next to Shen Lang with a small yellow flag in her hand. How is that possible? I'm very busy. You just happen to see that I'm free now. Shen Lang defended. By the way, will you come tomorrow? Come on, but not necessarily this group of students after all. Everyone wants to experience life. When Qingya said, well, it doesn't matter as long as you can come. In the middle of the reservoir, on the luxury yacht that has been parked there for almost 2 days. Lao Mo, didn't you say at the beginning that you wanted to play with Chu Wei's drone? Liu Zhanghua suddenly said to Lao Mo in front of him. I was just kidding. How could I take a child's things? Besides, I don't know how to do it. Lao Mo smiled and said. Liu Zhanghua's eyes rolled. No, I think you're embarrassed to take it. No, you should take it. Lao Mo turned around and looked at Liu Zhanghua in confusion. Liu Zhanghua continued. Chu Wei has never suffered any setbacks since he was a child, and this time is no exception. We can't let him have it too easy. Take the drone away, but doesn't he still have that fishing boat? It's better to keep a low profile. Lao Mo saw Liu Zhanghua's concern for the child. So he said, yeah, you're right. Young people shouldn't be too high profile. I'll go talk to him then. After saying this, Lao Mo walked towards the cockpit. Liu Zhanghua was delighted when he saw Chu Wei, who was still concentrating on fiddling with the fishhook on the shore. I gave you pocket money, but you didn't want it. Let me see how you can catch the big fish now.